Texaco Time with Fred Allen. Our special guest, Judy Canova, Hollywood's clown princess. The winner of the Texaco College competition, Dorothy Kaufman from Cornell University at Ithaca, New York, and Al Goodman's orchestra. An hour of mirth and melody brought to you by Texaco dealers from coast to coast. Ladies and gentlemen, next week we will present the new Texaco Star Theater Summer Show with music by Al Goodman, acting by Jimmy Wallington, and songs by Jane Froman. Next week we really have a...
Never mind next week. What about tonight?
Tonight we bring you a man who will not be on next week's program. He's Fred Allen in person.
Thank you, and good evening, ladies and gentlemen. And Mr. Wallington, I must say that was some touching introduction for my last program you just gave off there. Next week, music by Al Goodman, acting by Jimmy Wallington.
Yes, it looks like a great show next week.
Next week, huh? Man's looking ahead, an optimist. Well, what about... let's retrogress. Can you handle the word, or shall I break it up for you? What about, I'll probably find out it should be retrogress. Well, what about, which is it?
You will. Retrogress.
Retrogress, huh?
Yeah.
You'll have that next week. Now, there's a good start for you next week. Well, what about tonight?
Oh, who cares about tonight? I'm looking into the future.
Oh, you are?
Why, certainly. Wait till next week, brother. The new summer show is going to be all Wallington.
Well, if it's going to be all Wallington next week, Jimmy, I guess we've had approximately enough Wallington for this week, don't you think? So I'll go ahead with the latest news of the week. The March of Trivia presents its weekly lowlight from the world of news. Broadway, New York. As June draws to a close, curtain falls on the worst theatrical season New York has experienced since 1923. Of the 66 shows produced on Broadway during the past season, only 12 were successful. Tonight, the March of Trivia interviews a batch of theatrical nobodies to get their reactions to the legitimate theater's problems. Now, first tonight, the producer who had the worst luck on Broadway this past year, he's Morton Chisel III. You had a bad season, Morton?
Why, I put on so many turkeys, the president could have 6 Thanksgivings. I still wouldn't break even.
What shows did you produce?
Well, I seen Porgy and Bess as a hit. So I says to myself, this is a year for revivals.
What play did you revive?
Gilbert and Sullivan's Mikado.
You did. What happened?
The next day, Japan declares war. I got a big sign outside the theater. It says Mikado.
No one came near the place?
Only 2,000 people. They tore the joint to pieces.
Well, I'm not surprised. I should have taught you a lesson.
Yeah, well, that's the way it went all season. I revived Getting Grady's Garter.
What happened?
The rubber shortage come. I had to turn Grady's Garter into the rubber dry.
Well, that closed the show, naturally.
I rehearsed The Merchant of Venice.
Well, what happened with that?
Shylock was hungry. He ate the pound of flesh at rehearsal. I couldn't open.
Well, as a theatrical producer, have you any advice to give to new producers interested in the theater, Mr. Chisel?
Only this.
Yes?
If a producer's got a shoestring, he shouldn't produce no play with it.
What then?
If the shoestring is long enough, he should hang himself.
Well, a theatrical producer gets it in the neck either way, and thank you, Morton Chisel. A lady who abandoned the band in Broadway years ago is Dodie Rochambeau. Will you bring in one of the portable receptions for the next actor, please, just to make sure? Will you, a lady who abandoned Broadway years... Wait till I give this little girl a piece of gum. Would you like a piece of gum? A lady who abandoned Broadway years ago is Dodie Rochambeau. You started, I believe, the first summer theater, Dodie?
Yes. I opened a barter playhouse in a barn in New Rochelle.
Oh, a barter theater. Well, how did your barter theater do?
The first week, we took in 700 tomatoes.
You did, really?
Not counting those thrown at the actors.
Oh, well, that was extra, wasn't it?
One summer,
That sounded like a joke left over from Mr. Chisel's routine. You had, I think think tomatoes would have saved the day, but all right.
One summer, I had the Winnie the Pooh players at Nyack.
Winnie the Pooh players you did, really?
We played in an abandoned lunch wagon.
Well, what show did you do in the abandoned lunch wagon?
The man who came to dinner. Another summer, I had the Tinkerbell Troubadours at Cape May, New Jersey.
Oh, the Tinkerbell Troubadours. Were they in a theater?
No, we played a play.
In a brewery.
Last summer, we did all of the telephone booth in Red Bank.
Plays in the telephone booth?
You put his family on the party line and listen to the play.
Oh, I see.
At the end of the play, tunes and listen.
The actors listen for what?
Applause.
Oh, I see.
It was deafening. The audience at home applauding before their mouthpieces. The players with their headphones on, bowing and throwing kisses in the telephone booth.
Oh, it must have been exciting, Dodie. That's Dodie. It isn't Dodo. What are your plans for this summer, Dodie?
The Greyhound bus.
You travel around the country in a Greyhound bus. Where are you going to get the gas?
We have an angel.
Oh, a man with plenty of money?
No, he has an X card.
Well, it looks like a great summer for your Ibsen repertoire.
Yes, I must write Ibsen. It will make him very happy.
You shall live until you hear from Ibsen and And now a theater manager. He's Sir Cedric Gottlieb. You have been in the theater a long time, Sir Cedric.
For 20 years, Sir Cedric Gottlieb is managing to do Always his own plays, but mostly sequels.
You produce your own plays? Well, how do you mean, sequel?
Well, so soon a play is opening uptown, downtown by Gottlieb is opening a sequel.
Oh, a sequel. Well, I don't quite understand, Sir Cedric.
I'll give you a for instance.
I wish you would. I could use it for instance.
On Broadway is opening Lady in the Dark.
Yes?
By Gottlieb is opening Who's Got a Light for the Lady. Uptown is opening By Jupiter.
By Jupiter.
Downtown is playing Gottlieb Can Get It For Your Wholesale.
Well, look, you produce nothing but sequels.
Incessantly. My sister Eileen is coming out, my brother Artie. Arsenic and old lace, celery tonic and new cheesecloth.
Well, has your theater downtown been successful, Sir Cedric?
Who knows? In the lobby, I am also chilling and dressing chickens.
You mean that you combine business and buffoonery?
Well, between the two, I am breaking even, but it's just barely.
Well, you may find a wishbone someday and get your wish down. Well, tell me, Sir Cedric, what do you do in the summer?
Summers, I am closing up downtown, and I'm going up the river.
You give shows on the river, do you?
Up and down the Hudson is floating Gottlieb's combination showboat and popular prize delicatessen.
What do you, some of your fans know you from up the river, you see, they recognize you. Well, what do you sell?
Liverwurst with Gilbert and Solomon.
A double feature, huh? Well, you have a company of singers with you, do you?
Oh, need singers. I'm singing all the songs with different kind of voices.
Oh, you are a one-man choir.
Besides, you in pinafore, I'm singing, I'm sweet little coffee cup, dear little coffee cup, sweet little coffee cup.
You mean sweet little buttercup, don't you?
I'm Gottlieb Showboat Buddy, you're not getting even in the list.
Fine. Well, what about your plans for this summer, Sir Cedric?
Well, for the first time in 20 years, this year, Gottlieb Showboat is not sailing.
Why not?
The Navy is not making up its mind.
The Navy?
I am writing, do I need or don't I need? The Navy is not answering.
Do you need or don't you need what?
Convoys.
Oh. Thank you, Sir Cedric Gottlieb. Well, I guess that just
a second, pale and lanky. Falstaff's here with hanky-panky.
Bring him in. not here with more rhymed drivel, Falstaff.
Have you heard, oh, to be a bobolink, I'd sit and wink and blink and think?
No.
Or, I love to dandle mandle, he isn't hard to handle.
No.
Don't go down in that manhole, Mother. Make Father come up for his lunch.
Now, wait. You have finally gone too far, Falstaff. Tonight we have been discussing the theater.
Precisely not why I am here. This is Falstaff's farewell.
You have written the poem?
I have prepared my swan song.
Good. And what is your epic called?
How shall Falstaff say adieu?
Well, carry on.
How shall Falstaff say adieu? I'm frankly puzzled, entre nous. I know I could just say so long, but somehow so long sounds so wrong. When a hyena parts from his hyena friends, he laughs farewell in glee. When a lion leaves his jungle mate, he roars goodbye to his sheep. The cobra hisses his parting words. The deer merely kisses its fawn. The skunk departing says nothing at all. Everyone knows when it's gone. The little bee bumbles his bee adieu. The seal flaps goodbye in the sound. But I don't know how to leave you nice folks, so I'll just say, I'll see you around.
Well, thank you, Falstaff. Thank you. Thank you. And as Falstaff dries his eyes with his thimble, Kenny Baker comes from out of the nowhere into the here. Accompanied by Al Goodman and his orchestra, Kenny sings for us Tangerine. Kenny?
And lips as bright as flame. Tangerine, when she dances by, Señorita's and caballero sigh, and I see tangerine raised in every bar across the Argentine. Yes, she has them all on the run, but her heart belongs to just one. Her heart belongs to Tangerine. American story, tell of a girl who's quite a dream, the beauty of parade. Though you doubt all the story, and through the tales are just a bit extreme, wait till you see her face. They play, with her eyes of night and lips as bright as flame. Yes, she has them all on the run, but her heart belongs to just one. Her heart belongs to
As usual, that was very nice. Say, Jimmy, I'm glad you stopped by. Portland's mother wanted me to ask you something. Just occurred to me.
Why, yes, friend?
She has invented a gasoline saver and wants to get your opinion.
A gasoline saver?
Yes. When Portland's mother wants to save gasoline, she shuts off the engine, takes the floorboards out of the car, and pedals along with her feet. It's very simple.
Yes, very simple. So is she.
Jimmy, you are talking about my mother-in-law.
Well, regardless, Fred, she'll have to realize that saving gasoline takes serious, intelligent thought. That's why it's so wise these days to make a Texaco dealer your personal car warden. Because that way you get the benefit of his training and experience to get the utmost in mileage from your gasoline. And believe me, your Texaco dealer can give you a lot of practical gasoline-saving tips. For instance, keeping the carburetor in proper adjustment, the spark plugs clean, and the car well lubricated. Driving tips, too. Your Texaco dealer knows the proven ways to stop gasoline waste. Yes, and he can tell you why it pays these days when every mile counts to use a high-quality gasoline, Texaco Fire Chief or Premium Texaco Sky Chief. So to get the most in mileage from every gallon, make a Texaco dealer your car warden.
Maestro Goodman has been rudely interrupted while about to complete his version of Liro Liro. And now, ladies and gentlemen, say Portland.
Oh, Mr. Allen!
Say, what is this? For 38 weeks this season, every time I have said, and now, ladies and gentlemen, you have interrupted me. Now, tonight on our last program, you missed your cue. Whatever is askew.
Well, I was thinking about what Jimmy Wellington said.
You mean about not having any jokes to tell?
Yes, I was thinking if I was Jimmy, I wouldn't have anything to say.
So?
So I didn't say it.
Well, that's fine.
I didn't suit it.
Now, never mind that. Never mind. We don't want any skeletons in our closet. Don't tell me Mr. Wellington has been agitating that you want to tell jokes, too.
I have some jokes if you'll let me tell them.
Well, this is our last program. They'll have 13 weeks to blow over, I guess. What jokes have you?
One is, you say to me, I hear your uncle is a policeman in Georgia.
All right. I hear your uncle is a policeman in Georgia.
Yes, he's a Dixie cop.
A Dixie cop. That is your joke?
Yes.
You want to give up?
Not yet. They laughed at Edison when he started, didn't they?
Yes, they did. And there are times on this program when I wish that I was Edison. What is your next joke?
My brother only picks horses at Belmont.
Why?
He has a one-track mind.
One-track mind. You want to give up? You want to give up now?
Oh, I'm going to keep trying. They laughed at Fulton, don't forget.
Well, there are times in this program when I wish I was Fulton, too. Fish market and all. Have you another joke?
Yes. Papa turned in Mama's girdle during the rubber drive, and Mama is down in the dumps.
Your mother is down in the... Your mother is down in the dumps, why?
Papa forgot to take her out of the girdle.
Now will you give up?
They laughed at Jack Benny.
That is a lie. Discussion of facts. They may have laughed at Rochester, Schenectady, Buffalo, Troy, and Albany, but they never laughed. Oh, hello, Kenny.
Hi, Anthony. Hi, Porty.
Hello, Kenny.
Say, Anthony, I've got a laugh for you.
What, Kenny?
Guess who's going to try to get $10 from you after the show?
Who?
Me.
Money. That's all you seem to think about. Frankly, I don't get it.
Frankly, neither do I. I'm in their kitchen.
All year, Kenny, you've talked about nothing but money. Can't you banish pelf from your realm of thought?
I try to, F.A., but they keep reminding me.
Well, who keeps reminding you?
My landlady, my barber.
You owe your barber money?
For 3 haircuts and the landscaping of 1 nostril.
You had one nostril landscape. Who is your barber?
He's a Mr. Gilsey. He used to be a tree surgeon.
Mm-hmm. Well, he still cuts your hair as though your head was a stump, if it's any...
I know. The back of my head looks like a hedge.
And you want to pay this barber? Well, that proves you don't know what to do with money. Now, don't forget, Kenny, when you came on this program, you were barefooted and you had long underwear.
Now I've got shoes and no underwear.
Well, stop worrying. By March 15th, you'll be the best-dressed man in town.
Mr. Allen, there's a lady looking over the transom.
Well, pull her down, Portland. She's our guest tonight. Ladies and gentlemen, meet that happy-go-lucky star of picture, stage, and radio, Hollywood Sis Hopkins, Miss Judy Canova. Well, Judy, judging from that applause, I know that everyone is glad to see you. Doesn't that make you happy?
Fred, I ain't been so tickled since the day the feather blew up the leg of my slacks.
Well, the last time I saw you, Judy, we played on the same bill together at Centralia, Illinois.
That's right. I was doing an act with my sister Annie and my brother Zeke.
Judy, Ann, and Zeke. We were sure playing the small time in those days. How did you used to find those little towns, Judy?
Zeke had a compass.
Well, a compass is better than an agent in that territory that we were playing. I played a town in Michigan one time. You know, it was so small you could stand on the post office steps and drool out of town.
You know, Annie and Zeke and me played a theater so far back in the woods that only one of us could play the guitar on the stage.
Well, why, Judy?
The other two was busy beating off woodpeckers. They was eating the guitar.
In what key? In any particular key? Well, gosh, in those days you were just a little she-yokel. Now today, look at you. You're a big picture star.
It's ridiculous, ain't it?
Tell me, how did you ever get out to Hollywood, Judy?
Well, Fred, it began down home. I started wearing shoes, and folks started calling me a glamour girl.
Down home, huh?
Yep, and the next spring I won a beauty contest.
Really?
I was Miss Burma Shave for 20 miles along Highway 66.
Good for you.
Yes, sir. A Hollywood talent scout heard about me, and he sent for me right away to go into a picture.
What picture?
They call it The Grapes of Wrath.
A character part. Well, did you have to make a test or anything?
Well, the first day at the studio, I was just wearing my little old calico dress.
Yes.
One producer looked at me and he says, "In a tight dress, nobody'll notice that face."
And when you put on a tight dress?
He looked at me and he says, "In a loose dress, nobody'll notice that figure."
Well, how did you end up, Judy?
I just kept wearing my little old calico dress.
And today?
Nobody notices nothing.
Well, tell me, with all of this wool shortage threat, what are the sweater girls out in Hollywood going to do?
Oh, they're all set. The studios is raising their own sheep.
Well, I'm surprised that they haven't made you a sweater girl, Judy.
You know, Fred, I asked my producer about that.
And what did he say?
He says, "Judy, let's face it, that wool looks better on them sheep than it'll look on you." Yes, sir.
I see.
Oh, there's a disheartening thing about a sweater, though, Fred.
Yes, Judy.
And you only get out of it what you put into it.
Well, I suppose you're living high out there in Hollywood.
Gosh, Fred, I never dreamt I'd be living in a shanty like I'm living in now.
No?
No, sir. No more burlap windows. We got real glass.
Real?
Yes, sir. You can see through parts of it.
See through parts?
And out back of the shanty, there's a big puddle for swimming.
Out in back of the house, a big swimming puddle, huh?
Uh-huh. And we got one of them Hollywood doorbells that chimes.
Yeah, you push the doorbell and chimes peel out?
Yep. Till we got used to it, every time the front doorbell chimed, me and Zeke could run out the back door looking for the good humor man.
Well, didn't I read somewhere that a lot of stars out in Hollywood have started Victory Gardens?
Fred, you should ought to see what's going on. They're raising Veronica Lake potatoes. They only got one eye.
Oh,
And the Guy Kibbe apples, they're Baldwin.
the Guy Kibbe apples, the Baldwin. Well, I heard that I just wanted to make sure that I got it myself, you know. I can go along with the gag, sister. I'm right up with it. I'm a little behind, but I overtake it. You know, I
go with you?
Yeah, sure. I would make a tandem. I heard about Victory Gardens. I heard that Orson Welles stood out in the middle of his garden, Judy. Orson looked down at the seeds in the ground and said, "Grow." And 14 acres of corn sprang up.
They say that Orson's radishes are wired for sound.
Well, enough about Hollywood, Judy. Now let's get down to business. I have a proposition for you.
Well, now, if that ain't the funniest thing, Fred, do you know I got a proposition for you, too?
You, Judy?
Yep. I want you to be the leading man in my next picture.
Oh, that's silly, Judy. What have I got for pictures?
Well, it ain't what you've got, it's what you ain't got.
Well, how do you mean?
Well, you see, in all the pictures they've been putting me in, the juvenile is always good looking. And if he ain't good looking, alongside of me, he looks good looking.
I see. Well, haven't you tried to beautify yourself?
Well, I went to a plastic surgeon, and he wanted to move my mouth around in my cheek to make a dimple.
You mean move your mouth around into your cheek just to make a dimple out of it, and it wouldn't work?
Now, how would it look? I come on the screen to meet my lover. I got no mouth. My dimple opens up and says, "Chester, I love you." If he wants to kiss me, how can I pucker my dimple?
Oh, you can't. Well, I think you've got something there with Chester, Judy.
Yep. If I'm going to look good, I got to have somebody opposite me who's unpretty.
Oh, now, wait a minute. I have been called baggy eyes and long puss, Judy, but unpretty is a harsh word.
You're unpretty, Fred Allen, and you know it.
You really think so, Judy?
You know something, Fred?
What, Judy?
Standing here next to you tonight, this is the first time in my life I ever really felt good looking.
Well, Look, Judy, if you're looking for a leading man, you ought to go back to Hollywood.
Yeah, but there ain't no leading men left in Hollywood. They've all been drafted.
Well, I may be drafted, too.
Oh, come now, Mr. Allen. This ain't the Civil War.
Now, look, Judy, forget Antietam and your proposition. I have a proposition for you.
You don't want to work with me, eh?
Well, I want to work with you, Judy, but how about us going into vaudeville? You and I. We can do a great act together.
Oh, golly, I don't know. I was in vaudeville with Annie and Zeke, but I done forgot how to sleep in a trunk.
Well, working with me, it'll come back to you, Judy. We'll get an act together.
An act? But what can we do?
What can we do? Why, we'll murder them. Judy and Fred, a breeze from the barnyard. Or who left the silo door open? A few fast jokes and a wahoo musical finish.
Well, what will you use for wahoo, Fred?
Well, I'll spank my banjo, Judy.
All right, and I'll bellow a song.
Name your whale.
How about I ain't got nobody?
I ain't got nobody. Sounds great, Judy.
All right, now you charge me on the banjo, because I can't sing just raw. Come on, give me a chord.
Oh, wait a minute. How am I going to charge you? Wait, I can't sit down. How do you like that?
You must be a good musician. You can't even play standing up.
I can play, but I can't stand for my own music. I can't play the banjo unless I'm a little flat to start, you see. All right, Mr. Goodman, see who plays.
Oh, Lord. dirty. All things we love so funny all of the time. If you only be mine. Take it, Fred.
I had it, Judy. I put it down.
I ain't got no mama. Do you have nobody cares about? Look out, Fred. This is going to be a long one. Me, hold it, Fred.
You can get me by mail, Judy.
Now.
Thank you, Judy. Say, Kenny. Thank you. Say, Kenny, do you think it looks nice to slouch around while Judy was singing there with your hands in your pants pockets?
I've got to keep my hands in my pockets. It's the law.
What law?
The law of gravity. If I take my hands out, goodbye pants.
Haven't you heard about suspenders?
Haven't you heard about the scrap rubber drive?
You turned in your suspenders?
What else?
Well, look now. Look, Kenny, our government is asking for scrap rubber, but rubber that's in service needs only to be conserved. Am I right on that, Larry Elliott?
Right as rain, Fred. And since most of the rubber that's in service in this country is in the tires of our cars, the job of conserving rubber is the patriotic duty of every motorist. That means we must cut down on tire waste in every way. Now, two of the biggest causes of tire waste are speed and underinflation. So keep your speed down and your tire pressure up. Drive slowly, never over 40, and drive in regularly to your Texaco dealer to have your tires checked. You'll find, too, that a Texaco dealer's regular care will conserve not only your tires, but your whole car. His training, skill, and Texaco quality products mean superior maintenance and lubrication. Longer, better service for your essential wartime driving. So make it a habit to see your Texaco dealer regularly. Let him help you care for your car, for your country.
Thank you, Larry. And now, ladies and gentlemen, Kenny Baker for his farewell song of the season. Kenny sings, "It's Always in My Heart." Kenny?
Even though you're far away, I can hear the music of the song of love I sang with you. You are always in my heart, and when skies above are gray, I remember that you care, and then and there the sun breaks through. Just before I go to sleep, there's a rendezvous I keep, and the dream I always need helps me forget we're far apart. I don't know exactly when, dear, but I'm sure we'll meet again, dear. And my darling, till we do, you are always in my heart. There's no mountain top so high that somehow love can't climb. No, true love will find a way. There's no river quite so wide that love can't cross in time. Please believe me when I say, just before I go to sleep, There's a rendezvous I keep, and the dream I always meet helps me forget we're far apart. I don't know exactly when, dear, but I'm sure we'll meet again, dear, and my darling, till we do, you are always in my
brief pause for station identification, Fred Allen returns to present Judy Canova with the Technical Workshop Players and the most talented undergraduate of Cornell University. This is the Columbia Broadcasting System.
WABC, New York.
Once again, ladies and gentlemen, the Texaco Star Theater brings you the most talented undergraduate of a leading institution of higher learning. Tonight, we salute Cornell University in Ithaca, New York, by presenting its most talented student. The winner of the Cornell competitions is here tonight as Fred Allen's guest and receives a cash award of $200. Are you ready to introduce our guest, Fred?
Yes, Larry. Ladies and gentlemen, may I present Cornell University's most talented undergraduate, Miss Dorothy Courtrin. Well, congratulations, Dorothy, and welcome to Texaco's Farewell Prom.
Thank you, Mr. Allen.
Dorothy, you are the winner of our final college competition. You know, starting with James McDonough of Notre Dame last October, we have had boys and girls from leading colleges in the East, Middle, West, and South on our program each week. Confidentially, Dorothy, how do you feel about our Texaco College series has worked out?
Oh, I think it's been very successful, Mr. Allen. I know that all of the winners, including myself, appreciate this opportunity to appear on your program.
Well, meeting the college boys and girls has helped me a lot, too, Dorothy. My English has improved, and my trophy room is stuffed with gifts, and the various student bodies have been kind enough to send me. But you didn't come all the way from Cornell to hear me brag. Tell me, Dorothy, how old are you?
I'm 20 years old today.
This is your birthday?
Yes, Mr. Allen.
Many happy returns, Dorothy.
Oh, thank you.
Say, I wish you'd told me I'd have whipped up a cake or a candle or something. Say, we've got to celebrate some way. It's too late to get a Western Union quartet on short notice and on key. Say, Mr. Goodman, could we have your orchestra sing a birthday greeting for Dorothy Courtrin here? How about it, fellas? Oh. All right, let's go. Happy birthday to you. Happy birthday to you. Happy birthday, Dorothy Courtrin. Happy birthday to you. How was that, Dorothy?
Oh, it was wonderful, Mr. Allen. Thank you all very much.
Well, Fred Waring thinks he has a glee club. Mr. Goodman's boys sing without music, Dorothy. Without voices, they sing. But we digress, Dorothy. What year are you in at Cornell?
Next fall, I'll be a senior.
A senior, and what are you studying?
I'm majoring in home economics.
Home economics. That teaches you where to put your ration cards in the kitchen so that you can find them. How to bake cakes with substitutes, huh?
Oh, it takes in a lot more than that.
Well, what does the home economics course teach?
Home nursing, mass feeding, the care of children, and many other things that will enable the girls to help with the war work.
Say, the girls at Cornell are going to be a great help. I guess most of the boys are taking military training, too.
Yes. Cornell is one of the most important college training centers in the East for naval officers.
You have a reserve officers training corps at Cornell, too, don't you?
Yes. It's the largest in this corps area. Since 1919, Cornell has trained 23,000 second lieutenants for the Army Reserve.
Well, Cornell is such a popular university, I imagine it has many famous alumni.
Yes. Mr. Henry Morgenthau, Jr., the Secretary of the Treasury, is a Cornell graduate.
Well, I didn't know that. I thought Mr. Morgenthau was born in the mint. I thought he was born in the mint and raised by a budget which he later raised to return the favor. So what other famous men come from Cornell, Dorothy?
Who's she?
She who?
Who she is the Chinese ambassador to the United States.
Oh, who's she? For a minute there, we sounded like Abbott and Costello. Well, is Cornell responsible for any of our theatrical celebrities?
Yes, Mr. Allen. Frank Morgan, Adolphe Menjou, and Marshall Tone.
Oh, really? I didn't know that Adolphe Menjou was a Cornell man. I thought that he graduated from Hart, Shafter, and Marx. I thought he graduated magna cum belt in the back. But tell me, Dorothy, do you have any extracurricular activities at school?
Yes, I'm soloist with the Cornell Women's Glee Club, and I sing in a choir.
Do you intend to make singing your career?
I hope to later on.
Well, if you want to warm up for the future, Dorothy, you can sing your song right now.
Oh, before I sing, Mr. Allen, I have 2 gifts for you.
Well, Dorothy, this is your birthday. My gift is arriving, I see. I didn't give you a present, and now you have 2 gifts for me. Gosh, I feel as cheap as sugar used to be, Dorothy. Well, what have we here?
Well, our Cornell crew coach, Stark Sanford, sent you this crew cap and oar.
Oh, this cap, huh? This is the oar that goes with the cap. I think if you had the cap nearer the size of the oar, we'd have a better fit all the way around. Well, now, I haven't done any rowing for years, Dorothy. If a crew coach yelled stroke at me today, I probably have one. But this is certainly a nice souvenir, and I want to thank Coach Sanford at school there and the boys and girls at Cornell, and you too, Dorothy, for your kindness tonight. And now, what about your song?
I'm going to sing My Hero from the Chocolate Soldier.
Well, that's swell. Ladies and gentlemen, Miss Dorothy Cochran, Cornell University's most talented undergraduate, sings for us My Hero. Students, faculty at Cornell alumni will be as pleased with your performance as we are tonight. All of us here in the Texaco Star Theater wish you every success in your musical career. And now, ladies and gentlemen, comes Jimmy Wallington with the last call.
Yes, ladies and gentlemen, a last call for your scrap rubber. The The National Scrap Rubber Drive ends at midnight, Tuesday, June 30th. And by that time, every piece of discarded rubber in America must be collected. Tons upon tons of old tires, inner tubes, rubber-soled shoes, rubber toys, and cast-off rubber of every description have already been turned into gasoline dealers. But there is still waste rubber in many American homes. All of it must be reclaimed and put back into service in vital military and civilian use. So if you haven't yet turned in every scrap of rubber you can spare, get busy tonight. When you've collected all you can find, take it to any Texaco dealer or any other gasoline dealer. You may contribute to rubber, or if you wish, you will be paid a penny a pound for it. All rubber goes to our government. All profit from its sale will be turned over to Army and Navy Relief, the USO, and the Red Cross. So help put the scrap rubber drive over in the real American way. Remember, you have only 2 more days, so collect all your scrap rubber and turn it in to any Texaco dealer or any other gasoline dealer by next Tuesday. Help erase the Axis with your scrap rubber.
At this time, ladies and gentlemen, we usually have the Texaco Workshop Players starring Leo Wimbrow. But tonight, the Workshop Players will not appear. I've been busy getting ready to go on my vacation confidentially. Now, I have a few more things here to pack.
Wait a minute. Say, what is this, Fred? No sketch tonight?
Well, I didn't have time to write a sketch this week, Jimmy. I still haven't finished packing. You see, I've got to have all this stuff strewn out here.
I know, but where are you going this summer, Fred?
Well, I'm going down to the seashore, Jimmy. There's a little spot, Brophy's Beach, down along the Atlantic coast.
Brophy's Beach?
Yes, I've never been there myself, but I'll come in.
Mr. Allen?
Yes?
Come right in, Mr. Shimmy. Yes, Mr. Allen.
Now, wait a minute. What is this?
This is Mr. Shimmick.
Never mind Shimmick with the fuzz on him there. Who are you?
I am Mr. Otis, one of the many vice presidents of this gigantic broadcasting company.
Well, after all,
This is your last program of the season.
Yes?
On behalf of this gigantic network, Mr. Shimmick and I want to wish you a happy vacation.
Well, thank you very much.
Where are you going, Mr. Allen?
Well, I'm going down on the Atlantic coast, along the Atlantic coast there. It's a little place called Brophy's Beach.
Brophy's Beach?
Mm-hmm.
Why, we just got back from there. You'll have a wonderful rest. Oh, yes. You'll be in bed at 6 o'clock every night.
6 o'clock?
Yes, as soon as the sun goes down, there's a blackout. Yes, you can't see anything, so you go to bed.
Well, 6 o'clock, that makes rather a short day, doesn't it?
Oh, no, you're up at 3 every morning.
At 3?
Oh, yes. The Coast Guard starts shooting off cannons.
All day. Well, of course, I won't mind the noise. I'll be in swimming most of the day. The water's good, isn't it?
If you don't mind the sharks, yes.
Sharks?
I went in swimming just once.
What happened?
My toes are a memory. Look at my right hand.
What? One finger?
Yes. Fortunately, I'm in radio. With one finger, I can carry on.
Oh, good.
Oh, you'll enjoy your vacation at Brophy's Beach, Mr. Allen.
Well, if I can't swim or sit around there, I'll just loll around the hotel.
The Neptune Plaza?
Well, why not?
With those seagulls flying in and out of the window? You have to wear your hat in the lobby. Oh, you'll relax at Brophy's Beach, Mr. Allen. Oh, yes. A happy vacation, Mr. Allen. Let's go, Mr. Otis. Take my finger, Mr. Sheriff.
Hey, Fred, that Brophy's Beach doesn't sound so good.
No, I'm off of that place, Jimmy.
Hey, why don't you go up where I go? Lubin's Lodge up in the Catskills. That's mountain air, a wonderful view, fishing, hunting, hiking.
Lubin's Lodge. That's for me with that fishing and hunting. Will I need a reservation, Jimmy?
I'll go out and call Lubin up.
Good, Jimmy. I'll pack the rest of this stuff here. Lubin's Lodge, those Catskills. I'll get
Mr.
some...
Allen?
Oh, yes, Portland.
I came to say goodbye.
Well, goodbye, Portland. I'll send you a card from Lubin's Lodge.
Lubin's Lodge in the Catskills?
You know the place?
Why, yes. Mama went there 2 summers ago.
Did she like it?
Well, Mama liked the sanitarium better.
What sanitarium?
Well, they took her after 2 nights at Lubin's Lodge.
They took your mother to...
Well, Mama went mad for not getting anything to eat.
Well, they don't serve meals at Lubin's Lodge?
You get your own food.
Oh, they have a cafeteria.
No, you have to hunt everything. If you can catch it, you can eat it.
Oh, it's a hunteteria. The cuisine is primitive, in other words.
Yes. For breakfast, the chef gives you a club and points out some rabbit tracks.
That's the club breakfast, I've heard. What's for lunch?
Mr. Reuben bakes a hook and shows you where the trout stream is.
Lunch. Lunch is a worm and the right of way, huh? Well, what is dinner? The big meal?
Yes. Mr. Reuben rents you a bear trap and wishes you luck.
Well, I guess your mother didn't get much to eat, did she?
Oh, Mama couldn't sleep either.
Well, why not?
Well, every night a deer came in her room and slept in the corner.
A deer? Mm-hmm. What did she have? One of those buck rooms?
Mama said it was terrible. The deer used to have nightmares.
No kidding.
The deer used to bang his head around.
Say, those antlers banging against the wall must have been pretty noisy.
Oh, Mama said it sounded like people playing shuffleboard with hall trees.
Shuffleboard with hall trees. Well, Lubin's Lodge is out.
Why don't you spend your vacation on the desert?
Oh, the desert. Say, that's not a bad idea, Portland. Now, I could go out to California, around Palm Springs there.
Mama went to a place last summer. It was wonderful.
A hotel?
O'Rourke's Oasis. It's right in the desert.
O'Rourke's Oasis. Well, thanks a lot, Portland.
Goodbye.
Goodbye. Have a good vacation. O'Rourke's Oasis. That's for me.
Hey.
Yes, Kenny, you've come to say goodbye?
Yes. Have a good vacation, old man.
Thanks. Thanks, you're looking a little ahead. Well, thanks, Kenny. I'll get a good rest on that desert, boy.
The desert?
Yes, I'm going out to O'Rourke's Oasis.
Outside of Palm Springs?
You know the place?
O'Rourke's Oasis. I was there last summer. I nearly fractured my skull.
Well, how?
I dove into the swimming pool.
And there wasn't any water?
There wasn't any swimming pool. It was a mirage.
Why?
All the guests had fractured skulls. You enjoy it there.
Well, I hope so.
Well, take plenty of water along with you, Fred. That desert is pretty dry.
Well, you mean you can't get a drink of water in the place?
If you want water, O'Rourke gives you a Dixie cup and a divining rod.
Well, gosh, I don't know how.
You like termites?
O'Rourke has termites, too?
I came out of the dining room one day. A termite ran up my sleeve and ate my toothpick before I even got it in my mouth.
No kidding.
The termites chased a man named Wood out of the desert.
With his baggage? Well, what a joint. Mirages, termites, no water. O'Rourke's Oasis is out.
You ought to go up to a dude ranch. Go to a place like Cohen's Corral.
Cohen's Corral? Where is it, Kenny?
Don't mention it, old man. Have a good vacation.
Is it where? I mean over in Nutley? Over by Nutley? Well, that's the spot for me. Cohen's Corral. Thanks, Kenny. I'll get it through a rumor that may turn up later. You bet. Oh, boy, a nice quiet rest at Cohen's Corral. Oh, give me a home where the buffalo roam.
Excuse me, Fred.
Judy Canova. Are you leaving, Judy?
Yeah, Fred. I just wanted to say goodbye, and I hope you have a nice vacation.
Well, thanks a lot, Judy. I'll certainly get plenty of exercise, horseback riding.
Oh, you going out west?
No, I'm going to a dude ranch over in Jersey, I think. Cohen's Corral.
Near Nutley?
That's the place.
You poor kid.
You have been to Cohen's Corral?
No, my brother Zeke just got back from there.
Really?
Yeah, I was up to the hospital to see him this morning.
Zeke was hurt at Cohen's Corral?
Nope, he's down with nervous exhaustion and a touch of pellagra.
Well, what happened?
Zeke says all the guests have to take a horseback ride before breakfast. They make you do it.
Well, that's not bad, is it?
Well, it wouldn't be, but all the horses is wild.
Oh, the wild horses, huh?
Yep. Zeke says the horses run away with the guests before breakfast, and they don't bring them home again till 10 o'clock at night.
No kidding.
Yes, sir. The guests miss all 3 meals.
Well, the sleeping's good at night over there, isn't there?
Zeke says it's freezing cold. There's an Indian sits in the corner of every room.
An Indian for what?
Well, if it gets too cold at night, you get up and take the blanket off the Indian.
Well, what happens if it gets still colder?
That depends on the Indian.
Well, how do you mean?
Well, if the Indian's bigger than you are, he takes the blanket back.
Oh, he does. Well, that's what wore Zeke down, eh?
Yep. His horse run away every morning, so Zeke never got nothing to eat.
I see.
And Zeke's Indian was bigger than Zeke, so Zeke froze to death every night.
Well, couldn't Zeke climb out of the window and get away during the night?
You can't escape from Cohen's corral.
Why not?
There's a rattlesnake coiled up in every room. It looks like a rope fire escape.
A rattlesnake?
Yep. If you try to sneak out at night, the snake grabs you by the leg and rattles for Cohen.
Well, that does it for me, Judy. Cohen's corral is out. I've got to go someplace on my vacation.
Oh, you'll think of a place. Have a good vacation, Fred. Good night.
Good night, Judy. Well, there's only one thing to do, I guess. There's only one thing to do.
Fred, tell me, have you settled your vacation plan?
Yes, Jimmy, I'm all set. I've been talked out of the seashore, the country, the desert, and Cohen's corral. There's only one place left to go.
Well, if I want to reach you during the summer, Fred, where can I get in touch with you?
I tell you what you do, Jimmy. You go to the corner of 59th Street and 7th Avenue.
But that's Central Park.
I'll be sprawled out on the 4th bench on the left, Jimmy.
This is the last Fred Allen broadcast of the season, ladies and gentlemen. The Texaco Dealers will be on the air all summer with Al Goodman and his orchestra, Jane Foreman, the Texaco Star Singers, and yours truly, Jimmy Wallington. The Texaco Star Theater Summer Show begins next Sunday night, a half hour later than our present program. See your newspaper for the time. And now, a word from Fred Allen.
Thank you, Jimmy. I would like to thank the Texaco dealers who have made this series possible, ladies and gentlemen, and also Kenny Baker, Portland, Al Goodman, Jimmy Wallington, Larry Elliott, Howard Riley, Jim Hawkins, my co-authors, Nat Hyken, Roland Kibbe, and Al Lewis, who have all helped so greatly in the presentation of our weekly programs throughout the season. But most of all, ladies and gentlemen, I would like to thank you for your continued support and loyalty to our Texaco dealers. This is Fred Allen saying good night for the Texaco dealers from coast to coast, reminding you to tune in the new Texaco Star Theater Summer Show next Sunday evening. And now I'll say good night and goodbye until next fall. Good night. This is the Columbia Broadcasting System.
This is a reminder to motorists that the new federal tax stamps must be bought and affixed to all cars by July 1st. The new stamp costs $5 and may be obtained at any post office. It is good for 1 year. 10 p.m. BULOVA Boulevard Watch Time. WABC New York, 880 on your dial. 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 WABC New York.
It's Texaco time with Fred Allen. Welcome to the Texaco Star Theater, ladies and gentlemen. Texaco dealers from coast to coast invite you to spend the next 30 minutes with Fred Allen, Charles Lawton, the Andrews Sisters, Arthur Godfrey, Portland Hopper, and Al Goodman's orchestra. It's Texaco time. And here he is, back from his vacation, the man his creditors have been waiting for, Fred Allen in person.
Thank you very much. Thank you, and good evening, ladies and gentlemen. Well, tonight, the Texaco Star Theater opens its fall season with a brand new program. We have all new...
Mr. Allen!
Well, Portland. Well, you look nice and relaxed. Tell me, did you have a good vacation?
Yes, Mama and I were at the beach all summer.
Oh, the beach? You had a cabana at Long Beach?
No, we had an umbrella at Coney Island.
Well, how was Mr. Goodman's not laughing as loud this season. Tell me, how was Coney Island this summer, Portland? Any different?
Yes. This year, the mosquitoes were patriotic.
You mean they only stung soldiers?
No. When the mosquitoes took your blood this summer, they flew to a Red Cross blood bank with it.
Oh, they did, really? Well, I'll have to get going, Portland. You know, our program isn't an hour anymore. It's only 30 minutes now.
It's cut in half?
Yes, the sponsor got the idea from the Reader's Digest. Say, you know who else is back on the air tonight?
You mean Jack Benny?
Did you hear his show tonight? It sounded as though they started out to have a clam bake and the clam didn't show up. Did you hear those crow gags?
Have you got all new jokes tonight?
Well, I did have a whole new show, Portland. I had all new actors signed up, and then that Henry Kaiser came to New York and started hiring people.
Did your actors quit?
Well, you know how radio actors are. Show them a job in a shipyard and they're gone. Who can compete with 80 cents an hour? I mean...
But how can you put on a program with no actors?
Look, I'll get actors. I put an ad in the New York Times just 10 minutes ago. Say, you can't beat that Times for advertising. We're getting action already. Come in.
Fred Allen?
Yes?
We've seen your ad in the Times.
Oh, fine.
You're starting a new radio show?
That's right. Are you boys a floating Fred Allen fan club?
Yeah. We're Mendelssohn and Brahms. Melodies wrote to order. You name it, we'll steal it.
Your songwriters?
Specializing in swing.
Well, what songs have you written?
I got a girl in Kankakee.
Well, you mean I've got a girl in Kalamazoo.
She moved. We also write theme songs. We got one for you.
Well, who asked you to write a Texaco theme song?
We took a chance.
Oh.
This song will be bigger than I left my hat at the stage door canteen.
Well, what is this Texaco gem of yours?
T is for your tank just made to hold it. E is for your engine that it primes. X is for the extra miles per gallon. A is just a letter, but it rhymes. C is for the Chiefs, both sky and fire. O is for its octane content high. Put them all together, they spell Texaco, whoa, whoa, whoa. The gas that every motorist should buy, it's Texaco.
That was fine, boys.
Is the song in?
Well, you'll hear from me, boys.
We should live so long. So long.
Well, thanks to that Times ad, Portland, I now have a theme song.
Now, if you only had some actors, you could start the program.
Say, that's right, too. Where can I get some actors?
Your cry is heard, still your plea. Falstaff's here with fiddle-dee-dee. The Tony Wands of tomorrow at your service.
Well, I'm sorry, Falstaff. I can't use you. You see, I'm having a whole new program this year.
I have oodles of new poems.
New poems won't help, I'm afraid. I need new faces.
Have you heard, when she called me fragrant Malcolm, I knew she smelled my talcum?
No, I haven't heard that.
Or the bathtub said to the faucet, did that drip come in with you?
No, I haven't heard that either.
Put down that live wire, Mother. Sparks are coming out of your bustle.
Now, wait. That has positively done it. That is the priority on the last straw. Now, Falstaff, I'm starting a new show. I'm trying to keep abreast of the time.
Precisely why I am here. I have written a poem. A poem the entire country should heed.
What is your poem called?
This and That Concerning Fat.
Oh, fat? Well, how does your fat conservation poem go?
My little niece is saving Greece to help to beat the Japs. To help defeat the Nazis, she's collecting bacon scraps.
Yes?
The drippings from each mutton roast she knows make ammunition. The donut fat my niece collects may bomb a Jap position. You, too, should save your fatty waste, your butter, lard, and suet. If my little niece can save her Greece, surely you can do it. When the Axis time at last has come and the world's restored to peace, the day that Hitler's goose is cooked, my little niece will save the grease.
Well, thank you, Paul. Thank you. And now, ladies and gentlemen.
Mr. Allen.
Yes, Portland.
3 girls who saw your ad in the Times just sent in this card.
This card? Why, the Andrews sisters. Ladies and gentlemen, it is indeed a treat to have you meet the Universal Picture stars and the current sensation at the Paramount Theater, the Andrews sisters. Now, their audition song is Pennsylvania Polka.
Strike up the music, the band has begun. The Pennsylvania polka. Pick out your partner and join in the fun. The Pennsylvania polka. It started in Scranton, it's now number one. It's bound to entertain ya. Everybody has a mania to do the polka from Pennsylvania. While they're dancing, everybody's cares quickly gone. Sweet romancing, this goes on and on until the dawn. They're so carefree, yea, with laughter, happy as can be. They stop to have a beer, then the crowd begins to cheer. They kiss, and then they stop to kiss again. Strike up the music, the band has begun. The Pennsylvania, the Pennsylvania, everybody has a mania to do the polka from Pennsylvania. While they're dancing all around, everybody cares how quickly gone. Sweet romancing, this goes on and on and on until the dawn. Oh, ha, ha, ha. Gay with laughter, the happiest can be. They stop to have a beer, then the crowd begins to cheer. They kiss, and then they stop to kiss again. Pick your partner and join in the fun, and it's bound to entertain ya. Everybody has a mania to do the polka from Pennsylvania.
Thank you very much, girls. Say, they were swell, weren't they, Portland?
Yes, the show is going great.
Say, if I only had an announcer now, I'd be all set. Come in.
Is Mr. Allen here?
Why, I'm Fred Allen.
I saw your ad in the Times.
The Times? You don't look like a man who reads the Times.
No, I'm strictly a Joe Palooka man.
Well, I don't know if we can use another Palooka on this program, sir.
I ought to make a great radio announcer.
Well, what makes you think so?
I've tried everything else and failed.
What is your name, sir?
Godfrey. Arthur Godfrey.
Well, all right. You have a portable clack, I see. Well, all right, All right, Mr. Godfrey, I can use an announcer on the program. Now, here is one of our commercials. Would you mind reading this over?
I forgot to tell you, I can't read.
You want to be an announcer and you can't read?
Do you think it'll hold me back?
No, not on this program. I tell you what, you can put our message to motorists in your own words, Mr. Godfrey. You have some words of...
Every mile you drive uses up a part of America's stockpile of rubber in the tires of your car. That's why Uncle Sam is asking us to drive only when we have to. And to keep that speedometer needle under 35. To save rubber and keep our cars in service for the transportation we must have. Because, brother, if you is careless today, you is going to be carless tomorrow.
Well, that's excellent, Mr. Godfrey, but this, after all, is the Texaco show. Could you work in a sly reference to Texaco dealers, could you?
Get a load of this, Fred. Your Texaco dealer is the man who can help you save rubber. When he checks the pressure and the condition of your tires regularly, not every once in a while, but regularly, those tires are going to last longer. And what's more, your car's going to last longer, too, when a Texaco dealer takes care of it. How am I doing? Mediocre?
No, but you're working up to it.
Well, how's this? Now, right now, when every mile counts in gasoline consumption, use your Texaco dealer's high-quality gasoline. Texaco Fire Chief or Premium Texaco Sky Chief.
And your parting shot, Mr. Godfrey?
Make a Texaco dealer your car warden. He'll help you care for your car for your country.
Mr. Godfrey, the job is yours. Mr. Goodman, will you stop the music, please? There's someone at the door. Come in. Yes?
I'm Charles Lawton.
Is there something on your mind, brother?
I saw your ad in the Times.
And you are looking for work, are you?
Yes, I thought if you had an opening.
What did you say your name was again, sir?
Lawton, Charles Lawton.
Well, I'll tell you, Mr. Norton. We can't hire any stray actor who happens to come sniffing around here looking for work.
You mean to work for you, an actor has to be good?
Well, first he has to be cheap. That is first. Now, frankly, what is your rock-bottom salary, Mr. Norton?
I'll take an IOU every week, and Saturday nights you can toss me for it.
Well, that's fair enough. Now, if I hire you, Mr. Norton, you will stay with us, I hope. I'd hate to build you up, you know, and then have you lured away by Ma Perkins or Vic and Sade or some competitor.
Mr. Allen, I'll be with you indefinitely.
Oh, Class 4F, eh?
You're not exactly the commando type yourself.
Well, Mr. Norton.
If you don't mind, old boy, the name is Lawton.
Lawton? You're not Charles Lawton, the Hollywood movie star.
In the flesh, for I'm not overdoing it.
So you're Charles Lawton. Why, you're Portland's favorite actor, you and Slim Somerville. Say, Portland.
Yes?
Here's where we finally got our guest star. This is Mr. Charles Lawton.
Hello, Portland.
Gosh, Mr. Lawton, you were wonderful in The Hunchback of Notre Dame.
Thank you, Portland.
I see you're wearing it in front this year.
Yes. My vest is sailcloth. Its belly's in the breeze.
Well, tell me, Mr. Lawton, what brings you to New York?
I'm on location for Uncle Samford. I've been on tour selling war bonds.
Say, all of the movie stars seem to be pitching in to sell war bonds these days.
Yes, Fred. Hollywood's doing a great job.
Well, haven't a lot of Hollywood producers and executives given up their jobs to enlist?
Yes, one picture executive was president of so many companies it took him 3 hours to resign.
Say, he must have thrown hundreds of relatives out of work that day. You know, it's a funny thing. It's a funny. Now we must control ourselves, Mr. Lawton. Serious business. You know, it's a funny thing. It's a funny thing about Hollywood. You know, lately I have been flooded with offers to make pictures.
I'm not surprised. With all of the good-looking men in the Army, they're taking anybody.
So that's it.
Yes, if you want to be a glamour boy these days, Fred, you've got to be a physical wreck.
Well, it looks as though Jack Benny will have a big year this year.
Yes, Jack has just completed 3 pictures.
Say, I heard about this last picture he's just finishing. Benny plays the part of a Republican who goes crazy. He spends all of his time in a fireplace talking back to the president. Was that a joke, Mr. Lawton?
Yes, I stoop to levity on occasion.
You didn't quite make it this time.
If you want to quibble, no.
Well, they tell me that Mr. Benny's 3 pictures are going to open the same night in New York, Chicago, and Hollywood, and that Benny is going to attend all of the openings.
How can Jack be in 3 places at once?
Well, he's sending his toupee to New York, his teeth to Chicago, and Hollywood gets what's left of Benny in person. A basket cake. But tell me, what else is new in Hollywood?
I wouldn't know, Fred. I live a sort of sheltered life out there.
You do, really? You don't reside in a stucco mansion?
No, my little bungalow is a happy combination of squalor and mock magnificence.
Oh, really?
I have a mid-Victorian hen house. I overpowered the architect before he was able to finish it.
Fortunate. You don't indulge in sports?
I played golf just once.
Golf? Well, what happened?
Oh, I went out to the links at the crack of dawn.
Yes.
I teed off.
Yes.
I made 1 hole.
Yes.
I made another hole.
Yes.
Then I covered up both holes and came home.
You were through with golf.
I sent my caddy back to his widowed mother and turned my niblick into the scrap drive.
But what do you do for excitement out in Hollywood?
Oh, some nights I sit around working on my taxidermy.
Oh, you do? You're a taxidermist?
Yes, my hobby is stuffing field mice.
Oh, stuffing field mice. Well, isn't it rather tiring?
It is a little bit strenuous, overtaking them, old boy.
Well, what? Too bad they didn't get away in this instance. What other diversions intrigue you?
When I crave a rollicking evening, I take my tiddlywink set and go over to May Ropeson's.
Well, that sounds exciting.
Yes, I sit and tiddly and May sits and winks. At 10 o'clock, May rises and curtsies. I put on my white duck Inverness, blow May a lumbering kiss and leave.
Gad, that's living.
Yes. Life to me is the tilt of a buzzard's wing.
You're a born playboy.
I'm hotter than the rear axle of a Jeep.
I can imagine.
Enough about Hollywood, Fred. What about this job in radio?
Radio? A man with your reputation?
Radio fascinates me, Fred. I'd like to be a star in one of those serial programs.
Serial programs? Why?
Well, Fred, things have been going too good for me. I'd like to have a little trouble for a change. If I was a star of a serial program, I'd have plenty of grief.
All right. Of course, first we'll have to get you in the mood, Mr. Lawton. You will have to suffer.
Can you make me feel miserable, Fred?
Well, I think so. Now, close your eyes.
They're closed.
Think of Victor Mature.
Victor Mature, yes.
Now, open your eyes.
All right.
And look at yourself.
Yes.
How do you feel?
Miserable.
Good. Tonight, ladies and gentlemen, Mr. Lawton gets his wish. Tonight he will star in a radio serial. And this masterpiece will go on immediately following Mr. Al Goodman's version of 1 Dozen Roses. Thank you, Mr. Goodman. That was very nice. Now, where's that new announcer? Mr. Godfrey.
Coming, Mr. Allen. Don't hurry me. 35's the limit, you know.
Now, how about another message from Texaco dealers, Mr. Godfrey?
Okay, here's an idea I got from an air raid warden I was talking to the other day. Would you believe it? That air raid warden's got a map that shows every danger point in his district.
Well, that's mighty interesting, but after all, what has that got to do with Texaco dealers?
Well, you see, your car warden, that's your Texaco dealer, has a map of danger points, too.
Uh-huh.
Danger points in your car. That map is the lubrication chart he uses when he gives your car his famous Marfac 40-point lubrication service.
Uh-huh.
He just doesn't give your car a couple of squirts with a grease gun. Your Texaco dealer works by chart.
Uh-huh.
That service keeps friction from sabotaging your car.
Tell me, what does that Marfac mean?
Marfac? It's a super tough Texaco chassis lubricant that won't readily wash out, pound out, or squeeze out. And that's important these days. Make sure your car gets this protection. Get Marfac 40-point chassis lubrication from any Texaco dealer, coast to coast.
Well, thank you, Mr. Godfrey.
You're welcome.
And now, ladies and gentlemen, we present Mr. Charles Lawton in the popular radio serial. The real-life story of a man you might have passed on the street this afternoon. The tender human tale, Poor Old Charlie.
Just a song at twilight, when the lights are low.
And now, the makers of Mulligan's No Beef bring you Poor Old Charlie. You remember as we left Charlie yesterday, things looked mighty glum in Centerville. Charlie had just had a mysterious phone call from Midville telling him that the body he found in the dumbwaiter was not his Uncle Norris. Abner Titus, the town banker, had told Widow Prentice that the oil stock Charlie had been left by his cousin Luther had come back marked "No well." And the sheriff had threatened to arrest Charlie on the complaint of Myrtle Trent, the taxi dancer, who said that Charlie's nephew, Balsam Schmidlap, had disappeared after running up a bill for $189 at 10 cents a dance. Charlie's grandfather, Henry, who got his beard caught in the assembly line at the big airplane factory, came home with a propeller riveted to his head and his landing gear retracted. In the kitchen with his wife, poor old Mary. Poor old Mary speaks.
Charlie, something's burning.
It's just me, Mary. I've got my leg caught in the oven.
Well, take it out. Smells like it's done.
I guess I'm getting absent-minded, Mary. Seems I'm always putting my leg in the oven.
Look at your toes.
5 clinkers.
Trouble, nothing but trouble.
Come in.
Charlie, I'm sorry to bring you bad news.
What bad news, stranger?
I'm a truck driver. I just ran over your son, Charlie. I'm sorry.
Don't take it so hard, fellow. We have another son.
Thank heavens, Charlie. Goodbye.
We lose more kids that way.
Seems like we was just born to have trouble. What's that?
Oh, that's Grandpa Henry. He's moaning again.
What's the moaning about?
Well, he bet all his Social Security money on the Yankees.
Old fool, who told him to bet on the Yanks?
Grandpa Henry bet on the Yankees in the Civil War. He won. He's been betting the Yanks ever since.
Come in.
Charlie, I'm sorry to bring you bad news again.
You're that truck driver, ain't you?
Yes. You said you had another son, Charlie.
Yes, I got another son, Rollo.
You did have another son, Charlie.
You ain't run over Rollo.
I backed up.
Stranger, you gotta find another street to drive on.
Why, Charlie?
I'm fresh out of shucks.
Oh, trouble, nothing but trouble.
No furniture, no money, Grandpa Henry laying there moaning, no food.
If we was only cannibals, Charlie.
This is a meatless day, Mary. Besides, Grandpa Henry's mostly gristle.
I can't go without food much longer, Charlie.
There's only one man, Mary, who can put an end to all our troubles. Give me the phone. Hello, operator. Give me Centerville 123.
Hello?
Morton?
Yeah?
This is poor old Charlie. You've got to get us out of this, Morton. Mary and me have got more trouble than we can stand. You've got to help us.
I'll be right over, Charlie.
about time. He's the only man can stop this misery.
Come in.
Charlie, I hate to bring you bad news.
The truck driver.
Are you back again?
Were you expecting a man? A fellow was running across the street towards your house.
Stranger, you didn't.
I ran over him, Charlie.
Our troubles are over, Mary.
Thanks to you, stranger, me and Charlie is free. No more trouble, no more misery.
Thanks to me.
Yes, you've killed the author of poor old Charlie.
Before we close up the Texaco Star Theater for tonight, ladies and gentlemen, I want to thank you, Mr. Charles Lawton, for joining us here tonight.
I've enjoyed every minute of it, Fred.
You know, you've made such a success of your bond-selling tour, Mr. Lawton, that we don't want you to leave without making a sale here tonight.
Uncle Sam and I are always open for business.
Well, our little gang has gotten together, Mr. Lawton. Now, we have a check here, and as soon as the program is over, we'd like to do some bond business with you personally.
Oh, that's a very nice gesture, Fred, and thank you, folks.
Good night.
Makes me feel pretty good. Good night, Fred.
Good night, and thank you, Mr. Lawton. Now, next week, ladies and gentlemen, next week our guest will be wee Bonnie Baker, and from Hollywood, Mr. Roland Young. This is Fred Allen saying good night for Texaco dealers from coast to coast, and reminding you to save your tires when you drive. Don't go over 35. Drive into your Texaco dealer regularly to have your tires checked. Remember, you're welcome. Good night.
This is the Columbia Broadcasting System.
This is Fred Allen, fellows. When the war first started, the Army rounded up a lot of old actors and said, we want you hams to get some shows together. We're going to send you overseas to entertain the boys in service. Well, according to the good news we've been getting back home here recently, you fellas are going so fast, the actors can't possibly keep up with the troops. Now, you can't expect a lot of wind-broken old actors to keep up with you guys in jeeps. So I guess the only way I can overtake you boys is with a radio show. And that's what I have for you now. Our guest star is Orson Welles, who started out as a boy prodigy and lived up to it. We've got Benet Venuta, the famous Broadway singing star. We have Portland, the mighty Allen Art Players, and Al Goodman's orchestra. The program opens with Irving Berlin's hit song, This is the Army, Mr. Jones.
In a recent impartial test by Reader's Digest, ladies and gentlemen, one radio comedian was found to contain less corn than all other leading radio comedians combined. And here he is, Fred Allen.
Thank you, and good evening, ladies and gentlemen. Well, Meatless Days start this week. I received my first invitation to a Meatless Day banquet today. The invitation says, come over next Tuesday. I have a bone to pick with you. RSVP.
Pardon me, Fred, please. Pardon me.
Yes, Arthur?
I'm still worried about this announcing job. How am I doing?
Well, you're doing very well, Arthur. Why, you're booming those commercials out as though you were weaned on thunder, old boy. There's only one thing.
I have a shortcoming?
Well, there's one thing you don't seem to have grasped, Arthur. You know, on all of the comedy programs, the announcer is supposed to laugh at the comedian. You see, you haven't observed that.
You mean I have to laugh at you?
Well, yes, all of the announcers have to laugh. Did you hear the Bob Hope show by any chance last Tuesday night? You didn't hear that gag where Hope and Betty Davis were talking about famous movie stars, and Bob said, I'm a big name, and Betty said, and I know what it is, but let's be friends? Well, you should have heard Hope's announcer, Wendell Niles, get hysterical at that show.
No kidding.
Did you hear Jack Benny's show tonight?
Uh-uh.
What that underpaid Don Wilson had to laugh at tonight. And go to Arizona to do it yet. He just... Why, that one gag, did you hear when Benny said he sat on a cactus out there around Phoenix? And not Phoenix, as Benny. I mean, but he sat on a... Benny said he sat on a cactus, and Mary said he had to take his trousers off with tweezers later in the afternoon. Well, Don Wilson laughed at that, Arthur.
Oh, poor Don.
How are you? Say, tell me, how are you on laughing? That's all I wanted to know, Arthur. You just keep laughing, and I'll turn to the latest news of the week. The March of Trivia presents its weekly lowlight from the world of news. Washington, D.C. Newspapers United Scrap Metal Committee starts a survey to determine which American city contributed the highest per capita quota to nationwide scrap drive. 5 New York boroughs check on their salvage drives completed during the past week. A man who refuses to give his name from Queens reports.
The tavern where I hang out donated its brass rail for the metal drive.
The brass rail. Has the loss of the brass rail bothered you any?
After 20 years, I find that my right leg is 6 inches shorter than my left.
A lady from Brooklyn reports.
I put my husband out in front of the house. The metal drive took him away.
The metal drive took your husband?
Yeah, he had iron in his blood.
A gentleman from the Bowery says...
I give all the metal I had.
What business are you in, sir?
Well, lately I've been making a fair living hitting guys over the head with a piece of lead pipe.
And you,
I turned in me piece of lead pipe to the drive.
Good. And you're going straight now?
I ain't hitting guys with no metal no more.
Fine.
I'm using a rock.
Well, I'm sure you're leaving a good impression, and I think that cleans up. I think that cleans up the metal matters that we had in mind for this evening.
Would you think me rude if I intrude?
Not even if you had intruded sooner, I shouldn't have thought you rude. Falstaff, Openshaw.
The tousled Tennyson at your service.
You and the Muse have done it again, Falstaff.
Have you heard, said the mouse to the grouse, this is on the house?
No.
Believe me, buxom Julia, I wouldn't try to fool you.
No.
Put in your false teeth, mother, and leave me with a smile.
Now. Tonight it may surprise you to learn that we have briefly discussed the scrap drive, ever so briefly.
Precisely why I am here. I have written a poem.
Well, what is your salvage monstrosity called?
We've got to show our metal.
How does it go?
We've got to show our metal if we want to down the Axis. We've got to give our tin and brass as well as paying taxes. Our pots and pans make guns and tanks. Old skates and streetcar rails, basins, bed springs also help. And bumpers, junk, and nails. Skid chains, bathtubs, kitchen sinks, kettles, tools, and bells. These and all your other scrap make bullets, bombs, and shells. Yes, we've got to show our metal, so make sure your scrap is sped out. If you haven't turned your salvage in, brother, get that lead out.
And now, ladies and gentlemen, our singing guest, a charming lady, one of the stars in the hit show By Jupiter, meet Miss Benet Venuta. Welcome to our little psychopathic circle, Benet. What are you going to sing for us tonight?
I'd like to do my favorite song from the show, Everything I've Got Belongs to You.
Mr. Goodman, if you will.
I have eyes for you to give you dirty looks. I have words that do not come from children's books. There's a trick with a knife I'm learning to do. And everything I've got belongs to you. I have a powerful anesthesia in my fist, and the perfect wrist to give your neck a twist. There are hammerlock holes, I've mastered a few, and everything I've got belongs to you. Share for share, share alike. You get struck each time I strike. You for me for me. I'll give you plenty of nothing. I'm not yours for better, but for worse. And I've learned to give the well-known witch's curse. I've a terrible tongue, a temper for two, and everything I've got belongs to you. Don't stamp your foot at me, that's impolite. To stamp your foot at me is not quite right. All I discover is you're not so fine. I fear my lover is a swine. I have eyes for you to give you dirty looks. I have words that do not come from children's books. There's a trick with a knife I'm learning to do, and everything I've got belongs to you. Share for share, share alike. You get struck each time I strike. You for me for me. I'll give you plenty of nothing. I'm not yours for better, but for worse. And I've learned to give the well-known witch's curse. I've a terrible tongue, a temper for two, and everything I've got belongs. Everything I've got belongs. Everything I've got belongs to you.
And now our guest tonight.
Mr. Allen!
Well, Portland.
Mr. Allen, which do you like? Wogs, wags, or cogs?
Wogs, wags, or cogs for what?
Well, the Coast Guard is going to have a contest to find a name for its women's reserve.
Oh, well, how about a cross between co-eds and admirals? Co-ed, something like that. That'd be any good?
But I think Coastess would be better.
Coastess,
Now, if you could help me.
Oh, no, look, I can't worry about the Coast Guard girls now, Portland. I have trouble enough around here.
Well, who is your guest?
That is my trouble. My guest is my trouble tonight. I have a telegram here from Orson Welles. He's coming here this evening.
Orson Welles? Oh!
Well, that's the way I feel about it, too. What he wants to see me about...
That's Orson Welles!
Now, wait a minute. Wait, Portland. Control yourself, please. Come in. Yes?
Is this the microphone Mr. Wells is going to use?
Well, yes, this
Step
is...
aside, buddy. 1, 2, 3, woof, woof, hello, Max. 1, 2, 3, woof, woof, hello, Max.
Just a minute, friend. What is this?
I'm Mr. Wells' personal chief technician.
Oh, you're here to check...
Right. This microphone may be all right for a schnook like you. But for Mr. Wells, it's got to be perfect. 1, 2, 3, woof, woof, hello, Max. 1, 2, 3. Oh, it's okay.
Fine. Now, if you're
Wait a minute. What's these scratches on the microphone?
Well, I tell you, our announcer, Arthur Godfrey, has buck teeth, and he...
Well, I hope Mr. Wells don't notice it.
Well, do you think I should spray the microphone with perfume?
Wouldn't hurt none, brother. And throw a little on yourself, too.
Orson Welles. Special technicians he has to have to go on the air. All the president needs is 2 logs and a Boy Scout. He has to have 2 logs.
Gee, I'm getting scared.
Oh, why?
Well, maybe Mr. Wells is coming here to get even with you.
Even for what? I had nothing to do with Citizen Kane.
Orson Welles?
Now, Portland, quiet, please. Come in.
Excuse me, I shan't be a minute. Hello out there. Hello out there. Hello out there.
Look,
Quiet,
brother.
please. Hello out there.
What is this?
I am Mr. Wells' personal acoustical diagnostician.
Oh, I didn't...
I'm testing the acoustics.
Oh, you're testing the acoustics
Yes,
in
if
here.
Mr. Wells doesn't like the acoustics in here, you may have to tear down part of the studio.
Tear the whole...
Yes. Goodbye out there.
We should wreck the building for Mr. Wells yet. Now, stop trembling, Portland.
I'm scared. Maybe Mr. Wells is going to beat you up for those jokes you told about him.
Beat who up? I have never seen a genius yet with muscles. Now... If Mr. Wells thinks that he's going to... Oh, now what?
Yes. Let me see.
Now, wait, Chester, please. What is with this sniffing, mister? Who are you?
I'm Mr. Wells' personal physician. Yes.
But what?
I'm checking the air in here to see if it's fit for Mr. Wells to breathe. Oh, yes.
Well, everybody else in here is breathing the air.
Mr. Wells is a great artist. He's a very sensitive man.
Oh, sensitive?
Yes.
Well, he was on Jack Benny's program last spring, wasn't he? And if he can stand that, he can stand anything.
For your information, sir, Mr. Wells had a cold that night. Goodbye.
Mr. Wells sure doesn't take any chances, does he?
Boy, I wish I knew what he wanted to see me about. I'm getting nervous myself now, hanging around here, all these people. Hey, now, wait a minute, you fellas.
Mr. Wells is stepping out of his car.
Roll that red plush up to the microphone, boys.
Mr. Wells is entering the building.
Hit those spotlights, light that incense.
Mr. Wells is here.
The fanfare, Sam, presenting...
Mr. Orson Welles.
Well, good evening, Mr. Wells.
Excuse me. 1, 2, 3. Woof, woof. Hello, Max.
The microphone has been tested, Mr. Wells.
Good. Hello out there.
The acoustics have been checked, Mr. Wells.
Good.
The air has been improved.
Very good. I'm a busy man.
Well, I know how.
I'm very happy to be here on the Philip Morris program this evening.
That was Friday night.
Oh, yes. What night is this?
Sunday.
Oh, yes.
This is the Texaco Star Theater. My name is Allen.
Fred Allen?
Yes.
How do you do, Mr. Allen?
Mr. Wells, I'm thrilled.
Naturally. I'll come to the point, Mr. Allen. Last year on your program, you said several derogatory things about me.
Oh, I say, you haven't met Portland yet, have you, Mr. Wells? She's dying to meet you. Portland?
Yes?
Portland, this is Orson Welles.
Hello, Portland. What's the matter with that child? Was that a shriek?
No, it wasn't a shriek. She has asthma. It's pitched a little high.
Well, let's get down to business, Mr. Allen. About those derogatory remarks.
Well, I don't...
You remember what you said about my home in Hollywood?
No, I don't recall.
Perhaps I can refresh your memory. You were talking about those trick doorbells they have out in Hollywood.
Oh, those fancy chimes effect.
Yes. You said when a person rang my doorbell, 16 peacocks flew out of the transom, 21 guns went off in a salute, and I came out of 4 doors simultaneously.
Well, I don't...
And that time you were discussing Hollywood Victory Gardens. What was it you said?
Well, I just said that all you did was go out to your backyard, point to the ground, and say, grow, and 14 acres of corn sprang up. I'm sorry.
Well, that was last year. I'm here to speak to you about this year.
Mr. Wells, believe me, I haven't made a single crack about you this year.
What's the matter, Fred? Don't you like me anymore?
You're not mad, Orson?
Not at all, Fred. I enjoy a good laugh. As well as anybody.
Well, Orson.
We're all alone.
This is a great surprise to me.
Why, Fred?
Well, I always pictured you as a man from another planet. A genius, a legend in the making. And here you are, joking and laughing with little old egg-laying me.
Fred, I wish somebody'd do something about this Superman myth the public has swallowed about me. It's embarrassing. After all, I'm just an ordinary guy. I'm paid to...
I know. You're paid to say that. Well, thank you. I know, Orson, but your early life has been shrouded in mystery. Now, if people were only told something about your childhood...
Well, what's there to tell, Fred? I was born in Chicago. Like any other kid, I went through grammar school. Age of 5, I entered Northwestern University.
At 5, you entered college?
As a sophomore, I skipped the freshman year. My college days were uneventful. I majored in Esperanto. I belonged to the Glee Club, and at pipe nights, I used to sing duets with myself.
You sang duets all alone?
Yes. I forgot to mention it.
Until I was 12, I had 2 heads.
2 heads?
I was like thousands of other kiddies running around Chicago in those days. Well, I got out of college at 7. Magna cum laude. I hung around Einstein a while, and we tiffed one day over a bit of calculus, and I rejected Einstein's theory and went into the theater.
And the rest, of course, is history.
Oh, it's been nothing, Fred. I've had a little success in theater, radio, and pictures. Does that mean I'm a genius? I wear the same clothes as other men. I eat the same food. Like any ordinary guy who works hard, my feet hurt at the end of the day.
Well, no wonder. Trying to squeeze 14 toes in an ordinary pair of shoes. But tell me, Orson, are you back from Hollywood to do a play?
No, Fred. I'm going back into radio for the Lockheed Company. That's really why I wanted to talk to you tonight.
Oh, about your new program?
Yes, I want you to appear with me in my first play.
Me? Awesome. Gad, this is an honor, man. What is your... What is your first play?
We'll do Victor Hugo's great story, Les Miserables. You will co-star with me.
Just you and I do the entire play?
Yes, it will be 50-50. I'll play Jean Valjean.
And I?
You will play the French detective Javert.
Javert, hey? Je suis the law.
Oh, you speak French, Fred?
Just enough to get out of Rumpelmayer's, Orson. Just enough to get out.
Well, that'll help a lot. Now, if we can rehearse a minute, we'll run over the play here before I go.
All right. We'll present our co-starring epic, Les Miserables, immediately following a short selection by Mr. Goodman. Allen and Wells. Gosh.
Or, Wells and Allen.
Ladies and gentlemen, Mr. Wells and I present our dramatic highlight of the evening. Are you ready, Orson?
Yes, Fred, you have your part.
Yes, frankly, I must confess I'm a little nervous.
You'll be all right, Fred. You're with me in every scene.
We're co-stars.
Oh, yes, everything's 50-50.
Well, how does the play start?
I do the narration.
Oh,
Fred.
I see.
Les Miserables, Victor Hugo's immortal story of a soul transfigured and redeemed through suffering. This is an Orson Welles production. Radio version of Les Miserables prepared by
Orson Welles.
Directed by
Orson Welles.
Starring Orson Welles.
During Orson Welles' presentation of Les Miserables, Mr. Welles will be assisted by that sterling dramatic actor of stage, screen, and radio.
Now, wait a minute. Hold it. Now, wait a minute. Hold it. Wait a minute.
Something wrong, Fred?
Well, all I've heard so far is Orson Welles. Now, after all, if I am co-starring with you, at least my name should be mentioned here.
Well, I announced you, Fred. The music cut in too quickly.
Well, now watch that, Mr. Goodman. You're over-anxious tonight. I'm in this play, too, don't forget. I happen to be the co-star tonight.
I wish you wouldn't be so impulsive, Fred. Les Miserables is the story of two men. Jean Valjean, the hunted convict, and Javert, the merciless detective.
I'm Javert, and you are Jean Valjean.
That's right. Each character is equally important to the story. It's 50-50.
50-50. All right, let's go.
Now, the first scene is a dingy garret in the slums of Paris. As the story opens, I am hiding out. I think I've escaped you. As we first see Jean Valjean, he is soliloquizing. At last, Jean Valjean, you are safe. There is no cause to fear. This Javert who has hounded you so long. Javert, your nemesis, that merciless bloodhound, always in pursuit of you, is finally thrown off the track, completely baffled. Oh, hark. That sound upon the stairs. Footsteps. Those same plodding footsteps. Javert! What is to be done? Aha! This window. Jean Valjean will never be taken. Goodbye, Javert!
Wait a minute. Oh, no. Listen, after all. Wait a minute now.
Later, Fred, later. We start the second scene now.
We? Never mind the second scene. What about that first scene?
It was 50-50.
But you took both 50s in the...
That's ridiculous, Fred. What stole the entire scene?
Well, what?
Well, it was that knock on the door. And who knocked on that door? Javert.
Javert. I play Javert.
You motivate the entire story.
Well,
If you hadn't knocked at the door, I'd still be in that garret. We'd have no play.
Oh, I didn't realize.
Yes, in the second scene, you dominate the whole thing. I'm just a foil.
Oh, a foil. Well, that sounds good. What is the second scene?
It's years later. This time, you, Javert, have me trapped. Cosette Aubantou, a demi-monde, is concealing me in the back room of a bistro. I, Jean Valjean, am pacing up and down.
Jean, will you stop pacing? Toujours up and down.
This is the end, Cosette. Me farewell to freedom. Instead of liberty waits the galley crew, the iron collar, the chain at me feet, fatigue, the dungeon, the plank bed, all the horrors I know so well. To submit morning and evening to the hammer of the roundsman who tests the fetters. Time is short. The net is tightening. Aha! Javert!
Quick, Jean Valjean, through this trap door.
Merci, Cosette. Jean Valjean will never be taken again. Au revoir, Javert!
Oh, now, wait a minute. Look, oh, you're over. Hold it now. You're overdoing it.
Fred.
Oh.
Fred, you were magnificent. You stole that scene right from out from under my nose.
I stole the scene again?
Dad, that's suspense, man.
With suspense, all
I've seen Javert played 100 times. The Theater Guild, the Grand Guignol. Eddie Dowling has played Javert. But I've never heard a Javert get the tone out of that police whistle that you got tonight.
Now, look, Orson, I don't want to hog the whole thing, but in 2 acts, all I've done so far is knock on a door and blow a whistle. Now, after all, I'm an actor. I'm not a sound man. When do I get to read some lines?
The next scene is all yours, Fred.
Oh, good.
Your speech is the climax of the entire play.
Well, now we're getting someplace. What's next?
On this final scene, you trail me through the sewers of Paris.
Oh, the sewers.
Yeah. You finally corner me single-handed, and now we stand face to face. I have just a few words, and then you speak.
I speak. Well, that sounds good. Let's go.
MENJOU, alone in the sewer, trapped like a rat, who nightly crawls through this hideous muck of the city. The gloomy darkness, this narrow archway above me head, these 2 slimy corridor walls. Oh! But hark! That sloshing through the muck. Javert! At last you cornered me, Javert. Don't talk, Javert! Before you seal my doom, I would speak for the last time. You will never take Jean Valjean alive, Javert. The water in the sewer is rising, Javert. I am 6'9". You, Javert, are 5'2". The water rises, Javert. There is no turning back. The water, higher, higher. Now, Javert, you have Jean Valjean at your mercy. Pronounce my doom. Speak, Javert. Speak.
Well, I guess that concludes our meeting for this time, boys. I hope you liked the program, and I hope you'll be hearing from me again real soon. This is Fred Allen saying goodbye and good luck.
This program was produced by the Special Service Division of the War Department of the United States of America.
It's Texaco time with Fred Allen, Roy Rogers, Jane Pickens, Portland Hoffa, and Al Goodman and his orchestra. This is Arthur Godfrey with a big hello from Texaco dealers coast to coast. Texaco dealers, just the fellas to help you in today's tire situation. As you know, drivers with more than 5 tires per car must select their 5 best and sell the remainder to Uncle Sam. So here's a tip. Drive around to your Texaco dealer and let him use his skill and equipment to select the 5 that'll give you the longest service. And by service, I mean essential service. No Sunday driving, no trips to see Aunt Minnie, not a mile that isn't absolutely essential. America's tire situation is plenty serious. We've got to cut down. So drive only when necessary and see your Texaco dealer for expert tire care. Last week, ladies and gentlemen, when Jack Benny donated his Maxwell to the scrap drive, he ridiculed a certain party for turning in his metal arch supporters. And here he is, that certain party, Fred Allen.
Thank you, and good evening, ladies and gentlemen. And a slight correction, Arthur. Jack Benny didn't give his Maxwell to the scrap drive. They had to use a magnet to get it away from him, according to the advice we had.
How did Jack know that you gave in your arch supporters, Fred?
Well, why shouldn't he, Arthur? The first to know what an arch is doing is a heel. The heel...
Don't you think Jack's going to miss that Maxwell on his program?
Well, I don't think so. He still has plenty of junk left on his show. Did you, by any chance, hear Mr. B on the air tonight?
No, I didn't, Fred. What happened?
Well, I won't say that Mr. Benny died, Arthur. He not only died as Charles Boyer, he died as Benny, too. If he doesn't start getting fan mail from undertakers tomorrow morning, I'm going to be greatly surprised.
Remind me to send flowers, will you?
Oh, flowers? You'll be wasting your time, Arthur. That program tonight would smell down the Rose Bowl, stem and all. You know what? Benny wants his sponsor to take Kate Smith's picture off of Grape Nuts Flakes, off the boxes, and put his picture on. Can you imagine? Why, it's crazy. With Kate Smith on the box, you'll get twice as many Grape Nuts Flakes. Well, if we're going to pull this evening out of the fire for radio listeners, Arthur, we'd better turn hurriedly to the latest news of the week. The March of Trivia presents its weekly lowlights from the world of news. Washington, D.C. Food Requirements Committee of War Production Board asks all civilians to voluntarily reduce their meat consumption. To set example for other cities, Mayor LaGuardia of New York City starts Meatless Days. March of Trivia interviews several nobodies who had unusual experiences on our first Meatless Day last Tuesday. Now, our first interview is with a law-abiding citizen, one Mervyn Dander. What happened, Mervyn?
Well, the mayor said it was all right to eat oxtails. That's all I ate all day Tuesday.
You just ate oxtails, did you?
For breakfast, I had oxtail and eggs, pancake style.
Mm-hmm.
For dinner, I had the oxtail sizzling platter.
Mm-hmm.
For supper, I had oxtails cold in aspic.
Oh, fine.
Why, Tuesday alone, I must have eaten 60 oxtails.
Well, have you felt any ill effects?
Oh, I'm a mess.
Well, how do you mean, Mervyn?
Well, with those 60 oxtails in me...
Yes?
Every time a fly lands on my vest, my stomach swings around and slaps it.
Well, if the flies get too bad, you can use a second front, and thank you, Mervyn. A Canarsie housewife, Mrs. Yandel Crandall II, says...
Us housewives in Canarsie is cooking nothing but mock meat dishes.
Mock meat dishes? You mean like mock turtle, like that?
Yeah, mock meatballs, mock spare ribs, mock hot dogs.
Oh, mock frankfurters? How are they made?
I got the recipe right here.
Oh, you have? May we have it, please?
Oh, sure. A recipe for mock hot dogs.
Uh-huh.
Take one old rubber glove.
Yeah.
Butter well inside.
Yeah.
Stuff fingers of glove with chopped eggplant, wild rice, and breadcrumbs.
Mm-hmm.
Add pinch of flour and yeast. Put rubber glove in slow oven and bake for 2 hours.
And this comes out frankfurters?
Yeah, you cut off the fingers of the rubber glove. You got 4 mock hot dogs.
Well, what do you do with the thumb?
Don't ask me. I got 2 closets full of them.
Well, thank you, Mrs. Yandel Crandall. Some fun. A man who has... the things I stoop to and never pick up. A man who has his meat problem solved is Mr. Bedrick Spiewak.
You bet. My family is only eating 2.5 pounds of meat apiece, brother.
2.5? How do you work it?
Well, counting the wife and 8 kids, there's 10 of us.
10 of you in the family,
right.
Huh?
Altogether, we're allowed 25 pounds of meat a week.
And that's all you're eating, Bedrick?
Yes, sir. Every Saturday night, I buy a 25-pound leg of lamb.
I see.
Sunday, we have roast leg of lamb.
Yeah.
Monday, we have lamb a la king.
Lamb a la king, huh?
Yep. Tuesday, we have lamb burgers. The wife rolls the lamb into little balls like a hamburger.
Lamb burgers you have, huh?
Wednesday, she breaks up what's left of the lamb burgers. It's hash.
I see.
Thursday, she puts points on the hash. It's croquettes.
And Friday?
She trims the rest of the lamb off of the bone and throws the bone to the dog.
And Saturday?
Saturday, the wife takes the bone away from the dog and boils it.
And?
It's lamb soup. Brother, it's out of this world.
Well, Uncle Sam has got you on the lamb, and thank you, Bedrick Spiewak. Well, I guess that about takes care of...
Just a second, funny fellow. Falstaff's here, your Punchinello.
Openshaw.
The curse of verse is at your service.
Truer words were never spoken. Not more poems tonight, I hope.
Have you heard, when I whispered, "Be mine, my little plum," a voice from the closet said, "Beat it, bum"?
No.
She was my old flame till the night she went out with that squirt.
No, I haven't heard that.
Your yo-yo may be broken, mother, but still you're the tops to me.
Now, wait. Tonight we have been delving into the new meat conservation problem.
Precisely why I am here. I have written a poem.
And what is your round steak rondelay called?
Cut down on meat, toot sweet.
How does it go?
Our government is asking us to curtail our use of veal, to eliminate the beef and pork we've been eating every meal. The army needs your steak and chop, your cutlet and your roast. Each piece of meat you do not eat goes to some far-flung post. It's a small price to pay, a little veal, to finish off Hitler, that schlemiel. Give up your pot roast. Eat some chicken. You'll help to give those Japs a licking. Think of our boys in Alaska patrolling some windswept hummock. And remember that our army is traveling on your stomach.
And now, ladies and gentlemen, we greet our guest soloist. May I introduce Miss Jane Pickett. Miss Pickett. And how are you after your Chicago triumphs, Jane?
Oh, I'm fine, thank you, Fred.
Up to your 2 lines, are you?
Yes.
What are you going to sing for us tonight?
I'd like to do Daybreak.
Thank you. And now, ladies and gentlemen, Arthur Godfrey with a few well-chosen words on giving your car its fall war conditioning. All right, Arthur?
I ain't talking.
Well, cold weather's coming, Arthur. You're not going to tell people about getting their cars ready?
Why should I? Everybody knows cold weather's tough on cars.
Well, you might tell people how a Texaco dealer goes about preparing a car for chilly weather.
Everybody knows that. First, he drains the worn-out summer oil and puts in the right grade of insulated Haviland motor oil.
Well, don't you think you should tell the people what that word insulated means?
It's common knowledge, Fred. Insulated means that Haviland is processed by Texaco to protect your motor at any operating temperature, hot or cold. Why talk about it?
What about the rest of the Texaco dealer's fall war conditioning job? At least you should explain that.
But that's so elementary, Fred. He puts fine new Texaco gear lubricant in the differential and the transmission, and then he goes over the whole chassis, stem to stern, with his Marfax service to get every vital bearing ready for cold weather driving. That's all there is to it.
Then you have nothing at all to say?
Not a word. You just drive around to your Texaco dealer and let him do the talking.
I see your point. If this number had been completed, it would have been Al Goodman and his orchestra playing Three Little Words. The only...
Mr. Allen!
Well, of course. Say, what? What is that? What is that salute? You're not in the service yet, are you?
Almost. I'm studying to be a ripple.
What is a ripple?
Well, if I make good as a ripple, I'm going to be a wave.
Oh, you're going to work your way up, huh? Fine. You know, the Navy hopes to enlist many more girls in its reserve group shortly.
I know. Mama wants to be a wave, too.
Oh, your mother's too lazy. If she started out to be a wave, your mother would end up a sleepy lagoon. Well, I'll have to get busy, Portland. Our guest tonight is Roy Rogers, the cowboy star.
Say, Fred, if Roy's a cowboy, he won't understand the way we talk here in the East. We all ought to talk Western, huh?
Yeah.
And we should have a cowboy theme song for Mr. Rogers, too.
Well, that's a good idea, kids. My eyes are bad. How do I know who's... I tell you what we'll do. We'll all talk Western when Roy shows up. And, Arthur, can you and the boys whip up a cowboy lament?
Anything we sing, you lament.
All
right, fellas, let's go.
Oh, give me a home where the buffalo roam.
To the off-key strains of Home on the Range, we present a chap whose songs and pictures have made him the idol of millions of children and grown-ups here in America. He's the Republic picture star, the king of the cowboys, Roy Rogers.
Well, doggone it. Thank you very much, folks, and thank you, Fred. It's sure nice of you to give me such a swell send-off up here in the big city.
Well, we just wanted to make you feel at home, Roy. Now, how did you like that melody Arthur and the boys cooked up for you?
Oh, boy, that song took me right back to the prairie, Fred.
Well, you've never seen a prairie as flat as that song. Say, you haven't met our gang. This is Portland, Roy. Don't forget, talk Western, Portland.
Howdy, partner. Yippee!
And this is Arthur Godfrey, Roy.
Hiya, cowboy. What do you hear from the hood?
Well, Roy, what do you think of them?
Well, Fred, what are they? Refugees?
You have never heard any cowboys talk like that?
Only on the radio, Fred.
I get it. They have Zeke Manners dialect. Well, I've seen all of your pictures, including your latest Republic picture, Heart of the Golden West, Roy, and I'd like to ask you something. About your Hollywood institution, how do you account for your popularity and your hold on millions of fans?
Well, Fred, all of my stories that they make for us out there are simple and clean.
Mm-hmm.
About 50% of my fans are children. Well, I don't smoke or drink on the screen. I always try to set a good example for the boys and girls.
Well, no wonder your pictures are so popular. I certainly envy you, Roy. I wish I was a cowboy star.
Well, shucks, Fred, I think you'd make a swell cowboy.
Oh, you're just saying that.
No, really, I mean it. Have you ever been on a horse?
Not for long. I spent a weekend at a dude ranch once. They gave me a saddle with built-in Sloan's liniment. But it didn't help.
But riding's easy, Fred. Once you get a good seat, it's a cinch.
Well, I have a good seat. My problem was grounding it. Had the equipment. I couldn't locate it.
You mean you and the horse didn't see eye to eye?
Our eyes were the only two things that met, Roy.
Well, I'll tell you, Fred, you know the rodeo's leaving for Boston tonight.
Uh-huh.
Then we're going from there to Buffalo. Why don't you come along with us?
Oh, how would I look in one of those outfits that you have on here tonight? Say, how do you get into those tight pants, Roy? Do you have the bones taken out of your legs to...
No, Fred, we just butter our ankles and sort of slip them on.
You butter your ankles?
Mm-hmm.
Well, with those pants on, I'd look like a fat slingshot, Roy. Takes sound a long time to travel in here.
Yes, sir.
And tell me, how would I look in one of those cowboy hats, Roy?
Well, I don't know, Fred. Try mine on and see.
Let me see how I'd look in one. Now, say, with this Pampas beret on, I look something like the mayor, don't I? No, I guess it won't do, Roy. I'm just a drugstore cowboy. I'll stick around the old Bar Liggett Ranch. But tell me, you've been in New York 3 weeks now with the rodeo. Has anything here impressed you?
Yes, Fred. I didn't realize New York was such a big mining town.
A mining town?
Yes, every morning at 42nd Street, I see hundreds of people rushing down into the mines.
Roy, that is the subway, not the mines.
Well, what are subways, Fred?
They're sunken trails, Roy. The subways are something like the West. They go bucking up to the Bronx instead of... Well, Roy, I've written a little Western sketch for us later in the program, but before we get to it, I wonder if you'd do me a favor.
Well, I'll be glad to, Fred. What's on your mind?
Millions of people have been hearing that song, I've Got Spurs That Jingle, Jangle, Jingle.
You want me to sing it for you?
No, everyone's heard the song, Roy, but no one, as far as I know, has ever really heard the spurs that jingle, jangle, jingle.
Hey, that's right.
Now, you have your spurs on tonight, Roy.
Yes.
Would you, Roy?
Anything you say, Fred.
Good. Well, there's the microphone on the floor. Are you ready, Roy?
All set.
Well, let's go. Ladies and gentlemen, for the first time on the air, you have actually heard the spurs that jingle, jangle, jingle. Thanks a lot, Roy.
Oh, it was nothing, Fred. Really.
And now as an encore, what about a song?
All right, Fred, I'd like to do a little number I haven't done for quite some time. It's called A Gay Ranchero.
Senor Goodman, spiel, if you will.
A gay ranchero, a caballero, can always find someone to pair. A senorita, a sweet pepita, her other loves will soon forget. If he's insistent and she's not distant, the senorita will confess. Her gay ranchero, her caballero, need only ask and she'll say yes. Soon there'll be a fiesta with a blushing bride, and the gay ranchero standing by her side. If they find a promise that they have in store, they'll be counting little chicos by the score. Back on the rancho, we now find Pancho with his Pepita by his side. She thinks he's handsome, worth any ransom. To him she's still a blushing bride. Our gay ranchero, our caballero, still tells the world of how they met. This gay ranchero, this caballero, says he has nothing to regret. Now to end the story that I once was told, here's a little secret that I must unfold. For they found a promise that they had in store. Now they're really counting chicos by the score.
And now, ladies and gentlemen, the Texaco Workshop Players, starring Roy Rogers, present a stirring saga of the wild and woolly West entitled The Courtin' of Ginny Suggs. Our story opens in the little town of Rat's Breath, Idaho. The first scene takes place in the Last Chance Saloon. Music, Professor.
Well, howdy, boys. Howdy, stranger.
Well, it ain't a stranger. It's Cactus Face Allen.
Give everybody a drink, bartender. It's on me. What you drinking, man? Name your poison.
Well, I'll have a Fusel Oil Ricky with a dash of Johnson's Wax.
Hey, bartender, make mine a glass of sour milk with a toadstool into it. I'm driving.
He's driving. Strong. What's yours, Cactus? Well, give me the oak mulgy julep, bartender. A short jolt of sheep dip with a ball of henbane floating in it.
You want the henbane frappede, Cactus?
Yeah. Work your will on it, bartender. Give me the works. This is my homecoming.
Well, we thought you was dead, Cactus.
Hey, you've been gone 3 years, Cactus. Where you been?
Well, back in 39, men, I got a letter. I had to go to school for 3 years to learn how to read to see what was in the letter.
Yeah? Who was the letter from, Cactus?
The draft board, Graham. That's why I hot-tailed it back here tonight, men. I'm a-getting married.
Why, who you fixing to marry, Cactus?
Little Ginny Suggs, the prettiest bit of man-bait in the town of Rat Breath, Idaho, men. Ginny's still a-singing in this here saloon, ain't she?
Ginny sure is.
Here comes Ginny now.
Well, howdy, Ginny. It's me, Cactus. I come back to marry you.
You and me was sweet 3 years ago, Cactus. Things has changed.
Well, you was wearing my Wilkie button when I left.
Not no more, though, Cactus. I'm spoke for.
Spoke for?
Here's my engagement ring. You can see the Cracker Jack still stuck to it.
Well, who's aiming to fry my fish, Ginny Suggs?
Pretty Boy Roy's my new beau. Come over here, Pretty Boy.
Well, howdy, Jenny.
Howdy.
Howdy, boys.
Howdy, Pretty Boy. This here's Cactus Allen, Pretty Boy. Cactus used to be my intendant.
And I'm plenty tough, pretty boy. I was born in a rattlesnake's nest, and I weaned myself on venom.
Well, you still look plenty snaky to me, stranger.
My paw was 9 parts snake. Pa had to coil before he could get up. Pa finally got so snaky when Pa drank, he seen men.
Hush your ingrown mouth, Cactus. Me and Roy's fixing to hit.
Well, I'll challenge you to a contest, pretty boy. I'll run you, swar you, or shoot you. The winner to marry little Ginny Suggs. That's far and squar, ain't it?
That's far and squar with me, Cactus.
Hush your fuss, Cactus. Roy come here tonight to call a squire down.
That's far enough, effing it's squaw, Ginny. I'll outcall him.
Let's go.
Get your fiddle out, Gramp. Me and Pretty Boy here's calling a squaw dance. Let's go.
All right, everybody, grab your horses. Oh, join hands and circle down south and let a little moonshine in your mouth and lose your holes in the Grand Hill back to Lady and Lee. Swing your paws a little bit hard now, a little left in your own backyard and hurry up, boys, and don't be slow and sip your meal and mix your dough and save a heel and pat your toe and meet your partner and roll the floor. It's your turn now, Cactus.
How about a see off in, circle forward, gone again. Change your right hand, lead to the left hand, part to the right as she comes round. Hold your home and take a little dance. Swing your honey, watch her prance. Everybody, swing!
All right, folks, how'd you like Pretty Boy?
Well, how was my call-in, folks?
Hey, you! Yoo-hoo, Roy's bestie. Where's my ham?
Now, hold on. No, we don't. I'll shoot you for Ginny, pretty boy. That's far and squar, ain't it?
Well, it's far and squar, Cactus. Name your shot.
You shoot first.
Okay. See that tenderfoot drinking that martini down t'other end of the bar?
Yeah?
Watch it.
Jeepers. The first shot lifted the olive out of the martini. The second shot blew the pimento clean out of the olive.
All right, your turn, Captain.
Okay. See that t'other tenderfoot smoking the corncob pipe? Here goes his stem.
There goes his nose, Cactus.
Looks like Roy wins again, Captain.
Now, one more test, pretty boy. The man with the best manners marries Ginny Suggs. Now, that's far and squar.
Well, that's far and squar with me.
This'll be the last. How polite are you, Cactus?
Well, I'm so polite, every time I beat a woman up, I blush to the roots of my hair.
How good are your manners, Roy?
Well, I'm so polite I wear my sombrero in bed.
Why?
So as if when I see a lady in my dreams, I can tip my hat.
You win, pretty boy.
I'm yours.
Come to my arms, Jenny mine.
Not so fast, pretty boy, Roy. Take this, you varmint.
Cactus, you shot him. Roy beat you, fine squaw.
What? No, another foreign squaw. Pretty boy Roy wanted to touch your burlap, Jenny, claiming he had manners. He was a deceiving coot, and I can prove it.
You can prove it, Cactus.
Look at this paper sticking out in his pocket here.
What is it?
It's an application for work in a shipyard. Pretty boy Roy didn't have no respect for womanhood.
How come, Cactus?
Any man who goes to work in a shipyard today is putting some woman out of a job.
Before we close up the Texaco Star Theater, I want to thank Roy Rogers for joining us tonight. Now, next week, ladies and gentlemen, our guests will be the Merrimacks and Robert Benchley. And here's Arthur Godfrey to prepare you for a visitor.
Yes, one of these days, a volunteer worker from your local community war chest is going to knock at your door. Now, maybe you're going to think the community chest isn't so important this year, but believe me, there's more need now than ever, especially for aid to soldiers' dependents, to our soldiers who are war prisoners, and to bombed and destitute families of our fighting allies. When you give to your community war chest, you give to all of them, so give generously.
Thank you, Arthur. This is Fred Allen speaking for Texaco dealers from coast to coast, reminding you to drive under 35 to save rubber, and to drive into your Texaco dealer regularly to have your tires checked. Remember, you're welcome. Good night.
This is the Columbia Broadcasting System.
Stay tuned to Phil Baker and Take It or Leave It, followed at 10:30 p.m. by the dramatic CBS World News feature, A Report to the Nation. 10 p.m. BULOVA, Boulevard Watch Time. WABC, New York. 880 on your dial.
It's Texaco time with Fred Allen, Robert Benchley, the Merrimacks, Portman Hoffer, and Al Goodman and his orchestra. This is Arthur Godfrey bidding you welcome to the Texaco Star Theater for your friends and neighbors, Texaco dealers from coast to coast. And speaking of neighbors, a neighbor of mine was boasting the other day that he was not using all the tickets in his gasoline ration book just because he's got 'em. He's going easy. Take it from me, that fella's plenty smart. Because the less gasoline you use, the less you wear your tires. Even if you live where gasoline isn't rationed yet, it's still a good idea to go easy. Don't drive a single unnecessary mile. Then your tires will last longer, and your car can keep on giving its essential service for a long, long time. Yes, go easy. And for expert car and tire care, go to your neighborhood Texaco dealer. Next Tuesday is election day, folks. Don't forget our candidate. He isn't the people's choice. He doesn't want your vote. All he wants is 30 minutes of your time. And here he is, Fred Allen.
Thank you, and good evening. Thank you very much. Man with no arms is cheering. You take a pause. Thank you. Thank you, and good evening, ladies and gentlemen. Well, Arthur, you seem to look a little thinner tonight.
I know, Fred. I just lost 13 pounds.
13 pounds. Well, you certainly look it, I must say. Your Adam's apple seems to have shrunk, Arthur. Your Adam's apple looks like the ghost of a dead grape, I must say from here. And your neck is thin, too. Your neck looks as though somebody's leg is hanging out of your collar there. What's wrong? What's wrong, Arthur?
Oh, it's that new meat ruling, Fred. I've been eating in restaurants on Meatless Tuesday.
Oh, you mean you haven't been getting enough meat? Enough to eat, rather?
Have you tried one of those new Meatless Day ham sandwiches?
What is a Meatless Day ham sandwich?
It's 2 slices of white bread.
Yeah?
When you lift up the top slice, there's a big daub of mustard on the bottom slice.
And, no meat?
Under the mustard, there's an IOU for a piece of ham.
Well, meatless days are a problem, all right. You know, last Tuesday, to keep going, Arthur, I ate about 20 pig's feet. I didn't sleep all night.
What happened?
Well, as soon as I got to sleep, I dreamed that Phil Spatolny was playing the Star-Spangled Banner. And those 20 pig's feet in my stomach stood up. My stomach felt like a parade ground for most of the night. Well, if you have nothing else on your mind, Arthur.
I have one thing, sir.
One thing, yes?
You read about this new ceiling on salaries?
Yes, the law says you can now make $25,000 a year.
You know the salary that I'm getting from you?
Yes.
Who do I see about making up the difference?
You can take it up with the Goodwill Court, Arthur. While you go into conference with Mr. Anthony, I shall turn lightly to the latest news of the week. The March of Trivia presents its weekly lowlight from the world of news. Washington, D.C. On November 29th, Price Administrator Leon Henderson announces coffee rationing will start throughout the nation. Every person over 15 years of age will be limited to 1 cup of coffee per day. Coffee ruling is greeted with mixed reactions throughout the country. A prominent epicure says,
"There's only one way a coffee lover can make 1 cup of coffee last all day.
How?
He can freeze it and suck it like a lollipop."
A Canarsie housewife says,
Coffee rationing busted up my home.
well, how? How, madam?
Well, my husband and me is each supposed to get 1 cup of coffee, right?
That's right, correct.
Every morning my husband gets up and drinks both cups of coffee. I'm suing for divorce.
Have you got the grounds?
And how, mister? I got a percolator full of them.
A man about Bowery says,
"This coffee rationing is ruining panhandling."
You mean don't people give you a dime for coffee these days?
Well, yeah, but it's embarrassing.
Embarrassing how?
Well, people give me the dime, okay, but then they follow me to see where I'm going to get the coffee.
A downtown matron who is ready to cope with the coffee rationing is Mrs. Lamont Schreiber. You are prepared, are you, Mrs. Schreiber?
Who is not prepared today is only one thing.
And that is?
Unprepared.
How are you coping
So,
with...
in our house is living 3 families. The Schreibers, the Pinkertons, and the Nussbaums.
3 families, I see.
Everything we are pooling.
Mm-hmm.
The automobile, the bathtub, the coffee.
Now, wait a minute. How can 3 families pool their coffee?
Every morning I'm filling up a little tea bag, but with coffee beans.
Uh-huh, you're making a coffee bag.
Exactly.
Uh-huh.
From 6 a.m. till noon, the Pinkertons is having the coffee bag.
I see.
From noon till 6 p.m., the Nussbaums is using.
The Nussbaums, uh-huh.
At 6 p.m., we, the Schreibers, are getting the coffee bag.
Well, after that coffee soaks for 12 hours, what is there left for you?
Nothing. We, the Schreibers, are holding the bag.
Well, now you know how my right eye feels. And thank you, Mrs. Lamont Schreiber. And now a caffeine authority, Mr. Derek Dobbin. How do you feel about this 1 cup of coffee a day, Derek?
Well, it's just going to make dunking a lost art.
Oh, you are a dunker, are you?
I eat between 80 and 90 donuts a day.
You eat between... you like donuts, do you?
I can't stand them mahogany bagels. But I gotta eat them to get the coffee.
Well, why?
Well, I wear glasses, see?
Yeah?
When I get a hot cup of coffee and bend down to drink it,
uh-huh,
the steam comes up and stains my glasses.
You can't see anything?
I can't find the coffee.
Well, where does the donut...
If I got a donut in my hand, I can feel around with the donut and locate the coffee.
Can't you just feel around?
And blister me fingers? That little old Derek.
Well, tell me, what is your candid opinion of dunking, Derek?
Well, there's different methods.
Techniques, you mean?
Yeah. There's the sneaky dunkers.
Uh-huh.
Them guys that skim the donut up the side of their cups and ooze it into their coffee slide.
They're afraid someone will catch them, huh?
Yeah. Then there's the messy dunkers.
Messy?
Yeah, they pour their coffee into their saucers and spank it with their crullers.
Well, that is messy.
Yeah, it's like eating in back of a motorboat.
Well, as a dunker, Derek, what is your off the record, mind you, what is your off the record reaction to this coffee rationing?
So what? If there's no coffee, so what?
Well, you don't think people are going to miss coffee?
After the mental drive,
Who's got a pot to put in it?
That's no eye cup you've got there under your vest, brother. And thank you, Derek Jarvis. Well, I guess that concludes.
Have you a moment? My hokey friend, Falstaff's here with poems, no end.
Open short. You haven't been composing.
Have you heard I knew she was a welder when she carried the torch for me?
No, I haven't heard that.
Said the cockatoo to the kangaroo, if you could moo, I could go for you?
No, I haven't heard that.
I'll stick to you, Mother, though you're old and gray. Because of you, I'm in class 3A.
I've been waiting for this moment to come. It has arrived. Tonight we have been discussing the lunch won't save you tonight. Tonight we have been discussing the coffee rationing.
Precisely why I am here. I have written a poem.
And what is your coffee canto called?
Rinse out the silex, Mother.
Rinse out the... Well, how does it go?
Rinse out the silex, Mother. Put my mustache cup away. They're going to ration coffee. The news came out today. I'm going to miss that steaming cup I held under my schnozola. A donut will never taste the same, dunked in Pepsi-Cola. Coffee leggers may soon appear with hideouts where we can go to get a cup of Java. We'll rap and ask for Mo. So rinse out the silex, Mother, and place it on the sink. For years it's brewed my mocha, and I haven't slept a wink. Give my coffee to some soldier boy who is fighting for our rights. And instead of me, Herr Hitler will be having sleepless nights.
Well, thank you, Walter. Thank you very much. Tonight, ladies and gentlemen, we welcome back to our frustrated midst a little band of vocal troubadours who were on our program for several seasons a few years back. I'd like to have you meet the Merrimacs, ladies and gentlemen. Well, boys, what have you been doing since you left us?
We've been making pictures out in Hollywood, Fred.
Good.
We've been making records, and we've been making personal appearances.
Well, tell me, Ted, how did you, Merrimacs, ever come to leave our program?
You took us out to Hollywood, and we heard about money, remember?
We lose more actors that way. I don't know what it is. Well, before you boys get away again tonight, Ted, what about your song?
We're going to do Praise the Lord and Pass the Ammunition.
Fine. Mr. Goodman?
Down went the gunner, a bullet was his face. Down went the gunner, and then the gunner's mate. Up jumped the sky pilot, gave the boys a look, and then the gunner himself as he laid aside his book. Shouting, praise the Lord and pass the ammunition. Praise the Lord and pass the ammunition. Praise the Lord and pass the ammunition, and we'll all stay free. Praise the Lord and swing into position. Tear the fort to sail around the ocean. Praise the Lord, we're all between perdition and the deep blue sea. Yes, the sky pilot said it. You've got to give him credit for a son of a gunner was he. Shout and praise the Lord, we're on a mighty mission. All aboard, we're not a-going fishing. Praise the Lord and pass the ammunition, and we'll all stay free. Pass the ammunition. Praise the Lord, pass the ammunition. Praise the Lord, pass the ammunition, and we'll all stay free. Oh, brother, praise the Lord. Stand aboard, sail around the waist. Praise the Lord, we're all between perdition and the deep blue sea. Oh, brother, praise the Lord, we're on a mighty mission. All aboard, we're not a-going fishing. Praise the Lord, we're all the ammunition, and we'll all stay free. Yes, the sky pilot wrote it. Join me while I quote it. There's a plenty religion for you and for me. Shout and praise the Lord, pass the ammunition. Praise the Lord, pass the ammunition. Praise the Lord, pass the ammunition, and we'll all stay free. Hallelujah! Praise the Lord. Hallelujah! Praise the Lord. Shout and praise the Lord, pass the ammunition, and we'll all stay free.
Say, Fred.
Yes, Arthur?
Fred, I know something that'll never be rationed.
What's that, Freckles? Love? Freckles?
No, oh moly one. Service.
Service?
Yes, sir. Texaco service. You see, the more and better service a Texaco dealer gives your car, the longer you're going to be able to drive it to and from work. And the longer you drive, the longer he's going to stay in business. Make sense?
If anything ever did, it does.
Well, listen. Darn few people are driving cars today that are less than a year old. Most of them are 2 and 3 years old.
That's right.
And we'd better keep them properly lubricated if we hope to keep them rolling, especially in cold weather driving. Your car's only heading for trouble if you're still using last summer's lubricant.
What do you suggest doing about it, Arthur?
I'd get around and see my Texaco dealer and get it war conditioned. He'll drain that worn summer oil out of the crankcase and put in insulated Haviland motor oil. That'll protect the engine from excessive wear. He'll put fine new Texaco gear lubricants into the transmission and the differential to protect those costly gears. And finally, to protect every vital chassis point, he'll go over it from stem to stern with his Marpac service. Mister, with a Texaco dealer's special care, that car of yours will wear and wear. And it's got to wear, fella, for victory.
That was Al Goodman and his orchestra giving a musical synopsis of Little Bo Peep. And now...
Mr. Allen!
Of course, Len. Well, Portland.
Mr. Allen, have you a fountain pen?
Well, I have a small boy's pen. It's a little Schaefer. What do you want it for?
I've got to finish this letter to my cousin Archie at Fort Sick.
Oh, that's nice, writing a letter to Archie.
It's for Mama.
Uh-huh.
Mama says if Archie is a dull boy now, he should send some of it home.
$50 a month, and in your family, he's a capitalist already. What else are you writing?
Oh, I'm sending Archie all the news. Mama is a whack in the Army.
Yeah.
I'm a wave in the Navy.
Yeah.
And Cousin Joe is a wolf in the Marines.
He's a leathernecker, huh? Well, is that the letter you have there?
Yes. I've only written the P.S.
Well, that saves a lot of time, just writing the, what is the P.S. there?
It says, quote, we are getting your Christmas package ready to mail early, Archie.
Uh-huh.
We are having a little trouble sending what you asked for. Uncle Phil has the big packing case all ready.
Yeah.
But he can't touch Hetty Lamar.
Well, maybe he ought to change his bait. Remind him. Well, here's the fountain pen I have to make with the guest here. I'm busy now.
Who's coming tonight?
Well, Bob Benchley called up and said he had something to tell me, and it's very important.
Is this Mr. B coming in?
So it is. The man in the middle, the other two minions are holding. Ladies and gentlemen, he's got eminent authority on wit and humor. You gave the reception too quickly. Now, you'll have to give it again. Wait till I give you the thing here. Ladies and gentlemen, meet that eminent authority on wit and humor, that Hollywood glamour boy, that man about Inkwell, Robert Benchley.
Thank you, Fred.
Well, welcome back to our program, Bob.
Have I been here before?
Oh, yes, Bob. Looking through the house for some scrap metal recently, I ran across an old egg we laid on this program about 3 years ago.
A double yoker?
Yes, a double yoker, Bob. You and I used this program for a nest back in 39. Don't you remember?
I have a vague recollection. Are you with the same sponsor?
No, Bob. Right after you were on the program, I changed sponsor.
Well, that's usually what happens, I find. Have you any plans after the night?
No, Bob, I think we're all right tonight. This sponsor is broad-minded. But tell me, what have you been doing lately?
Oh, I've been out in Hollywood doing odd jobs.
You've been making pictures?
Off and on. I was Slim Somerville's stand-in for a while.
Mm-hmm.
And when Mickey Rooney's voice changed, I stepped in and finished a picture for him.
For Mickey Rooney. Well, how did it come out?
Well, the critic said I gave the part more Mickey than Rooney.
Well, you know, most people coming back from Hollywood, Bob, are all tanned up. But your complexion is tattletale gray, I'd say.
Well, I do look like the color of cat meat tonight, I guess.
Yes,
Last
you
night
are.
was Halloween, you know, Fred.
Oh, Halloween. Were you out late?
Well, I put Bull over to bed.
What can you, tell me, what can you do here in New York on Halloween?
Oh, a bunch of us raised old men. You know, we took the doorman from Leon and Eddie's and left him in front of the Stork Club.
No kidding.
Then we rubbed soap on those little windows in the automat.
Yeah.
People thought that there was whipped cream on it. Then we tipped over 2 nightclubs on 52nd Street and wound up at 21 bobbing for pineapples in the old-fashioned.
Well, no wonder you look like Boris Karloff's ectoplasm.
My mouth tastes as if a camel has just pulled his foot out of it. But enough about me, Fred. Did you have any Halloween fun?
Well, I pushed a few tomatoes through the Venetian blinds at the Union League Club, Bob. And then I rang the doorbell at the Empire State Building and hid while Al Smith came to the window with a candle in his hand. Tell me, did you ring any doorbells last night?
Well, I pulled a doorbell on 59th Street. 5 guys came out, and I made a big mistake. I ran.
Running was a mistake?
Yeah, the 5 guys turned out to be my draft boys.
No kidding.
When they saw that I still had strength enough to run, they put me up to 4F.
Moved you up to 4F? Well, what were you before?
Well, I wasn't in any class. All it said on my draft card was, "Are you kidding?"
Well, I know you've been down in Washington a lot lately doing some work for the government, Bob.
Yes, I've been doing what I can. Glad to do it, Fred.
Well, there are a lot of writers down there. I heard that someone wrote a new war song down in Washington. It's called Praise the Lord and Pass the Prohibition. But, Bob, you called me up and said it was something important. Is it about my program?
Yes, Fred. I was standing at a bar the other night.
You were standing?
Well, it was early in the evening.
Oh, well.
And I heard a voice say, somebody ought to tell Fred about his new program.
Uh-huh.
I looked around and I was alone. So it put it squarely up to me, didn't it?
Yes, it did. Well, what's on your mind, Bob?
Well, Fred, there comes a time in every man's life when some friend has to take him aside and tell him.
I'm using the wrong soap, Bob?
No, but you're getting the same effect with your program.
What should I do, Bob? Get off the air or brazen it out like Benny is doing?
Don't be silly, Fred. There's nothing the matter with your program that a few laughs won't cure.
Well, how can I get the laughs? I've tried guest stars.
Well, guest stars won't help, Fred. I've proved that 100 times. You should try the Benchley theory.
What is the Benchley theory?
Well, I've discovered that there are 3 words that never fail to get laughs from a radio audience.
3 surefire words. Now, what are they?
First, the word jerk.
Jerk, uh-huh.
Second, any reference to Brooklyn.
Uh-huh. And third?
Any mention of Bing Crosby's horses.
Well, go on, Bob.
By combining these 3 words in one sentence, I can get the biggest laugh ever heard in radio.
Well, we can use the biggest laugh ever heard in radio right about now, Bob.
And you're going to get it, son. Are you ready?
Yes, Bob.
Very good. I'll combine the 3 words.
Well, let's go.
A jerk in Brooklyn was riding one of Bing Crosby's horses.
Well, Bob?
Well, so much for the Benchley theory. Now, my second theory...
Now, look, Bob, I don't need theories. How can I fix up this program I have here, my program?
Well, there's only one thing to do, Fred.
Yes?
Get rid of this guy, Rochester. Fred, he's ruining you.
Now, wait a minute. Rochester isn't on.
And that kid Dennis Day. All right for community singing, but not for you. I've been studying your program, Fred.
Rochester and Dennis Day? Bob, are you sure you've been listening to our show?
Well, if you're pinning me down, no. But I try to. Something happens every Sunday.
Well, how do you mean?
If you have a few minutes, Fred, I'll show you.
All right. Mr. Goodman will play a little music, Bob. Now, you get your story together. Well, Bob, you promised to tell us why you can't hear our program.
Every Sunday night, it's the same routine, Fred.
Well, what happened?
Pull up a chair and I'll show you.
Robert!
Yes, Mary?
You said you wanted to listen to Fred Allen's program. It's almost time.
Gosh, that's right. That guy Allen is a cause.
I'll turn on the radio.
And here he is, the star of the Texaco Star Theater, Fred Allen.
That Allen kills me.
He hasn't said anything yet.
Well, he will. Listen.
Thank you, and good evening, ladies and gentlemen. Say, Arthur.
Yes, Fred?
Did you hear that joke about the camel who...
Darn that static.
Must be a storm coming up.
And the camel leaned over and that's what he said.
Oh, Fig Newtons, I missed the whole joke.
And that's not all, Arthur.
Good, the static's gone now.
A funny thing happened on my way to the studio tonight. A horse and cab drove up, and this chorus girl looked out of the cab and said,
Mary, tell that maid to stop dialing the phone.
With that, the cab driver jumped down off his seat and yelled,
Beulah, will you stop using that phone?
and that's when the horse fainted.
That guy Alan is funny.
You haven't heard anything yet.
And now we turn to the latest news of the week.
Oh, the newsreel. Oh, this is the best part of the show, I think.
New York City, New York. Mayor LaGuardia states that this coming week will be a great week.
Mary, will you answer that door?
I can't go to the door in this dirty mandarin coat.
The mayor says because of the toothpick shortage.
All right, I'll answer.
I'll turn off the radio.
Is the man of the house in? Who do I look like, Dipsy Rose Lee? Are you a registered voter? Yes, but I'm not voting tonight. I'm listening to the Fred Allen Show. Who's asking you to vote? Look, I'm listening to the Fred Allen Show.
Not yet, you ain't, missy. First you listen to me.
Who are you?
I'm from the Daily Globe. We're conducting a straw vote.
Look, now...
Fill out this blank. Who are you voting for? Hart, Gaffner, Marks, or Dewey?
I'm not voting for anybody.
Yes. Hey, you're Robert Bentley, ain't you?
Yes.
I've seen you in shorts.
So what?
Brother, do you...
You just closed the door in time, Robert.
Oh, that darn pest. Well, we'll get back to the Allen performance.
I'll turn on the radio.
And thank you, Falstaff Openshaw. Well, so much for the newsreel, folks.
Oh, kumquats. I missed the whole newsreel.
And now Mr. Goodman plays.
Mr. Allen!
Well, Portland, better late than never.
Oh, boy, just in time. Here's Portland. He's a scream.
Well, Portland, what's new?
As I always say.
Good grief, what's that buzzing?
Oh, it must be the icebox. It generally starts about this time.
And what did your mother say, Portland?
It was funny. Mother said.
And she's the one who can do it, too.
Oh, darn that old icebox. I missed the whole joke.
And here he is, folks, Arthur Godfrey.
Let a Texaco dealer get your car ready for cold weather driving. Make him your car warden. Let your Texaco dealer care for your car for your country.
That came through nice and clear, Robert.
Oh, sure. Nothing ever stops the commercial.
And now we present our guest star, Orson Welles.
Oh, boy, Orson Welles and Fred Allen. Say, this will be a scream.
Well, Orson, old boy, a funny thing must have happened to you on your way to the theater studio tonight.
Here's the phone, Robert. I'll answer it.
I'll be a soft nougatine.
Turn off the radio. Hello? Yes, Mr. Bentley's here. For you, Robert.
Oh, crabsy. Hello? Yes? This is Mr. Bentley. Who's this? The Grosveney radio poll. What program am I listening to? Oh, I'm trying to listen to the Fred Allen program. Allen, that's right. Fred Allen. Of course he's still on the air. Goodbye. Radio surveys call you. How can you listen to a program? Surveys my...
Don't start cussing, Robert. Sit down and enjoy the radio.
All right. Lucky Allen does an hour program. At least I can hear the last half hour. I'll turn it on now.
This is Fred Allen saying good night, ladies and gentlemen. I hope you like our new half-hour show. We'll be back with 30 minutes of fun again next Sunday night.
That's done it. I'm going out and skin the cat.
Well, I'm sorry you miss our program every Sunday night, Bob.
Well, I didn't miss it tonight, Fred. I enjoyed every minute of it.
Well, thank you a lot, Bob. Next week, ladies and gentlemen, our guest will be Miss Joan Edwards of your hit parade and Hugh Herbert, hot from Hollywood. And now, Arthur, have you anything to add?
Just a little rhyme that Falstaff Openshaw gave me, Fred. It goes like this. Lives of tires all remind us driving fast is now a crime. We can put more miles behind us if we only take our time.
In other words?
Stay under 35 to save rubber, and to save your car, have a Texaco dealer get it ready now for cold weather.
Thank you, Arthur. This is Fred Allen speaking for Texaco dealers from coast to coast, reminding you to drive in regularly to have your tires checked. Remember, you're welcome. Good night. Thank you.
This is the Columbia Broadcasting System.
Immediately following station identification, you'll hear Phil Baker in Take It or Leave It. And at 10:30, CBS World News brings you a dramatic summary of the week's developments in A Report to the Nation. 10 p.m., BULOVA, Bull of a Watch Time. 10 p.m., BULOVA, Bull of a Watch Time. 10 p.m., BULOVA, Bull of a Watch Time. 10 p.m., BULOVA...
It's Texaco time with Fred Allen, Hugh Herbert, Joan Edwards, Portland Hoffa, and Al Goodman and his orchestra. This is Arthur Godfrey inviting you to the Texaco Star Theater and saying you're welcome for Texaco dealers from coast to coast. You know, I bet there's a lot of folks listening to us tonight who wouldn't be home if it weren't for the war. They'd be out driving in the family car. But they're sitting by the radio these evenings, cutting out every bit of driving that isn't absolutely necessary. You see, they know that it's the patriotic duty of every American driver to save his tires for essential driving. Let's all be smart and follow their example. Don't use all those gasoline ration tickets just because you've got them. Save that priceless rubber. And see your Texaco dealer regularly for car and tire care. Ladies and gentlemen, we regret to announce that the comedian originally scheduled to be heard at this time will be heard. And here he is, Fred Allen.
Thank you, and good evening, ladies and gentlemen. Well, now that you have the program started, Arthur, don't you think you'd better go and lie down? You look all in tonight, old boy.
I know, Fred. I haven't been getting much sleep lately.
What's wrong?
It's coffee. Coffee has been keeping me awake.
Keeping you awake? You may...
I can't sleep.
Oh, our people are versatile. They make up words you've never heard before. The script is only a device. We don't bother with this. Well, what's wrong?
If you don't pick that up, we're lost.
It's a coffee. Coffee's keeping you awake. You mean that you found a place to buy coffee, Arthur?
I have to stay up all night looking for a place.
Yes, well, that's the new game today, you know. The new game is chasing Sanborn. It's the new game.
Well, never mind me, Fred. You look well-rested tonight.
Well, I am well-rested, Arthur. I went to see Jack Benny's new picture this afternoon.
George Washington slept here?
George wasn't the only one who slept there. I slept every time Benny came on. Yes, sir, I feel like Rip Van Winkle did the day he got up, Arthur. And as Rip did, I think I shall turn to the latest news of the week. The March of Trivia presents its weekly lowlight from the world of news. New York City, New York. State OPA director announces that fuel oil registration is off to a slow start. Only small percentage of householders who must apply for fuel rations have filed applications for their quotas of oil and kerosene. Tonight, the March of Trivia interviews a brace of nobodies on their reactions to the fuel registration. Now, first, a gentleman from Queens, Barladuke Klepser. Now, Mr. How do you feel about the fuel problem, Barladuke?
Well, everybody can cut down on fuel by conserving hot water.
Conserving hot water?
Yes.
That is your system?
Yes. Every morning when I get up, I fill the bathtub up to the ring with hot water.
Yes. I see.
Now, when I get into the tub to take a bath, I carry 3 slices of toast, a tea bag, and 2 eggs.
You carried these into the tub with you, huh?
Yes. In exactly 3 minutes, the eggs are done, the tea is ready, I have breakfast in the tub.
And then?
Then I shave and relax a minute.
Oh, naturally.
Then I pull my laundry into the tub with me and wash it.
You sure make that hot water go a long way.
I'm not through yet.
Oh, no?
No. The water is still boiling hot, so I take it out in the backyard and pour it on my victory garden.
Well, doesn't that hot water hurt your vegetables?
Oh, it helps them, really.
It helps them, huh? Well, what came up in your victory garden this year?
A New England boiled dinner.
Well, I hope your cabbage wasn't hot-headed. And thank you, Bala Duclepsa. Now, next, a housewife from Flatbush, Mrs. Nemo Falvey. Are you anticipating any heating problem this winter, Mrs. Falvey?
With me, it's the same headache every winter.
Well, how do you mean, Mrs. Falvey?
We bought one of them houses they advertise in the paper.
Oh, one of those development abodes?
It's a gopher hole with shingles on it.
The place is flimsy, is it?
Flimsy? If you blow your nose upstairs, all the doors downstairs slam.
No kidding.
Termites come through the walls in one bite.
Well, what about your oil quota this year, Mrs. Falvey?
What difference does it make?
Well, you mean it doesn't...
The house has got more holes in it than Rommel's flank.
Well, how do you...
Well, when we turn on the furnace in the winter, the heat all goes outside through the walls.
Well, how do you keep warm?
When it gets good and cold nights, I go out and sit in the yard. It's cozy.
Well, this winter, you know, with less oil, the heat isn't going to go so far.
So I'll sit nearer the house.
Well, you won't be so apt to get homesick. And thank you, Mrs. Nemo Falvey. Now, an uptown resident who isn't worried is Rensselaer Rabinowitz. You have your fuel problem under control, Rensselaer?
Confidentially to you, I'm saying everything is hot.
Everything is hotsy-potsy,
Yes, sir.
Well, how do you, You have the biggest part in your hair, Mr. Rabinowitz. Well, how do you mean everything is hotsy-potsy?
Well, this winter, my wife and I wouldn't need any oil.
Don't need any oil? Why not?
We got no stove.
Oh, you mean the finance company?
No. I will explain it.
Well, I wish you would.
This I am doing.
Well, I wish I'd appreciate it.
2 weeks ago, could be Tuesday.
Yeah.
My wife is saying, Rensselaer, in the stove, putting a squirt kerosene.
Yes?
I am picking up the kerosene to put maybe in a squirt.
Uh-huh.
My wife is lighting a match. Better I shall seeing the stove.
Your wife lit a match too near the kerosene?
Poof. My wife, the stove, me together, everything is blowing through the building.
It blew the three of you?
In 20 years, for the first time with my wife, we are going out together.
You should be as old as that joke, and thank you. Rensselaer Rabinowitz. Well, I guess that takes care of it.
Apamo, Silly Billy, Falstaff's here, willy-nilly.
Now, Openshaw, you are not on the premises with more poems, I trust.
Oh, yes. Have you heard, I stopped strumming my mandolin when I heard her order the Anacin?
No, I don't think so.
The albatross sat on the moss and winked her eye at the big brown horse?
No, I haven't heard that.
My mother can't get up, officer. Someone put lead in her bustle.
Now, wait. Final straw. You have finally unnerved me, Falstaff. Tonight we are taking up oil and fuel rationing.
Precisely why I am here. I have written a poem.
What is your fuel poem called?
Some Rules for Fuels.
Well, how does it go?
You must conserve this winter. You can't waste oil or fuels. To show you how to save your heat, I've written out these rules. Have your burner cleaned, adjusted. Something inside may be busted. Don't heat rooms you aren't using. Heat you waste is fuel you're losing. At night, when you put out the cat, remember to lower your thermostat. If your chimney flue is sooty, rush it out. It is your duty. Let's conserve our heat for Uncle Sam. Wake up, folks, let's go. We'll keep the home fires burning, but we'll keep them burning low.
Well, thank you. Thank you, Falstaff. Now, tonight, ladies and gentlemen, we welcome to our midst the charming chanteuse, one of the singing stars on your hit parade, Miss Joan Edwards. Miss Joan Edwards. Joan, it's nice to have you with us tonight.
Well, thank you, Mr. Allen.
What would you like to sing?
I'd like to sing This is the Army, Mr. Jones.
Thank you.
A bunch of frightened rookies were listening with awe. They listened while a sergeant was laying down the law. They stood there at attention, their faces turning red. The sergeant looked them over, and this is what he said. This is the Army, Mr. Jones. No private rooms or telephones. You had your breakfast in bed before, but you won't have it there anymore. This is the Army, Mr. Green. We like the barracks nice and clean. You had a housemaid to clean your floor, but she won't help you out anymore. Do what the buglers command. They're in the Army and not in the band. This is the Army, Mr. Brown. You and your baby went to town. She had you worried, but this is war, and she won't worry you anymore. They wake you up each morning, you tumble out of bed. The sergeant says, step lively, you guys look like you're dead. You'd like to take the sergeant and fill him full of lead. But this is the Army, this is the Army, this is the Army, Mr. Jones, and you must do what the buglers command. They're in the Army and not in the band. This is the Army, Mr. Brown. You and your baby went to town. She had you worried, but this is war, and she won't worry you anymore.
Thank you very much, Joan. That was lovely. Well, now we...
Say, Fred.
Yes, Arthur?
What would you do if you saw me going around these chilly days in a Palm Beach suit, a straw hat, and open-toed sandals?
Well, I would say you were Dottie and the Crumpet, Arthur.
Well, you know that...
Man bet it wouldn't get a laughy one that we're all upset about.
You know, lots of people are doing something just as wacky, though.
Dressing that way? You mean they're still wearing their summer clothes?
No, Fred, but they're still driving their cars with last summer's lubricants. And when you do that, brother, you're just flirting with a big repair bill. Or worse still, you're fixing to wear out some part that may be hard to replace, and then your car's going to be completely out of action. A dead duck.
A defunct mallard, hey? Well, what is the remedy, Arthur?
An ounce of lubrication is worth a ton of car, Fred. Drive to your neighborhood Texaco dealer and get that car ready for cold weather service. He'll put the right grade of insulated Haviland, Texaco's famous motor oil, in the engine. He'll replace that worn-out summer lubricant in the transmission and differential with Texaco gear lubricant, and then he'll give the chassis a Marfac job, Texaco's super-duper lubrication that protects 40 vital points. Remember, if you're careless today, you may be carless tomorrow. So see your Texaco dealer and get that car set for cold weather tomorrow morning.
That was Gobs of Love, played by Al Goodman and his orchestra. Not quite Gobs, really.
Mr. Allen!
Well, Portland. What the... What is that? What is that? You sound like a man with no tongue trying to sing the Fuhrer's face. What is that?
I'm shivering. It's cold tonight.
Yes, it is cold. The election this week changed the weather. Everybody said it would be a cold day when the Republicans got in again, and it was. The whole weather. But tell me, thank you, a man from Albany. Thank you very much. Tell me, did your mother register for her fuel quota?
Well, I don't think we're
we're going to need any fuel. Uncle Phil is a Democrat.
Oh, being a Democrat is going to keep him warm?
Uncle Phil says the heat's on.
Oh, yes, there were a lot of surprises this election.
I read about one man who was elected senator, and he can't even get to Washington.
Elected senator and he can't get to Washington? Why not?
He's a Republican. He hasn't got the fare.
Well, never mind politics, Portland. You'd better get some heavier things on.
Mama started to take our winter clothes out yesterday.
What happened?
Mama opened the door, and the moth pulled Mama into the closet.
The moth pulled you... Well, you have the jumbo moths, I think. The moths in our house are patriotic.
Oh, how can a moth be patriotic?
Well, all week long, these moths gobble up anything in my closet, but on Meatless Tuesdays, they only eat my soup and fish. They patriotic. Well, so much for levity, Portland. Let's turn to our guest.
Who's coming tonight?
Hugh Herbert. You've seen Hugh in pictures, of course.
I'll say, is he silly?
Is he silly? Well, you and Mr. Herbert may have something in common. We'll soon find out. Ladies and gentlemen, I'd like to have you meet a refugee from Hollywood, a man you have laughed at many times, and we're hoping for the best tonight, Mr. Hugh Herbert.
Thank you.
Well, Hugh, what brings you here tonight?
Oh, doctor's orders, Fred. Doctor's orders. I'm a nervous man. Doctor said I gotta have absolute quiet.
Absolute quiet? Absolute quiet, and the doctor suggested that you come on this program for the...
You heard your show last week.
Well, last Sunday before election, Hugh, things were quiet all over. But not tonight. Now, to start the laughs rolling, how about giving us a thumbnail sketch of your rise to fame? I imagine, like most actors, that you came from poor but honest parents.
No. My family was rich and crooked.
Rich and crooked, huh?
Crooked and rich. Well, we were crooked before we were rich.
Well, tell me, as a baby, were you pretty?
Oh, I was very pretty, very, very pretty. But I outgrew it a little, you know.
Yes, you certainly look like a mess tonight, Hugh. Your head looks like a soccer ball that somebody let the wind out of.
I know my head is flat. Yes. People keep leaving things on top of it all the time. See? I found a cup of the saucer up there the other day, you know.
Well, you should keep your hat on when you eat in those cafeterias. But tell me, Hugh, was your family social?
Social? We were the cream of society. Oh, but it could happen to anybody, you know.
Well, what could happen?
We curdled.
Well, frankly, Hugh, for my information, is Hugh Herbert your real name?
Well, Hugh is my middle name, Fred. My first name is Prentice.
Prentice.
Yeah.
Prentice Hugh Herbert.
I couldn't stand the Prentice. Oh, no. Everybody thought I was a Harvard man, so I dropped it.
Well, couldn't you just use the initial?
Well, I did it for a while. It didn't sound so good. Funny sound. P.U. Herbert. No. Yeah, how can I live up to a name like that? P.U.
Well, you're doing a whale of a job, Hugh. But you said before now that your doctor sent you here to New York.
Yes, Fred. I'm a sick man. I went to one doctor out in Hollywood. He gave me 6 months to live.
What did you do?
I went to another doctor. He gave me 6 months to live. Now I got a year, you see.
Well, what you need, Hugh, is a good rest. Yeah. You ought to settle down on some farm.
Oh, don't mention a farm to me, Fred. Oh, I'm a sick man. My nerves might... Oh, say. Oh, no, my nerves.
Well, what's wrong with the farm, Hugh?
Farm made a nervous wreck out of me, Fred. Oh, the racket, the noise, the vegetables growing.
Oh, now, wait. Wait, look, Hugh. Vegetables don't make any noise.
No noise? Have you ever heard radishes coming up?
Well, I don't know much about those decibel olives, Hugh. But tell us about your farm.
Well, I bought a little place out in San Fernando Valley. Oh, it was lonesome. There was no one to talk to, so I thought I'd get a parrot, you see.
Where could you get a parrot, Hugh?
Well, I went to an auction at a pet shop. The auctioneer put it up, and, this parrot, I bid $1. Somebody bid $2. I bid $3. I said $4. Two of us kept on bidding. I finally got the parrot for $85.
$85? Well, could the parrot talk?
Talk? The parrot was bidding against me.
Did the parrot keep you company?
Yeah, but I bought the parrot. See, I had to get some chickens to keep the parrot company there.
Well, you just sat around with your foul friends,
sir. You see, Thanksgiving was coming on, and the parrot said to me, Hugh, you ought to raise turkeys. With 2 Thanksgivings, you'll clean up.
And you got some turkeys, did you?
I put in 500 turkeys. They wouldn't eat. I tried everything. I even brought the turkeys into the house to eat with me. Yeah? They were laying eggs all over the joint, closets between bookends. I was going nuts.
Well, I can imagine.
Yeah, that noise. At sunrise, every morning would start. The chickens would go, tuk, 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 tuk. Then the turkeys would go.
Now, wait a minute, Hugh.
Yeah, that's all day long. The chickens would go, and the turkeys would go.
Well, I realize it was noisy, but couldn't you get somebody to take care of the barnyard?
Oh, yeah, I finally got a turkey man. He bought the feed. He waited on the turkeys day and night.
Wasn't it pretty expensive, Hugh?
Every time I sat down to a turkey dinner, the turkey cost me $200.
$200 for a single turkey?
That's without the cranberries.
Well, gosh.
I didn't have any incinerator on the farm, and the swill was piling up.
What did you do?
I had to get a big pig to eat all the swill.
A big pig, eh?
The big pig had little pigs. 16 little pigs.
16 little pigs. They were cute, weren't they?
Cute. Oh, yeah. Every Sunday morning, 16 pigs. Then the chicken. Then the turkey.
Now, wait a minute. Look, Hugh. How did the pigs work out?
Oh, terrible. The pigs needed milk, so I had to buy a cow.
You had to buy a cow?
Yeah.
Well, did the cow give much milk?
Give nothing. It took 2 of us to take the milk away from her. And then, every morning, the noise got worse. Every morning there was a cow. Woo! Then the 16 pigs. No, I get them all mixed up. The chickens, and those turkeys.
So you're through with the farm, huh?
Oh, don't mention the farm to me, Fred. That cow. Woo! Those pigs. And the chickens. And the turkeys.
Well, I hope you get a good rest while you're here in New York, Hugh.
You bet, Fred. New York's nice and quiet, isn't it?
Yes, New York is nice and quiet, except every morning, of course, that riveting. Those newsboys, Webster, those automobile horns. Woo! 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 Say, Hugh Herbert.
Yeah, Fred.
Now, you're going back to Hollywood shortly. I've written the picture scenario. Do you think you can help me sell it out there?
You'll never sell it, Fred. Never.
Why not? I can crash those studios out in Hollywood.
You're wasting your time, Fred. You know what an author has to go through in Hollywood?
An author has to go through? No, Hugh.
Well, I'll show you, Fred. When you go out to Hollywood to sell a story, now here's what happened.
All right.
Schnorrer Brothers Studios. I'm sorry, no casting today. Schnorrer Brothers Studios. Oh, sorry, Slim Somerville is in conference. Schnorrer Brothers Studios.
Oh, good morning. I'm Fred Allen.
We're not making any Frankenstein pictures this year.
Well, I'm not here for casting, miss. I want to see one of the Schnorrer brothers. I've written the scenario.
You'll have to take it up with T.J.
Oh, is T.J. one of the Schnorrer brothers?
He's only a half-brother.
Oh, only a half. Well, will he see me?
He'll see anybody. His hobby is slumming.
Well, where is T.J.?
His office is through that door.
Well, thank you very much.
Yes, what is it?
I'm Fred Allen.
Don't sit down, Mr. Allen. You won't be here that long. Now, what's on your mind?
Well, I have written the story. I think it'll make a good picture.
Sounds great. I'll call a story conference. Come in, boys.
Yes, T.J.
This is Mr. Allen, boys.
Yes, T.J.
Oh, haven't I told you boys not to yes me until the conference starts?
Yes, T.J.
Now, Mr. Allen here has a story. You have the ball, Mr. Allen.
Thank you. Well, gentlemen, my story is about a boy and a girl.
Great,
T.J.
They meet at an airport.
Sensational,
T.J.
The airport is in Chicago.
Terrific,
T.J.
They take this airplane to fly to Hollywood.
Dynamite,
T.J.
You like the story?
Can't use it.
Well, why not?
Well, it's the airplane. Have the boy and girl got priorities?
Well, no.
Well, without priorities, how can they get plane reservations? The story is out.
Well, this story will make a great picture even without the airplane.
Maybe the boy and girl can go on a train.
I've got an idea. The boy and girl can go on a train.
Great, TK.
Now, here's what you do, Alan. Can you have the boy and girl meet in the depot?
Yes, sir.
Well, we'll start shooting next week. Oh, there's just one thing.
Yeah?
My brother H.B. checks on any stories I buy.
Oh.
He'll have to get his okay.
Oh, H.B. Schnorrer. Well, where can I...
H.B. is in the next office, through that door.
Well, thank you very much.
Yes, what is it? I'm a busy man.
Mr. H.B. Schnorrer?
Not Mr. H.B. Schnorrer, Captain H.B. Schnorrer.
Oh, I didn't...
I enlisted at the Brown Derby this noon.
Oh, you're a Vine Street commando,
Great
huh?
conditioner, the Army. Keeps a man fit.
You drill every day, Captain?
Not exactly. Instead of riding to the Brown Derby for lunch, I hike.
Oh, I see.
Instead of sitting down for lunch, I stand up.
Fine.
I eat, marking time. 1, 2, 1, 2, 1. If I had a sandwich, I'd show you.
Well, I get the idea.
Now, what's on your mind?
Well, I've written the story, H.B. It'll make a great picture.
Wait, I'll buzz for the 2 men who hold me.
2 men who hold you?
Yes, sometimes if I don't like a story, I beat the author's brains out. Oh. These men hold me, I can't get loose.
Oh, I see. I understand.
Yes, Captain?
Hold me, boys.
Okay, I got the right arm. I got the left.
All right, Alan, now what's this story of yours?
It's a boy and girl, H.B. They meet at a depot in Chicago. They take the train to Hollywood.
What are they going to Hollywood for?
Oh, just taking a trip.
A trip on a train in wartime? Why, non-essential travel is unpatriotic. Nope, it's out.
Well, it's a great story, a boy and a girl.
But not on a train. Ah, I've got it. Have them meet on a bus.
On a bus, all right.
Let go of my arm, boys. You can go.
Yes, Captain.
Then you buy my story?
It's all set. There's just one thing.
Yes?
My brother F.L. is the treasurer of the company. He'll have to okay your story.
Well, where is F.L.?
His office is right next door.
Well, thank you, H.B. I'll see F.L. right away.
800,001, 800,002. Gad, this money. Yes?
Mr. F.L. Schnorrer?
Yes. Pull up a stack of that money and sit down.
Well, if you're busy...
I'm just counting this money we had to take back from actors with that new salary ruling.
Oh, I didn't know.
800,000.
Your brother H.B. just bought this story I've written.
What story?
It's a boy and a girl. They meet in a bus station in Chicago, and they both take a bus to Hollywood.
That's out.
But H.B.
We can't make a picture with a bus. Where can we get the gas? Where can we get the tires for a bus?
It's a terrific story.
But not in a bus. I've got it. Can you have the boy and girl hitchhike?
Yes, F.L.
Sensational. We'll start production tomorrow.
Fine.
There's just one thing.
Another brother?
Yes. He's president of the company. He has to pass on everything. It's just a formality.
Well, where is his office?
Right through that door.
Well, thank you, F.L. I'll see him right away.
Close that door. The draft has blown the aspirin off my desk here.
Oh, I'm sorry, sir.
How did you get in here?
Well, I've written the story. T.J., H.B., and F.L. sent me to see you.
I'm B.O.
B.O.
Yeah, I'm president of the company.
I see.
I got more roses than any man in Hollywood.
Well,
yes.
look, I
worked my way up from a nervous breakdown. Today, I'm the president of the company. Look at me. I'm president. Look at me.
Yes, sir, but my story...
Oh, yeah, you wrote a story. What is it?
It's a boy and a girl.
Oh, one of each, eh?
Yes, one of each. They meet in Chicago.
Well, the way I'll put this picture on, I'll make a fortune.
The boy and girl hitchhike from Chicago to Hollywood.
It's out. It won't do.
Why not?
Hitchhiking from Chicago to Hollywood, we'll run out of film before we get to Omaha.
But B.O.
Hitchhiking is out. I've got it. Put the boy and the girl on a plane.
Now, wait a minute, B.O. I had them on a plane. You can't get plane reservations. I had them on a train. The trip was non-essential. I had them on a bus. The bus couldn't get gas or tires. Now, you tell me they can't hitchhike. How can I get the boy and girl from Chicago to Hollywood?
I've got it.
What?
The boy and the girl can stay right in Chicago.
Fine. I'll rewrite my story. The boy and girl meet and go to a farm.
No, not a farm.
Why not?
A farm, those pigs. And the chickens. And those turkeys. Oh, no, nothing like that.
Well, thank you, Herbert. Next week, ladies and gentlemen, our guest will be the famous international comedian, Miss Gracie Fields. This is Fred Allen speaking for Texaco dealers from coast to coast, reminding you to drive under 35 to save rubber and to drive into your Texaco dealer regularly to have your tires checked. Remember, you're welcome. Good night. Thank you. Good night.
This is the Columbia Broadcasting System.
In just a half hour at 10:30 this evening, CBS World News brings you its weekly report to the nation, a dramatic summary of the news highlights of the week. And tonight, an important message from Undersecretary of War Robert P. Patterson. Be sure to hear Columbia's Report to the Nation. 10 p.m. BULOVA, Boulevard Watch Time. WABC New York, 880 on your dial.
It's Texaco time, starring Fred Allen, with the international favorite Miss Gracie Fields, Portland Hoffa, and Al Goodman and his orchestra. This is Arthur Godfrey giving out with a great big "You're welcome" for Texaco dealers coast to coast. And welcome to all the skilled help your Texaco dealer can give to keep your car delivering essential transportation. Right now, with winter coming on, that help's more important than ever. Take your car around to your Texaco dealer and get it set for cold weather. With insulated Haviland motor oil in the engine, the right grade of Texaco gear lubricant, a Marfac chassis job from stem to stern, and a high-quality antifreeze in the radiator, your car's ready to take the toughest treatment cold weather can hand out. See your Texaco dealer first thing tomorrow. Make him your car warden. Let him help you care for your car, for your country. Well, folks, we're all having our troubles getting coffee, meat, and fuel, and tonight we bring you a commodity you get too much of, and here he is, Fred Allen.
Ladies and gentlemen. Well, Arthur, I just found this on the floor. That's the worst of conjunctions. You see, a butt is apt to fall out of the script any time, and you have to pick it up. Pure conjunction in the script. Well, Arthur, what have you been up to all week?
Oh, nothing much, Fred. I registered my tires, and I re-registered for gasoline.
Good for you.
And I got so many stickers on my car now, my windshield looks like Mrs. Roosevelt's suitcase.
A friend of mine lost his A card, Arthur. He couldn't drive his car, so he brought it into the parlor and jacked it up.
In the parlor? Why didn't he put the car in his garage?
Well, he's still using the cigarette lighter and the radio in the car, Arthur. And speaking of the radio, did you hear Mr. Benny's program tonight?
No, Fred, no. What happened?
Well, you tell me. As usual, Don Wilson's commercial stole the show, Arthur. Benny was broadcasting from Terminal Island out in California tonight. You know, terminal, I looked it up in the dictionary. Terminal means end. So Benny has finally reached the end tonight. He got to the terminal. Dorothy Lamour was on the show, too, Arthur. After being in the road to Mandalay, the road to Zanzibar, and the road to Morocco, Dorothy must have felt as though she was up an alley to get on that road. But the thing went along that way. Benny sang White Christmas. He's the only man in the world who can sing White Christmas in Technicolor. White Christmas with blue notes. But in the middle of the program, when Dorothy Lamour came in, Benny said, "It's really her. It's really her." And you see, I'm from Boston, Arthur. When I heard that grammatical error, I fainted and missed the rest of the program. But enough about the old Fumpet, Arthur. Let's turn to the latest news of the week. The March of Trivia presents its weekly lowlight from the world of news. Washington, D.C. The Board of War Communications issues order prohibiting all telegraphic greetings this Christmas except to soldiers and sailors in the expeditionary forces. The BWC further rules...
All New Year, Easter, Father's Day, Mother's Day, wedding anniversary, and birthday greetings must be discontinued.
Tonight, the March of Trivia interviews a group of workers directly affected by the new telegram ruling. First, Mr. Chilton Chowder. You are a telegraph employee, Mr. Chowder?
An ex-employee.
Oh, an ex-employee.
I was vice president in charge of kittygrams.
Oh, I see.
I've been composing kittygrams for 15 years.
Mm-hmm.
I wrote the first kittygram to be sent over the wire.
The first kittygram?
Yes.
Well, how did the first kittygram go, Mr. Chowder?
Kitty, kitty, ogle, goo. Gurgle, gurgle, glub, glub, boo. Dad and mother say to you, da, da, diddums, a goo, a goo.
Well, now that kittygrams are through, is your career ended?
No, I've got a job in radio.
Oh, really? In radio? Doing the same kind of work?
Yes, I'm a gag man for Baby Snooks.
Oh, I see. Well, Baby Snooks can probably use a change, and thank you, Chilton Chowder. A young lady messenger who was happy about the new ruling was Miss Tallulah Trudge.
What us messengers has been going through is nobody's business.
Running errands, you mean, Tallulah?
We've been minding babies, lugging bon voyage baskets, shoeing horses, walking dogs.
Well, you messengers walk dogs, do you?
One old dame phones for me every day to take out her dog. It's a Pomeranian.
Oh. A Pomeranian, huh? You exercise the pup, do you?
The dog's so old it can't walk. I gotta grease its stomach and drag it around the block.
You drag the dog, you say?
Yeah, and every noon I gotta take the Pomeranian to a delicatessen.
Oh, really? Well, what does he eat?
He makes his own decisions.
The dog orders its own food?
I hold up the mutt and move him along the meat counter.
Yeah?
When he sees something he likes, he drools.
And?
Well, I buy half a pound. Then I drag the Pomeranian and the meat back to the old lady.
And then?
Well, the dog's so old he ain't got no teeth.
So?
Before he can eat, I gotta chew his meat for him.
And then you're finished?
Finished nothing. When the dog gets through with the meat,
Yeah?
I gotta take the bone up to Central Park and bury it.
That is Western Union Service. It's a dog's life, and thank you, Tallulah Trudge. And now two messenger boys.
We're Slim and Sam. For 8 years, we sang Singin' Singagrams.
Oh, singing messenger boys. And this new ruling has put you fellas out of work?
No, we got one more telegram to deliver.
Well, what is your vocal farewell, boys?
Happy birthday, Marshal Rommel. A cake we'd like to bake you. We'll give you greetings just as soon as we can overtake you. Signed, Ike Eisenhower.
Well rendered, and thank you, Slim and Sam. Well, I guess that takes care
Old George Ives, old Sonny Jim, Falstaff's here to flaunt his whim.
Now, Openshaw, you're not here again with more of those soggy poems.
Have you heard, there we were making merry, she sipped her phosphate, I munched my cherry?
No, I haven't heard.
Or, when I put the turtle in her girdle, that's what broke up me and Myrtle?
No, I haven't heard that either.
Please don't interrupt, Judge. Let my mother finish her sentence.
Now, wait a minute. Too far. You cad, you compound bore. Tonight we are talking about the restrictions on telegrams.
Precisely why I am here. I have written a poem.
What is it called?
Mother's Day won't be the same.
Well, how does it go?
Mother's Day won't be the same without a mothergram. A message fraught with sentiment. Sincerity, not sham. I remember blank 6-1 with forget-me-nots in blue and 10 words to tell you, Mother dear, my thoughts are just of you. Some years I sent Mom Form 8B. It read, Mother, you're old and gray, but happy, joyous wishes, Mother, for this is Mother's Day. No, Mother's Day won't be the same. My mom is going to effect. For each year I send Mother her mothergram, and I always send it collect.
Well, thank you. Here is Arthur Godfrey with a telegram that hasn't been restricted. It's from Uncle Sam, isn't it, Arthur?
Yes, Fred. Uncle Sam's gone into the tire business. He's going to buy every idle tire in the country.
What are idle tires, Arthur?
Well, you see, you're entitled to 5 tires to a passenger car, Fred.
Uh-huh.
If you've got more than that, they're idle tires.
Mm-hmm.
And they must be sold to our government before December 1st. And remember, that's the only place you can sell them. You'll be paid OPA ceiling prices for your idle tires, and Uncle Sam will ration them out to essential users.
Well, what happens if you don't sell your idle tires to Uncle Sam?
That man with the whiskers ain't fooling, Fred.
Not kidding.
If you've got extra tires and don't sell them, you won't be able to buy any gasoline. Because everybody's got to file a tire record with his local rationing board showing how many tires he has and their serial numbers.
Well, how do you sell your idle tires to the government, Arthur?
If you've got more than 5 tires to a passenger car, Fred, Uncle Sam wants you to keep the 5 best for your own use. So go to your Texaco dealer and have him select the 5 that'll give you the longest service. You keep those.
Uh-huh.
Then you call your local office of the Railway Express. The Railway Express will deliver your idle tires to the government appraiser without charge to you. And you will receive a check for them, or war stamps, if you prefer, by mail. This is a must from Uncle Sam, ladies and gentlemen. If you have more than 5 tires to a passenger car, you must sell those idle tires to our government before December 1st. Don't put it off. And for further information and for help in selecting your 5 best tires, see your neighborhood Texaco dealer.
Maestro Goodman finally completed a number tonight, ladies and gentlemen. It was You're a Grand Old Flag, and that about takes care...
Mr. Allen!
Oh, Portland, yes.
Simba! Allen!
Now, wait a minute. Oh, wait a minute, Portland. What is this?
Oh, I'm leading a cheer for you.
A cheer?
Come on, everybody.
Wait a minute. Stop that sisting. You may start a trend in here with that sisting. What inspires these stadium antics, ce soir?
Mama and I saw the Yale-Princeton football game yesterday.
Really? Did you do any rooting?
Yes. Mama and I cheered for Yale. We have one of their locks.
It's not the same people, Portland. These people have another business. They raise ivy up in New Haven, the Yale team. Yale has a much better team this year, you know. Last fall, the football team was so bad, Yale changed its name from Old Eli to Eli. Say, I wish I had been in that game yesterday.
Oh, did you ever play football?
Oh, on our high school team years ago, the High School of Commerce up in Boston, I was left swayback for 2 seasons there. I had a chance to play with Fordham, but someone found out you could pronounce my name, so the deal fell through. I didn't have a ski on the end of it to take off for cold weather. But enough about football. Enough about football. Our guest is on the 2-yard line.
Who's coming tonight?
Well, you'll know in just a second. Ladies and gentlemen, I would like to have you meet one of the world's foremost entertainers, a charming lady who is here on a lend-lease arrangement with Great Britain. Meet Miss Gracie Field. I didn't send them, Gracie. There's a card here. I'll see what it says on the card. It says, to the one and only Gracie Fields, in appreciation of all you have done for the British Empire. And it's signed all of your friends in Canada and also our Canadian sponsors, the McCall Frontenac Oil Company. Gracie, those are for you.
That's very nice, Fred. The folks in Canada have always been very kind to me.
Yes, if I get that many flowers when I die, I'll be surprised, Gracie. But I'll take these home for you after the program. Where are you stopping?
I've got digs over on Park Avenue.
Digs on Park Avenue?
Yes, it's a big cement bungalow. Some family called Waldorf runs it.
Well, you'd better take the flowers home, Gracie. I can't get in the Waldorf.
Oh, you mean the Waldorf is too swanky?
Oh, you can't get in the Waldorf unless you have caviar on your breath. There's a stop at the door. Why, I hung around the door of the Waldorf all 1 week hoping there would be an air raid drill so somebody would push me in the lobby, but it was no go.
Well, don't worry about the flowers, Fred. I'll take them home myself.
Fine. I know you've given a lot of shows at army camps in England, Canada, and the United States, Gracie. Tell me, did you entertain many of our American soldiers in England?
Yes, Fred. I've met hundreds of boys from the United States in Brooklyn.
Brooklyn is a part of the United States, Gracie.
That's funny. The boys I spoke to gave me the impression that Brooklyn was a kingdom.
Well, Brooklyn isn't really a kingdom, but a lot of people have been crowned over there. Tell me, how are the boys getting along back home?
Oh, fine, Fred. I think a lot of Brooklyn families are going to be surprised when their boys come home with a British accent.
No. No, Gracie. If the Brooklyn boys stay over in England long enough, Mr. Churchill will get up in Parliament someday to talk about the Axis and say, we'll murder them bums. Speaking of slang, Gracie, do you have any trouble with our idiom?
No, Fred. When I told some of the American soldiers I was coming over here, they taught me all your slang.
Oh, good. You know all of the words then, huh?
Oh, yes. If I want to impress people, all I have to say is, don't kid me, big boy. I'm a jerk.
That's to impress people, you say that.
You said it, brother. I'm hip. What's broiling?
Why, you are as sharp as the end of a roundhouse, Gracie. You have certainly mastered our slang.
There's only one thing bothers me, Fred. It's your jittermugs.
No, it's not mugs. It's jitterbugs, Gracie. Have the jitterbugs annoyed you any?
Well, the night I was on Rudy Valley's program, right in the middle of my song, some jitterbug shouted, "Swing it!"
Yes, swing it. That's a common expression.
Swing what?
Well, Gracie, that is entirely up to you. Tell me, is vaudeville coming back in England the way it is in this country?
Vaudeville will never really died in England, Fred. Audiences at home are loyal to their old favorites.
I know that.
Have you ever played in London, Fred?
Yes, Gracie, but that was 50 years ago. Long before your time.
Are you kidding?
Why, Gracie, the bloom of youth is on your cheek.
If it is, it's my second childhood.
Well, let's praise the Lord and pass your inhibitions, Gracie. I want to ask you about English audiences. You know, one thing puzzled me when I was over there.
What was it, Fred?
Well, every time I finished my act, instead of applauding, the people always sang East Side, West Side. Why was that?
Audiences in England are very polite, Fred.
Oh, I see.
They wouldn't come right out and say, why don't you go back where you came from?
That is why they sang East Side, West Side?
Yes, they were trying to make you homesick.
So that's what it was. Well, those were happy days, eating fish when I was in the chips. I had a good time over there, Gracie.
I'm going back to England soon, Fred. I'll tell them.
Good. Someday I think I'll get my old vaudeville act together again and go back to London.
Not now, Fred.
Why not?
London can take it, but there's a limit.
Well, that's done it, Gracie. Now, how about doing a favor for me? How about a song?
Would you like to hear I never cried so much in all my life?
I certainly would. Mr. Whitman, if you will.
Joe took me to the movies the other evening. It was fine. They called it The Betrayal, and the acting was divine. It's the best film that they've had for years round at the Hippodrome, and it's a good job I took my handkerchief with me when I left home. Oh, it was a lovely picture, and I did enjoy it so. Oh, I never cried so much in all my life. When the villain seized the maiden, everybody shouted, oh. Oh, I never cried so much in all my life. He told her that he'd wed her, then enticed her on his yacht. Then he got her tied up in a proper sailor's knot. Then he kissed her twice, the dirty dog, upon her beauty spot. Oh, I never cried so much in all my life. It takes a lot to make me cry, but oh dear, when I start and think of what that girl went through, I'm like a water cart. I see her eyes, I hear her voice at night when I'm in bed. And here's a scene I'll never, never get out of my head. As she faced the blinding snowstorm and came trudging through the town, oh, I never cried so much in all my life. Oh, and when I saw her carrying her baby upside down, oh, I never cried so much in all my life. She lingered near the Rose and Crown. The wind was howling wild. When up the village chucked him for a tanner for a pint of old and mild. Oh, never tried so in all his life.
That was very nice. This song was very nice, Gracie. I'm sorry we haven't time to let you do an encore, but if there is anything I can do for you...
Well, there is, Fred. I've often wondered how some of your American radio programs would sound if they were done in England.
Well, tonight's your night, Gracie. We'll show you. If you heard that popular quiz show, Take It or Leave It, in London, it would probably sound something like this.
This is the Westminster wireless system. The correct time is Tuesday. And now we present London's favorite quiz, the program that made the 64-shilling question famous. Accept it or pip off. And here is your genial quizmaster, Herbert Allen.
Thank you. And welcome to Accept It or Pip Off. Our first contestant is your name, sir?
Rodney Charteris III.
Right you are, Rodney, old muffin. And what would you like to converse about, Rodney?
Well, I think I should enjoy discussing higher geometrical calculus.
Higher geometrical calculus, righto. And your first interrogation for 1 shilling is, Rodney, how do you spell calculus?
Let's see, calculus.
Calculus.
K-A-L-K-U.
Calculus.
L-O-U-S-E. Calculus.
I'm sorry, Rodney. You funked it, old boy. You funked it. You might have done better on We the Moron. Our next contestant, a lovely lady from Upper Hampton Heath, Miss Gracie Fields. What would you like to chit-chat about, Gracie?
I think I'll talk about music.
Right you are. And your first question for 1 shilling is, what instrument is this?
It's a piano.
Right you are. Now you have 1 shilling. Will you pip off or try for 2 shillings?
I'll try.
Very good. For 2 shillings, why does a piano have 3 pedals on it?
So the installment collector can get a better hold on the piano when he takes it away.
Right you are. Your next question for 4 shillings. Will you pip off or try again, Gracie?
I'll risk it.
Very good. What violin player has never appeared in Carnegie Hall?
Yasha Benny.
Yasha Benny. Now for 8 shillings.
I'll have a go at it.
You regret it.
Quiet. All right, Gracie. For 8 shillings, why was the lost chord never found?
Because nobody ever advertised for it.
Right you are. Now you have 8 shillings. You can pip off, or try for 16.
I'll try.
Righto. Your next question, when Annie Laurie died, what key did she die in?
The key of D. Annie said, I'll lay me down in D.
D is correct. You have 16 shillings, old girl.
I'll try for 32.
You regret it.
Quiet, please. Well, here we go, Gracie, for 32 shillings. What song has a note in it, and the note is not in the musical scale?
The Furious Bass.
Right you are. Now, you can pip off with your 32 shillings.
I'll try for 64.
64.
You regret
Quiet, you. Now, for 64 shillings, no assistance from the audience, please. That huckster preferred there. But Gracie, tell me, what is the exemption theme song of any local draft board?
Rubinstein's Melody in 4S.
Right you are. And here is your 64 shillings. Accept it or pip off. Well, is there anything else you'd like to hear, Gracie?
Yes, I wonder how those little commercial jingles would sound in London.
Oh, I imagine they'd sound something like this, Gracie. Meet Orville's horseradish singer.
Orville's horseradish hits the spot. Comes in the handy 2-pound pot. It's divine on bloaters and kidneys too. Orville's horse is the radish for you. A shilling.
You see, Gracie, any of our radio shows would sound just about the same in London.
But there's one radio program you couldn't do in England.
Which one?
Gangbusters.
Oh, don't be silly, Gracie. Gangbusters would probably come out something like this.
Crips Crispy Crumpets presents Mob Bursters.
Tonight's guest sleuth is the famous detective, Sir Leslie Allen of Scotland Yard. Sir Leslie Allen.
Thank you, thank you. Tonight's story is the true tale of the Fleet Street bank robbery and how the infamous blighter, Bad Bertie, London's worst bank robber, was apprehended.
However did you get on his trail, Sir Leslie?
One night I was sitting in my Scotland Yard office, stroking me bloodhound, mind you, when a police call came in over me short wave, sir.
Calling Scotland Yard. Fleet Street Bank has been robbed.
As soon as I got the call, I leaped on my velocipede, pedaled away like the very wind. When I got to the Fleet Street Bank, mark you, Bad Bertie was emerging with the swag in one hand and a pistol in the other.
Oh, heavens, what did you do, Sir Leslie?
I shouted here, "No, you don't, Bad Bertie, no, you don't."
What happened?
He did.
Blimey, Sir Leslie, what transpired?
The blighter shot me twice in the Inverness, once through the gaiters, and got away.
You lost him?
A stool squab told me he was hiding out on Baker Street. I combed Baker Street from door to door.
Yes?
I'm Sir Leslie Allen.
We don't want any.
I'll try the next door.
Yes?
Is Bad Bertie in here?
Not likely. This is the YWCA.
I shall try here.
Yes?
Who lives here?
Nobody. Lucky Strike Green has gone to war.
Well, there's one more house here. I'll try here.
Sir Leslie Allen of Scotland Yard.
Dowdy Dora, Bad Bertie's gun mall.
Bad Bertie ain't here, Sir Leslie.
You haven't got two-edged Dowdy Dora. There's 2 teacups set on the table. The jig is up, Bad Bertie. Come out.
Right you are, Governor. I was hiding behind this antimacassar.
I apprehend you, Bad Bertie, for the robbery of the Fleet Street Bank.
You got me wrong, Sir Leslie. I'll admit I broke in, but I wasn't robbing the blasted bank.
Not robbing?
No, I was putting money back.
Putting money back? Why, old boy?
It's the new $25,000 ceiling.
How do you mean?
I stole $30,000. I had to break into the bank to put $5,000 back.
Right you are. Well, how do you think our programs would work out in England, Gracie?
I'd rather not be quoted, Fred. Good night.
Good night, and I thank you, Gracie, dear. Well, next week, ladies and gentlemen, our guest will be the new Metropolitan Opera star, James Melton. And now, Arthur, if you have a P.S.
I have nothing to say, Fred, but if your car could talk, it would say, brrr, cold weather's coming. This is the Columbia Broadcasting System. It's Texaco time, starring Fred Allen, with the Metropolitan Opera star Mr. James Melton, Portland Hoffa, and Al Goodman and his orchestra. This is Arthur Godfrey, ringing up the curtain on the Texaco Star Theater, and warning you that Old Man Winter is ringing up his curtain, too. From now on, it may be tough sledding for your car unless it's protected against winter troubles the thorough Texaco way. Texaco dealers from coast to coast are prepared to safeguard your car with insulated Haviland motor oil for your engine, winter-grade Texaco lubricant for the gears, a Marfac chassis job from stem to stern, high-quality antifreeze for the radiator, and expert protection of every other point where cold weather tries to KO your essential transportation. See your neighborhood Texaco dealer. It's his job to help you care for your car for your country. Next Thursday is Thanksgiving, folks. Next Thursday is Thanksgiving. But for those who can't wait and want something to be thankful for tonight, here he is, Fred Allen.
Thank you, and good evening, ladies and gentlemen. Well, Arthur, you look a mite tired tonight.
I'm all in, Fred. I've been working all week on the farm, getting my turkeys ready for Thanksgiving.
Oh, really? Turkeys? How many birds do you have, Arthur?
I got 600 turkeys, Fred, and 400 crows.
Crows?
Yeah, I crossed the crows with the turkeys.
You crossed the crows with the turkeys for what?
I get a turkey that's all dark meat.
Well, I don't know much about turkeys, Arthur.
When you were a kid, didn't you have a turkey at Thanksgiving?
No, Arthur, we were poor. Every Thanksgiving, my father would come home with a sparrow and a bicycle pump. When my father would carve, all of us kids would just get wind of the meat. But speaking about getting wind of things, did you get a whiff of Mr. Benny's program tonight?
No, Fred. What happened?
Well, I'll tell you. Speaking about your business and the farm and all that, Mr. Benny crossed 30 minutes with himself tonight and got a turkey. I might. You know, since Mr. Benny gave his Maxwell into the scrap drive, he has a horse on the program now, Leona. I think as long as he was giving junk, Benny should have kept the Maxwell and turned in his program to the scrap drive. But anyway, he has this horse Leona on the show now. I've heard of one-horse towns, Arthur, but it finally took Mr. Benny to give radio its first one-horse program. Well, I think that'll take care of the old jockey, and now we turn to the latest news of the week. The March of Trivia presents its weekly lowlight from the world of news. New York City, New York. Office of Price Administration, in drive to enforce gasoline rationing regulations, compels motorists using gasoline for pleasure driving to surrender their B and C windshield stickers and books. Now, tonight, the March of Trivia interviews a small group of ex-motorists who lost their B and C ratings. Now, first, Dr. Higby Quagmire. Why was your ration book taken away, Dr. Quagmire?
The inspector saw my car outside the Empire Racetrack and turned me in.
Were you a doctor? Weren't you ashamed to be found at a racetrack?
Where else would I be? I'm a horse doctor.
Yes, you are. That's right, Doctor. You were there, you were there treating a patient?
Yes, Mad Meyer, a stallion in the third race, had a touch of bronchitis.
Mad Meyer, huh?
Yes, and I fixed him up.
Well, what did you do to Mad Meyer?
I put a warm compress on his loins.
Yes.
I put a hot application on his fetlock.
Yes.
I put a mustard plaster on his withers.
Mm-hmm.
Then I made my big mistake.
How, Doctor?
I put $2 on his nose.
Well, now that your ration book is gone, Doctor, what are you using for gas?
Bicarbonate.
You are a man who will be heard from, and thank you, Dr. Higby Quagmire. And now a housewife, Mrs. Bunny Flugelman. Is that right? Bunny Flugelman, is it?
Yes, sir.
Your gas book was taken away, Bunny?
It was me husband.
Oh, really?
Yeah. Me husband had a B book. He lost it.
Oh, they caught your husband doing non-essential driving?
Yeah. Every night he ducked out with the car. He said he was an air raid warden.
Oh, and he wasn't?
It was a gag. The OPA found his car outside a roadhouse, the Lavender Goose. Well, that was the end of his B book.
Well, is your husband still an air raid warden?
No, he lost out in that, too.
Well, how come?
Every night they had a blackout, my husband was lit up.
He probably thought he was Neon Henderson, and thank you, Mrs. Bunny Flugel. A man who fooled the ration board is Vanderveer Vogel. Now, what happened, Vanderveer?
Who is laughing last could be enjoying it longer.
Well, how do you mean, Vanderveer?
Well, last week, Good Friday.
Yeah?
My wife is saying, Vanderveer is saying, tonight you will driving me by the theater. I am playing who knows a little bingo.
I see.
While inside, my wife is playing bingo. Outside, I'm sitting in the truck.
Mm-hmm.
To myself, I'm humming softly. I'm dreaming on a white Rosh Hashanah.
Well, what transpired?
With this, a man is coming up to the truck.
Yeah?
On the windshield, he's saying B and C.
B and C.
Oh, he's saying, you are driving to playing bingo.
Yes?
With this, he is giving me a summons. I shall appear before the board.
What happened then, Vanderveer?
The board is saying, Woggle, on the windshield is B and C. You are playing bingo. This is wasting gas.
Well, what did you do, Mr. Vogel?
I am saying, gentlemen, on the windshield is B and C. It could be gas, but it's advertising.
Oh, your B and C stood for something.
Vitamins.
Vitamins?
Yeah. When do we Woggle's vitamins B and C?
Well, what did the ration board do when you explained your B and C?
They took away my A card.
Well, if you were in the draft, you may get your A card back, and thank you, Vanderveer Vogel. Well, I'm afraid that cleans up.
Hold it, chum. Stay your babble. Falstaff's here to charm the rabble.
Now, Falstaff, please, no poems tonight.
Have you heard, as I turned to wind the old Victrola, she dropped a Mickey in my Pepsi-Cola?
No, I haven't heard that.
Or, everything is kosher since the Dodgers signed DeRocha? My mother isn't frothing at the mouth, officer. She's been drinking buttermilk through her veil.
Now, wait a minute. That has finally done it. Tonight we have been discussing people who have been abusing their gas rationing privileges.
Precisely why I am here. I have written a poem.
What is your gas poem called?
The Saga of John.
The Saga of John? How does it go?
A man named John who owned a Ford applied for gas at his rationing board. John said he was lame. When he walked, he shook, so the board gave John a B and C book. With plenty of gas, he called up some dames and drove to the hot spots of the football games. One fine day, the law caught up with John, and the next thing he knew, his gas books were gone. Today, his car's in storage, and John kicks himself because he didn't observe the rationing laws. The man who wastes gas will one day walk to work, and as he walks like John, he'll say, "Boy, am I a jerk."
And here is Arthur Godfrey with a piece of string around his finger. What is that string for, Arthur?
That's to remind everybody that Tempest is fugiting, Fred.
Uh-huh.
And the deadline for selling your idle tires to Uncle Sam is December 1st. If you've got more than 5 tires to a car, ladies and gentlemen, all over 5 are idle tires, and they must be sold to our government for the national tire pool that'll keep all our cars rolling. So, if you've got a tire or two put away for a rainy day, remember, it's America's rainy day now. Call Railway Express. Your idle tires will be delivered without charge to a government appraiser, and you'll be paid by mail at OPA ceiling prices in war stamps or a treasury check as you prefer. Let me repeat. If you have idle tires, more than 5 tires, new or used, to a car, you must sell them to our government before December 1st. For further information, see your neighborhood Texaco dealer. Thank you,
Al Goodman and his All Goodman Orchestra have just Problem in Relativity, the Goodman outfit, have just played the Marines' hymn. Bravo, maestro, I might say, if it's not too late.
Mr. Allen!
Well, Portland.
Mr. Allen, can you use a good joke?
Can I use a good joke? Can Rommel use an aspirin? What is it?
It's Mama's joke. Mama says she'll rent it or sell it.
Oh, I have a choice, huh? Well, what with the blue plate joke? Well, what is the joke?
Why is a man who bets on horses in New York like a Spanish dancer?
Well, I don't know. Why is a man who bets on horses in New York like a Spanish dancer?
Because they both have a little flower in their hair.
Look, Portland, you go home and tell your mother that there's also a ceiling on corn, in case she hasn't heard.
Mama made up another one. It's a Lulu.
Oh, well, let us decide. Don't you start laughing at it. We'll trot it out in the cold night light here, and let's see what the joke is.
Now, why is Hitler like a calendar?
Why is Hitler like a calendar, huh?
Because his days are numbered.
That's your mother's joke also, huh? Your mother is good at jokes.
Mama's the life of the night shift at the shipyard.
She is? She's keeling them over in the shipyard, huh? Well, we should have your... She'll be on Basin Street before she... We should have your mother as a guest here some Sunday.
Oh, I can get Mama for tonight.
No, it's too late now. Our guest tonight is James Melton.
Didn't he used to sing on your program?
Oh, yes. Jimmy was with us back in 1934, I believe it was. You know, he's with the Metropolitan Opera Company this season.
Is Mr. Melton slumming tonight?
Slumming? Why, he'll probably fall all over me, Portland. I gave James Melton his start in radio. When he was a little tyke, I lifted him up to the mic to sing. Tonight he returns the Metropolitan Opera's newest star. Ladies and gentlemen, meet James Melton.
Thank you, everybody.
Well, Jimmy, here we are back together again.
I'm sorry, brother. I don't seem to place you.
Jimmy, you remember me, the man who gave you your start?
Oh, that's right. I didn't recognize you there, Major.
Major, look, Jimmy, I have two little bags under my eyes. The Major has one big bag under his vest. We'll hear from the Major tomorrow. I am Fred Allen, Jimmy.
Fred Allen. Allen. Somehow I associate that name with hunger.
Hunger, huh? Well, life sure plays its little pranks, Jimmy. Today you're a big star in opera, and look at me. I'm still in radio.
Well, don't be downhearted, Fred. After all, you know, you've gone pretty far for a man with no talent.
Well, I know that, Jimmy, but quite frankly, but I envy you. Now, you're in opera. You can pal around with those glamour girls, Lily Pons, Grace Moore, Gladys Swarthout. Who can I go out with in radio?
You've got Ma Perkins, Merton Marge, Joyce Jordan.
Oh, no. No, Jimmy, I can't even see John's other wife without John hanging around. That butts in all the time. But you didn't come here to hear me crab, Jimmy. Tell me what... I wasn't sure whether I could say crab today. I was saving it for a meatless day, and I like But tell me what have you been doing? What have you been doing since 1934?
Well, after I left your program, Fred, I had to lie low for a couple of years till things blew over.
Well, that's... And while you were lowing lie, what happened?
I kept studying, Fred, and for the past few seasons I've been singing with the Chicago Opera Company.
And now you're back in New York to make your debut at the Met. Well, tell me, Jimmy, how are you going to be billed at the Metropolitan?
Oh, it's James Melton. Why?
Well, I thought for the opera, you know, you might change your name to Tito Meltonini, or perhaps Wolfram von Meltenbach.
Today, the opera encourages American talent. The Metropolitan has more than 25 American singers on its roster, and many others being trained.
Well, didn't I read that the box office prices have been lowered this year?
Yes, they have, Fred. This season, the opera's within reach of everybody.
But I still can't understand your attitude, Jimmy. Why did you ever give up radio? What has opera got that radio hasn't got?
Well, opera has more drama and color than radio.
Oh, that's ridiculous. You name any opera, and I'll prove that we have its equivalent in radio.
All right, take the Barber of Seville.
The Barber of Seville. What is it? Nothing but Duffy's Tavern with hot towels.
Opera has Lucia de Lammermoor.
Radio has Dorothy de Lammermoor.
How about Tannhäuser?
What is that?
Tannhäuser?
Yeah.
Well, that's the story of a man who falls in love with Venus. Then he can't make up his mind to go back to his old sweetheart.
Well, that's only take it or leave it. Without the $64 question, that's all it is. My radio has everything, Jimmy. Starting next week, radio is even going to have the opera.
How do you mean, Fred?
Well, the sponsors of this program, the Texas Company, are going to sponsor the operas on Saturday afternoons again for the entire season. And that's really why I wanted to talk to you tonight, Jimmy.
I don't understand, Fred.
Well, you said that the Metropolitan Company is encouraging American talent.
Right.
Now, I have a small singing group, the Alan Schlemiel Light Opera Company. Now, if you could fix it for us, I thought perhaps we could sing along at the Met with you.
Now, what could you sing?
Well, we could sing the commercial.
Oh, no, but you can't sing a commercial in opera.
We certainly can. I'll show you how it would sound, Jimmy. Meister singers.
Yes,
This is Mr. Melton. We are going to sing for Mr. Melton. Mr. Goodman, if you will, please. Tonight we sing of Texaco.
Texaco.
And Texaco rhymes with Mexico.
Mexico.
If you fill up your tanks today,
with Texaco you'll be on your merry way.
Be sure it's Texaco.
It rhymes with Mexico.
Find the Texaco store.
That's where dealers are.
Fill up today with Texaco.
Motorists in the know use Texaco.
And when you've got to go, go with Texaco. Well, Jimmy, how did you like it?
Well, Fred, you just set Rigoletto back 200 years.
I guess you're right, Jimmy. I think we'd better leave the singing to you. How about showing us how opera really should be sung?
Would you like to hear Vesti la Giuba from Pagliacci?
I certainly would. All right, Mr. Goodman, if you will.
Recitar mentre preso dall'elirio non so più quel che dico e quel che faccio e pure dopo scherzati sei tu forse tu sei Pagliaccio. Vesti la giubba e la faccia infarina, la gente paga e rider vuole se alla fin vola colombino ridi Pagliaccio e niun applaudirà. Tramuta in l'asino spasmo ed il pianto in una
s'assomar, fialle singhiozza, e le dolor.
Thank you, Fred.
You know, as you stood there singing, Jimmy, I kept thinking how close I came to having a voice like yours.
Oh, really?
Yes, Jimmy. You know, years ago, I had hopes. I, too, studied for the opera.
But what happened?
Well, this is my story, James. It all started back home in Boston. I was about 18 years old. I had gone to a Halloween party. They had run out of Moxie, and around 10 o'clock that night, I heard a fellow say...
Hey, let's quit talking for apples, kids. Let's have some singing.
Yeah, song, huh?
Let me see. Now, who can we get to sing?
How about Freddie Allen?
Yeah, Allen. What do you want, Allen? What do you say, Freddie?
Oh, shucks, I can't sing, fellas.
Oh, come on, Freddie. Yeah, just one song.
Well, all right. Something told me this was going to happen. Lucky I brought my music and my pitch pipe with me.
Lucky I brought my piano. Yeah. I'll play it for you, Fred.
Now, quiet, everybody.
Put on the fillet, put on the lead. Mammy's going to make a little shortening bread. That ain't all he's going to do. Mammy's going to make a little coffee, too. Mammy, little baby, loves shortening. Mammy, little baby, loves shortening bread. Mammy, little baby, loves shortening. Mammy, little baby, loves shortening bread.
That song started all of my trouble, Jimmy. When I finished singing, a strange-looking woman with a lorgnette, 2 pigeons in her hair, and open-toed button shoes sent me her card. The next afternoon I called, and as I came in the door, she said...
I heard you sing at the party last night.
Yes, miss.
I am Madame Delsart.
Madame Delsart?
I teach music and voice.
Yes, madam.
You have a wonderful voice, Fred Allen. What was that song you sang last night?
Mammy's little baby loves shortening.
Yes, divine. You have tone, resonance, and timbre. There is only one thing.
Yes, Madame Delsart.
Your voice is up in your nose.
Yes.
If I can get your voice down in your mouth, you will be another Phil Harris.
You mean I can sing like Phil Harris, the aria from 5 by 5?
Yes, but it means work, child. You'll have to study, and study hard.
Well, Jimmy, I studied for 2 years, and then one day Madame Delsart said...
Success. At last, Fred Allen, your voice is out of your nose and down in your mouth. Now let me hear you sing.
Mammy's little baby loves shortening. Mammy's little baby loves shortening bread.
Magnifique. There is nothing more I can teach you. I'm sending you to Professor Locatelli in New York. Good luck, Fred Allen.
Well, I gave up my job, Jimmy, and went to New York. Professor Locatelli was the janitor at Carnegie Hall. His studio was in the cellar, a plush coal bin. I lit a match and found the door.
Yes, sir. Is there something I can do for you?
Well, I'm Fred Allen. Madame Delsart wrote you about me.
Oh, see. You are the poor man's Lanny Ross.
Thank you, Professor Locatelli.
Quiet, please. The first time I'm going to try your voice. Sing us something for Professor Locatelli.
Mammy's little baby loves shortening. Mammy's little baby loves shortening bread.
Oh, sango de patata cangito. What a voice. It's just the one thing.
Yes, Professor Locatelli?
Your voice, she's down in your mouth. Are we going to push him up in the nose? Now, take off your glasses. Take off your glasses. Professor Locatelli's going to go to work.
Well, for 8 years I studied, Jimmy, and then one night Professor Locatelli said...
Santa Maria, Santa Lucia, at last we are finished. The voice, she's a back up in the nose. Sing, Fred Allen.
Mammy's little baby loves shortening, shortening. Mammy's little baby loves shortening.
Well, at last I was ready for my debut, Jimmy. Professor Locatelli sent me to a booking agent. As I opened the door of the agent's office in the Steinway building, he said...
You're going places, Alan. Professor Locatelli told me all about you. You're going to be bigger than John, Charles, or Thomas.
You really think so?
I got a big radio job waiting for you, Alan.
Radio?
Uh-huh. You sing a big solo, there's a chorus behind you. Grab your hat and let's go.
Mammy's little baby loves shortening.
Well, you can imagine how I felt, Jimmy. After 10 years of work, my big opportunity had finally come. I was going to sing a solo with a big chorus behind me. As we came in the door of the radio studio, the musical director rushed up to us.
Ah, you have brought Mr. Allen, Barney.
Yeah, this is Lynn Hurry, Alan.
Oh, here's your music, Mr. Allen. The chorus is ready. We're going right on the air.
Do I sing now?
Not now, Mr. Allen. The background voices start the number.
Yes?
They stop, and then you sing the big solo part.
The solo?
Yes, the solo. Oh, stand by, everybody. We're on the air.
Do I sing now?
Now, quiet. Quiet.
Though cares and troubles haunt you, don't let yourself go. A daily bath with Lifebuoy will stop.
Now, Alan.
Well, that's what happened to my singing career, and thank you a lot for listening, James Melton. And now, ladies and gentlemen, it is my pleasure to present the distinguished announcer of the Metropolitan Opera broadcast, Mr. Milton Cross. Mr. Cross.
Thank you, Mr. Allen, and ladies and gentlemen. I am happy to bring a welcome message to the millions of music lovers who each year enjoy the Texas Company's broadcasts of the Metropolitan Opera. On next Saturday, November 28th, the Texas Company will begin its third year's sponsorship of a cycle of 16 of the world's great operas. The first broadcast will bring you Gaetano Donizetti's opera, Lucia de Lammermoor. Mr. Lee Pons and Mr. Jan Pierce will be heard in the leading roles. This and the subsequent broadcasts will be carried over a coast-to-coast network in the United States and also in Canada. As in the past, I shall try to make each of these 16 operas very real to you by describing each scene and act, and between the acts, we have planned a program of intermission features to make your afternoon at the opera complete. So remember to hear the Metropolitan Opera on this and the following Saturdays over another network as a guest of the Texas Company. See your local newspaper for time and station, and join us at curtain time for Lucia de Lammermoor this coming Saturday afternoon.
This is the Columbia Broadcasting System.
Phil Baker's Take It or Leave It follows immediately.
It's Texaco time, starring Fred Allen, with the Metropolitan Opera star Mr. James Melton, Portland Hoffa, and Al Goodman and his orchestra. This is Arthur Godfrey, ringing up the curtain on the Texaco Star Theater, and warning you that Old Man Winter is ringing up his curtain, too. From now on, it may be tough sledding for your car unless it's protected against winter troubles the thorough Texaco way. Texaco dealers from coast to coast are prepared to safeguard your car with insulated Haviland motor oil for your engine, winter-grade Texaco lubricant for the gears, a Marfac chassis job from stem to stern, high-quality antifreeze for the radiator, and expert protection of every other point where cold weather tries to KO your essential transportation. See your neighborhood Texaco dealer. It's his job to help you care for your car for your country. Next Thursday is Thanksgiving, folks. Next Thursday is Thanksgiving. But for those who can't wait and want something to be thankful for tonight, here he is, Fred Allen.
Thank you, and good evening, ladies and gentlemen. Well, Arthur, you look a mite tired tonight.
I'm all in, Fred. I've been working all week on the farm, getting my turkeys ready for Thanksgiving.
Oh, really? Turkeys? How many birds do you have, Arthur?
I got 600 turkeys, Fred, and 400 crows.
Crows?
Yeah, I crossed the crows with the turkeys.
You crossed the crows with the turkeys for what?
I get a turkey that's all dark meat.
Well, I don't know much about turkeys, Arthur.
When you were a kid, didn't you have a turkey at Thanksgiving?
No, Arthur, we were poor. Every Thanksgiving, my father would come home with a sparrow and a bicycle pump. When my father would carve, all of us kids would just get wind of the meat. But speaking about getting wind of things, did you get a whiff of Mr. Benny's program tonight?
No, Fred. What happened?
Well, I'll tell you. Speaking about your business and the farm and all that, Mr. Benny crossed 30 minutes with himself tonight and got a turkey. I'm right. You know, since Mr. Benny gave his Maxwell into the scrap drive, he has a horse on the program now, Leona. I think as long as he was giving junk, Benny should have kept the Maxwell and turned in his program to the scrap drive. But anyway, he has this horse Leona on the show now. I've heard of one-horse towns, Arthur, but it finally took Mr. Benny to give radio its first one-horse program. Well, I think that'll take care of the old jockey, and now we turn to the latest news of the week. The March of Trivia presents its weekly lowlight from the world of news. New York City, New York. Office of Price Administration and drive to enforce gasoline rationing regulations compels motorists using gasoline for pleasure driving to surrender their B and C windshield stickers and books. Now, tonight, the March of Trivia interviews a small group of ex-motorists who lost their B and C ratings. Now, first, Dr. Higby Quagmire. Why was your ration book taken away, Dr. Quagmire?
The inspector saw my car outside the Empire racetrack and turned me in.
Were you a doctor? Weren't you ashamed to be found at a racetrack?
Where else would I be? I'm a horse doctor.
Yes, you are. That's right, Doctor. You were there. You were there treating a patient?
Yes, Mad Meyer, a stallion in the third race, had a touch of bronchitis.
Mad Meyer, huh?
Yes, and I fixed him up.
Well, what did you do to Mad Meyer?
I put a warm compress on his loins.
Yes.
I put a hot application on his fetlock.
Yes.
I put a mustard plaster on his withers.
Mm-hmm.
Then I made my big mistake.
How, Doctor?
I put $2 on his nose.
Well, now that your ration book is gone, Doctor, what are you using for gas?
Bicarbonate.
You are a man who will be heard from, and thank you, Dr. Higby Quagmire. And now a housewife, Mrs. Bunny Flugelman. Is that right? Bunny Flugelman, is it?
Yes, sir.
Your gas book was taken away, Bunny?
It was me husband.
Oh, really?
Yeah. Me husband had a B book. He lost it.
Oh, they caught your husband doing non-essential driving?
Yeah, every night he ducked out with the car. He said he was an air raid warden.
Oh, and he wasn't?
It was a gag. The OPA found his car outside a roadhouse, the Lavender Goose. Well, that was the end of his B book.
Well, is your husband still an air raid warden?
Nah, he lost out in that, too.
Well, how come?
Every night they had a blackout, my husband was lit up.
He probably thought he was Neon Henderson, and thank you, Mrs. Bunny Flugel. A man who fooled the ration board is Vanderveer Vogel. Now, what happened, Vanderveer?
Who is laughing last could be enjoying it longer.
Well, how do you mean, Vanderveer?
Well, last week, Good Friday.
Yeah?
My wife is saying, Vanderveer is saying, tonight you will driving me by the theater. I am playing Who Knows a Little Bingo.
I see.
While inside, my wife is playing bingo. Outside, I'm sitting in the truck.
Mm-hmm.
To myself, I'm humming softly, I'm dreaming on a white Rosh Hashanah.
Well, what transpired?
With this, a man is coming up to the truck.
Yeah?
On the windshield, you sing B and C.
B and C.
Oh, you sing. You are driving to playing bingo.
Yes?
With this, he is giving me a summons. I shall appear before the board.
Well, what happened then, Vanderveer?
The board is saying woggle, and the windshield is B and C. You are playing bingo. This is wasting gas.
Well, what did you do, Mr. Vogel?
I am saying, gentlemen, and the windshield is B and C. It could be gas, but it's advertising.
Oh, your B and C stood for something.
Vitamins.
Vitamins?
Yeah. When do we woggles, vitamins, B and C?
Well, what did the ration board do when you explained your B and C?
They took away my A card.
Well, if you were in the draft, you may get your A card back, and thank you, Vanderveer Vogel. Well, I'm afraid that cleans up.
Hold it, chum. Stay your babble. Falstaff's here to charm the rabble.
Now, Falstaff, please, no poems tonight.
Have you heard, as I turned to wind the old Victrola, she dropped a Mickey in my Pepsi-Cola?
No, I haven't heard that.
Or, everything is kosher since the Dodgers signed DeRocha? My mother isn't frothing at the mouth, officer. She's been drinking buttermilk through her veil.
Now, wait a minute. That has finally done it. Tonight we have been discussing people who have been abusing their gas rationing privileges.
Precisely why I am here. I have written a poem.
What is your gas poem called?
The Saga of John.
The Saga of John? How does it go?
A man named John who owned a Ford applied for gas at his rationing board. John said he was lame. When he walked, he shook, so the board gave John a B and C book. With plenty of gas, he called up some dames and drove to the hot spots and the football games. One fine day, the law caught up with John, and the next thing he knew, his gas books were gone. Today, his car's in storage, and John kicks himself because he didn't observe the rationing laws. The man who wastes gas will one day walk to work, and as he walks like John, he'll say, "Boy, am I a jerk."
And here is Arthur Godfrey with a piece of string around his finger. What is that string for, Arthur?
That's to remind everybody that Tempest is fugiting, Fred.
Uh-huh.
And the deadline for selling your idle tires to Uncle Sam is December 1st. If you've got more than 5 tires to a car, ladies and gentlemen, all over 5 are idle tires, and they must be sold to our government for the national tire pool that'll keep all our cars rolling. So, if you've got a tire or two put away for a rainy day, remember, it's America's rainy day now. Call Railway Express. Your idle tires will be delivered without charge to a government appraiser, and you'll be paid by mail at OPA ceiling prices in war stamps or a treasury check as you prefer. Let me repeat. If you have idle tires, more than 5 tires, new or used, to a car, you must sell them to our government before December 1st. For further information, see your neighborhood Texaco dealer.
Al Goodman and his All Goodman Orchestra have just Problem in Relativity, the Goodman outfit, have just played the Marines' hymn. Bravo, maestro, I might say, if it's not too late.
Allen.
Well, Portland.
Mr. Allen. Alan, can you use a good joke?
Can I use a good joke? Can Rommel use an aspirin? What is it?
It's Mama's joke. Mama says she'll rent it or sell it.
Oh, I have a choice, huh? Well, what with the blue plate joke? Well, what is the joke?
Why is a man who bets on horses in New York like a Spanish dancer?
Well, I don't know. Why is a man who bets on horses in New York like a Spanish dancer?
Because they both have a little flower in their hair.
Look, Portland, you go home and tell your mother that there's also a ceiling on corn, in case she hasn't heard.
Mama made up another one. It's a Lulu.
Well, let us decide. Don't you start laughing at it. We'll trot it out in the cold night light here, and let's see what the joke is.
Now, why is Hitler like a calendar?
Why is Hitler like a calendar, huh?
Because his days are numbered.
That's your mother's joke also, huh? Your mother is good at jokes.
Mama's the life of the night shift at the shipyard.
She is? She's keeling them over in the shipyard, huh? Well, we should have your... She'll be on Basin Street before you... We should have your mother as a guest here some Sunday.
Oh, I can get Mama for tonight.
No, it's too late now. Our guest tonight is James Melton.
Didn't he used to sing on your program?
Oh, yes. Jimmy was with us back in 1934, I believe it was. You know, he's with the Metropolitan Opera Company this season.
Is Mr. Melton slumming tonight?
Slumming? Why, he'll probably fall all over me, Portland. I gave James Melton his start in radio. When he was a little tyke, I lifted him up to the mic to sing. Tonight he returns the Metropolitan Opera's newest star. Ladies and gentlemen, meet James Melton.
Thank you, everybody.
Well, Jimmy, here we are back together again.
I'm sorry, brother. I don't seem to place you.
Jimmy, you remember me, the man who gave you your start?
Oh, that's right. I didn't recognize you there, Major.
Major, look, Jimmy, I have two little bags under my eyes. The Major has one big bag under his vest. We'll hear from the Major tomorrow. I am Fred Allen, Jimmy.
Fred Allen. Allen. Somehow I associate that name with hunger.
Hunger, huh? Well, life sure plays its little pranks, Jimmy. Today you're a big star in opera, and look at me. I'm still in radio.
Now, don't be downhearted, Fred. After all, you've gone pretty far for a man with no talent.
Well, I know that, Jimmy, but quite frankly, but I envy you. Now, you're in opera. You can pal around with those glamour girls, Lily Pons, Grace Moore, Gladys Swarthout. Who can I go out with in radio?
You've got Ma Perkins, Merton Marge, Joyce Jordan.
Oh, no. No, Jimmy, I can't even see John's other wife without John hanging around. Butts in all the time. But you didn't come here to hear me crab, Jimmy. Tell me what... I wasn't sure whether I could say crab today. I was saving it for a meatless day, and I like it. But tell me what have you been doing? What have you been doing since 1934?
Well, after I left your program, Fred, I had to lie low for a couple of years till things blew over.
Well, that's... And while you were lowing lie, what happened?
I kept studying, Fred, and for the past few seasons I've been singing with the Chicago Opera Company.
And now you're back in New York to make your debut at the Met. So tell me, Jimmy, how are you going to be billed at the Metropolitan?
Oh, it's James Melton. Why?
Well, I thought for the opera, you might change your name to Tito Meltonini, or perhaps Wolfram von Meltenbach.
Today, the opera encourages American talent. The Metropolitan has more than 25 American singers on its roster, and many others being trained.
Well, didn't I read that the box office prices have been lowered this year?
Yes, they have, Fred. This season, the opera is within reach of everybody.
But I still can't understand your attitude, Jimmy. Why did you ever give up radio? What has opera got that radio hasn't got?
Well, opera has more drama and color than radio.
Oh, that's ridiculous. You name any opera, and I'll prove that we have its equivalent in radio.
All right, take The Barber of Seville.
The Barber of Seville. What is it? Nothing but Duffy's Tavern with hot towels.
Opera has Lucia de Lammermoor.
Radio has Dorothy de Lammermoor.
How about Tannhäuser?
What is that?
Tannhäuser?
Yeah.
Well, that's the story of a man who falls in love with Venus. Then he can't make up his mind to go back to his old sweetheart.
Well, that's only take it or leave it. Without the $64 question, that's all it is. My radio has everything, Jimmy. Starting next week, radio is even going to have the opera.
How do you mean, Fred?
Well, the sponsors of this program, the Texas Company, are going to sponsor the operas on Saturday afternoons again for the entire season. And that's really why I wanted to talk to you tonight, Jimmy.
I don't understand, Fred.
Well, you said that the Metropolitan Company is encouraging American talent.
Right.
Now, I have a small singing group, the Allen Schlemiel Light Opera Company. Now, if you could fix it for us, I thought perhaps we could sing along at the Met with you.
Now, what could you sing?
Well, we could sing the commercial.
Oh, no, but you can't sing a commercial in opera.
We certainly can. I'll show you how it would sound, Jimmy. Meister singers.
Yes,
This is Mr. Melton. We are going to sing for Mr. Melton. Mr. Goodman, if you will, please. Tonight we sing of Texaco.
Texaco.
And Texaco rhymes with Mexico.
Mexico.
If you'll fill up your tanks today,
with Texaco you'll be on your merry way.
Be sure it's Texaco.
It rhymes with Mexico.
Find the Texaco star.
That's where dealers are.
Fill up today with Texaco.
Motorists in the know use Texaco.
And when you've got to go with Texaco. Well, Jimmy, how did you like it?
Well, Fred, you just set Rigoletto back 200 years.
I guess you're right, Jimmy. I think we'd better leave the singing to you. How about showing us how opera really should be sung?
Would you like to hear Vesti la Giuba from Pagliacci?
I certainly would. All right, Mr. Goodman, if you will.
Recitar mentre preso dall'elirio non so più quel che dico e quel che faccio e pure dopo sforzati sei tu forse tu sei Pagliaccio. Vesti la giubba e la faccia infarina, la gente paga e rider vuole qua. Se alla fin vola colombina, ridi Pagliaccio e niun applaudirà. Tramuta in lati lo spasmo ed il pianto in una samar fialle singhiazza e il dolore
that was wonderful, Jimmy.
Thank you, Fred.
You know, as you stood there singing, Jimmy, I kept thinking how close I came to having a voice like yours.
Oh, really?
Yes, Jimmy. You know, years ago, I had hopes. I, too, studied for the opera.
But what happened?
Well, this is my story, James. It all started back home in Boston. I was about 18 years old. I'd gone to a Halloween party. They had run out of Moxie, and around 10 o'clock that night, I heard a fellow say...
Hey, let's quit talking for apples, kids. Let's have some singing.
Yeah, song, huh?
Let me see. Now, who can we get to sing?
How about Freddie Allen?
Yeah, Allen. We want Allen. What do you say, Freddie?
Oh, shucks, I can't sing, fellas.
Oh, come on, Freddie. Yeah, just one song.
Well, all right. Something told me this was going to happen. Lucky I brought my music and my pitch pipe with me.
Lucky I brought my piano.
Yeah.
I'll play it for you, Fred.
Now, quiet, everybody.
Put on the fillet, put on the lead. Mammy's going to make a little shortening bread. That ain't all he's going to do. Mammy's going to make a little coffee, too. Mammy's little baby loves shortening. Mammy's little baby loves shortening bread. Mammy's little baby loves shortening. Mammy's little baby loves shortening bread.
That song started all of my trouble, Jimmy. When I finished singing, a strange-looking woman with a lawn yet 2 pigeons in her hair and open-toed button shoes sent me her card. The next afternoon I called, and as I came in the door, she said...
I heard you sing at the party last night.
Yes, miss.
I am Madame Delsart.
Madame Delsart?
I teach music and voice.
Yes, madam.
You have a wonderful voice, Fred Allen. What was that song you sang last night?
Mammy's little baby loves shortening.
Yes, divine. You have tone, resonance, and timbre. There is only one thing.
Yes, Madame Delsart.
Your voice is up in your nose.
Yes.
If I can get your voice down in your mouth, you will be another Phil Harris.
You mean I can sing like Phil Harris, the aria from 5 by 5?
Yes, but it means work, child. You'll have to study, and study hard.
Well, Jimmy, I studied for 2 years, and then one day Madame Delsart said...
Success. At last, Fred Allen, your voice is out of your nose and down in your mouth. Now let me hear you sing.
Mammy's little baby loves shortening. Mammy's little baby loves shortening bread.
Magnifique. There is nothing more I can teach you. I'm sending you to Professor Locatelli in New York. Good luck, Fred Allen.
Well, I gave up my job, Jimmy, and went to New York. Professor Locatelli was the janitor at Carnegie Hall. His studio was in the cellar, a plush coal bin. I lit a match and found the door.
Yes, sir. Is there something I can do for you?
Well, I'm Fred Allen. Madame Delsart wrote you about me.
Oh, see. You are the poor man's Lanny Ross.
Thank you, Professor Locatelli.
Quiet, please. The first time I'm going to try your voice. Sing us something for Professor Locatelli.
Mammy's little baby loves shortening. Mammy's little baby loves shortening bread.
Oh, sango de patata canguito. What a voice. It's just the one thing.
Yes, Professor Locatelli?
Your voice, she's down in your mouth. Are we going to push him up in the nose? Now, take off your glasses. Take off your glasses. Professor Locatelli's going to go to work.
Well, for 8 years I studied, Jimmy, and then one night Professor Locatelli said...
Santa Maria, Santa Lucia, at last we are finished. The voice, she's back up in the nose. Sing, Fred Allen.
Mammy's little baby loves shortening. Mammy's little baby loves shortening.
Well, at last I was ready for my debut, Jimmy. Professor Locatelli sent me to a booking agent. As I opened the door of the agent's office in the Steinway building, he said...
You're going places, Allen. Professor Locatelli told me all about you. You're going to be bigger than John, Charles, or Thomas.
You really think so?
I got a big radio job waiting for you, Allen.
Radio?
Uh-huh. You sing a big solo, there's a chorus behind you. Grab your hat and let's go.
Mammy's little baby loves shortening.
Well, you can imagine how I felt, Jimmy. After 10 years of work, my big opportunity had finally come. I was going to sing a solo with a big chorus behind me. As we came in the door of the radio studio, the musical director rushed up to us.
Ah, you have brought Mr. Allen, Barney.
Yeah, this is Lynn Hurry, Allen.
Oh, here's your music, Mr. Allen. The chorus is ready. We're going right on the air.
Do I sing now?
Not now, Mr. Allen. The background voices start the number.
Yes.
They stop, and then you sing the big solo part.
The solo?
Yes, the solo. Oh, stand by, everybody. We're on the air.
Do I sing now?
Now, quiet.
Though cares and
troubles haunt you, don't let yourself go. A daily bath with Lifebuoy will stop.
Now, Alice.
Well, that's what happened to my singing career, and thank you a lot for listening, James Melton. And now, ladies and gentlemen, it is my pleasure to present the distinguished announcer of the Metropolitan Opera broadcast, Mr. Milton Cross. Mr. Cross.
Thank you, Mr. Allen, and ladies and gentlemen. I'm happy to bring a welcome message to the millions of music lovers who each year enjoy the Texas Company's broadcasts of the Metropolitan Opera. On next Saturday, November 28th, the Texas Company will begin its third year's sponsorship of a cycle of 16 of the world's great operas. The first broadcast will bring you Gaetano Donizetti's opera, Lucia de Lammermoor. Mr. Lily Pons and Mr. Jan Pierce will be heard in the leading roles. This and the subsequent broadcasts will be carried over a coast-to-coast network in the United States and also in Canada. As in the past, I shall try to make each of these 16 operas very real to you by describing each scene and act, and between the acts, we have planned a program of intermission features to make your afternoon at the opera complete. So remember to hear the Metropolitan Opera on this and the following Saturdays over another network as a guest of the Texas Company. See your local newspaper for time and station, and join us at curtain time for Lucia de Lammermoor this coming Saturday afternoon.
This is the Columbia Broadcasting System. Bill Baker's Take It or Leave It follows immediately.
Not now, Portland. Later.
It's Texaco time, starring Fred Allen, with Adolphe Menjou, Joan Merrill, Portland Hoffa, and Al Goodman and his orchestra. This is Jimmy Wallington, inviting you to hear the Texaco Star Theater and bringing you a message from Texaco dealers coast to coast. A message that can be expressed in two words. You're welcome. For you are welcome at your Texaco dealers, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome to all of its practical help in solving today's driving problems and keeping your car in condition to deliver your essential transportation. His regular care and service with Texaco quality products can mean more mileage from your tires, your car, and your gasoline. So see your Texaco dealer regularly. You're welcome to every service he can give to help you care for your car or your country. Ladies and gentlemen, when the new social register came out last week, several familiar names were missing. Tonight we bring you a man who can't even get his name in the phone book. And here he is, Fred Allen.
Thank you. Thank you, and good evening, ladies and gentlemen. Well, as you know, ladies and gentlemen, bingo has been banned in New York, so you folks who have been coming into the studio here Sunday nights to play bingo are out of luck tonight. Tonight, you'll just have to sit here and watch the program. The doors are locked, so there's nothing you can do about it.
Mr. Allen!
Well, Portland. Gee, what's up, Portland? You look excited.
Well, Arthur Godfrey isn't here yet.
Well, I know that, Portland. Arthur made a screen test for 20th Century Fox last week, and it came out swell. Now, Arthur's getting ready to go to Hollywood.
Well, who is this new announcer?
Who knows? I called up the employment agency. I said, send me a good radio announcer to go with a tall microphone. And this bird showed up.
He looks like Jimmy Wallington.
Well, it is Jimmy Wallington, Portland, in what's left of the flesh. You remember Portland, Jimmy?
Why, sure. Hello, Portland.
It's nice to see you back, Jimmy.
Thanks, Portland. How's the program been going, Sam?
Fine, James.
How's Jack Benny been doing?
Well, he's scraping along. He's working on quiz shows. He was stooging for that comedian with the pop eyes last week. Trying to get the Mad Russian's job, I guess. Did you folks hear Benny's program tonight?
No.
What happened, Fred?
Well, you know how it is with a Benny program, Jimmy. You either like it or you don't like it. I must be getting in a rut. I don't know. Well, the show came from Palm Springs tonight. That's in the desert, you know. It took science 200 years to make things grow on the desert. In 30 minutes, Benny covered the desert with corn. I mean, yes, sir, the desert didn't even know what hot air was until Benny cut it. At the finish, I was going to say he horsed around, but he couldn't horse around on the desert. He cameled around. And at the finish of the program, he did a sketch, and in the sketch, Benny captured Rommel on the program. I guess Rommel figured if he gave up, Benny would give up too. Well, so much for the old, flaky old grape nut. Let's turn to the latest news of the week. The March of Trivia presents its weekly lowlight from the world of news. Washington, D.C. Members of President's Joint Labor Advisory Council, after a recent conference, say that registration of woman power may start before the first of the year. March of Trivia tonight checks on nationwide reaction to the increased use of women in men's jobs. Otis, head of a construction company, says,
In our business, employing women is a headache.
Well, how do you mean, Mr. Otis?
Well, since the company started using women sand hogs, we had to put a powder room in the decompression chamber.
Thank you, Mr. Otis. A worker who explains the women's viewpoint, Mrs. Panay Dubrowski.
Say, can you announce that I'm appearing through the courtesy of the CIO?
Yes, we'll announce it later. We'll have a slide come down.
Oh, thanks. I got 200 tickets with a portable radio listening in.
Outside? I wouldn't put a duck out on a night like this. Fine. Well, how do you feel about women working, Benet?
Well, for married women, it can break up their home.
Your home was broken up?
Yeah. I was a steam fitter. I was getting $2 an hour.
Uh-huh.
My husband was a good humor man.
Your husband was a good humor man, huh?
He was getting a commission and all the pistachio he could eat.
Your husband wasn't doing so well.
Nah. Some nights he'd come home with nothing but sticky lips.
And you?
Oh, every night I'm rolling in with 18 or 20 clams.
Well, did the difference in your salaries upset your husband?
Made him a somnambulance. He started walking in his sleep.
Well, walking in his sleep? Well, where would he walk?
Over to my slacks, and then he'd go through them.
And that broke up your home, huh?
There was a big fight. He packed up his popsicles and went back to live with his father.
Well, I'm sorry to hear that, and thank you, Mrs. Benet Dubrowski. A well-meaning swain who has his troubles is Plato Gately. That's the name, Plato Gately, isn't it? Well, how do you feel? How do you feel about women working, Plato?
Broke off my engagement.
Broke off your engagement?
Yeah.
How?
Well, I was nuts about this girl. She was a plumber.
She was a plumber, huh?
Yeah.
Well, what? I know how she could plumb. What upset your plans?
So, well, every night I take her out to a picture. I had to bring her home at 11 o'clock.
Yeah.
Last night it was a double feature. I didn't bring her home till 12:30.
So?
This morning she sent me a bill.
A bill for what?
An hour and a half overtime.
Well, she knows how to keep the wolf away from her door, and thank you, Plato Gately. Well, I guess that cleans things.
Alpha-Mo, hail and howdy. Falstaff's here to act the rowdy.
Now, if you have more poems open short, I am getting out an injunction.
I have dedicated a new poem to Hitler.
What poem?
If it wasn't for a gremlin, I might have reached the Kremlin.
Well, look,
Have you heard, said the gorilla to the chinchilla, may I taste your sarsaparilla?
No, I haven't.
Or, stop winking at the quarterback, mother. He's not making those passes at you.
Now, wait. Tonight we happen to be talking about women in industry.
Precisely why I am here.
Don't tell me that you have contrived a poem.
No, tonight I have coined a ditty.
A dirge?
Who knows? I have brought the Punkapog puppeteers to sing it for us.
Oh, these are the Punkapog puppeteers, are
Yes, the tall chap formerly kept company with one of the Andrew sisters.
they? Which one?
He wasn't particular.
And this little man here?
Oh, for 2 years, he was the floor show at Hamburger Heaven.
He's not there now?
No, his hair started falling out. You have to be so careful around Hamburger.
Oh, I know.
When he gets completely bald, they want him back.
Well, it won't be long now. He'll be back there any minute. What about this women working song?
Are we in the mood, gentlemen?
Yes, Mr. Openshaw.
Let us, shall we?
My wife is working on the railroad. My mother-in-law's a whack. My daughter's learning to shoe horses. My mother's a lumberjack. My little niece just joined the Coast Guard. She sails the briny foam. You'll find a woman in every job today, but you won't find a woman. You can't find a woman. There are no women at home.
And the Punkapog puppeteer. And now, ladies and gentlemen, our singing guest tonight, a young lady whose voice you have heard in many pictures of late, Miss Joan Merrill. Joan is singing Manhattan Serenade.
I have a memory of a lovely refrain, and in my heart it will forever remain. Our song was like a blue white jay. My darling, do you remember that night in Manhattan was the start of it? We lived it and we loved every part of it. The glow of moonlight in the park, the lights that spelled your name, the autumn breeze that fanned the spark, that set our hearts aflame. Our kiss was a sky ride to the highest star. We made it without touching the handlebar. And I gave you my love to the melody. Our kiss was a sky ride to the highest star. We made it without touching the handlebars. And I gave you my love to the melody. The music, the madness that made our Manhattan
Thank you very much, Joan. That was lovely. Say, Jimmy.
Yes, Fred?
Here's your commercial.
Hey, this is written in pencil.
Yes, Jimmy. I had to write it in pencil. You know, the Army and Navy want to buy 600,000 late model standard typewriters immediately, Jimmy. So I called up a typewriter dealer and turned my typewriter in to Uncle Sam. Naturally, I had to write the commercial tonight in longhand.
Yeah, but who can read this? It looks like the tract of a tired termite.
Now, wait a minute, Jimmy. No sarcasm. Just read it, if you will.
Well, I'll try.
Do that.
Ladies and gentlemen, the sweater is getting older.
No, that's not sweat. That's the weather is getting colder, Jimmy. The weather is getting colder.
take your cane to Mexico.
Not cane. That's a K. Take your car to Texaco.
Oh, shucks, Fred. I'll just have to make something up out of my head.
Well, we're sunk now, but you go right ahead, Jimmy.
Ladies and gentlemen, if you're still driving on these cold days with last summer's worn-out lubricant, look out. For neglect of proper lubrication can ruin irreplaceable parts. And if you're careless today, you may be carless tomorrow. Take your car around to your neighborhood Texaco dealer and get it ready for winter with the right grade of Texaco lubricant, a high-quality antifreeze, and a Marfax chassis job from stem to stern. It's as sensible as putting on an overcoat when winter comes. See your Texaco dealer tomorrow.
That was just a suggestion of Rumba Rumba, played by Al Goodman and 25 relatives on his mother's side. Yes, sir, Portland. Something you wanted?
Yes, I forgot. Mama told me to thank you for the turkey you sent us Thanksgiving.
Oh, the turkey. That's all right. It's an old custom.
It was an old turkey.
What do you mean? What do you mean, old?
Mama said it was a cold storage turkey.
Cold storage?
When Mama put it in the oven, the turkey thawed out and came back to life.
No kidding.
When Mama tried to baste it, the turkey threw cranberries at her.
The turkey threw cranberries? Well, how did your mother kill the gobbler?
My Uncle Phil threw rocks in the oven till the turkey died.
Threw rocks in the oven at it, did he? Well, how did it taste? Tender, was it?
There wasn't any white meat on it.
Oh, that's silly. All turkeys have white meat.
Not this one. On account of the rocks, this turkey's meat was all black and blue.
Oh, black and blue. You had the first Technicolor turkey in town, I guess. Well, all right, Portland, I'm busy now. I have to welcome our guest, Adolphe Menjou, Hollywood's best-dressed man.
I know. I wrote an introduction for Mr. Menjou, like they have in the movies with credits.
With credits, really? How does it sound?
It starts with a fanfare.
Hollywood presents its best-dressed star, Adolphe Menjou. Mr. Menjou's suit was made by Barney the tailor. Mr. Menjou's shoes, custom built by Adler Elevator Shoe Company. Mr. Menjou's necktie by Bloomingdale's Basement. Mr. Menjou's flower by Mrs. Stropopolis, formerly outside of the automat. Mr. Menjou's mustache serviced by I.G. Fox. And here he is in person, Mr. Adolphe Menjou.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Well, Mr. Menjou, I must say that in person, you are sort of a letdown.
You mean this plain gray suit, Fred?
Yes, Mr. Menjou. I thought surely you'd show up in lavender knickers, a pea green Norfolk jacket, a polka dot shirt, a burned orange beret, and snakeskin wedgies.
Now, look, Fred, if you're going to start one of those tired routines about my clothes, I'm getting out of here so fast you'll be left with nothing but a faint aroma of bay rum.
Knowing that you have been here. Well, look, Mr. Menjou, or may I call you Adolphe?
Please don't.
Well, why not?
Well, a certain bewildered paper hanger has ruined the name of Adolphe for all time.
And you are not kidding. Well, I'll come right to the point, Mr. Menjou. I read that you have been doing shortwave broadcasts in foreign languages.
Yes, Fred, I've been doing some work for the Office of War Information, but how does that concern you?
Well, I'll tell you. I go on the air every week telling my jokes in English, you see, just in English. Now, half of our allies don't even know what I'm talking about. If you will translate one of my jokes into some foreign languages for me, you see, I can entertain more people.
Well, what is the joke?
Oh, any joke will do. Try this one. How can you keep a dead fish from smelling? Cut off its nose.
Well, now, that joke isn't even funny in English.
Well, maybe it will sound better in Spanish.
Well, all right, in Spanish it would be, ¿Cómo evitar que huela un pescado? Pues cortándole la nariz.
That is the end?
Yes, and it's probably the end of our good neighbor policy, too.
Well, you know, it might go better in Russian, Adolphe. How would that sound?
Russian? Что вы не пахнет. Отвечу нос.
Now, wait a minute, Adolphe. I asked you to say, how can you keep a dead fish from smelling in Russian? I distinctly heard the word Nazi in there.
Yes, Nazi is the new Russian word for dead fish.
Good. I hear that the Nazi soldiers have been outside of Stalingrad so long, they're speaking German with a Russian accent now.
Well, the way the Germans are retreating, they're turning the Russian steps into an escalator.
Very good. Not bad at all. Well, tell me, Adolphe, how would getting back to the joke there, how would that dead fish gag sound in Chinese?
Well, in Chinese it would go, Wo Chin Chin Hun Shi Wan Chung Yi Peng Yu.
Oh, that was wonderful, wonderful. Oh, that's the phone. Excuse me, Adolphe. Hello?
Wang Ho, Shatan Fuyang, Wang Kao, Mr. Manju.
Oh, it's for you, Adolphe.
Oh, thank you. Hello?
Sing Wan Tang, Soyak San Wu, Yang Chan Liti Fu.
Oh, how, hun, how, ding, how, me you fudge.
He called you up about the joke, did he?
Yes, it was very funny. He said, may you fudge, may you quazza, hung ho, pung you ho.
What is that translated?
Well, it means, that ain't the way I heard it.
Don't tell me that Confucius is writing for Fibber McGee now. You know, I think that translating my jokes is going to be a big thing, Adolphe. How much salary, what salary would you want to be my translator?
Well, it's morale work, Fred. I don't want any money.
Oh, you have to get paid. How about $1,000 a week?
No, Fred, you can't pull that on me.
Pull what, Adolphe?
I know. With this new $25,000 ceiling, you're trying to get rid of some of your extra dough. Well, you're not shoving it off on me.
Now, wait a minute. You have to take some money.
Look, Fred, if I wanted to be a pig, I could have got on the Maxwell House program for a pound of coffee. Don't tell me that you Hollywood stars are upset about the salary ceiling.
All the stars are worried, Fred.
They're cutting down, huh?
Why, the only actor who had meat on his table Thanksgiving Day was Bing Crosby.
Bing had a turkey?
Well, it looked pretty big for a turkey. I got a leg that was 4 feet long.
Adolphe, you mean?
All I know is that I found a piece of harness in the gravy.
Harness in the gravy. Well, tell me, how is Rudy Valley holding out?
Oh, Rudy's still okay. He's wearing an annuity with sleeves in it.
Sleeves. You know, Rudy used to carry so much money in his stocking, he had to sleep with his left leg in a vault every night. But speaking of clothes, Adolphe, you're an authority on dress. What do you think of this outfit I have on tonight?
Well, there's only one thing that puzzles me.
What's that, Adolphe?
How did they ever stuff that suit in a Cracker Jack box?
Well,
that suit looks as though George Washington slept in it.
Yes,
And that thing around your neck, is that a necktie, or did you make your getaway at a lynching?
Well, I thought...
And, Fred, those button shoes aren't modern, even though each button says, keep 'em flying.
Yes, I guess I'm a mess, Adolphe. I'm going out and buy myself a new suit.
A new suit? I can get it for you wholesale.
Wholesale?
Yes, I've got a little spot downtown. Now, get your hat, Fred. We'll get down there right away.
Well, let's go, Adolphe. Mr. Goodman, will you see us off downtown? Well, here we are downtown, Adolphe. Are you sure you know where this wholesale suit place is?
Oh, yes, Fred. It's number 12. Oh, here we are. Hart, Schaffner, and Horowitz. Wholesale clothing.
Fine. Now, remember, before we go in, Adolphe, I want a blue serge, double-breasted suit with a stripe.
A blue serge, double-breasted with a stripe.
Fine. Now, let's go in.
No, gentlemen.
I'm Menjou.
Gesundheit.
No, Menjou. Menjou.
Well, stop sneezing. It could be Kathy.
Now, wait. This is Adolphe Menjou.
Who asked you?
Well, I thought...
If he knows who he is, he'll tell me.
Now, you remember me. I bought this suit I've got on here wholesale.
The suit I recall. It's you I don't remember.
But he's Adolphe Menjou. You've seen him in the movies. Remember that picture, Roxy Hart?
I played a lawyer in the picture.
Oh, were you the lawyer for Tinzer Roger?
That's right.
Twee on you, you shyster. What could I do for you?
My friend here wants a suit.
I got George the suit.
Now, wait a minute. You don't even know what I want yet.
So what? What you are going to want, I am going to have.
My friend wants to see something in a blue serge.
I got George the suit.
Is it a blue serge?
It's brown tweed.
Well, who wants brown? I want blue serge.
Yes, my friend has made up his mind. He wants to see a blue serge.
Okay, so I could give him a blue serge.
Fine.
But I wouldn't.
Well, why not?
My brother-in-law is wearing blue serge. Fui, that lowlifer.
Well, what has your brother-in-law got to do with me?
If I am seeing you in a blue serge suit, you are reminding me of my brother-in-law. I was scratching your eyes out.
This guy is nuts, Adolphe. Let's get out of here.
So go ahead. Who's stopping you?
Take your finger out of my lapel.
Now, look, Fred. Why don't you just slip on the brown tweed? Don't forget it's wholesale.
Well, all right.
You'll see the brown.
Okay, Sam.
Coming, see brown.
Sam, bring in a 437 brown.
Coming up a 437 brown.
Brown. Blue is my favorite color.
Well,
Brown.
there's nothing smarter than a nice double-breasted brown suit.
Well, you ought to know, Adolphe.
You will see this suit. Beautiful.
Is it double-breasted?
It's a zoot suit. The pants is double-breasted.
What about the coat?
Oh, the coat, a knockout. Single-breasted.
Oh, wait a minute. You heard, my friend?
Yes, you heard me. I want a double-breasted...
Gentlemen, please.
But
You could talk till Doomstag. I wouldn't sell you a double-breasted number.
Well, why not?
My no-good brother-in-law is wearing double-breasted.
Oh, this is ridiculous. Come on, Adolphe. Let's get out of here.
So go ahead. Somebody stopping you?
Take your hand out of my collar. All of it. The little finger, too.
Now, Fred, don't lose your head. After all, you're getting a suit wholesale. Why not have a look at the single-breasted brown tweed?
Well,
He'll see the single-breasted.
Okay, Sam.
Sam, always Sam, come to what?
Bring in a 437 brown, single-breasted.
Coming up a 437, it should be single-breasted.
Not snell, Sam.
Sam, for 2 pins, I would enlist in the Union.
Why can't I get what I want? I always wear a double-breasted suit.
Well, it's time you changed, Fred. I'd like to see you in a smart, single-breasted brown stripe.
Oh, stripes. Stripes flatter me,
Oh,
stripes.
if you are liking stripes, this is your suit. A gorgeous brown, single-breasted.
With a stripe?
With a check.
Why can't I have a stripe?
You are asking?
I am asking.
So I am telling. My brother-in-law wears stripes.
Again, your brother-in-law. Come on, let's go, Adolphe.
No, get out. I wouldn't sell you. Scram, go ahead.
Well, how can I go? You're standing on my feet here.
Say, Fred, I've just been thinking. A check might not be so bad as that. Lucius Beebe is wearing checks this season.
But, Adolphe...
Oh, just try one on for me.
Well, okay.
You'll see the check.
Okay, Sam, Sam.
Stop yelling. Here is the suit.
Slipping the coat on this gentleman.
Okay, I'm slipping, border.
Now, wait, wait till I button the coat here.
Have a look. Is that a suit? Ay.
Wait, what is that dragging on the floor?
The belt in the back. It's a little loose. This we are tightening.
Well, look, what are these 3 lapels here?
Oh, that's a victory suit. We are shaving cloth. Instead of 2 pairs of pants, every customer is getting 3 lapels.
Well, what do you think, Adolphe?
Fred, it looks magnificent on you. That's the smartest suit I've seen this season.
You think?
Buy it, by all means.
All right, Adolphe. If you say so, I'll take it. But isn't this left sleeve a little longer than the right?
This is keeping the rain off your wristwatch. Confidently, brother, I am advising you to snap it up.
Yes, Fred, you've certainly got yourself a bargain.
A bargain. I wanted a blue serge double-breasted suit with a stripe. I end up with this single-breasted brown tweed suit with a check and 3 lapels on it.
But don't forget, Fred, I got it for you wholesale.
You bet. A suit like this you couldn't buy on a pushcart for half the money.
All right. I didn't want it, but I bought it. Here's my card. Send the suit over to this address.
Oh, no. I am sending it to your new address.
What new address?
You're moving.
Moving? I've been living in this building for 12 years. I have a wonderful apartment. I have a nice landlord, and I'm very happy there.
If you are not moving, I am not delivering the suit.
Why not?
My brother-in-law is living in that building.
That is the last straw. If I have to move, the deal is off.
Keep the suit, Fred. I'll move.
Adolphe, why should you move?
I'm the brother-in-law.
Thank you very much, Adolphe Menjou. Now, next week, ladies and gentlemen, our guest will be Georgie Jessel and Miss Josephine Houston. And now, Jimmy, you have a message, I know, from Uncle Sam.
Yes, Fred? It's about an opportunity for men of 18 and 19 who will come under the Selective Service Act. Here's a way they can get their own choice of many Army jobs. They can now enlist immediately and take their pick of 13 different branches of the Army, including the Air Force, the Signal Corps, and many others. Men of 18 and 19 who join up now can learn more and advance faster. See your nearest Army recruiting station.
Thank you, Jimmy. This is Fred Allen speaking for Texaco dealers from coast to coast, reminding you to drive under 35 to save rubber and to drive into your Texaco dealer regularly to have your tires checked. Remember, you're welcome. Good night. Thank you. Good night.
This is the Columbia Broadcasting System.
Stay tuned to this station for Take It or Leave It with Phil Baker. Then at 10:30, listen to Columbia's Report to the Nation. Tonight, this thrilling dramatic news program brings you Larry Lasser, CBS Moscow correspondent, Walter Cronkite, United Press North Africa, and Marine Lieutenant Donald McCafferty, Guadalcanal hero. 10 p.m., BULOVA, Bulova Watch Time. WABC in New York, 880 on your dial. WABC in New York, 880 on your dial. WABC in New York, 880 on your dial. WABC in New York, 880 on your
WABC, New York.
Mr. Allen!
I'm ready, Portland. Let's go.
It's Texaco time with George Jessel, Josephine Hewson, Portland Hoffa, the Texaco Workshop Players, Al Goodman and his orchestra, and starring Fred Allen. Jimmy Wallington saying hello for Texaco dealers from coast to coast and inviting you to enjoy Fred Allen in the Texaco Star Theater as a special guest of the Texaco dealer in your own neighborhood. It's his way of telling you that you're welcome. Welcome to all the skilled help he can give to keep that car of yours delivering your essential transportation. Make your tires last longer by letting your Texaco dealer give them a regular checkup on pressure and condition. And make your car last longer and run more economically by seeing that it gets regular, systematic lubrication and maintenance from your Texaco dealer. It's his job to help you care for your car, for your country. Folks, December is the month of cold weather. Don't forget to let your cat in on winter nights, or you will wind up like this program with a frozen puss. And here he is, Fred Allen.
Thank you, and good evening, ladies and gentlemen. Jimmy, I must say from that introduction tonight, you are as sharp as either end of a boiled potato tonight. Frozen puss. Are you kidding?
Well, I'm from Hollywood, Fred. I can't stand cold weather.
Well, you guys from California, Jimmy, every time you're all alike. Every time Claude Rains gets east of Chicago, he turns to sleet. Claude Sleet, they call him around Indiana. A little cold, and Veronica Lake starts looking like a rink when she gets here. I don't know what it is.
Mr. Allen!
Well, Portland, gee whiz. Well, Portland, you're just in time to participate here. How did your family react to cold weather?
Well, my Uncle Phil went to a football game last week.
Yeah?
It was so cold in the stadium, one team froze in a huddle.
Froze in a huddle, huh? No kidding.
The other team was using the iced tea formation.
The iced tea formation. Yes, they say that after this, all the cold spells will start from Washington. They've frozen prices and they've frozen wages. There's nothing left to freeze now but the people. So the weather from now on will all emanate from a certain point. And speaking of frosts, did you hear Jack Benny's program tonight? Did you folks hear
Why, no, Fred.
What happened?
Well, very little, but I shall give it to you in the order in which it didn't occur. The program opened up with a commercial about grape nuts. You see, a program like that you can't take on an empty stomach. They give you a little grape nut commercial. And the first part of the show was a farewell to Phil Harris. You know, Phil and his whole band have joined the Merchant Marines. I guess after working... thank you very much. Phil's commanding officer waiting for him to get here. But after working with Benny 6 years for peanuts, I guess Navy beans look pretty good to Phil. And the second part of the program, Benny was packing up to come to New York. You know, he's taking all of his heavy clothes in case it's cold here. Why should Benny worry about the cold? He's the only man I know who can take off his hair and use it for a muffler. So why... And The program finished with a sketch. In the sketch, Benny caught 2 Japs this week. Remember last week he caught Rommel on the program? Well, next week when he gets here to New York, the next thing he catches will be something from the sponsor, but we won't know about that. That won't be on the air. Well, so much for the old Beverly Heel, and now let's turn to the news.
What's the newsreel for tonight, Mr. Allen?
Well, during the past week, Portland, the president and the mayor of New York have both given the country their recipes for stretching coffee. You've perhaps seen it in the paper, huh? Well, tonight the question is, who makes the better coffee? President Roosevelt or Mayor LaGuardia?
Whom are you going to ask?
Well, whenever I want to know how America is reacting to an important issue of the day, I just drop around to Allen's Alley, Portland. Here we are. It's Allen's Alley, Portland.
Now what happened?
Well, I just knock on 3 or 4 doors down here and see how the people feel about this coffee question. I'll try this house here.
What is it, another one of them surveys?
Yes, sir.
Okay, I know the whole routine, mister.
Well,
My name is John Doe. I'm married. I have 1 wife and 2.6 kids. I give all my scrap into the scrap drive. Half of the scrap is still laying over in Flushing. I hear the mayor is going to have a come and get your scrap back day.
But
I keep my lights dimmed, I'm conserving my rubber, and my favorite radio program is Major Boat.
In other words?
I am the average man.
I see.
Now, what is it you want to know, brother?
Well, last week, President Roosevelt and Mayor LaGuardia...
Yeah, I know. They both give their recipes for coffee.
Well, what I want to know is...
I know. I tried them both.
Well, which coffee did you like better?
The president. But I won't admit it.
Why not?
I'm a Republican.
I'll see who's in this next house here.
No.
I'm taking a survey, madam. What is your name, please?
The name is Mrs. Pansy Nussbaum.
Did you read about the president's and Mayor LaGuardia's coffee hens?
Both coffees I'm trying.
Well, which did you like better?
Both coffees you can keep.
They are both bad?
The president's coffee is tasting like low tide at Coney Island.
And?
The mayor's coffee could be somebody's putting shellac in the Pepsi-Cola.
Well, what are you using for coffee at home?
I am mixing old coffee grounds with Lux.
Old coffee grounds. Well, how does the Lux work out?
The coffee has a head on it.
Yes?
And every night,
I
am dreaming of a white Christmas.
Drinking Lux in your coffee hasn't bothered you otherwise?
Only when I talk. The neighbors are calling me Bubbles Nussbaum.
Well, perhaps if you tried Sanka.
You're welcome.
Well, that takes care of Mrs. Nussbaum. I'll try this tenement here.
There you are.
What is your name, sir?
Socrates Mulligan.
Socrates Mulligan. I'm conducting a coffee survey.
Yeah, I know. The wall just in. I heard you talking to Mrs. Nussbaum.
Well, have you done anything about the coffee suggestions?
Well, like everybody else, I tried both methods.
Well, what luck did you have?
The president's coffee tasted like something you'd get if you milked a rubber reindeer.
Mayor's coffee?
Well, that tasted like licking the dew off a glue factory roof.
Well, what have you personally been drinking for Java, Socrates?
Well, I tried putting my vest in a percolator and boiling out the coffee stains.
How was that?
Well, the coffee didn't taste bad, but it had a tweed flavor and there was buttons on it.
Well, why don't you try the president's method? The president uses the same grounds day after day.
So did the Brooklyn Dodgers, but what did it get them?
Well, don't you think the president should make coffee?
Oh, if a fella's wife ain't home much, he's got to make coffee.
see your point.
If the president keeps making coffee, they ought to change the name of the capital.
Change the name of the capital? How do you mean, Socrates?
Oh, well, instead of the White House,
yes,
they ought to call it the Maxwell House.
One more house in Allen's Alley, Portland. It's a flop house. We'll see who's in here.
Greetings, friends. Stoop and enter. Welcome to Hokum Hacienda.
Falstaff Openshaw.
You have come to pick up my new batch of poems?
Are you still composing?
Constantly. Have you heard, said the chickadee to the little flea, I won't bite you if you don't bite me?
No, I haven't heard that.
Or, she was only a pool player's sweetheart, but she knew he had something on the ball?
No, I haven't heard that.
They call my mother Mrs. 5x5 because she has no sex appeal.
Now, wait. That has ultimately done it. Tonight we are trying to get reactions to the President's and Mayor LaGuardia's coffee recipes.
Precisely why I opened my door. I have contrived the coffee song.
A coffee song? How does it go?
The Allen Alley Cats will sing it. Let us first, gentlemen.
When you try to buy coffee today, you get that old feeling. The grocer has one thing to say, and it's that old feeling. The president and the mayor cook their own brew. If they can make their coffee, so can you. But when for mocha or java you get that old yearning, and your Silex is empty, then it's no use burning. If you want coffee to drink today, you're in a spot with that old feeling. You're holding the pot.
And now, ladies and gentlemen, our singing guest, a young lady we haven't discovered. You've enjoyed her many times on the air, I know. I'd like to have you meet Miss Josephine Houston. And Miss Houston is going to sing Granada. Miss Josephine. Thank you, Miss Houston. That was lovely. And now, Jimmy, if you'd like to say a word or two.
Oh, I don't know, Fred.
No?
All I feel like saying is...
Gosh, why? Why, Jimmy?
Oh, gee, Fred, when I think how many patriotic American car owners are saving gasoline and rubber but still wasting their cars...
Wasting their cars? How do you mean, James?
Well, by neglect, Fred. You know, a lot of drivers forget that even when a car isn't used much, the tires get soft and batteries run low. Harmful sludge may form in the engine, especially in wintertime. And, oh, what's the use of talking about it?
Well, don't be a defeatist, Jimmy. Buck up now and tell our listeners how to correct this situation.
Okay, I'll take a stab at it.
Good. Jimmy, you'll be the knife of the party. You're going to take a stab at it. I nearly missed the whole thing there.
Listen, ladies and gentlemen, don't let neglect sabotage your essential transportation. Tomorrow, before winter weather puts an additional strain on your car, have your Texaco dealer get it in fighting trim. He'll put the right winter grade of insulated Haviland motor oil in the engine, winter Texaco gear lubricants in transmission and differential, and protect the 40 vital points of the chassis with a Marfac job. Plus that, he'll give skilled Texaco attention to radiator, tires, battery, air cleaner, spark plugs, and every other point where neglect could put your car out of action. See your Texaco dealer tomorrow.
That was just a beam from the new Crosby-Ho picture, Moonlight Becomes You, a number from the Crosby-Ho picture, The Road to Morocco. It was partly played by Al Goodman and his orchestra.
Call Philip Morris.
I say, wait a minute. Who wants Philip Morris?
His draft board.
He's under 38, eh? I'm glad to hear that. Well, we should put a weather strip on this program. The strangest things. Yes, Portland, something you want?
When you get through with your script tonight, may I have it?
For what, Portland?
I have to collect waste paper to make a big stomach for Mama.
A big stomach?
Mm-hmm. During the Christmas rush, Mama and I are working at Macy's.
And your mother has to have a big stomach?
Yes. Mama's a Santa Claus.
Oh, a Santa Claus. Well, she has the whiskers for it, I will say. Tell me, are you working in the store, too?
Yes, I'm in the ladies' hosiery department.
Oh, that's nice.
I stand by with a squirt gun.
A squirt gun in the hosiery department?
They're liquid stockings.
Oh, liquid stockings, I see.
If a woman gets a run, I squirt on another stocking.
Well, that's nice work, I imagine, but I have to get busy now, Portland. Oh, look, I said, come in. Yes?
I'm from the telephone company.
Well, our bill is paid here, I think.
Yeah, well, it ain't that. Mr. George Jessel, the big Broadway star, is coming on this program tonight.
Well, so what?
Every time Jessel gets on the radio, he calls up his mother.
Well?
Tonight he ain't, brother. I'm taking out this phone.
Well, that's one relief. Jessel can't call his mother up on this program. That'll be a novelty.
Mr. Jessel is a big star on Broadway now, isn't he?
Oh, yeah, Showtime. That show with Georgie Jessel and Jack Haley is one of the biggest hits. Oh, who is this? Come in.
Don't nobody move. Line up against the wall.
Now, wait a minute. Just a minute. What is this?
I'm Mr. Jessel's bodyguard.
With a body like Jessel's, he needs a guard? He needs a chiropractor, you should tell him.
Mr. Jessel carries a lot of dough and jewelry on him these days.
Oh-ho.
I don't want no monkey business when Mr. Jessel gets here.
Uh-huh.
I got X-ray eyes. I can see right through you.
Yeah?
Yeah. You had pork chops for dinner.
Why is Mr. Jessel coming tonight?
Well, he called me up, Portland. He said he has to see me. It's very important.
Do you think Mr. Jessel's changed since he's rich?
Oh, no. Money means nothing to Jessel. Why, when he plays pinball, he doesn't even bother to tilt. He throws it around these days. Yes?
Is this Mr. Jessel's studio?
Well, who are you?
I am Mr. Jessel's valet. I say, where's the Davenport?
What Davenport?
Mr. Jessel has to relax at the microphone.
Well, he only has to stand up for 10 minutes.
Mr. Jessel can't possibly stand up for 10 minutes, old boy.
Why not?
With his solid gold underwear, Mr. Jessel's legs give way.
Wait a minute. What is that stuff you're squirting around in here?
This is moth spray.
Moth spray?
Yes, Mr. Jessel is wearing his mink windbreaker tonight. We can't take any chances. Heavens, the master's at the door.
Well, I'll open it.
Mr. Jessel's theme song, please.
Bonsoir, madame. Bonsoir, monsieur.
Georgie Jessel.
Oh, bonsoir, madame. Bonsoir, monsieur. Bonsoir, madame. Bonsoir, monsieur.
Page 18 and 19.
Yes.
You have a choice.
Monsieur Fred Allen. Oh, mon cher ami, comment allez-vous ce soir?
Très bien, Georgie. Je désirais remercier vous pour revenir mon programme ce soir.
How are you, Fred?
Well, tonight the world previews the new Jessel, Georgie. It sure is strange to see you in the money.
Yeah, well, Fred, it couldn't happen to a nicer guy, honestly.
Today you are the toast of Broadway, and only last year you were just a crumb.
Yes, Fred, the Jessel of yesteryear, like Cassius, had a lean and a hungry look. This is Shakespeare, Julius Caesar, Act 3, Scene 2. Orson Welles just phoned me.
But look at you tonight, Georgie.
Ain't I nice? Look, I'm a regular Mo Brummel.
Look at that tuxedo.
Yes, and it's the first time in my life that a tuxedo fits me. This one I own.
Is that a silk shirt you have on, Georgie?
Well, of course it is. I have my own silkworms now.
Your own silkworms?
And look, smell my breath.
Sen. Gad, you are in the money.
Yeah. Want to see something? Look here. Look in the vest pocket. Here.
Cigars with gold tips.
Yeah, on this side 50-cent cigars, and this side 75-cent cigars.
Oh, you need two brands,
With the 50-cent cigars, I like the 75-cent cigars. Want to see something? Yeah, what do I get? Take the cigar. Here, look at this ring.
Say, what's that hole in the center, Georgie?
Oh, the diamond got a little dirty. I threw it away. I don't want it.
Georgie, I have never seen such affluence.
Well, Fred, I've stuck it rich, and I can make you rich, too, because I'm here to make you an offer.
Well, I'm doing all right in radio, Georgie. I'm making what used to be a living.
Radio. Yeah, chicken feed radio. Look at me. Today I own a limousine. From a push cart to an 8-cart in 6 months.
I know I haven't got my own silkworms, Georgie. I haven't got Sen on my breath, but I'm happy in radio.
Yeah, but radio's going to get you in a rut, Fred.
A rut?
Yes, every week in radio it's the same thing. With Bob Hope, Skinny Ennis always needs blood.
That's true.
This fella Ned Smelton, every week, I doed it. And Cantor with his 4 daughters.
It's 5 daughters, Georgie.
Yeah, well, you can see when I stop listening to him.
My programs are different, Georgie.
No, they're different. I'm your friend, Fred, and I can tell you. Now, for instance, that fat actor, that Falstaff on your program, every week with those broken-down poems. Don't roll that stranger's dice, Mother. They're loaded, and so are you.
It's funny, isn't it, Georgie?
Funny. This is a way to talk about Mother. Mother is loaded. If I talk like that about my mother, she'd hit me over the head with my Uncle Milford. Radio has no sentiment, Fred.
No sentiment, Georgie. How can you say that? Haven't you ever heard the Goodwill Hour?
No.
Why, last week, case number 149 would have torn your heart out, George.
Well, no, radio is not for you, Fred. You used to be a star in the theater. The Little Show, Three's a Crowd. Fred, you've just got to come back.
Come back where?
Give up the radio. I'll put you in my show. Showtime at the Broadhurst Theater. The biggest sensation on Broadway.
The show is a big hit, huh?
Big hit. Luckily, I happen to have the newspaper notices right here in my pocket. There you are.
The notices are a little dirty, aren't they, Georgie?
Well, I'm carrying them around since September.
Oh, naturally.
I'll have them dry key. Look at this. The Hoboken Herald, Jessel as a cyclone of laughs. The Jeweller's Gazette, Jessel as a diamond in the rough. Look at here. The Stonemason's Journal, Jessel is dynamite. Here's the New York Times. Says, who reads the Times?
I saw a great review of Showtime in the Reader's Digest.
The Reader's Digest? So what did it say?
It said, ha!
What? The critic only saw one act, I guess, 2 acts would have been ha!
Well, if your show is so good, Georgie, why do you need me in it?
Well, I'll tell you the truth. They got one weak spot on the show, Fred. They send me some Hollywood comedian. It was Hooley.
Oh, you mean Jack Haley?
Hey, that sounds like. This is it, yes, Haley.
Well, why, all the New York critics said that Jack Haley was terrific in the show. One paper, the Irish World, said that he was better than you.
One paper, and those jokes that Haley tells. Listen to this. Come on, laugh, folks. I'm an A1. That's one of the jokes. She used to be a sailor's sweetheart. Now she's an officer's mess. This you call comedy?
Well, I can't take Jack Haley's job. He's a nice guy, Georgie, and besides, he has muscle.
Now, look, muscles. You leave Haley to me, Fred. You and I'll be the stars of that show.
Well, are you changing anything else in the show?
Yes, I'm putting in a new opening act. Sam and his singing sturgeon.
Singing sturgeon?
Singing sturgeon. You see, the sturgeon sings underwater. When the bubbles come up and break, it's a song.
Good. Very good.
And I got something else. You wrote that, you know. I got something else, Fred.
I should have died with it, too.
I have the greatest novelty personality in the whole world signed up.
Greatest novelty who, Georgie?
A man welder.
A man welder? But you and I can't work together, Georgie. What can we do?
We can do something that the country has been waiting for, Fred. We can sing a sweet, sentimental song.
You think audiences want sentiment, Georgie?
I know they do, Fred. People are tired of the songs they're hearing today. I got a zoot suit with a felt belt. Beat me, Mama, with the Hudson tube.
We should sing an old song,
Yes,
huh?
We'll take the public back to a gentler era, the day of the farthingale, the pen wiper, and the swirling cape.
But what song can we sing?
Well, how about when you're a long, long way from home?
You mean...
Well, we'll do it. We can sing the chorus together, and then I'll do a dramatic recitation. Then we'll both come back for one of those big finishes.
All right, I'll get everything set for you, Georgie. Mr. Goodman, may we borrow a violin player and a cellist to play for Mr. Jessel?
Yeah, but what about for the recitation, the soft music, the woodwind?
The woodwind? Well, I'll play my clarinet for you, Georgie. I'll take care of this personally for you tonight.
So this is a clarinet?
Yes, Benny Goodman threw it out in the scrap drive, and I was going by, so I happened to pick it up.
Fine, well...
I'm ready, George.
Wish I was back with Haley. Well, all right, we'll do it.
Give Mr. Goodman the cue.
All right, Mr. Goodman, you're a long, long way from home, if you please. When you're a long, long way from home,
it makes you feel like you're alone.
It's hard to find a pal that's true,
that you can tell your troubles to.
And when you write a letter home, your mother's voice rings in your ears.
And then you cross the T's with kisses. What a strange world this is.
But Fred, then you dot the I's with tears. You miss the love you've always known when you're a long, long way from home. Why did I wander, or why did I stray? That is the question I ask every day. Further away with the clarinet, please. Milestones are smilestones when you start to roam. But boys, wait till you're far from home. Softer with the clarinet.
The violin player pushed my arm, Georgie. A mistake. I'll take it up.
The union should break your leg. Go ahead. In the eyes of the world, you may seem very small, but in the eyes of your mother, you're as big as them all. You go out in the world with one thought on your mind. Where can I find a pal? And you've left one. Fred, can't you play the cello, for heaven's sake?
A fly got on the music, Georgie, but I played him.
Oh, you miss the love you always know. Beat, when you're a long, long way from home.
Thank you, George Jessel, for your help tonight. Our guests next week, ladies and gentlemen, will be Jack Haley and Christina Carroll. This is Fred Allen speaking for Texaco dealers from coast to coast and reminding you to drive under 35 to save rubber and to drive into your Texaco dealers regularly to have your tires checked. Remember, you're welcome.
This is the Columbia Broadcasting System.
quiet, Portland. You'll wake up our listeners.
It's Texaco time with Jack Haley, Christina Carroll, Portland Hoffa, the Texaco Workshop Players, Al Goodman and his orchestra, and starring Fred Allen. This is Jimmy Wallington speaking for Texaco dealers from coast to coast. Your neighborhood Texaco dealer has built his reputation on high-quality products. Products like Texaco's Fire Chief and Texaco's Sky Chief gasoline, insulated Haviland motor oil, and many others identified by the Texaco star. Today, when quality means most in keeping your car delivering your essential transportation, remember the records which Texaco quality products have made in maintaining the essential transportation of the airlines, bus lines, and railroads of America. More revenue airline miles are flown with Texaco, and more buses, locomotives, and railroad cars are lubricated with Texaco in the United States than with any other brand. That proves the quality of the Texaco products your Texaco dealer uses when you have him help you care for your car for your country. Folks, due to the shortage of basic metals, the Treasury Department is asking people who have been saving old pennies to put them back into circulation. We now bring you a man who may not be hoarding pennies, but he sure has a cent on him. And here he is, Fred Allen.
Thank you, and good evening, ladies and gentlemen. And Mr. Wallington, I heard that bit of scent whimsy you indulged in there. Were you referring to me or some odor comedian that you had in mind? Can I help what they write in? What do I know? I looked at it.
No, Fred, the government needs pennies. I was just trying to be clever.
Now, look, you're trying to be clever. Look, Jimmy, you can be clever on the Camel Caravan. On this program, I just wish you'd be funny. And another thing, Jimmy, I wish you'd try and pep up my introduction. You know, lately you bring me on as though you were Mr. Bolivar and I was 8:15. Now, after this, I wish you'd watch that.
Mr. Allen!
Well, Portland. Well, Portland, are you putting your pennies back into circulation?
You bet. I'm making up slogans to help, too.
You mean to get children to stop hoarding their pennies?
Yes. One slogan is, we won't be happy till we have no sense.
Oh, that's good. That's good. Thousands of little kiddies running around saying we won't be happy till we have no sense. That's going to help a lot.
Another one is, get those pennies out of your banks and into our tanks.
Well, that is very clever, it says here. Now, if Mary Livingston will turn in that bad penny on her program, the government will be all set.
Say, Fred, did you hear Jack tonight?
Yes, Jimmy, I did.
Falstaff Openshaw was on Jack Benny's program, Jimmy.
Well, I know that. He recited one of my poems on the program.
Oh, yes? What was it?
It was a welcome, Jimmy.
Yeah.
It went, I bring you greetings from Fred Allen, who's listening to your show today. He's sitting by an open window, hoping the smell will blow away.
Well, did you really write that greeting to Jack, Fred?
Yes, I did, Jimmy, but that was before I heard his program. You see, after I heard Benny's program, I wrote another poem. Get this. I heard your program, Mr. Benny. By an open window was the place. A show like you put on tonight, you should do in the purest faith. I guess that'll take care. I guess that'll take care of old Father McCree, all right. Now I'll get busy with our question.
What is the question tonight?
Well, recently, as you know, Portland, bingo has been declared illegal here in New York City. All of the bingo games run by theaters and many organizations here have been stopped. And so tonight, our question is, what is your reaction to this bingo ruling?
Are you going to ask those same people you talked to last week?
Yes, when you want to know how the average person feels about any vital issue, Portland, all you have to do is drop around to Allen's Alley. Here we are, back in Allen's Alley, Portland.
Are you going to knock on the same doors?
Yes, I think so. The man in this first house, John Doe, was very helpful with our coffee question last week. I'll see how he feels about bingo.
Oh, it's you again.
Yes.
What is it, another survey?
Yes, it is. What do you think of this bingo ruling?
It's an awful blow to me.
You're sorry to see bingo go?
Well, yeah. Thanks to bingo, I ain't seen my wife for 6 years.
Your wife is a bingo fiend?
Every night she's out to different clubs playing. Monday night, it's the Daughters of Daniel Boone Social Club.
That's Monday.
Tuesday, it's Spencer's Too Old to Be Waxed.
That's a club. And Wednesday?
Wednesday, it's some new club. Girls Who Formerly Knew Rudy.
Girls Who Formerly Knew. And you say this has been going on?
For 6 years. Every night is the same routine. I come home, my wife's gone. In the frying pan, instead of dinner, there's a note.
Well, what's in the note?
One word. Bingo.
Well, now that bingo's been stopped, I suppose your wife will come back home.
That's what she thinks.
Oh, you mean?
Tonight, I'm leaving a note in the frying pan.
Aha.
It's just going to say one word.
Bingo?
Reno.
Well, that takes care of John Doe. Now, who was in this next house here? I forget.
No.
I forgot your name, madam.
The name is Mrs. Pansy Nussbaum.
That's right, Mrs. Nussbaum. Well, tell me, how do you feel about the banning of bingo?
To me, personally, it is come see, come sour.
How do you mean?
Well, formerly I'm playing bingo in the clubhouse.
Oh, in the club? What club?
Bachelor Girls of Avenue B.
Well, I see.
Well, when bingo is stopping, we are closing up the club. On the door, we are putting a fetlock.
A fetlock on the door. There's no horsing around when you put a fetlock on it. Well, tell me, have the girls given up the game?
Confidentially, we are playing in our waffle shop.
Well, how can you play bingo in a waffle shop?
First, we are ordering waffles.
Yeah?
The waffles is coming.
Uh-huh.
In each square in the waffle is cooked a number.
The waffle looks like a bingo card, huh?
Exactly.
Well, how do you fill out your card?
When everybody's getting a waffle,
Yes.
the waiter is going into a phone booth.
Uh-huh.
Without taking off the phone, the waiter is calling Circle 1-2, Bryant 4-3, Liberty 9-6.
As the waiter calls these numbers?
We are filling in the waffle.
Oh, fine.
Who is first filling in 5 holes is yelling, Waffle-o!
Waffle-o. They yell, Waffle-o, huh?
This is winning the jackpot.
Oh, the jackpot. What will happen if the police ever break in?
Before they are catching us,
Yes?
the waffle players is eating up the evidence.
Eating the evidence. You eat the waffles with gusto?
No, with maple syrup. Delicious.
So much for Mrs. Nussbaum. And now this tenement here. You're Mr.
I'm shocked by they smell again.
That's right, so you are. What do you think about this bingo business, Socrates?
It's the end of me.
Well, how do you mean?
Well, I was running a movie theater. Business was brutal.
Did you try double features?
I had triple features.
You did, really?
Outside, I had singing pickets. Inside the lobby, I had a guy sewing a woman in half.
Mm-hmm.
Outside the ladies' lounge, I had a mind reader.
Yeah.
Matinees, I had a doctor taking kids' tonsils out.
For the matinees. Well, that's a new idea in the picture theater. What's that? Were you giving away dishes?
I was giving away dishes with full-course dinners on it. Tuesdays, I was serving a vegetable plate.
On Tuesday, and still no business.
Not till I put in bingo. Then I was cleaning up.
And now that bingo is gone...
Oh, business is brutal again. I'm back trying everything.
Really?
One night I raffled off turkey. The next night I raffled off the coal in the cellar.
Yeah?
Last night I raffled off the seats in the balcony.
Oh, that's too bad.
I gotta get back to the theater.
Why?
I gotta kiss my wife goodbye.
Oh, is your wife leaving?
Yeah, I'm raffling her off tonight.
Well, That brings us to the last house in Allen's Alley, Portland. We'll see who's in here.
All hail to my humble abode, my little house by the side of the road.
Falstaff, open, Shaw.
You're just in time to hear my new batch of poems.
You have some new ones?
Yes. Have you heard, one night we split a blintz, and I haven't seen her since?
No, I don't think I have.
Or, the big bull moose said I'm on the loose as he made a date with the little white goose?
No, I haven't heard that either.
My mother hasn't got the shakes, officer. She just stepped out of that Jeep.
Now, wait. You have finally desecrated the occasion. Tonight, we frog in your throat.
Yes, old boy.
Is it an AFRA member, I hope?
Yes.
Tonight, it belongs to the AFRA. The Radio Actors
Carries
Union.
The card.
The frog carries the card. May I see it later, if you don't mind? Tonight, you have upset everything. Tonight, we have been discussing the bingo band.
Precisely why you are here. I have
What is your poem called?
You can't play bingo tonight, Mother.
How does it go?
A mother bent over the cradle to kiss her tiny son. The mother was off to play bingo now that her day's work was done. As her lips brushed the little tyke's cheek and she patted his tousled head, the baby opened one big green eye, and to his mother he said, "You can't play bingo tonight, Mother, for bingo is banned in New York." "Who told you, son?" said the mother. "Hush all this silly talk. I had a dream," the baby cooed. "'Twas in a bower by a daisy stalk. A little high voice in the garden shouted, 'Bingo is through in New York.' That's how I know there's no bingo, Mother. Promise me you won't scold me. It was there in the garden I heard it. The little flower told me."
Thank you very much. Thank you, Falstaff. Now, ladies and gentlemen, 2 short years ago, a charming young lady launched her singing career on our program. Tonight, we welcome back Miss Christina Carroll, and her song is Ouvre ton coeur. Thank you, Miss Carroll. That was splendid. And now a word from Slim Jim Wallington.
Slim Jim Wallington? What's this Slim Jim stuff?
Jimmy, look at all the weight you've lost there around the middle lately. Why, you could let a friend climb into that suit with you and start a Share the Ants Club.
Yes, I've been doing a lot more walking since gasoline rationing started.
Well, you stopped wasting tires and dropped that spare tire around your waist, huh? Well, that proves that the gasoline rationing has its good points.
You bet. It has a lot of them, Fred. Rubber Director Jeffers has pointed out that it's the only way to solve America's rubber problem and keep our essential transportation going. Rationing gives. It doesn't take. The entire purpose of the plan is to let American drivers get to work and back and use their cars for other necessary purposes, not this month only and next month, but for the months to come. And what's more, with car conservation so necessary, it's smarter than ever to see your neighborhood Texaco dealer regularly.
Well, how so, Jimmy?
Well, Fred, a Texaco dealer isn't just a man who supplies you with Fire Chief or Sky Chief gasoline. He's an expert who specializes in high-quality service, too. Service that's planned to help you get the most in essential transportation from your car. Today, it's vital to keep wear and waste from putting your car out of action. See your Texaco dealer regularly.
That was just a suggestion of Gobs of Love played by Al Goodman and his orchestra. The sweetest music this side of Union Square, ladies and gentlemen. And now for our next...
Mr. Allen is unfair. Mr. Allen is unfair.
Wait a minute, Portland. What is this picketing?
You're unfair.
Unfair how?
Well, lately, you've been singing on the program and playing your clarinet. You never let me do anything.
Well, what is it you want to do?
I wrote a song about conserving wildlife.
Conserve? Well, you better hurry up and sing it. The way the mayor has been going lately, there won't be any wildlife left in New York to conserve. What is your song called?
Be kind to our web-footed friends.
Be kind to our web-footed... How does it go?
You mean I can sing?
Well, that we'll decide when you finish. Meantime, go ahead.
All right. Be kind to our web-footed friends, my dear friends, for a duck may be somebody's mother. Be kind to our web-footed friends from the swamps, for a goose may be somebody's brother. Now, you may think this is the end of my song. Well, it is.
It certainly is. It certainly is. No doubt about it.
Do you think my song will make the hit parade?
No, but it will keep Praise the Lord and Pass the Ammunition on for another week. You understand? And that reminds me.
Mr. Allen.
Pop Bergman, the doorman.
Run for your life, Mr. Allen. There's a maniac in the building.
A maniac?
Yes, he says he's going to kill you. He says you insulted him last Sunday night.
Insulted? Insulted whom?
I don't know. He says you called him by the right. His name is Healy or Hooley or something.
It must be Haley.
Haley, that's it. He's frothing at the mouth.
Well, look, he's frothing at the mouth. Tell him to shave and you go out and stall him off.
I'll try.
Who's this Haley?
Well, it must be Jack Haley. You know, he's starring in that show, Showtime, with Georgie Jessel. Last Sunday, you probably heard, Jessel and I had Haley on the pen around. Listen to this.
Just a minute. Get away. Get your hand off of me.
Jack Haley. Well, Jack.
Don't Jack me, you snake in the grass, you two-timing Benedict Arnold.
But, Jack...
I heard what you and Jessel said about me last week for broken down hams.
Now, wait a minute.
Tell him off, Mr. Allen.
Now, you keep out of this, Portland.
Yes, Portland. Call up the Red Cross. Tell them there'll be some loose blood around here in a minute.
Well, it won't be my blood. I'm anemic.
Put up your dukes, bird legs.
Bird legs?
Your legs look like two pieces of dental floss with the wax scraped off of them.
A little sight laugh helps. Now, look, brother, I'm not on your draft board, but you lay one solitary hangnail on me, and I'll knock you into 4F.
Oh, yeah? I'll pull those bags down from under your eyes and put them in the knees of your pants.
Now, that has done it. Take off those glasses, Haley.
I'll take my glasses off. Hand me a seeing-eye dog, somebody.
Now, wait a minute, Jack. We're losing our heads. Why should we fight? Why, we're old friends from Boston. We were kids together.
Yes, and you were a pretty old kid. You had varicose veins in kindergarten.
Why, when we were babies, our mothers used to dress us alike. Remember those zoot rompers with the pleat seats we had? Remember the time we took my father's watch apart and I gave you the works?
Yeah, and you gave me the works again last Sunday, you and that jerk who works with me in Showtime.
Now, wait a minute. Be careful. You've got Jessel wrong, Jack. Why, Georgie's crazy about you. He thinks you're a nice, clean kid.
I should be clean the way I get brushed off on that show.
Well, you're in the show, aren't you?
Sure, but who sees me? I'm in the dark all the time.
In the dark?
Jessel's brother-in-law runs the spotlight.
You mean he only puts it on Jessel?
Last night, Jessel left the theater, and the spotlight followed him up Broadway into Lindy's restaurant.
I'll bet the spotlight came out with the check between you and I. But all kidding aside, Jack, how is Georgie in the show?
Fred, how long have you known me?
Oh, about 30 years.
Have I ever lied to you, Fred?
No, Jack. How is Georgie in the show?
Can I say this word I wrote down here? Can I say it on the air?
Let me see. No, Jack, you can't say that.
No other word describes Jessel.
But according to the... That's the first egg Jessel ever laid by remote control. Not in the building. But according to the critics, Georgie's a big hit in the show.
A hit with that voice?
You mean he sings flat?
When Jessel sings short and bread, it comes out rye crisp.
Why, Jack, when Georgie sings, he cries.
If you were as close to Jessel singing as he is, you'd cry, Joe.
Look, Jack, let's keep our heads. Georgie and I did make a few cracks, I'll admit.
Oh, I'm not mad about that, Fred. But when you said you were going to work with Jessel, that really hurt.
Well, Georgie did make me an offer. You know, he's putting out a showboat. Jessel's combination showboat and floating delicatessen. He's got a convoy. He's going to sail up and down the Hudson with 8 acts of vaudeville and hot pastrami.
Oh, forget Jessel, Fred. I'll put out a show and you and I can work together.
A double act?
Yeah, we'll call the act Allen and Haley Put Down That Shillelagh.
Well, I can't. Where can you get a shillelagh? But I can't go back in the theater, Jack. I'm used to high living. Underwear, fat cigars, Tums after every meal.
But you don't get those laughs we used to get in vaudeville.
No, that's right.
Say, remember the stage manager at the Gem in Kankakee?
The guy with the glass eye?
Yeah, every time he got drunk, he'd cry putty.
Oh, yes, I remember. Say, remember that boarding house in Baltimore?
Mother Martin's?
Yes, Mother Martin had a sign out front, George Washington slept here.
Yeah, and he left his sword in my mattress.
Remember those meals? Mother Martin used to serve a steak as big as a Ubangi's lower lip.
Yeah, I had a steak there one time. I went to cut it, and it mooed in the gravy.
Rare, huh? Remember that hotel in South Bend with the little rooms?
Say, I had a room there one time. It was so small, if you walked in your sleep, you had to stand up in the bed and mark time.
Oh, you had one of the big rooms there. My room was so small it had stunted mice in it. Well, you couldn't even sing Mr. 5x5. You had to cut him down to Mr. 2x4.
That reminds me of that little theater in Des Moines.
The Majestic?
Yeah, that theater was so small, if an actor took a bow on the stage, his dandruff fell out in the lobby.
Say, I played a theater up in Maine one time. It was so far back in the woods, the assistant manager was a bear in there.
A cinnamon bear?
Yes.
I played that joint. The usher in the balcony was an owl.
That's right. He was molting the week I was there. Say, did you ever play Centralia, Illinois?
Was that where the guy played vaudeville in a lunch wagon?
That was the Keith House.
Oh.
I played there for low. It was a silo. The first matinee, I walked out on the stage. 2 woodpeckers ate up my cane. Say, Fink and his mule were on the bill. Whatever became of Fink, Jack?
Well, things were tough, and, Fink never gave up hope. Fink starved himself so the mule could eat.
No kidding.
Fink's draft board called him the other day.
What happened?
Fink was rejected, and the mule is with the commandos.
No kidding. Say, have you seen Waldo and his elephant lately?
I met Waldo. The elephant died.
No kidding.
He became allergic to peanuts and just wasted away.
Say, I remember one time in Sioux City, 2 trucks full of bicarbonate drove up to the theater. The elephant had indigestion. Well, after he finished the second truck of bicarbonate, the elephant burped and blew out the back of the theater there.
Come on back in vaudeville with me, Fred, will you? I've got a whole show lined up. It'll be a sensation.
Well, what acts have you got?
Well, the show opens up with Callahan's Camels.
Oh, not Callahan's Camels, Jack.
I know it's a bad act, but we got to have transportation.
What other acts have you got?
Rube Finkelhoff, the hillbilly with his musical saw.
Good.
Morrow and Welch, those pixies from Dixie.
Good. I've caught them in New Rochelle. We ought to have a sword swallower, though.
Well, I had the great Zeno signed, but he's out now.
He couldn't get steel for his sword?
No. Zeno had special celluloid swords made up, and they worked swell.
Well, what happened?
Well, at rehearsal, Zeno swallowed 4 celluloid swords. He got a heartburn and cremated himself.
That's the way Zeno would have wanted to go in a blaze of glory, Jack. Tell me, who else is on the bill?
Oh, I've got a great girl act. Honey Van Nostrand and her striptease.
You mean that knock-kneed dame? Why, she has to butter her knees to walk, Jack.
I know she's a mess, but the act's a novelty. Honey opens up in a sarong, carrying a silver fox cape on her arm.
Yeah?
The minute the audience see those bones, everybody yells, "Put it on, put it on."
Your show is dynamite, Jack, but what can you and I do in it?
Well, you remember the act we rehearsed last spring. We open up with a couple of fast jokes like, she was only a girl in an orange juice stand, but she's all right in a tight squeeze.
My girl works in the bottle factory. She's a corker.
Oh, yeah, great.
Well, what do we do after we tell these jokes? Just step over the over and leave?
No, we finish with that old-time song and dance we did, remember?
Say, that's right. We wore those straw skimmers.
Yes, I got them right here. Here are the straw hats. Here's yours, and here is mine.
Well, that's good. Now, wait till I get my hat on here,
All
Jack.
right, I got mine.
All right, you can give the music cue, Jack.
Yes, sir. If you please, Professor. It's moonlight all the time on Broadway. Every night the sky is clear. You can always see a lot of stars on Broadway. Every evening they appear. There is no roading down on Broadway. The taxi cabs are just as fine. Moonlight all the time on dear old Broadway. And every night is summertime. Time on dear old Broadway, and every night is summer, every night is summer, every night is summertime. We don't mean winter, every night is summertime.
Thank you. Before we close the Texaco Star Theater, I want to thank Jack Haley for his offer tonight. I'm considering it. Now, next week, ladies and gentlemen, we will present our annual Christmas play, and our singing guest will be Miss Reese Stevens, lovely star of the Metropolitan Opera Company. And, Jimmy, I guess that about covers the business at hand. Have I overlooked anything?
No, Fred, but there's one thing some car owners have overlooked, and that is getting their cars set for winter the thorough Texaco way. Drive around to your Texaco dealer tomorrow and have him give your car expert protection against cold weather trouble.
Thank you, Jimmy. This is Fred Allen speaking for Texaco dealers from coast to coast, reminding you to drive under 35 to save rubber and to drive into your Texaco dealer regularly to have your tires checked. Remember, you're welcome. Good night. Thank you.
This is the Columbia Broadcasting System.
Stay tuned to them. Stay tuned to them. Stay tuned to them. Stay tuned to them.
Mr. Allen!
Quiet, Portland. A voice like yours should be racing.
It's Texaco time with the Metropolitan Opera star, Miss Reese Stevens, Portland Hoffa, the Texaco Workshop Players, Al Goodman and his orchestra, and starring Fred Allen. This is Jimmy Wallington saying hello for your neighborhood Texaco dealer and inviting you to be his guest tonight at the Texaco Star Theater. It's his way of telling you that you're welcome. Welcome to all the skilled help he can give to make your tires and car last longer. Make your tires last longer by giving them a regular Texaco checkup on pressure and condition. Make your car last longer and run more economically by giving it systematic Texaco lubrication and maintenance. The chances are your present car may be your last car for the duration. It's in good hands when you trust it to the care of your Texaco dealer. This week, ladies and gentlemen, Mr. Jeffers, the rubber director, is asking all citizens to pick up nails and broken glass in the streets to save tires. We now bring you a man Mr. Jeffers can't save. He was born a flat tire, and here he is, Fred Allen.
Thank you. And you notice when I bend over, the difference between when I bend over and a Hollywood comedian, when I go like that, the Hollywood comedian's hair comes off. You see, here in the east, we have sterner men whose hair stays on. Thank you, and good evening, ladies and gentlemen. Say, Jimmy, that is an excellent idea, of Mr. Jeffers, asking people to pick up glass and nails off the streets like that.
Why, yes, Fred, if people will pick up nails in the street, there'll be fewer punctures, and motorists can conserve their tires.
Well, that's right, Jimmy. I read that the street department here in New York is experimenting with a big magnet. They have this magnet, and they drag it down the street, and the magnet picks up the loose metal.
Well, how's the magnet working out, Fred?
Well, it's a little too strong, Jimmy. The first time they dragged the magnet down Broadway, it yanked the badges off of 20 traffic cops. It dragged the Flatiron Building 2 blocks farther uptown. And when the magnet passed the stock exchange, it pulled U.S. Steel down 7 points. Yes, Jimmy, the thing is...
Mr. Allen!
Well, Portland, I didn't see you come in. Have you heard about Mr. Jeffers asking people to pick up all of the metal and glass they see in the streets?
Yes, and the women of America should be thankful.
The women? Why the women?
With no nails or glass, it'll be safe for a woman to cross the street in open-toed shoes.
In open-toed shoes, eh? Well, you don't wear open-toed shoes, do you?
I used to, but dogs would blow their breath on my toes, and it tickles.
Dogs would blow their breath. Well, most women have stopped wearing the open-toed shoes, It's risky to show that much nylon these days, They have little dwarfs going around who are stealing the nylon toes out of them. But this conversation is silly, Portland. I think I'd better turn to the news.
What is your question tonight?
Well, during the past week, as you know, the newspaper delivery men went on strike, and for 3 days, the people here in New York City had no newspapers. And so our question tonight is, did going without a newspaper for 3 days bother you in any way?
Are you going to ask the people in Allen's Alley?
Yes, Portland. When you want to know how folks feel about an important issue, Allen's Alley is the place to go. Well, here we are back in Allen's Alley, Portland.
Do you think John Doe is in tonight?
Well, let's try this first door. This is John Doe's house. We'll find out.
Oh, it's you again. What's on your mind?
Well, it's the newspaper strike, Mr. Doe. Did going without a newspaper bother you in any way?
I was put out of business.
Really?
And 200 men were thrown into the Army.
Well, why?
Well, I'm a bookmaker, see?
Yeah.
When no papers come out, the chumps couldn't pick no horses to bet with me. So I went out of business.
What about the 200 men thrown into the Army?
Oh, they was the chumps I was taking bets from.
Oh, you mean when you went out of business, the draft board grabbed these 200 horse players, huh?
Yeah, well, they was all claiming me as a dependent.
Oh, well, Well, I hope the horse players overtake Rommel in the stretch and come in the money as we expect them to. I'll check at this next house here.
No.
Well, good evening, Mrs. Nussbaum.
To you, it is good. To me, it could be only so-so.
Well, tell me, did the newspaper delivery strike upset you?
Upset, it says. The pipes is freezing, the canary is turning blue, and all over I am getting geese pimples.
Well, how could this calamity result from the strike?
Every morning to start up a fire in the fireplace, I am needing a newspaper.
And with no newspaper?
I am not starting a fire. The house is freezing.
It was cold, huh?
Cold. My dog, a water spaniel, I am having to defrost.
Gosh.
Goldfish in the bowl is skidding on the ice doing belly whoppers. The shower bath I'm turning on
Yeah?
is coming out an icicle 4 feet long.
Well, tell me, what did you do about food?
At dinner, I'm putting woolen panties on the lamb chop.
Panties, huh?
When I'm pouring out the beer, it is making with a fur collar.
The beer had a fur collar on it, huh? Well, you had no heat in the house at all?
Only for 15 minutes every night the house is warm.
Well, how come?
I'm turning on the radio.
Well, how could a radio set warm up your house?
I am tuning in Gabriel Heater.
Well, that takes care of Mrs. Nussbaum. I wonder if Socrates Mulligan is in tonight. Not only in, he's all in from the... Tell me, Mr. Mulligan, did this newspaper business bother you?
Oh, for them 3 days the newspapers didn't come out, I almost went nuts.
Really?
Yeah. Monday I'm nervous all day, I can't eat.
Uh-huh.
Tuesday I'm taking Benjadrine all day.
You were?
Yeah, Wednesday I got 120 fever. They got me in a straitjacket.
You were in this horrible physical and mental state because there was no news?
Not no news.
No?
No Superman.
Oh! Well, that brings us to the last shanty in Allen's Alley.
Hail and welcome, Baggy Eyes. Falstaff's ready to improvise.
I am not here to listen to your new poems, Mr. Openshaw.
A hoot for your intentions.
It's the old owl coming out in you, huh? Now,
have you heard? The night was still, all was serene, as I sat there peeling my tangerine.
No.
Or, I knew it was malice, Alice, when you sent me that Vitalis.
No.
You'll have to launch the ship with Pepsi-Cola, Captain. My mother drank up the champagne.
Now, wait. You have insulted the integrity of every radio listener who's tuned into our program tonight. We have been talking about the newspaper strike.
Precisely why I opened my door. I have written a poem.
What is your newspaper poem called?
What newspaper? This is the Yuletide season. I have written a Christmas classic.
Oh, really? How does it go?
Greetings, merry gentlemen, from Tunisia to Nome. My Christmas present for you all is... Tonight, I recite no poem.
Well, thank you very much. And now, ladies and gentlemen, we present our singing guest, the Metropolitan Opera's lovely star, Miss Reese Stevens. Miss Stevens, I hope that coming here from the Met, you won't think our surroundings too sordid.
Not at all, Fred. It's a great pleasure to join you tonight.
Well, thank you. You know, when I asked you to come here, I must confess I had a selfish reason.
Really?
Yes, Christmas is 5 days away, Miss Stevens, but we thought that we might be early to establish a Yule atmosphere. Now, if you could lend an appropriate song to the occasion...
Oh, do you think Ave Maria from the Opera Cavalleria Rusticana would do?
Well, I'm sure it will, Miss Stevens. Mr. Goodman, if you will.
Oh
that was delightful. And now, Jimmy Wallington.
Ladies and gentlemen, does your car believe in Santa Claus? Does your motor ever go...
Look, wait a minute, Jimmy. Cars believing in Santa Claus, why, that's ridiculous. The next thing you'll be telling us that baby Austins hang up their inner tubes at Christmas time.
Well, maybe cars can't believe in Santa Claus, Fred, but they certainly show their appreciation when they're given a certain Christmas gift I have in mind.
A gift? Could I coax you to tell us what that gift is, Jimmy?
Coax me? You can't stop me.
Uh-huh, don't be too
Because
sure.
that gift, ladies and gentlemen, is something to make your car last longer and run more economically. It cuts down excessive wear, makes your engine start easier these cold mornings, saves your battery, and often helps save gasoline.
Well, I'm on tenterhooks, Jimmy. What is this gift?
Well, it's simply taking your car to your neighborhood Texaco dealer and getting it set for winter from stem to stern. The right winter grade of insulated Haviland motor oil in the engine. Winter Texaco gear lubricant. A complete Marfac chassis job. And skilled, thorough Texaco attention to spark plugs, battery, radiator, and other points where winter weather might cripple your essential transportation. You can rely on your Texaco dealer doing the job right with the right Texaco product.
That was just a short flurry of Winter Wonderland played by Al Goodman and his Makes You Want to Sit This One Out orchestra. And now yes, Portland.
Mr. Allen, I hope you like the Christmas gift I got for you.
Oh, Portland, a gift?
Yes. I was in Cartier's yesterday.
Cartier's? Why, Cartier's is the most exclusive jewelry shop on Fifth Avenue.
That's the place.
Well, I hope they gave you good service.
They sure did. Mr. Cartier himself told me how to get to Woolworth's.
Oh, fine. I did so much shopping at Woolworth's this Christmas, they're calling me Mr. 5x10 now. And I got a swell present for you in the fur department at Woolworth's. They have ferrets who wait on you there. And this ferret sold me a coat. It's a Russian sable.
You mean it's a genuine Russian sable?
Genuine Russian? Why, this sable still has a Nazi in its teeth. Tell me, what is your mother doing for Christmas?
Well, on account of the silk stocking shortage, Mama's hanging up her slacks over the fireplace.
Oh, fine. Swell.
Do you think Santa Claus will fill Mama's slacks?
Not like your mother does. But, go away. You bother me. I have to make a special announcement.
About our guest?
No, tonight we're going to do our Christmas sketch, Portland.
But what you do every Christmas?
That's right, and I have to make an announcement here. Ladies and gentlemen, since radio at this season each year prevails upon Lionel Barrymore to revive Dickens' Christmas Carol, the Texaco Workshop players curtsy to tradition and wake up their cast to repeat a Christmas fable they first presented years ago. Now tonight, Santa shows his claws in a modern tale called Santa Claus Refuses to Mediate, or Jingle Bells Shall Not Ring Tonight. Overture, Maestro.
This is station NG. Good evening, friends. The makers of Jum Balls, the giant mothballs guaranteed to trap nearsighted moths, brings you the exciting quiz program, Take It or We Will. We interrupt this exciting quiz program, Take It or We Will, to bring you a special announcement from the Assassinated News Service.
Special announcement. Santa Claus will not ride this Christmas. In a terse bulletin issued from his North Pole igloo today, Santa Claus says, quote, I am on a sit-down strike. I refuse to ride this Christmas, unquote. Rumors flood the country. A report from Miami, Florida says
200 families living in auto cabs stopped building chimneys on their trailers. Do not expect Santa Claus.
At Rutland, Vermont, a little girl says,
I wrote Santa Claus a letter and got no answer. He ain't coming.
At Detroit, Michigan, a labor official says,
Santa Claus better ride, or the Teamsters Union will pull out every reindeer from here to Nome, Alaska.
At New York City, 200,000 children hold mass meeting. Tiny spokesman says,
Santa Claus can't let us down. 200,000 American children have appointed me their spokesman. I'm off to see Santa Claus now. James, my scooter.
Well, come in, little boy. What are you doing way up here at the North Pole?
Brr. Is this Santa Claus's igloo?
Yes, Sonny, I'm Mrs. Claus. Who are you?
I'm Buddy Jones.
Are you lost, son?
No. I'm here to see why Santa Claus refuses to ride this year.
I'm glad you come, son. I've been arguing with the old thumpet all week, and he refuses to budge.
Where is Santa Claus now, Mrs. Claus?
He's in the next room there, sulking.
Can I see Santa?
'Twon't do you no good, son, but I'll get him for you. Hey, Santa.
Now, ain't no use in coaxing, Ma. I ain't a-going now.
Come on out, stupid. You got company.
Yeah, company who?
I'm Buddy Jones, Santa Claus.
Well, don't mean nothing to me, small fry.
Is this awful rumor true, Santa Claus?
Yep, I ain't riding, son.
But this is Christmas Eve, Santa. Trees are lighted. Millions of trusting children have hung up their stockings. The world is waiting for you.
Well, the world can wait. Now, I ain't a-riding.
But Santa...
Ain't no use, Nipper. He's stubborn.
Now, I ain't not neither stubborn, Ma Claus. I'm just sick of being Santa Claus. The world don't appreciate nothing. Squabbling, threatening, striking, warring.
But you just can't quit, Santa. You must have a reason.
I got plenty of reasons, Sprout.
As spokesman for 200,000 kitties, I demand a statement.
Well, what is it you want to know, Shaver?
Why won't you ride tonight, Santa Claus?
Well, son, I'll tell you. Sit down here on my lap. Son, I've been Santa Clausing it ever since the world began. For 1,942 years, I've been bringing people presents every Christmas, trying to spread joy. My intentions has been good, but my reward has been on nothing but heartaches and misery. The first trouble I had was way back in ancient Rome. It was Christmas Eve in the court of Nero. The emperor was playing a violin concerto.
Zounds, lackeys! You dare to give Nero the pheasant? We want the happiest Julius! Yea, your majesty is corneous. What, corneous? Aye. You rebels, stop at my pizzicato!
Your music will never get Rome happier.
Get happier! You're an icky. You dogs! Begone, hypocrites! Scrummius! Nero can't get haughtiest. Those swine! I'll show them. What kids? What tumbles out of my chimney?
Merry Christmas, Nero. Merry Christmas.
Who art thou, lumpkin, the chimney sweep?
I'm Santa Claus, Nero, bearing Christmas gifts for your majesty.
Ultimus nauseam. What is it, another basket of figs from the Rome stage door canteen?
My gift is a trinket rare, Nero. So rare, it hasn't even been invented yet. Here.
Gramercy lout, what is this tiny golden box?
It's a cigarette lighter, Nero. Turn that little wheel.
Oh, blood.
Merry Christmas, Nero.
It flames! Rome has scoffed at Nero. Nero will have his revenge.
Oh, hey, watch that lighter, Nero. You're setting fire to them draperies.
I can't make Rome hot with my music, huh? I'll make Rome hot another way. Revenge!
Look out, Nero. Fire, fire, fire. So you see, son, if it wasn't for Santa Claus, Rome wouldn't have burned.
Gosh, that was too bad, Santa.
See, there I was trying to spread good cheer, and what did I get? The first hot foot in history.
But that was 2,000 years ago, Santa Claus. You shouldn't hold a grudge that long.
Well, Nero was just prologue to my trouble, son. A few centuries later, I set out to bring a present to Napoleon and Josephine. I'll never forget that Christmas, son. Josephine was sitting on her chaise at Davenport. Napoleon opened the door.
Josie, ma petite.
Nappy.
Voilà. I am detour on the way to Waterloo, especially to say au revoir.
Mon lover, mon nappy-wappy.
1 minute and your nappy is away. C'est la guerre.
Ah, Nappy, I will be faithful.
Bien. If quelques man will dare to pay court to my Josephine, I will kill him. Touché.
But your petite Josephine has no other boyfriends, Nappy. Je swear.
Bien, mon big beefy oiseau.
I have a farewell present for you, Nappy. I will it fetch you. Wait and see, huh?
Oh, bien. Mademoiselle from any place Hey, who goes there? Who is coming to the fireplace?
Merry Christmas, Napoleon.
Sacre bleu. You've come to woo my Josephine.
Gigolo.
Now, hold on. Put down that truncheon.
Voilà, cochon. Take this.
Oh.
Take this.
Oh.
Take this.
Oh, let me out. Help.
Bien ready.
La, your little Josephine returns, Nappy.
With the mistletoe, you sly pussycat.
Oui, I forgot it is Christmas Eve. What can be keeping Santa Claus?
Santa... Mon Dieu. You are expecting the chap in the red suit?
Oui, Nappy. Don't you think Santa Claus will come?
Not tonight, Josephine.
Yes, son, Napoleon gave me a concussion that Christmas. Running out of the castle, I fell into a moat. My ermine got wet and come to life. My collar and one cuff got away.
But you can't say mad at the world because years ago one crazy Frenchman mussed you up, Santa Claus.
Well, things has happened since, son. Another Christmas, I got a raw deal in a suburb of England. It was called the American Colonies. I dropped in at the house of some jockey called Paul Revere. The cottage had no chimney, so I looked in at the window. Mrs. Revere was preparing a Christmas turkey. Paul come gimping into the room.
Christmas dinner ready, Effie?
Yes, Paul. Pull up a chair.
No. Set my plate on the mantelpiece.
Can't you sit down yet, Paul Revere? That ride was last April.
Through every Middlesex village and farm ain't once around Central Park, Effie.
Well, you ought to try and sit down for Christmas, Paul. It'd be a nice present for your spy.
Who's that?
Might be a British spy, Paul.
Hand me my gun, Effie. Who's there, Whig or Tory?
Merry Christmas, Paul Revere. It's me, Santa Claus.
So what?
I've got your Christmas present, Paul. It's a cushion stuffed with fuzz from Delaware peaches.
Gosh, for me to sit down?
You bet.
Don't let him in.
I ain't sat down for 8 months, Effie. It sounds mighty tempting.
It might be some enemy trick, Paul.
I'm Santa Claus, honest Injun, Mrs. Revere. Open up.
I got my gun, Effie. I'll open the door a crack.
Merry
I told you, Paul.
Christmas.
Look at that suit.
A redcoat. Take this.
Oh! You see, son, the world's given old Santa plenty of trouble.
Sure done you dirt, but nobody would dare abuse Santa Claus today.
Well, that's where you're wrong, son. Only last week I was previewing a visit in a place called New York. I was flying over some building. I think they call it Radio City. Well, I come down the air conditioning into some office. I was just going to wish the man a Merry Christmas when he yelled...
Well, what do you want, Whiskers?
Well, I'm Santa Claus.
We ain't auditioning today.
I ain't trying to get into radio. I'm a mythical character.
Being a friend of Duffy of Duffy's Tavern won't help you. Now, pick up that bag and beat it.
But you've heard of Santa Claus, ain't you?
Well, yeah, but you're a has-been, Santa Claus.
Has-been?
Radio's doing everything you used to do and doing it better.
But I fly through the air.
So does radio.
I come down chimneys.
Radio comes down the antenna.
I give things away.
For how many box tops?
I give things away for nothing.
Well, so does radio.
Radio does, eh?
Dr. IQ gives away vitamins.
Yeah?
Take it or leave it gives away pencils.
Yeah?
Quiz Kids give away information. Truth or Consequences gives away soap.
Now, hold on, son. There's one thing I've been spreading for 1,942 years that radio ain't giving away.
Oh, yeah? What's that?
Santa Claus is giving goodwill.
Radio is giving away 60 minutes of that stuff on a program every week.
What program?
The Goodwill Hour.
Oh. Well, I was thrown out of Radio City. Folks don't need Santa Claus no more. Radio's giving them everything.
Gee, Santa, you've certainly had a lot of trouble.
And that's why my spirit's broken, son. Being Santa Claus is just a pain in one century after the other. I'm giving the world back to Randon McNally. I'm through.
Please don't say that, Santa. Have pity on us kids. We'll have no toys.
Santa ain't a-moving, son. This is one Christmas I'm going to enjoy in peace. What's that clock striking?
It's 12 o'clock.
It's midnight, eh? Well...
It's Christmas Day, Santa Claus.
Yeah, don't mean nothing to me. I'm taking it easy. I'm sitting right here.
Won't you change your mind, Santa?
I ain't getting kicked around again this Christmas.
Please, Santa Claus. Please.
Oh, shucks. Hush your crying, son. Hey, Ma.
Yes, Santa?
Where's my mittens, my bag, my reindeer, my sleigh?
Santa, you ain't...
Yep, I'm a-going, Ma.
Honest, Santa Claus?
Yep, I've changed my mind, son.
Thank you, Santa.
Christmas ain't Christmas without Santa Claus. I'm giving the world one more chance.
Can I have a statement for all the kiddies, Santa?
You bet you can, sonny. Just say, it's Merry Merry Christmas. Hi-oh, Dunder. Hi-oh, Christmas.
That takes care of tonight's installment, ladies and gentlemen. Next week, our guest will be Dennis Day, star of the Mary Livingston program. Jimmy Wallington with a word from Uncle Sam.
If you live where fuel oil is rationed, it's your duty to your family as well as the nation to make your allotment of fuel oil go farther. Fuel oil must be conserved.
Right you are, Jimmy. This is Fred Allen, ladies and gentlemen, and since this is our last show before Christmas, all of us here in the Texaco Star Theater and all of our Texaco dealers from coast to coast wish you a Merry Christmas. Good night.
This is the Columbia Broadcasting System.
Stay tuned to this station for Take It or Leave It with Phil Baker. Then at 10:30, listen to Columbia's Report to the Nation, which brings you highlights from news of the world presented in thrilling dramatic form. A special feature tonight will be an eyewitness report of the sinking of the transport liner President Coolidge, from which all but 4 out of 4,000 American troops on board were rescued. 10 p.m., BULOVA, Bull of a Watch Time. WABC, New York, 880 on your dial.
Mr. Allen!
Quiet, Portland. You sound like Henry Aldrich's sister.
It's Texaco time with Peter Lorre, Lois January, Portland Hoffa, the Texaco Workshop Players, Al Goodman and his orchestra, and starring Fred Allen. This is Jimmy Wallington bringing you a message from Texaco dealers from coast to coast. A message that can be expressed in these 6 words. Mileage rationing gives. It doesn't take. For mileage rationing is planned to give you longer service from your tires. But remember this, longer tire life means nothing unless your car lasts longer too. And that's where your neighborhood Texaco dealer can give you invaluable help. He can't sell you as much of his famous Fire Chief or Sky Chief gasoline as he used to, but he can still give your car the famous Texaco service that will keep it delivering your essential transportation for a long time to come. So now that mileage rationing is saving your tires, complete the job and save your car by seeing your neighborhood Texaco dealer regularly. This past week, ladies and gentlemen, the New Year arrived. Tonight we bring you a man who tried to see the New Year in, but couldn't locate it on account of the dim out. And here he is, Fred Allen.
Thank you, and good evening, ladies and gentlemen. And Mr. Wallington, you look a little dilapidated this evening, if you don't mind. Your skin is the color of a halibut stomach, to be quite frank with you. Were you out, there's a fish man in the audience. Were you out night clubbing New Year's Eve?
Oh, you bet, Fred. And what a night.
Really?
Yes, around 3 o'clock, some guy under a table started yelling at the top of his lungs.
Yes.
Well, I got down under the table to see who it was, and who do you think was doing the yelling?
Who?
It was me.
Kidding. Well, I heard that over at the Store Club, they had midget waiters New Year's Eve so that the people who were lying under the table could get service over there. I wasn't there, but that...
Mr. Allen!
Oh, Portland. Well, you're just in time to participate, Portland. Did you have a good time New Year's Eve?
All right. Uncle Phil had 3 slots reserved at the automat.
3 slots reserved at the automat.
Huh? We were in the John L. Lewis room.
The John L. Lewis room at the automat, were you really? Well, that's where the eyebrows go, isn't it? That's the Did you have a special meal ordered?
No, we took slot luck.
Slot luck at the automat.
I had breast of shrimp.
Breast of shrimp. Very. Filling, too, isn't it?
Then we had a Leon Henderson
salad.
What is a Leon Henderson salad?
It's one piece of lettuce with a ration card on it.
Oh, very good. And an IOU for the mayonnaise, I suppose. Well, it sounds very nourishing, Portland. I'd like to hear more about your New Year, but I have an appointment down at Allen's Alley.
Oh, what is your question tonight?
Well, starting next month, as you know, the government is going to ration all canned fruit, soups, and vegetables. And so then, our question tonight is, how will the rationing of canned goods affect you?
All right. Let's go down to Allen's Alley.
Well, here we are in Allen's Alley, Portland.
There's a light in John Doe's house.
Say, John must be in. I'll knock.
I knew it. It's you again.
Yes, Mr. Doe.
Well, make it snappy, brother. I'm in the middle of a solitaire game, and I think I got myself cornered.
No kidding, have you really? Well, tell me, Mr. Doe, is this rationing of canned goods going to bother you?
Nah, I never buy no canned stuff.
Well, what? You don't really?
Nah.
Well, what do you use for food?
Well, me and the wife eat the same 3 meals every day.
The same meal?
Yeah, for breakfast, we both eat 3 pounds of dried prunes.
3 pounds of dried prunes, sir.
For dinner, we both drink 2 quarts of water.
Well, what do you have for supper?
Nothing. We just sit near the fire and swell.
Well, John Doe has his solution well in hand. I wonder how Mrs. Nussbaum is reacting.
No.
Well, Mrs. Nussbaum?
You're knocking so sad in the conversation.
Well, tell me, is the canned goods rationing going to bother you?
Who needs cans? I'm conserving with everything. It's special with butter.
Oh, really? Well, how are you cutting down on butter?
When I'm eating bread, only one corner I'm buttering.
You only butter one corner of the bread.
This I'm folding over 4 times.
And?
Then I'm eating.
Well, how does it taste?
The first 5 minutes it is tasting like bread.
The first 5 minutes, yes.
But when you're coming to the butter,
yes,
it is simply delicious.
Well, tell me, do you understand the point system of rationing the government is starting next month?
This is altogether simple.
Oh, really? How does the point system work?
You're going into a store.
Yes.
You're wanting 2 pounds coffee.
Yes.
You're pointing to the coffee grinder.
Yes.
The grocer is pointing to an empty shelf.
Yes.
You are pointing to your rationing goods.
And?
The grocer is pointing to the door.
That is all there is to the point system, huh?
You are getting the point. So long.
Mrs. N has everything under control. I wonder how Socrates Mulligan is taking it.
Yeah.
Well, Soc, how about this? You look like a man from Lowell I knew in better times, old boy. Soc, how about this canned foods problem?
Oh, what cans? I don't eat nothing but meat.
Well, you don't eat anything but meat?
Nah.
You're carnivorous, in other words. Well,
yeah.
Well, look it up and let me know if you are later. Well, hasn't the meat shortage bothered you?
Oh, it's brutal.
Really?
Back in 1920, I'd go into the butcher's, slap a buck down on a chopping block.
Yeah?
The butcher'd give me a cleaver and a lantern, open the icebox door and say, help yourself, Socrates.
And you would?
I'd chop a cow in halves, braid a couple of lambs, load my pockets full of tripe and kidneys and go home.
You were messy but homeward bound,
yeah.
Well, how are you doing today, Socrates?
Terrible.
Really?
Last Saturday night, I go into the market.
Well, how much meat did you get?
The butcher's a friend of mine.
Yes?
He let me smell the meat hooks.
Well, that's probably why he has... here we are, our last stop in Allen's Alley.
Tally-ho and yoicks away, Falstaff prime for his tete-a-tete.
Well, I hope you're giving up poems for the new year, Falstaff.
I am just closing out my old year special.
Oh, now, look, I'm not...
Have you heard? She said you couldn't be ruder, as I toyed with the fin on her barracuda.
No.
Or, said the little calf to the big giraffe, when I look at your neck, I have to laugh.
No.
When I first saw Mother's bustle, I thought it was a muscle.
Now wait. That has definitely done it. Tonight we are discussing the rationing of canned goods.
Precisely why I am here. Once again, I have written a poem.
Oh, what is your canned goods poem called?
The world needs one big can.
Well, how does it go?
I've been working day and night to perfect a mighty plan. For to me it's quite apparent that the world needs one big can. If we'll all cut down on canned goods, the sooner the war will win. Our soldiers could use the extra food, and Uncle Sam could save the tin. And with that tin, old Uncle Sam could call on every man to melt and mold and shape the tin to make the world one can. We can only use the biggest can. We can't use one that's littler. And when Uncle Sam has made it, he can tie that can to Hitler.
Thank you. And now, ladies and gentlemen, thousands of soldiers and sailors are entertained by a young lady who is on the air every morning at 5:30 over this network. The boys in camps call her their Reveille sweetheart. And here she is, Miss Lois January, to sing for us, Dearly Beloved. Miss Jan.
Dearly beloved, how clearly I see. Somewhere in heaven you were destined for me. Angel eyes knew you. Angel voices led me to you. Nothing could save me. Fate gave me a sign. I know that I'll be yours come shower or shine. So I say, dearly beloved, be mine.
That was swell. Say, Jimmy.
Yes, Fred?
Jimmy, I brought this magazine to the studio tonight to show you. Take a look at this article here on the car of the future.
Well, that's very interesting.
It is, isn't it? It's the kind. This is the kind of a car we'll all be driving after the war is won, Jimmy. Look at this streamlining, these mechanical gadgets. Why, this car will do practically everything for the motorist but whistle at a pretty girl.
Well, maybe it is the car we'll be driving when the war is over, Fred.
Yeah.
But the war isn't over yet. And the chances are that our present cars are going to have to last for the duration. That means it's our patriotic duty to make them last by making sure that every vital part gets proper lubrication. And that's the kind of lubrication your car gets when you take it to your Texaco dealer for a Marfac job. For Marfac service isn't just greasing. It's thorough stem-to-stern lubrication of every important chassis point with Marfac, the Texaco lubricant that won't readily pound out, wash out, or squeeze out. Make your car last by making sure that it gets correct lubrication. Regular, systematic Marfac service from your neighborhood Texaco dealer.
That was just a dash of Everything I've Got Belongs to You, played by Al Goodman and his They Came Here to Speak for Dough orchestra. Now, look, Portland. Stop moving those chairs around,
I'm
please.
getting everything out of the way. There may be a fight.
A fight?
Isn't Jack Benny coming tonight?
No, not tonight. Mr. Benny will be here next Sunday night. And remind me to take the welcome off the mat, will you, before I go home?
Who is our guest tonight?
Our guest is Peter Lorre.
I'll see you later.
Now, wait a minute. Come back here, Portland. What's the matter?
In pictures, Mr. Lorre is always killing people. I'm frightened.
Well, I hope he kills the audience here tonight. Why, Peter Lorre won't... Come in.
Has Mr. Lorre appeared yet?
No.
Good. Ladies and gentlemen, any knives, daggers, stilettos, dirks, or other cutlery found sticking in people's backs after Mr. Lorre leaves tonight must be wiped clean and returned to the Keen Cut Cutlery Company at once. These utensils have merely been loaned to Mr. Lorre. Remember, just because it's in you, it doesn't mean it's yours.
wish that guy wouldn't spook until he was spooking, too.
Mr. Allen, I'm trembling.
You're trembling. I'm shaking like a crapshooter's sleeve here. But we have got to be brave, Portland.
Pardon me, is this Fred Allen Crossman?
Yes. What do you want, little boy?
I'm Peter Lorre.
Mr. Lorre. Mr. Lorre, this is Fred Allen.
Ah, no!
Well, what's the... I don't know who's getting the worst of it here. Well, what's the matter, Mr. Lorre?
Why, would you have told me, Mr. Allen, I'd have worn my makeup, too.
Well, I'm not wearing any makeup, Mr. Lorre.
Well, you fooled me.
Say, Portland, Mr. Lorre isn't anything like we expected, is he?
No, he's just a little snuck.
Yes, you sure are a letdown, Peter.
That disappoints you, Fred.
Oh, yes. I thought you'd come creeping in here on all fours and drooling cyanide. Well, you're supposed to be a brutal killer. You couldn't take a fly away from a baby spider.
Oh, that's what I keep telling them down at the morgue.
You spend time at the morgue, do you?
Oh, yes. It's so nice and cool and peaceful at the morgue.
Well, I wouldn't know, Mr. Lorre.
Oh, if it wasn't for me, a lot of people wouldn't know about the morgue.
Now, wait a minute. Quit talking. You sound as though you're slab happy here.
But it is so nice and cool.
I know you said that.
And
you just said that before. You are an odious little runt, aren't you?
Yes, Fred, why do people think I'm such a monster? I'm just a little guy trying to get along.
Well, I know that, but you're not getting along in this vein. You're not trying to get ahead, you mean, and you're not getting mine, if that's what you had in mind.
Look at me, Fred. Please look at me. Do I look like a menacing villain who knows but one word, murder?
No.
Well, do I look like a Svengali? A demon with a hypnotic spell?
No.
Look deep in my eyes, Fred.
Yes, Peter.
Do you see anything but gentleness and love of humanity?
No. Who shall I kill now, Master?
Please stop joking, Fred. I am serious.
Well, then be careful with that gremlin look there, Peter. I am very susceptible. For a minute there, I had that old commando feeling.
Oh, if only the world would realize that I'm just an average man and not a mad, twisted creature.
Well, I know just how you feel, Peter.
You know, if people only knew the story of my life, they'd feel sorry for me.
Yours is a sad story, is it, Peter?
Sad. When I was 2 years old, I was an orphan. No father, no mother.
Oh, you poor kid. What happened to your father and mother?
Oh, I killed them.
Oh, you unfortunate child. Who brought you up?
Well, I went to live with my aunt and my uncle, and 2 weeks later I was homeless.
Homeless?
Yes, the house burned down.
Peter, you didn't...
Oh, no. My aunt set fire to the house.
Your aunt?
Yes, I set fire to my aunt.
It was an accident, of course.
Oh, yes. How did I know when I gave her that hot foot that she had a celluloid leg?
Oh, you poor, unfortunate little nipper. What did you do next?
Oh, I went to work for Dr. Jekyll and Mr. Hyde.
Doing what?
So when Dr. Jekyll would turn into Mr. Hyde, I had to remind him to put his money into his other suit.
Oh, that's... You finally left Jekyll and Hyde?
Yes. Yeah, and then I went with a circus, sawing a woman in half. But it only lasted 2 months.
Why?
Well, I ran out of women.
Well, all of those hardships are over, Peter. Today you're a big success in pictures, and I know you must have many friends in Hollywood.
Oh, no, Fred. I just hang around with Boris Karloff and Bela Lugosi and Dracula.
Oh, well, what do you boys do for excitement?
Oh, every day we give blood to the Red Cross.
Well, doesn't giving blood every day weaken you?
Oh, it isn't our blood.
I'm sure that now you've opened your heart, people will understand you. I know that among our more morbid listeners, you have made many new friends tonight.
Oh, I hope so, Fred. And I want to thank you for letting me tell my side of the story.
From now on, the people will know that you aren't always the villain. They'll remember you more kindly as the famous Mr. Moto.
Oh, you see, as Mr. Moto, I was the world's greatest Oriental detective.
I beg your pardon, Mr. Lowry. Mr. Moto was the second greatest Oriental detective.
Huh?
The world's greatest Oriental detective is One Long Pan.
One Long Pan is an amateur.
Now, wait a minute, Peter. Look, tonight we can settle that question once and for all.
How?
I tell you what, I'll dig up a mystery. Mr. Moto and One Long Pan can work on it together. The one who solves this mystery will be the world's greatest Oriental detective, right?
Right.
Mr. Goodman, some music while Mr. Lowry and I get our mystery ready, will you?
And now, the battle all crime lovers have been waiting for. Mr. Moto versus One Long Pan. Tonight's super mystery is called The Missing Shot, or Who Killed Balsam Bemis. The scene, the Acme Broadcasting Studios. Miss Irwin, the hostess, sits at her desk on the 29th floor. The telephone rings.
Acme Broadcasting Studios. Sorry, Mr. Bemis is auditioning a program for Mr. Pomeroy of the Pomeroy Pen Company. Sorry, Mr. Bemis cannot be disturbed. Goodbye. I hope Mr. Bemis sells that program. Business is awful. Good heavens, it's shot.
Miss Irwin! Miss Irwin!
Yes, Mr. Pomeroy.
Mr. Bemis has been shot. It's murder. Calling all cars, if you've got gas. Calling all cars. Calling all cars. Calling all cars, if you've got tires. Balsam Bemis, president of Acme Broadcasting Company, murdered. Calling Mr. Moto. Calling One Long Pan. Proceed at once to Acme Broadcasting.
Greetings and happy times, kiddy. Detective One Long Pan, Chinese Superman on job. Mystery solved no time. Mr. 5 by 5. Catch him dead or catch him live. Mr. 5 by 5.
Now listen, you wet wasp divot. There's been a murder committed here.
Who are you, Mr. Jelly Belly? Inspector.
I am Putney Pomeroy, president of the Pomeroy Pen Company.
And you, Mr. Short, Dark, and Dumpy?
And I'm Miss Irwin, the hostess here at Acme Broadcasting.
And you, little man with sneaky face, who are you?
Oh, so if you're a detective, you tell me who I am.
Oh, don't make monkey business. I am Detective One Long Pan.
You are one big dope.
Well, Long Pan may be one big dope. You one little punk. Now, who are you? Come clean.
I am Mr. Moto.
Mr. Moto in person. Mr. Moto, one poor man, One Long Pan. Mr. Moto, Oriental Nutmeg. I'm a Yankee to the dandy. I'm a Yankee to the boy.
Now listen, will you two guys stop chewing the fat?
Yes, why don't you both solve this crime?
Say, that's a good idea. Make it a competition.
Very good. Long Pan make Mr. Moto look silly. Mr. Moto, small time, petty largeness, flatfoot.
Oh, so we shall see, One Long Pan.
Oh, so you bet we shall see also. You, Mr. Jellybelly, Mr. Pomeroy, you explain what confidentially, you explain why.
I came up here today to see about advertising my Pomeroy pens on the radio.
Oh, so?
Mr. Bemis auditioned a program for me, The Lonesome Cowboy.
Oh, so.
He took out a contract for me to sign. I told him I didn't like The Lonesome Cowboy.
Oh, so.
Oh, so and so.
I left Mr. Bemis in the studio. I went into the control room to get my coat and hat.
Oh, so.
As I was leaving the control room, I heard a shot.
That's right. I saw Mr. Pomeroy coming out of the control room.
Very good. You two have alibi airtight.
I am not so sure.
Not so sure. Long Pan lap up Mandarin sleeve. Long Pan take over. One side, Mr. Moto. Maybe learn something.
Don't you want to examine the body, Long Pan?
Examine body. Beginner routine. Inner sanctum stuff. Examine body. First, Long Pan grill, Lonesome Cowboy. Where's Lonesome Cowboy?
I'm right here. And I've got spurs that jingle, jangle, jingle.
Long Pan elect you for murder, Balsam Bemis.
Well, you're loco, Cooley. Why should... Hey, my gun's gone.
You bet. Your gun maybe shoot Mr. Bemis.
I've been robbed. Where's my gun?
Long Pan whizzed into action.
If you're a detective, Long Pan, why don't you examine the body?
You bet. Examine body, Mr. Moto. Where is body?
The late Mr. Bemis is in this studio right here. See, there he is.
Oh, boy, Mr. Bemis laughing. Mr. Bemis die in good humor. Just beat victory tax. Dying very good humor.
Mr. Bemis is just as I left him. The contract's on the table, the pen's in his hand.
And also look on table.
What, Long-Tan?
A Lewallowa.
Hey, let's mark on.
Very good, lonesome cowboy. Mystery solved.
Also?
And how also? Solution obvious. Mr. Boston Bemis commit suicide.
That is my theory exactly.
And I say it is murder.
Oh, murder. Mr. Moto have motor trouble. Motor missing on one cylinder. Mr. Moto maybe need Marfax lubrication.
I still say it is murder.
Long-Pan say suicide.
Also, murder.
Also, suicide.
No, so, murder.
Yes, so, suicide.
But why should Mr. Bemis kill himself, Long-Tan?
Solution obvious. Mr. Pomeroy not like Lonesome Cowboy. Mr. Bemis lose $1 million contract. Mr. Bemis steal Lonesome Cowboy, the wallower. Mr. Bemis commit suicide.
You've got the solution, Long-Pan. Let's go.
Not so fast, Mr. Pomeroy. I, Mr. Moto, am arresting you for murder.
Me murder? Why, that's ridiculous.
Ridiculous. Mr. Moto get my goto. Shoot the goto to me, Moto.
If you will examine Mr. Bemis' body again, Long-Tan.
Okay, Long-Pan check, double check, and Shankai check. You see one bullet hole forehead. You see one bullet hole, Mr. Moto.
Yes, one bullet hole in forehead, but 2 bullet holes in back of head.
2 bullet holes?
Mr. Bemis was shot from behind. 2 shots were fired.
You're insane, Moto. Only 1 shot was heard. Isn't that right, Miss Irwin?
Yes, but Mr. Pomeroy came out of the control room. There was only 1 shot.
Oh, so? But you fired 2 shots, Mr. Pomeroy.
I?
Yes, you murdered Belton Bemis.
But I was in the control room getting my hat.
I know, but the control room is soundproof, and you fired 2 shots from the control room. When you opened the door, you came out so fast, only 1 shot came out with you.
Mr. Moto, silly Billy. You mean sound of one Lewallowa shot still sealed in soundproof room?
Yes, and I can prove it, Long-Tan. Look, I'll open this control room door and let the shot out.
Holy smoke.
You confess, Mr. Pomeroy.
All right, Moto. Yes, I had to kill Bemis. I had no choice.
I know.
How would you trap me, Moto?
In Mr. Bemis' hand, he has one of your Pomeroy fountain pens ready to sign the contract.
You see, fountain pen broken.
Yes, and that was my cue, Long-Tan. Huh? Mr. Pomeroy?
Yes, I've spent $10 million advertising my slogan, Pomeroy pen lasts a lifetime.
Exactly, and Mr. Bemis' pen broke.
If word got out that Bemis had outlived the Pomeroy pen, my slogan was ruined.
So Mr. Bemis had to die.
Yes, thanks to his Pomeroy pen, it lasted Mr. Bemis a lifetime. My slogan was safe.
Sketch ruined. Slogan safe. Sketch ruined. Sketch ruined. Moto, full fast one. Mr. Moto make Long-Pan look like stumble bum. Full fast one.
This proves Mr. Moto is the better detective, Long-Tan. There is no murder that Mr. Moto cannot solve.
Oh, no, Mr. Moto?
Oh, Long-Tan, put down that gun.
Oh, yes? Yes, one murder, Mr. Moto. Never solved.
Oh!
Now, Mr. Moto, who killed Mr. Moto? No answer, you bet. Only Long-Pan know who killed Mr. Moto. One Long-Pan still. World greatest Oriental detective. Thank you. Before we close up the Texaco Star Theater, ladies and gentlemen, I want to thank Peter Lowry for his visit tonight. Now, next Sunday, our guest will be Jack Benny, a man on the Rochester program, I understand. Now, Jimmy, have you any last words?
Last words? Well, a couple, Fred. Your present car will have to last, so make sure that it gets the Texaco dealer's regular service.
Yes, Jimmy. Mileage rationing saves your tires. Complete the job and save your car by seeing your Texaco dealer regularly. This is Fred Allen speaking for Texaco dealers from coast to coast and inviting you to drive in at any time. Remember, you're welcome. Good night. Thank you.
This is the Columbia Broadcasting System. This is the Columbia Broadcasting System. This is the Columbia Broadcasting System. This is the Columbia Broadcasting System.
The Fred Allen Show, scheduled especially at this time and rebroadcast exclusively for you men in the armed forces of the United States and your brothers in arms by the Special Service Division of the War Department, starring Fred Allen with Portland Hoffa and Al Goodman's orchestra.
Ladies and gentlemen, last week, a lady, after missing a question on a quiz program, received over 300,000 pennies in the mail. Tonight, we bring you a man with 2 bags under his eyes big enough to hold the lady's pennies. And here he is, Fred Allen.
Thank you. Thank you, and good evening, ladies and gentlemen. Say, what was that excitement they had on Truth or Consequences last week, Jimmy? You said a lady missed a question, and the listener sent her in 300,000 pennies?
Yes, that's right, Fred.
Well, if Truth or Consequences can raise money that easily, Jimmy, all of the country's troubles are over.
Well, how do you mean, Fred?
Well, all we have to do to settle the national debt is to put Mr. Morgenthau on Truth or Consequences, let him miss a question. When the mail starts pouring in, Henry will have more dough than he'll know what to do with. Jimmy.
Mr. Allen!
Well, Portland, did you hear about the lady on Truth or Consequences?
Yes. Mama was on that program the week before.
Oh, the week before, really? What happened?
Well, Mama missed her question, so for 10 minutes, she had to moo like a cow.
She had to moo like a cow? Did she get any mail?
Mama got letters from 20,000 butchers.
20,000? I know a fellow on a roundtable program. Right in the middle of a discussion, he sneezed.
He sneezed?
Uh-huh. The next day, he got 400,000 postcards with Gesundheit written on them.
That shows the power of radio, doesn't it?
Oh, boy. I'll say radio is a power. Did you know that on account of radio, the Russians had to slow down their advance this week?
Why?
Well, through some mix-up, the Russian army got 4 days ahead of H.V. Kaltenborn. Oh, there was an awful mess. The sponsor had Timoshenko on the carpet. Kaltenborn put his foot down, and the Russian army had to slow up until he read the commercial. Well, enough about radio, Portland. I've got to get down to Allen's Alley.
Oh, what is your question for tonight?
Well, this week the OPA ruled that people eating in hotels and restaurants will not have to surrender their ration stamps to get food, you see. Now, the OPA says that dining out will be recognized as an uplift for morale. And so our question is, how do you feel about dining out? Does it affect your morale?
Shall we away to Allen's Alley?
Why not? Well, here we are back in Allen's Alley, Portland.
No.
Mrs. Nussbaum.
You are expecting Becky Davis, maybe?
Well, tell me, Mrs. Nussbaum, how do you feel about eating out?
Who is eating out? I'm a dog, maybe.
Well, if you're eating at home, what are you doing about your morale?
This I'm keeping up by making patriotic dishes.
Patriotic? Well, how do you mean?
Spaghetti I'm calling Liberty Noodles.
Liberty noodles. Good.
Sauerkraut I'm calling Victory Cabbage.
Victory cabbage. Very good.
Hamburger I'm calling Meatballs Kosher Blanca. Saturdays I'm cooking bundles for blinchers. Also, free French fried potatoes.
Free French fried potatoes.
Herring I'm calling Uncle Salmon.
Uncle Salmon. Well, in summing up, Mrs. Nussbaum, would you say that dining out raises your morale?
Only if the other party is taking the check, thank you.
Now, let's see who's here next door.
A welcome to you, hale and hearty. Falstaff is here, the life of the party.
Now, you haven't been up to more poems.
Have you heard, said the Pekingese, as it started to wheeze, I hope you'll excuse my asthma, please?
No, I haven't heard that.
Or, she called me Darling Maxie till I made her pay for the taxi?
No.
You may be a lieutenant to those wax-soul girl, but you'll always be mother to me.
Now. You have decidedly done it again. Tonight we have been talking about dining out, raising morale.
Precisely why I am here. I have coined a dactyl.
What is your dining out poem called?
Dining out.
That's some switch, isn't it? Well, how does your poem go?
The OPA only yesterday put all food ration talk to rout, ruling an uplift for morale to be the act of dining out. Roosevelt and Churchill went out to dine. They dined at Casablanca. They both had several dinners there, complete from soup to sanka. They proved to all that dining out can raise the world's morale from the wind-swept hills of Kharkov to the shores of Guadalcanal. They served notice on Herr Hitler and his barbaric Nazi band that they, too, will soon be eating out of the United Nations' hand.
Thank you. As Falstaff folds his adverbs and prepares to steal away silently, we turn to welcome our singing guest, Tamara. Tamara's song is You'd Be So Nice to Come Home To. Mr. Goodman, meet Tamara.
You'd be so nice to come home to. You'd be so nice by the fire while the breeze on high sings a lullaby. You'd be all that I could desire. On the stars chilled by the winter, under an August moon burning above, you'd be so nice, you'd be paradise to come home to. You'd be so nice to come home to. You'd be so nice by the fire while the breeze on high sings a lullaby. You'd be all that I could desire. On the stars chilled by the winter, under an August moon burning above, you'd be so nice, you'd be paradise to come home to.
That was just a touch of Texas, played a little too long by Al Goodman, and 25 men Toscanini wouldn't be found dead in front of.
Isn't there any guest tonight?
Well, I had Thorndike Levitt booked tonight.
Thorndike Levitt?
Yes, he's a big picture star. In Random Harvest, Thorndike Levitt played the Scarecrow. If you've seen the picture, kept too much corn from getting into the picture.
And he isn't coming tonight?
No, he quit pictures. All of a sudden, Thorndike got a big job. He's running the Elizabeth Arden concession for the CIO. You know, Elizabeth Arden is putting out Riveter's goggles with built-in mascara. It's a big thing now.
Well, didn't you try to get a guest?
Well, I sent a wire to a little radio agent. His office is behind the weighing machine in that drugstore, you know, at 50... Say, see who's at the door, Portland. This may be Sydney now.
All right.
I got your telegram, Mr. Allen.
Yes, Sidney?
I can't find no actors no place.
You couldn't find a single actor?
Well, I got one guy outside. He's okay for a stooge, but he ain't big enough for a guest star.
Well, I have to have a big name, Sid.
I know. This poor guy was a radio star once. He got a bad break. His career was ruined.
Really? Who is he?
Well, he's going under a consumed name.
Consumed name?
Bradley Ballantyne.
Bradley Ballantyne, huh?
His real name is Oscar Levant.
Oscar Levant? Why, Oscar Levant is a great musician.
He was a great musician. Today, he's a soldier of misfortune. A bum.
Oh. What? You didn't have to stress it, Sidney. Well, what happened, Sidney?
2 weeks ago tonight at Carnegie Hall, Oscar Levant played a concert with Jack Benny.
Uh-huh.
That's all, brother.
Now, look, Sid, I have to have a guest here tonight. Where is Oscar?
He's outside talking to himself. Nobody else will listen to him.
Well, look, Sid, I'm stuck. Can you bring him in? I'll see.
Sure. Here he is, folks. Oscar Levant.
Well, gosh, Oscar, I wouldn't even know you. You look terrible.
You look beautiful.
Gosh, you're in worse shape than I thought, Oscar, old man. Tell me, what's the matter?
I can't eat. I can't sleep. Ever since that night at Carnegie, I keep hearing a voice.
A voice? What voice?
There it goes again. Listen.
The best tunes of all move to Carnegie Hall. Yes, the best tunes of all move to Carnegie Hall.
It goes on all day, all night. I'll go mad. Do you hear? Mad.
Now, Oscar, snap out of it. Look at me. I'm Fred Allen. Look at me.
Please. I just got over one shock.
Now, Oscar, we mustn't be upset. We mustn't go to itsy bitsy pieces.
You sound like an old kindergarten teacher I once killed in Syracuse.
But, Oscar, you can't let one...
Fred, for 20 years I lived on the wings of music. And in one night, I was a dead duck.
I know.
20 years of practice. I was starting to play with both hands.
Play with both... You were right at the peak, and then...
Then he gave me the kiss of death.
Yes, he'll do it every time.
Musically, I'm through.
That's silly, Oscar. What makes you think you're finished in music?
Today I passed Sammy Kaye on the street. He turned his head the other way.
Oh, look, Oscar.
I wish I was dead.
No, Oscar. You have got to master this phobia. When you go to a psychiatrist, he makes you speak freely. Now, let's pretend that I am your psychiatrist. Tell me exactly what happened that night at Carnegie Hall.
First, the curtain went up. Then, without warning, Benny stepped out on the stage with his violin.
Uh-huh. Was there any excitement?
There was a loud shriek in the back of the hall.
A music lover?
No, it was Deems Taylor. He fainted.
I see. And then you, as Benny's accompanist, stepped out?
Stepped out. I was pushed out by one of Benny's relatives.
Well, now, you and Benny were there on the stage. Then what happened?
A fireman stepped out on the stage.
A fireman stepped out, yes?
The fireman announced Benny's number and pointed out all of the exits at the same time.
What was Benny's first selection?
He played the B.
Yes?
Right after Benny finished the B, the government took honey off the ration list.
It was bad, eh?
It was so bad, Rimsky and Korsakov split up.
Well, it must have been terrible.
Fred, you've heard a gypsy when he makes his violin cry.
Yes, Oscar.
Benny makes his violin sweat.
Well, tell me, how did the audience react?
A man going through the audience selling tar and feathers would have cleaned up.
Gad, you must have been humiliated, sitting there at the piano in front of all those irate people.
By this time, I wasn't sitting at the piano.
No?
I was inside, playing it like a harp.
But, no wonder you're musically unnerved, Oscar. What came next?
The manager of Carnegie Hall began beating his head against the wall. Benny mistook this for applause and started to play an encore. Love in Bloom.
Well, how did he make out?
Fred, if the Empire State Building converted to coal, the janitor couldn't hit that many clinkers.
Well, when Benny finished Love and Bloom...
He never finished. The last thing I heard was someone yelling, "Women and children first." Then everything went black.
Well, tell me, what happened to you?
The next morning, they found me on 57th Street, throwing stones through Steinway's window.
No.
I'm through, Fred.
No, you can come back, Oscar. Why don't you be like Benny? Happy-go-lucky. He comes, he smells, he leaves.
No, Fred. I'm through with music. I'm looking for some other kind of work.
Why, you still have your job on information, please.
How long can I last? Today, everything they play for me to identify sounds like Love and Bloom.
Gad, it must be terrible.
We lose more encyclopedias that way.
Well, you've got to do something, Oscar.
Yes, I've got to get a job. I have 2 little children. It may be years before they can support me.
Well, have you looked for anything yet?
Yes, I clipped out some help wanted ads. I've got them right here.
Oh, good. Let me see. Oh, here's a job. Man wanted to play shortstop for Brooklyn Dodgers. Must be in 4F.
That's okay, but it doesn't start till spring. I could starve by then.
Well, look at this next column. There are plenty of jobs here. Look, steam fitters, plumbers, sand hogs, stevedores.
You've got the wrong column. That's for women.
Oh, women.
Maybe I can get a defense job.
Now, Oscar, let's face it. All you know is one profession. You have got to come back.
No, Fred. Musically, I'm done. Since that night, I can't tell Shostakovich's 7th from Der Fuhrer's face.
Oscar, Benny's off-key rendition of Love and Bloom brought on this mental condition you have. Now, if you were to hear Love and Bloom played beautifully, your subconscious music neurosis would be adjusted.
But who can play Love and Bloom beautifully, Fred?
Well, I'll play it for you on my clarinet, Oscar.
Go ahead, Fred, so I'll go to Bellevue a week sooner.
Well, we'll surprise you. Oscar. 5 of the boys in the band and I have a clarinet ensemble. Say, will you fellas come down? We're auditioning for a job at Hamburger Heaven tomorrow. They want all wind instruments at Hamburger Heaven on account of the onions, you see. With the 5 clarinets, we can play and air condition the place at the same time. Now, all right, boys, if you'll just wait till we'll hold my gum, too. I have to get my gum out. You can't play with it. Just to make sure this thing is warmed up here. I guess I'm ready. All right, Mr. Goodman. Thank you very much. Well, Oscar, you see, I put a couple of squeals in there so people would know I was playing. I just played that in there. Did our rendition of Love and Bloom have any effect on you?
Yes, Fred. I'm getting that old E-flat feeling again.
I knew it. You're back to normal, Oscar. Now you can return to the scene of your crime and prove your greatness.
Me? Alone? In Carnegie Hall?
Not alone, Oscar, this time. I'll go with you.
You mean I'm to accompany you as I did Benny?
Why, yes.
Which way is Kaiser Shipyard?
Now, wait a minute. Wait a minute, Oscar. You just heard me play the clarinet. Why, I'm better than Benny on that squash racket he plays.
I know, but what can we play in Carnegie Hall?
We'll play the best tunes of all at Carnegie Hall, Oscar. Well, you know those little commercial jingles you hear on the air?
Pepsi-Cola hits a spot, one of those?
Right. Now, for Carnegie Hall, all we have to do is make a symphony out of one of those little jingles. We'll get a sponsor and clean up.
Say, I've got a jingle that might make a symphony. You know, Rinso White, Rinso White.
Well, will my clarinet fit in?
The clarinet is the only instrument that can do that Rinso White effect.
Well, I don't want to hog the whole thing, Oscar.
Fred, you're the clarinetist. It's a clarinet part.
Ah, no, I want you at the piano, too, Oscar.
All right, I'll play a little background music.
Fine. Now, we're all set, Mr. Goodman, if you're ready. Ladies and gentlemen, Oscar Levant, assisted by Al Goodman's orchestra, presents the world's premiere rendition of the symphonic jingle, El Rinso White.
The Special Service Division of the War Department of the United States has presented the Fred Allen Show, scheduled at this time and rebroadcast exclusively for you men in the armed forces of the United Nations. Now, a special musical afterpiece arranged and prepared expressly for you servicemen. Here's the orchestra with the sort of music your letters express a preference for. Take it away. You have just heard a delayed broadcast scheduled expressly at this time for the Armed Forces of the United Nations by the Special Service Division of the War Department of the United States of America. This program has been a part of our English language shortwave service.
There's no absenteeism here, Portland. Let's go to work.
Texaco dealers from coast to coast present the Texaco Star Theater with Richard Haydn, High-Low Jack and the Dame, Portland Hoffa, yours truly, Jimmy Wallington, the Texaco Workshop Players, Al Goodman and his orchestra, and starring Fred Allen.
From the United States, for the Armed Forces of the United Nations, the Special Service Division of the War Department presents a delayed broadcast of one of America's most popular radio programs, The Fred Allen Show.
Ladies and gentlemen, spring is the season when everything starts to bloom. Tonight, as a tribute to spring, we bring you that perennial bloomer, Fred Allen.
Thank you, and good evening, ladies and gentlemen. And thank you, Mr. Wallington, for that botanical send-off. Ah, Jimmy, don't you enjoy spring here in New York? The birds, the trees, green things shooting up.
Green things? Name me one green thing you've seen in New York.
Well, did you see the St. Patrick's Day parade last Wednesday? Why, that was greener than a grapevine and twice as long, Jimmy.
Yeah, that's right. That was some parade. You know, I couldn't get across Fifth Avenue for 6 hours.
Well, you should have done what I did, Jimmy.
Well, how did you get across Fifth Avenue?
Well, I joined the Ancient Order of Hibernians, marched 4 blocks in the parade at an angle, and then stepped out on the other side of the street.
Say, how come every March 17th they let 50,000 Irishmen stop traffic and parade down Fifth Avenue?
Do you know anyone who can stop 50,000 Irishmen from doing it? Ah, spring, Jimmy, when a young man's fancy lightly turns to thoughts of his induction day. Yes, spring is...
Mr. Allen!
Oh, Portland, gee whiz. Well, Portland, you're just in time. Have you seen any signs of spring?
I'll say. Mama just bought a new hat.
New hat, huh? One of those grotesque numbers?
It looks like a pie crust with a snap brim.
A pie crust with a snap brim. Looks funny, huh?
When Mama bought the hat, the clerk said, "Shall I wrap it up?"
What did your mother say?
Mama said, "No, I'll put the hat on and get my first laugh in here."
You should have had the hat on when you read that line. I saw, these new hats are really something. I saw a woman with a hat today. It looked like a pot roast relaxing on a pen wiper.
Mama's winter hat looked like a hot water bottle with flowers on it.
That was the winter hat, huh? Well, I saw a debutante with some kind of a new fur hat. It looked like a Pomeranian's hips backing out of her hair. But enough about spring and millinery. Let's get along to Allen's Alley.
Have you a question?
Oh, you bet. Last week, President Roosevelt sent a plan to Congress that will protect Americans from all economic hazards in the future. And so our question tonight is, are you in favor of cradle-to-grave security? And if not, why not?
Shall we go to Allen's Alley?
Why not? That's the bison song. You ever hear that? Bison girls together. Here we are back in Allen's Alley, Portland.
John Doe's lights are out.
Well, perhaps he's gone to bed. Let's make sure. I'll see.
Oh, it's you.
Yes, Mr. Doe. Tell me, what do you think of this cradle-to-the-grave idea?
Well, there's only one trouble with the world today.
And that is?
The poor has got all the poverty. It's a monopoly.
Well, what?
There's only one solution. The poor has got to share their poverty with the rich.
Well, how can this be done?
Well, we ought to do what they do in England.
What is that?
In England, at the age of 80, the government gives you all the Pepsi-Cola you can drink for nothing.
Pepsi-Cola?
Yeah, it's the beverage plan.
Oh. Well, John Doe favors liquid assets, I see. Let's see what Mrs. Nussbaum's reaction is.
No.
How do you feel about this security plan, Mrs. Nussbaum?
Who is worrying? Life to me is a peacock on the nest. I am sitting pretty.
Like a peacock on the nest, eh? You've never been in want?
What I am wanting, I am getting, but incessantly.
How do you mean?
When I was a little girl, I am wanting money. I shall go to finishing school. I'm getting money.
Fine.
I'm wanting money. I shall getting married. I'm getting money.
Well, say, you're lucky.
I'm wanting money. We shall all together living on the fat of the land. I'm getting money.
Well, where do you get all this money?
I am living on a plan.
The president's plan?
The Morris plan, thank you.
Well, Mrs. Nussbaum is getting along all right. Let's see how Socrates Mulligan feels about this. Well, Socrates, how do you feel about the president's plan?
Whole nature. I got my own plan.
What is that?
It's 50-50. Work and security.
Work and security. Well, what is this 50-50 plan of yours?
I got my wife out working as a welder.
Yes.
My mother I got working as a steam fitter.
Yes.
My mother-in-law I got out tending bar.
Fine.
My grandmother, an old lady, I got out panhandling. My 4 little kids I got out working for Western Union.
Well, look, just a minute. Tell me, what do you do?
I stay home and keep books. It's 50-50, work and security.
50-50?
Yeah, my family gets to work, I got the security.
Well, that leaves us only one more house. Let's try this little shanty here.
Welcome, friend. My door's ajar. Falstaff's here with la-di-da.
Your lapel is blossoming tonight, isn't it? You look tired, Falstaff.
Oh, yes. The muse and I tussled the whole night through.
You did really?
Yes.
And as a result of this, you have more poems?
Oh, yes. Have you heard, I don't know much about jive, but my draft board can certainly send me?
No.
Or, she sat by the fireside cutting her corn as I tuned in H.V. Calton-Bourne. Or, perhaps, mother's given her tailor the sack. He made her a shawl with the belt in the back.
Enough is enough. You have breached what was left of our friendship. Tonight we were distinctly talking about post-war security.
Precisely why I am here. I have written a poem.
What is your poem called?
From the Cradle to the Grave.
Well, how does it go?
Life used to be a struggle for honest man or knave. The years were fraught with heartaches from the cradle to the grave. But shortly life will be serene. Man will no longer slave. for Congress soon will finance him from the cradle to the grave. Money, schooling, medicine, and all else man may crave will be his for the asking from the cradle to the grave. This is what we fight for. Democracy we'll save. We missed Hitler in his cradle, but we'll see him in his grave.
That was very nice. Terse and to the point. And now, ladies and gentlemen, we turn to greet Hilo, Jack, and the Dame. With Maestro Al Goodman lending a helping hand, the kids sing, "You'd Be So Nice to Come Home To."
Under stars chilled by the winter, under an August moon burning above, you'd be so nice, you'd be paradise to come home to at night. By the fire, while the breeze on high sang the lullaby, you'd be all that I could desire. Down under stars chilled by the winter, under an August moon burning above. The stars shining brightly above. You'd be so nice to come home to and
Yes, Portland, you are...
Mama sent this encyclopedia over for you to study.
Encyclopedia?
Yes. Aren't you going on the Quiz Kids program next Sunday?
Oh, well, I should worry about the Quiz Kids. I was on Information Please, wasn't I? What are the Quiz Kids? They're nothing but Information Please dehydrated. Here, little Kieran's there and little FPA.
Well, you worked with the Quiz Kids last year, and Mama said...
Your mother said what?
Mama said you gave morons a bad name.
Well, as a moron senior grade, your mother should know.
Well, I hope you're as good with the Quiz Kids as Jack Benny was.
Benny? You mean the man with the zoot brain? Do you know why Benny went on the Quiz Kids program?
No, why?
Well, it seems that Benny was making himself a new set of homemade uppers. You see, the uppers gave way. And he had the gums all finished. And he heard that little Joel Kupperman had 2 loose teeth. So Benny was hoping that the kids' teeth would fall out while he was on the program, you see. Oh, that Benny, he's tighter than the cuffs on a jitterbug's pants. And nothing is tighter than that.
Did you see Jack's new picture, The Meanest Man in the World?
Yes, it's real. Now, remind me to tell you about that next week. It's really the story of Benny's life, the meanest man in the world. But enough about the Slim Somerville of tomorrow. Our guest, this will get him out of bed if nothing gets him. Our guest is champing at his bit.
Who's coming tonight?
Oh, a distinguished visitor. So seldom we run across a word that long in our school. A distinguished visitor from England.
Anthony Eden, wow!
Now, wait, no, relax, Portland. He wanted to do a double act with the mayor. We didn't get him. We couldn't get Mr. Eden, and so our guest tonight is the famous English criminologist, scientist, lecturer, and pride of Scotland Yard, Inspector Richard Hayden. Good evening, Inspector.
How do you do?
Pardon me, was that you, Inspector?
Yes. I said, how do you do?
Oh, excuse me. I thought something had gone wrong with the air conditioning. That was you? That noise was you talking?
Yes. My mother was frightened by a slow leak.
Oh. Well, tell me, Inspector Hayden, what brings you to America? Are you tracking down some international criminal, are you?
Oh, not at all, not at all. I am here on a goodwill tour.
Well, tell me, how do you spread goodwill?
I simply go around keeping my mouth shut.
I see.
It has won me a host of friends.
I can imagine. Well, now that you are here in Manhattan, what do you think of the people?
I am afraid most of you New Yorkers need glasses.
You think people here have bad eyes?
Yes. This is no time for tittering. They are always mistaking me for some gentleman named Jerk.
Tell me, Inspector, do you like our American climate?
Yes.
Do you like our American hospitality?
Yes.
Do you like our American women? You and the Navy have something in common, Inspector.
Oh, thank you.
Well, Gesundheit.
Thank you. I hate to sneeze. It bags my Kleenex.
Yes, sneezing will bag your Kleenex every time, I know.
But then again, the spray adds a bit of life to my gardenia.
Oh, how true. But, resuming, Inspector, how do you find our American food?
Oh, I merely look behind those little windows, and there it is.
Little windows? Where have you been eating?
I believe it is called the automatic.
No, you mean the automat.
Oh, yes, the automat.
Now, do you like the cuisine at the automat?
Oh, after I pick out the ground glass, the food is delicious. Ground glass? Yes, I can't seem to break those little windows in one piece.
Well, you are not supposed to break the glass, Inspector. You're supposed to put a nickel in and those little windows fly open.
No, he tells me.
Well, I know you're busy night and day trailing criminals, Inspector. Tell me, how do you relax? Do you have any hobbies?
I have only one hobby, collecting.
Collecting what?
Things.
What things?
Things people throw away. For instance, some people eat the tips of asparagus.
Oh, and you?
I collect the asparagus bottoms.
Old asparagus bottoms, eh?
I also collect old lamb chop bones,
yeah.
Old light bulbs, potato peels, the ankles from old pigs' feet.
Well, what do you do with all of these things people throw away?
Oh, I take them to my room, sort them out in alphabetical order.
Yes?
Then, on Mother's Day, I give them to my mother.
Oh, well, that is a nice gesture.
Yes, my mother is a female scavenger.
Really?
Mother's only friend is a buzzard.
Well, I'd like to see you, your mother, and the buzzard on We the People some night when the wind is right, Professor. Now, as a highlight of our interview, Inspector Hayden, tell me, what are some of the outstanding English crimes you have solved?
Well, there was the Wharton case.
The Wharton case?
Young Wharton, a ne'er-do-well if ever I saw one, pressed his grandfather's head between two bookends until it came to a point.
The grandfather's head came to a point?
Yes. Young Wharton buried the old gentleman by driving him into the ground with a croquet mallet.
Yes.
Then there was the Chinatown Gertie case.
Yes?
Chinatown Gertie was beaten to death with 2 chopsticks.
Well, Inspector, how would you like to dramatize one of your cases on the radio tonight?
Oh, hot diggity.
All right. We'll show you how one of your famous crimes would sound on an American-sponsored radio program. Now, what mystery can we use?
Well, how about murder? The great goldfish murder.
The great goldfish murder sounds fine. Music, Mr. Goodman.
The makers of Groveney's concentrated coffee
present Crime Busters. Before we bring you tonight's guest Crime Buster, you have got to hear a long, dull message from our sponsor.
Are you having trouble getting coffee today? Then try Crowley's concentrated coffee. It's the coffee that's easy to get. Most grocers are out of other brands of coffee, but their shelves are still loaded with Crowley's. There's a reason. Crowley's concentrated coffee comes to you scientifically rancid. You don't have to let your coffee lie around open for a week to get stale. Crowley's is Vita Stale in the pack.
Crowley's concentrated coffee contains 98% caffeine. Try a cup before going to bed. You'll be up all night thinking of its rich, tasty goodness. Crowley's coffee is good till you at last drop.
Get Crowley's today in the regular 1 pound tin. Or better yet, get the handy 2-ton size. And remember, Crowley spelled backwards is Yenvok.
Now, Crime Busters, and here is your host, who is responsible for tonight's crime, Colonel J. Edgar Allen. Colonel Allen.
Thank you. Tonight, crime lovers, our guest is that famous English criminologist, Inspector Hayden of Scotland Yard. I had the pleasure of assisting the inspector on his first assignment here in this country, the famous Goldfish murder case. And here is Inspector Hayden to tell us how he solved this exciting crime. Inspector Hayden.
Oh, thank you.
Inspector, about this Goldfish murder, just what happened?
Well, I was sitting in my hotel room one morning, chasing the moths out of some old clues.
Yes?
Suddenly a call came on my shortwave radio.
Calling all cops to Barney's pet shop. Calling all cops to Barney's pet shop. Barney has been murdered. Calling Colonel Allen. Calling Inspector Hayden. Work fast, boys. You're both M1A. Calling all cops.
Yes? I remember that call, Inspector. I got to Barney's pet shop before you did. I opened the door. Phew. Barney, the owner, was lying on the floor dead. A man rushed out of the back room of the pet shop with a cobra coiled around his arm. The man said...
Oh, this is terrible. Poor Barney. He was my best friend.
Just a minute. Who are you?
I'm Jones, the late Barney's assistant.
Now, come clean, Jones. Who killed Barney?
How should I know? I was in the back room, currycombing a mongoose. I heard a shot.
Yes?
I rushed to the front of the shop, and there was Barney dead.
Was Barney alone here in the pet shop?
No, there was a customer. There he is, that little guy, hiding behind the cockatoo cage.
Come out of there, you. Who are you?
I'm Nemo Bemis. I just come in to buy an orangutan. A big one.
Uh-huh. You were in here for monkey business,
He
eh?
must have killed Barney, officer.
Honest, I didn't, officer. Barney was dead when I come in.
There is only one man who can solve this case. And here he is now, Inspector Hayden.
How do you presume?
This is a crime for you, Inspector Hayden.
What are the facts, Colonel Allen?
Barney, the owner of this pet shop, has been murdered. Jones here, this stout gentleman, was Barney's assistant.
Well, I didn't kill Barney. I was in fact currycombing a mongoose.
A likely story. Whom is this other chap?
He says he is Nemo Bemis.
I come in to buy an orangutan. A big one. But I didn't kill Barney. Barney was dead when I come in.
What is your next move, Inspector?
You take their fingerprints, Colonel.
Yes, sir.
I shall look about for a clue. You'd be so nice to come home to. You'd be so... What's this?
What is it, a clue, Inspector?
This goldfish bowl.
It's empty.
This sign says, this last 2 dozen imported goldfish, a bargain, $295.
Whoever killed Barney, Inspector, stole those goldfish. One of these 2 suspects here is guilty.
I didn't do it. Barney was my best friend.
I didn't do it. I only come in to buy an orangutan. A big one.
Obviously one of these gentlemen is fabricating.
Well, I'll soon find out, Inspector. I'll give them the 3rd degree. All right, first, you, Bemis.
I didn't do nothing.
Quiet. Loosen your tie. Open your pores. Start to sweat. Why did you come into the pet shop?
To buy your orangutan, a big one.
You found Barney dead?
Yeah.
Did you kill Barney?
No, did you?
No.
Why did you come into the pet shop?
Well, I got the police call on the radio.
Got any witnesses?
Well, there were a couple of the boys around.
Oh, a couple of the boys, huh? But you can't name them, can you?
Yes, I can. There was Houlihan. Hey, wait a minute. Who's grilling who here?
Colonel.
You found something, Inspector?
Yes, a grammatical error.
What?
You said who is grilling who.
Yes?
You should have said who is grilling whom. The pronoun whom, when confronted by the past subjunctive...
Now, wait a minute. Never mind that, Inspector. We're stymied here. The murderer didn't leave a clue.
I'm not so sure, old Pruin.
You have a clue, Inspector?
Hand me that goldfish bowl, Colonel Allen.
Here you are, Inspector.
Here in my pocket book, I have a piece of dry ice.
Dry ice in with your money?
Set the goldfish bowl on this dry ice.
All right. Gad, look. The water freezes it instantly.
Exactly. I told you to take these characters' fingerprints.
I have the fingerprints right here, Inspector.
Ah, bully. I shall compare these with the prints in the bowl.
But there aren't any fingerprints on the goldfish bowl, Inspector.
The man who stole those goldfish left his fingerprints in the water.
In the water, yes.
I froze the water with the dry ice.
Yes?
You see on top of the ice?
Fingerprints.
Exactly. The man who killed Barney was...
Yes?
Jones, Barney's assistant.
You ain't got nothing on me.
Oh, no? Explain this card I happened to find on the floor.
An invitation to his college alumni banquet. Gad.
That is why you stole the goldfish, Jones.
All right, I confess. I tried to steal the goldfish. Barney caught me. I killed him.
But why?
I had to have them goldfish to go to my college alumni banquet. When I was in college, I was a champion goldfish swallower. I wanted to show the boys I still had something on the ball.
Colonel Allen, the goldfish murder is solved.
Wonderful, Inspector. There's only one thing I don't understand.
Yes?
That dry ice. How did you happen to have that dry ice in your pocketbook?
Elementary, dear boy. My salary was frozen last January.
The bells are ringing for me and my gal. The birds are singing for me and my gal. Everybody's been knowing to a wedding they're going, and for weeks they've been flowing. There for Susie and Sal, they're congregating for me and my gal. The parson's waiting for me and my gal. And sometime I'm gonna build a little home for 2, for 3, or 4 or more. In Loveland for me and my gal. The bells are ringing for me and my gal. The birds are singing for me and my gal. Everybody's been knowing to a wedding they're going, and for weeks they've been flowing. Every Susie and Sal, everybody's congregating for me and my gal. And they got the parson waiting for me and my gal. And sometime I'm gonna build a little home for 2, for 3, or 4, or maybe more in Loveland. With the help of my page, what's the F-A-J, just for me and my gal.
You have just heard a delayed broadcast scheduled expressly at this time for the Armed Forces of the United Nations by the Special Service Division of the War Department of the United States of America.
The Texaco Star Theater, a special service rebroadcast of one of America's favorite radio programs for you fighting men of the United Nations. Portland Hoffa, Jimmy Wallington, Al Goodman and his orchestra, and Fred Allen.
Ladies and gentlemen.
What is this? Ad-libbing, huh?
Ladies and gentlemen, this afternoon, New Yorkers held their traditional Easter parade on Fifth Avenue. Tonight, we bring you a man who was seen at the Easter parade selling gardenias. And here he is, Fred Allen.
Thank you, and good evening, ladies and gentlemen. And Jimmy, I'd just like to tell you, that same joke was the first joke in Jack Benny's program tonight, incidentally.
Still good.
I know. Well, from now... No, it isn't. It's not really. It wasn't even good on his program. I don't know. But from now on, fortunately, the program is different from here on in. And, Jimmy, I wouldn't talk about the Easter parade if I were you. I saw you in the parade this afternoon. Oh, brother.
Well, I looked pretty snappy, didn't I?
Oh, Jimmy, you were as sharp as a Ubangi's pout, Jimmy. You were the only man in the Easter parade wearing a corsage.
Oh, that. Well, I had to wear my flower low, Fred.
Your flower low, huh?
Yes, a button came off my vest, and I had to plug up the buttonhole, you see.
You look like something that fell out of a hearse, Jimmy. I hate to say that.
Well, you weren't so hot with a pork pie hat and that herringbone Inverness. How far did you march in the parade, Fred?
Well, I started at 57th Street, Jimmy, but when I got down to 42nd Street, a man from Esquire stepped out of a doorway and gave me $10 to get back in the house. He knew if I stayed out another hour with that herringbone Inverness with the smelt in the back, he knew that Esquire was through.
Mr. Allen!
Well, Portland... Portland, you're just in time to help us lay an Easter egg, Portland. Don't forget, colored eggs tonight, everybody. Colored eggs. Tell me, Portland, was your mother in the parade today?
Yes, Mama wore a victory gown.
What is a victory gown?
It's last year's dress with 2 war bonds pinned on it.
Last year's dress with 2... Let's go over that again. Did you hear it? I mean, was it... Well, no, let's skip the thing. Well, tell me, did you like the parade this afternoon?
It was wonderful. Right in the middle of the parade, 40 mink were marching.
40 live mink marching?
Yes. When they came to 50th Street, the mink all stopped and spelled out I.J. Fox.
It must have been quite a sight.
There were whacks and waves and spars and Lady Marine.
Oh, I know that. A lady civilian walked down Fifth Avenue and everybody cheered. It was... Well, so much for Easter, Portland. We'd better get along down to Allen's Alley.
What is your question tonight?
Well, this past week, newspaper publishers and editors from all over the country convened here in New York City. And with the shortage of paper, they say that the daily newspapers may soon have to drop some of their features. And so our question tonight is, if newspapers have to be cut down in size, which features or pages would you rather see eliminated?
Shall we leave?
Take my arm, Portland. Here we are, back in good old Allen's Alley.
John Doe's light is on.
Yes, he's probably waiting up for us. I'll knock.
Oh, does it always have to be you?
Tell me, Mr. Doe, if newspapers are cut down, which feature do you think should go?
The news section can go. Everybody knows the news. Rommel is still on the lam.
True.
The help wanted ads can go. Everybody's working.
Right.
The travel section can go. Nobody's going no place unless they're in the Army.
That's right, too.
The sports section can go. It's the same story every day. The Dodgers is beating the Giants.
Even with the dead ball, they're doing it. That eliminates the whole paper, Mr. Doe.
All but the obituary column.
Well, what about...
The obituary column can also go. If you're dead, nobody cares but you, and you can't read it. So long.
Well, now that John Doe has eliminated completely the Fourth Estate, let's see how the lady next door feels about it.
No.
Mrs. Nussbaum, what part of your newspaper would you suggest eliminating?
Prudence Pincus could go.
You mean the cooking expert who has her daily recipes in the paper?
That schnook could cook, I'm laughing.
Well, what's wrong with Prudence Pincus?
Last week in Prudence Pincus's column is a recipe.
A recipe, I see.
It is a watermelon upside-down cake.
A watermelon upside-down cake?
I am following directions. From 4 eggs, I'm taking only the yolks.
Yes?
1 cup oleomargarine.
Yes?
1 watermelon should be ripe.
This is essential.
To this, I'm adding baking powder and extracts, all kinds.
Yes?
I am beating till fluffy.
Uh-huh.
Putting in the oven 2 hours.
And you had a watermelon upside-down cake?
What I am having could be for Radio City a cornerstone.
It was heavy?
The cake is falling off the table and killing the cat a little. Prudence Pincus, free.
Well, what went wrong?
The recipe is saying put in 1 cup melted lead.
Melted lead? Well, that was a misprint. It must have meant melted lard. Did the lead in the cake bother you any?
Bother, he says. For 2 days I've been hiccuping bullets. Pardon me.
Well, Mrs. Nussbaum has shot off her mouth. Let's see how Mr. Mulligan will react. Socrates, which feature in your newspaper can you dispense with?
You can have the whole paper. Just give me Joe Palooka.
You're a Joe Palooka fan, hey?
When I was a little kid, I first said Joe Palooka.
Yeah?
Then I took an oath.
An oath to what?
The other kids was taking oath to grow up like George Washington or singing Sam.
But you?
I took an oath to be like Joe Palooka.
And as you grew up?
All through life, I dressed like Joe Palooka. I talked like Joe Palooka.
I see.
If Joe Palooka was happy, I was happy. If Joe Palooka was sad, I was sad.
Well, after emulating your idol all these years, what has it gotten you?
Oh, today, thanks to Joe Palooka, I got me a reputation.
Really?
Every time I walk down the street,
yes?
The people say, there goes that Palooka.
Well, again, we come to the end of the alley. Let's try here.
Easter is Easter, Wester is Wester. Falstaff's here to break up your siesta.
You have someone's whistling. Evidently lost a dog in here. Let's. You have some. Maybe a dog is whistling for somebody. You have some seasonal poems tonight. Troubadour, open shore.
Crambo or two.
Crambo or
yes.
two.
Have you heard? I left my hat at the stage door canteen when they caught me tilting the pinball machine.
No, I don't think so.
Or when they looked me up in Brad Street, I knew that I was done.
This is immaterial, irrelevant, and beside the point in your ration book, Falstaff. Tonight we are discussing cutting down newspapers.
Precisely why I am here. I have written a poem.
What is your newspaper poem called?
It has no title.
Oh, it hasn't? How does it go?
Everyone reads a paper, has a totally different view. The section that absorbs one man won't mean a thing to you. The banker wants only the market reports. A kid will cry for Buck Rogers. The debutante reads the society news. A ball fan wants news of the Dodgers. The armchair general wants word of the war. A horse player results from all tracks. The undertaker gloats all the obituary page. The housewife wants ads about slacks. But give me a newspaper just as it is, after it's been read by the bunch. One page is the same as another to me. I just use it to wrap up my lunch.
Mr. Saturday Dad heard they crowded the floor. Couldn't bear it without you. Don't get around much anymore. All my visits a club. Got as far as the door. They'd have asked me about you. Don't get around much anymore. Darling, I guess my mind's more at ease. But nevertheless, it's over, I guess. So why stir up memories? Been invited on days. Might have gone, but what for? Awfully different without you. Don't get around much anymore. I don't get around much. Ain't doing the town much. Ain't trying to clown much. I couldn't begin to believe we'd ever be through. So, darling, my mind is at ease. Why stir up my memories? Been invited on dates. Might have gone, but what for? It's awfully different without you, baby. There's something different about you, baby. Don't get around much anymore.
And now, is this magazine for me, Portland?
Yes. It's a copy of Newsweek in case you want to make up some jokes.
Oh, topical jokes. That's a good idea. What's in the news this week?
Well, President Roosevelt just finished a trip to Mexico.
I know. You know, the day the president left, 200 people tried to break into the White House.
Why?
Well, word got around that there was an empty room in Washington. Tell me, what else is in the news?
Last Tuesday was Hitler's birthday.
Oh, I saw that. The Russians sent Hitler a birthday card. It was a picture of Germany, and on it said, "Many happy returns." Is there any, don't bother with it. Is there any other news?
Well, isn't it time for our guest?
Well, we haven't any guest tonight, Portland. I haven't had time to look for a guest all week. I've been busy packing up to move. I'm as tired as an air raid warden in Berlin.
Have you found...
Now, wait a minute. Wait, we go 20 minutes without a laugh, and we're one
Have you found a new place to live?
Well, I went over to a real estate agent on 6th Avenue. The sign said Analik Brothers Real Estate Ventures. I opened the door. A man in a long alpaca coat who was sitting on a camp stool got up and said...
Yes, sir. What's on your mind?
Well, my name is Alan. I'm looking for an apartment.
Apartments are scarce, brother. I only have a one-room suite. It's $400 a month.
$400 for one room?
Not the whole room. There are 3 other families living in the room. But they're all lovely people.
Well, wait a minute.
Excuse me, Mr. Analyst.
Are you back?
Yeah, my wife and I have decided to take that one room with the closet.
Oh, good. The price?
Oh, you said we could have it for $850 a month if we didn't go in the closet.
If I catch you in the closet, it's $950 a month. You won't go in the closet?
I'll take a note.
And before you sign this lease, one more thing.
Yeah.
Have you any children?
Well,
Come clean, you!
We have a little baby.
A baby? And you want an apartment? You dirty rat! Take that!
Oh,
Hand that! The knife at that guy. Trying to rent an apartment with a baby. I'm so mad I could spit. Tweet.
Oh, now, wait a minute. Mister, what about my apartment, Mr. Analyst?
Well, we're having some fire escapes upholstered. But they won't be ready till the paint dries. Oh, wait a minute. A guy come in a minute ago. He wants to rent his house. Come over here, Bud. Mr. Allen, meet BELA LUGOSI.
Thank you, thank you.
Mr. Lugosi, I'm Fred Allen. I guess my face looks familiar, doesn't it?
Yes, you look like something that fell out of a closet the night I was on Inner Sanctum.
Well, I knew you'd remember me. You know, the last time I saw you here in New York, you were a big hit in that play, Dracula.
Yes, Fred. That was back in 1927. I've been in Hollywood ever since.
Well, how come you're back from Hollywood now? Did they catch you shoplifting in a blood bank out there?
No, I'm here to do a revival of Dracula. I just finished Frankenstein Meets the Wolfman for Universal.
Another musical, hey? Tell me, how does it feel, you fellas in the horror business, how does it feel to go into a theater and hear people hissing you on the screen?
Hissing to an actor who plays monsters is applause.
Well, I guess that's right. They say that one night Boris Karloff was in the Stork Club, a radiator started hissing, and Karloff got up and took 4 bows.
Yes. When people stop hissing Karloff and me, we'll be through.
Oh, yes. And when people start hissing me, I'll be through. And it could happen tonight, Mr. Lugosi. Thank you very much. Thank
you. With your face, Fred, you can always go into the monster business.
Well, that's fine. I'll know where to scare up a job from now on. Well, tell me, Mr. Lugosi, how long will you be in New York?
I'm leaving next week to open my play, Dracula, in Boston.
Uh-huh.
I came to this real estate office to sublease my house.
Well, I'm looking for a place, Mr. Lugosi. Now, perhaps we can make a deal. May I see your house?
Sure. Here is the address. Drop up this afternoon.
Fine.
If I am not home.
I thought you'd left for home.
So anyhow, if I'm not home, go in and look around, Fred. Here's the key. I'll see you later.
So long. Well, after Mr. Lugosi... After Mr. Lugosi had gone, Portland...
Yes?
I looked at the key to his house. It was a skeleton key.
Gosh. What did you do?
Well, late that afternoon, I started out for Lugosi's place. It was just getting dark. The wind was blowing. A storm was coming up. After walking about an hour, I finally found Lugosi's house. Ooh, it was a dismal-looking joint on a side street. I walked up the rickety steps, and as I started to put the key in the lock, the front door opened slowly. I walked in, and the door creaked closed. And then a woman's voice said...
How do you do?
Well, how do you do, Mrs. Lugosi?
I'm not Mrs. Lugosi.
No? Who are you?
I'm the sister of Frankenstein. Come in, brother.
I just came to see about renting this house.
This house is evil, evil. Go while you still have time.
But Mr. Lugosi...
Mr. Lugosi is a fiend. Go, I tell you, go while you still have time.
Hey, she'd better lay off the Benzedrine that way. Gosh, it's gloomy in here. What's this? Gad, a human head rolling down the hall.
What's up, chum?
Who's that? Who's talking?
It's me, down here, the head.
Who are you, head?
I used to be a friend of Lugosi's.
What became of your body?
I had a corn on one foot. Lugosi told me he was a chiropodist.
Yes?
He started cutting off my corn. I fell asleep.
Yes?
I could feel Lugosi cutting.
Yes?
When I woke up, my corn was gone, Lugosi was gone, I was gone.
You were gone?
Oh, but my head...
Gad, Lugosi must be mad.
Lugosi's mad? How do you think I feel?
I know.
Well, chum, I gotta get along. Stop me rolling, will you?
In what direction?
Which way is we the people?
It's over this way. I'll give you a head start. Here we go. Gad, this place is spooky. Who are you?
I am a lady ghost. I'm releasing a man ghost for essential haunting.
Whose ghost are you?
I'm the ghost of Joe Besser.
Joe Besser?
Yes. I came here to spook for Joe.
Woo! I'm getting out of here. Ah, here's a door. No, it's a closet. Somebody's in here. Who is it? Lugosi.
Yes. Lugosi.
Gosh, for a minute I was scared, Bella. What are you doing in this closet?
I was just hanging something up.
I see what you mean. Well, Baylor, old man, I'll be running along.
But, Fred, you haven't seen my house yet.
No, but I...
Here, let me take you by the hand.
Oh, Gad, your hand is clammy. It's like holding 5 eels with hangnails.
You'll get used to it. Come, I'll show you my heating system.
What was that shriek?
Nothing. It came from the furnace.
The furnace?
Yes. I used to burn oil, but I converted to people.
Now, look, Bella, I've got to get back to the Union League Club. I have a chess game waiting, and something tells me it's my move.
But you haven't seen my charming little home yet.
Hello, Mr. Lugosi.
Hello.
Say, I didn't see anybody. Who was that?
Oh, the invisible man. He's just stepping into the library.
Out!
What was that, the invisible man?
Yes, he got his ectoplasm caught in the door.
Now, look, Bella, I don't think I'll bother about the house. I'll move into the Y. I'm a member there.
It won't take a minute, Fred. I'll show you.
Wait a minute. What is that?
It's only the telephone. Mrs. Frankenstein will answer it. I have some dirty work to do.
Now, wait a minute, Lugosi. Where are you taking me? Let go of my arm.
Quiet, you fool.
I knew it. You didn't get me here to rent this house, Lugosi. You lured me here to kill me.
You will soon find out, Fred Allen.
Help, save me, help.
You see, Fred Allen, I'm all powerful. I'm all knowing. And now, into the laboratory. Iago, Panto.
Yes, master.
No, put me down. I'll give you my money, my yo-yo.
Bring him to that table.
No.
Yes, master.
No, you're mad, Lugosi, mad. What are you going to do?
I'll tell you what I'm going to do. I have been luring people to my house to complete my greatest horror masterpiece. I'm making a monster greater than Frankenstein.
A monster?
Yes. I'm building a radio monster. I will use the brain of Red Skelton.
Yes?
The body of Skinny Ennis. And the singing voice of Georgie Yassel.
Well, what do you want? What do you want of me?
I have heard your program. My monster needs a lot of nerve. You have more nerve than anyone in radio.
You're mad, Lugosi. Mad, I guess.
Enough talk. I shall now operate and remove your nerve.
Everything is ready, master.
Anesthetic.
Anesthetic.
Scalpel.
Scalpel.
Forceps.
Forceps.
Anything with a point.
Anything with a point.
Now, one little snip, and then...
Someone's at the door. Help!
Well, you fool. Nobody can save you. No power on earth can stop me.
Mr. Bela Lugosi?
No. Not you. No. No.
Yes, I have come for you, Bela Lugosi.
No.
Gad, Lugosi's fainted. I'm saved. Thank you, sir. Thank you.
That's all
Thank
right.
you.
That's all right. Stop licking my hand.
But you frightened Lugosi. Who are you?
I'm chairman of his draft board.
The Fred Allen Show was rebroadcast for you men and women in the armed forces of the United Nations by the Special Service Division of the War Department of the United States of America.
It's Texaco time with Fred Allen. Texaco dealers from coast to coast present the Texaco Star Theater, starring Fred Allen, with Frank Sinatra, America's new singing sensation, Hilo Jack and the Dame, Portland Hopper, the Texaco Workshop Players, Al Goodman, and his orchestra. And this is yours truly, Jimmy Wallington, reminding you that even though you drive slower these days, warm weather can make your car wear out faster, unless it's protected by proper care and lubrication. Make your car last. Tomorrow, take it to your neighborhood Texaco dealer for a Texaco Spring Tonic. This week, ladies and gentlemen, Winston Churchill is in Washington. Every time Mr. Churchill meets Mr. Roosevelt, something happens. Tonight, we bring you a man who meets you every Sunday night, and nothing happens. And here he is, Fred Allen.
Thank you, and good evening, ladies and gentlemen. And Jimmy, I'm glad that you mentioned Mr. Churchill's visit. He certainly surprised everyone, dropping into Washington out of a clear sky.
Say, I wonder what Mr. Churchill came over to see the president about, Fred.
Well, he came over here to get a ration book, Jimmy.
Now, what does Winston Churchill need with a ration book?
When the time comes, Mr. Churchill wants to have enough points to bring home the bacon, Jimmy. That's the only reason he would want a ration book. You know, this is the fourth time the president and Mr. Churchill have met, twice at Washington, once at sea, and once at Casablanca.
Say, I wonder where they'll meet the next time, Fred.
In Berlin, Jimmy, I'm hoping. Do you know why the Germans and the Italians surrendered at Tunisia last week?
Why, Fred?
They know the quickest way they can get back home to Germany and Italy is to follow the American and English armies, Jimmy. You know, in the newsreels, I saw the Germans were yelling, Heil Hitler, and leaving the I out of Heil. I saw the picture. Well, it only goes to show...
Mr. Allen!
Portland, gee whiz. Well, you're just in time, Portland. Jimmy and I were talking over the news of the week. What's new to your grotesque way of thinking?
Nothing much.
Really?
Mama's learning to be a motorman.
Oh, yes. I read that New York is going to have women running the trolley cars shortly. Do you think your mother will make good running a trolley?
She should. Mama has a one-track mind.
Well, that helps. More power to the old lady. But have you tell me, have they trusted your mother? Have they trusted your mother out with a streetcar yet?
Yes. Mama made her solo trip yesterday.
Oh, she soloed, huh? How did she do?
Well, in the morning, Mama ran the trolley cross town on 42nd Street and only took in 85 cents.
Oh, she took a commission. She was working. If she had to pay commission on it, that's no good, is it?
In the afternoon, Mama cleaned up.
How?
During the rush hour, Mama ran her trolley down into the subway and made $48.
Oh, well, that's the thing to do if you're running a streetcar. Go where the money is. And go reminds me, Portland, we'd better go down to Allen's Alley.
Oh, have you a question?
Oh, yes. Today, with meat rationing, many people are starting to raise a few chickens along with their victory gardens. The Department of Agriculture has had thousands of requests for information on chicken raising. And so, keeping up with the times, our question tonight is, are you raising chickens? And if you are, how are you doing?
Shall we go?
Well, if we don't, the program will finish 25 minutes early. I'll take it. Let us away. Here we are back in Allen's Alley, Portland. I'll see if John Doe is in.
Oh, good evening, Brother Allen.
Are you raising any chickens, Mr. Doe?
Don't mention chickens to me. I've been married 30 years.
What has being married 30 years got to do with raising chickens?
Brother, one old cluck around the house is enough.
Well, it looks as though Mr. Doe with his old hen is all set. Let's see what's going on next door here.
No.
Mrs. Nussbaum, have you done anything about this poultry business?
I'm liking only one egg for breakfast.
One egg? Then you only need one chicken.
Exactly. A friend is getting for me also 1 second. A Plymouth Rock.
A Plymouth Rock,
A Plymouth Rock with nest complete.
Oh, you got a nest that came with the hen, huh? And the eggs started rolling in, did they?
What eggs? 2 weeks later, I am learning.
Learning what?
The nest is a nest, but the chicken is not a chicken.
No?
It is a rooster.
What did you do?
The next day, in a frenzy, I am cooking the whole business.
Well, how was it?
The rooster is soft,
Uh-huh.
but the nest is delicious.
Well, the next chicken, I wonder how Socrates Mulligan is faring. Every time you say hello, you air condition the place, Socrates. Tell me, have you been fooling around with chickens?
Yeah, when meat got scarce, I figured I'll get me a mess of eggs, hatch them out, and go into the chicken business.
Uh-huh, and you bought the eggs?
I was just going to when a friend wised me up.
How, Socrates?
This friend said, what do you want horsing around with eggs and chickens and hatching?
Yeah?
He says, get an incubator. It'll do the whole business.
And you bought an incubator?
6 months ago.
And today you are a chicken baron.
Today I am a dead duck.
Why, Socrates?
For 6 months I've been running out every morning.
Yes?
That darn incubator ain't laid an egg yet.
Well, Socrates will learn that you cannot egg an incubator on. Now, let's see what is going on in this little house at the end of the alley.
Bonsoir all, s'il vous plaît. Falstaff's here with Rondelet.
Now, no. Please, Falstaff, no poems tonight.
Have you heard? She thought that I was just an nonentity when suddenly I revealed my identity.
No.
Or,
no.
Said General Eisenhower to Adolf Hitler, brother, you're getting littler and littler.
No,
My mother wouldn't have raised me if she knew I had that ace in the hole.
Now, wait a minute. You have tonight, you upset the whole apple cart here. Tonight we are talking about raising chickens.
Approximately why I am here.
Yeah?
I have written a poem.
What is your chicken poem called?
That's why a hen lays an egg.
How does it go?
Why does a hen lay an egg? This question has weathered the ages. For eons it's baffled men the world o'er, morons as well as sages. Adam first asked the question as the serpent lay coiled in the grass. Adam said, why does a hen lay an egg? The serpent said, brother, I pass. Why does a hen lay an egg? Since Adam's day, it's puzzled all scholars. It was asked by Phil Baker last Sunday night. The contestant lost $64. Tonight, I will answer this question. For the nonce, I am pundit, not joker. The reason a hen lays an egg is because if she coughed up the egg, it would choke her.
And as Falstaff picks up his egg and scrambles, we turn to find Hilo, Jack, and the Dame at their microphone. Guided by Maestro Al Goodman, the kids sing Coming In on a Wing and a Prayer.
One of our planes was missing. They waited for a word. Then the radio started humming, and this is what they heard. Coming in on a wing and a prayer. Coming in on a wing and a prayer. So there's one motor gone, we can still carry on. Coming in on a wing and a prayer. What a show, what a fun. we sing as we live through the air. Look below, there's our field over there. With our full crew aboard and our trust in the Lord, we're coming in on a wing and a prayer. We're coming in on a wing, but we're singing a song to help us along. Look below, there's a field over there. Though there's one motor gone, we can still carry on. Coming in on a wing and a
Thank you very much, Harlow, Jack, and the Dame. That was swell. And here's Jimmy Wallington hobbling up to the microphone. What's the trouble, Jimmy? You're limping around like a centipede who's lost his number 17 coupon.
Oh, I worked for my victory garden all day yesterday, Fred. I'm a little stiff.
A little stiff, he says. You're 6 feet tall, Jimmy.
Well, it's no joke, Fred. You know, a day of hard work certainly taught me one thing. I found out that I'm like the average car.
You're like the average car in what way?
Well, I'm not as young as I used to be, Fred.
Really?
No. You know, there aren't any new cars these days, and they're all beginning to feel their age, especially those cars that are still using last winter's lubricant.
They feel their years in their gears, huh?
All over, Fred.
Oh, I see.
But you can give an aging car a new lease on life with the Texaco dealer's Spring Tonic. That's Texaco's famous Marfac 40-point chassis lubrication, a crankcase change to Texaco's insulated Haviland motor oil, and a stem-to-stern checkup on every point where trouble can start. Battery, radiator, and other danger spots. So see your Texaco dealer soon.
That was me for me and my gal, played by Al Goodman and the boys. Mr. Goodman's orchestra can be seen any day at the Paramount Theater, waiting in line to hear Harry James. And now, ladies and gentlemen...
Mr. Allen, can you...
No, I won't have time now, Portland. I have to look over this new song I've written. Gad, you know, this song of mine may be another 3 itty fishes and an itty-bitty poo.
You've written a song?
Yeah, well, you can laugh. Go ahead, you can laugh. If I can get our guest to sing my song tonight, my song will be number 1 on your all-time.
Guess.
Why, he's the most talked-of singer in the country today. His voice is thrilling millions.
Gosh, singing, Sam?
No, our guest isn't an opera personality, Portland. He's Frank Sinatra. Now, wait a minute. Pull yourself together. You won't have time to roll down your stockings and put on your sloppy Joe sweater. If I can get Frank Sinatra to sing my song, I'll be one of the... Say, this may be Frank now. Come in. Oh, yes, miss?
Hail to thee, young Frank Sinatra. Hail to thee, our idol.
Oh, wait a minute, wait.
Hail
Just please. You were,
I'm Cuddles Flanagan.
That's right. You were hailing around here last week. You were president of the Fred Allen Fan Club, is that right?
Yeah, but that outfit fell apart. We reorganized.
Oh. Well, what is your fan club called now?
Chapter 1 of the girls who would lay down and die for Frank Sinatra.
What is it you want to...
I got a presentation to give personally to Frank Sinatra.
Oh, a presentation?
Yeah. I heard Frank Sinatra sing, "You'd Be So Nice to Come Home To."
And you want to give him?
My address. Yahoo!
That dame would drive the street singer indoors on a sunny day, yes. Well, you see, Portland, what Frank Sinatra's singing is doing to people. If he will only sing my song... Oh, this must be Frank now. Come in.
Is Sinatra here yet?
Yes, officer. Is something wrong?
I'm from the Jitterbug Riot Squad. I've been assigned to Sinatra.
Well, you won't have any trouble here.
That's what they told me when he opened at the Paramount.
And there was confusion?
It was a riot. 3 of my men was trampled silly with sport shoes. And the sergeant was slugged with a loaded yo-yo.
Well, officer, I think we're prepared tonight.
Now, you got the stage door bolted?
Yes, officer.
You got the aisles roped off so the jitterbugs can't dance in them?
Yes, officer.
You got the screens up so they can't creep in through the air conditioning?
Yes.
Okay, then I'll make my announcement. Now, please, kids, let's have no trouble tonight. When you tear Mr. Sinatra's clothes off, take them home. Don't leave no rags around the seats.
Have you finished? You have another line, officer, if you don't mind. He can't wait to see Frank Sinatra himself yet.
Yeah, I finished. That takes care of everything. You can bring him on now.
Fine. Ladies and gentlemen, I'd like to have you meet Frank Sinatra.
Thank you very much.
Gosh, Frank, right now, I must be the envy of every jitterbug in America.
Well, how do you mean, Fred?
Why, I'm standing right next to you. I'm close enough to touch you.
They told me you'd start off by trying to make a touch.
2 lines and I'm a straight man already. Well, tell me, Frank, what is this terrific appeal you have? Girls stampede wherever you go. What have you got that I haven't got?
Perhaps I haven't got something that you have got, Fred.
Now, please, no lifebuoy plugs, Frank. That's right. Now, look, Frank, you're on the hit parade. You have your own program. You sing at nightclubs and theaters. You must need a lot of songs. Now, I have a song.
Fred, some other time. I'm working at Frank Daly's terrace room over in Newark, and I've got another show to do tonight.
Now, look, I can meet you, Frank. I can meet you right after the show. I'll bring my metronome. If you hear me sing this song.
No, Fred, I'm sorry. After the show, I've got to rehearse some new numbers. I'm opening the Paramount a week from Wednesday.
Again? Well, you were just there. Why, you were just there a few months ago. They held you over for 8 weeks.
That's right, Fred. The public has been very kind to me.
Why, the last time you played the Paramount, the jitterbugs had a picnic there, Frank. The kids built campfires in the lounge. They had a big weenie roast going in the balcony. And when the picture finally went on, 2 Guy Lombardo fans were mugged in the mezzanine.
Well, jitterbugs are inclined to be enthusiastic. But they're all good kids, really.
And speaking of kids, Frank, kids will go for this song I have. Now, look, you say you're tied up tonight. I'll get up early and sing it for you tomorrow morning.
I'm sorry. Tomorrow I've got a conference. You know, I'm going to make a picture for RKO.
Oh, good. I'm going to make a picture, too. What is your picture?
It's a musical, Fred, called Higher and Higher. Mm-hmm. Michelle Morgan and George Murphy are in it, too. What is your picture?
Well, my picture, the story isn't finished yet, Frank. But the cast is all set. I'm being starred with Gunther Badu and Ingrid Knishmeister.
Gunther Badu?
Yes, they're both foreign stars, you see. I am the only one who speaks English in the picture. When Gunther and Ingrid are on, there'll be titles in English flashed on the bottom of the screen as I am speaking English up screen, you see. This song I'm speaking...
Look, Fred, everybody brings me songs.
But, Frank,
every schnook I meet thinks he's a songwriter.
But, Frank,
My butcher wrote a song called I Used to Meet You, But I Can't Anymore. Even my garbage man wrote a song.
The garbage man?
Yes, Fred. He calls it I Treasure That Pimento. It's a little memento of you. I am song happy, Fred.
Well, all right, Frank. I can take a hint. I have another singer begging for my song. And remember, Frank Sinatra, the day Georgie Jessel takes your place on the hit parade, you will know the reason why.
Well, Fred, I'm sorry. Perhaps I've been a little hasty. What is the song of yours?
Well, you know what a smash hit Brazil was.
Yes?
Well, my song is the closest you can get to Brazil. It's called Chile. I'll run it over for you. Boys.
Si, senora.
These boys are 2 native Cubans, Frank. They give me the authentic rumba background, you see.
Say, this little guy's face looks very familiar.
The little one, yes. He used to do Xavier Cougar's laundry, the little man.
Is the big one a celebrity, too?
The big one, the tall one, yes, he is. He brought the first enchilado over to Staten Island, this big fella. Have you got your maracas, boys?
maracas.
They've got their maracas, Frank. Well, let's go, amigos.
Boom, 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 boom. Boom, 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 boom.
Chili!
Boom, 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 boom.
Chili!
Fred, wait.
Hold it, amigos. Just a minute, boy. Yes, Frank.
What kind of a song is this? It only has one word.
Well, yes, chili, one word is the verse, you see. The chorus comes later. Be patient, Frank. It comes out all right, I'll guarantee you. All right, boys.
Boom, 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 boom.
Chili! I met a filly, they call Millie. What a dilly was a filly dressed so lily white and frilly with a skin just like vanilla, and it says his name was Chili down in Chili.
Boom, boom, boom.
Chili. Chili. Well, Frank, you heard that applause. Is this song hit parade bait or not?
You know, I think I like that song better when it was called The Peanut Vendor, Fred.
I get it. You don't want to sing my song, eh?
No, sirree, Fred. I'd rather do something I know.
For instance?
Well, I like to sing She's Funny That Way.
All right, and I'd like to hear it, Frank.
To look at, nothing to see, just glad I'm living and lucky to be. I got a woman crazy for me. She's funny that way. I can't save a dollar, and I ain't worth a cent. She'd never holler, she'd live in a tent. I got a woman crazy for me. She's funny that way. Though I know she'd work and slave for me every day, she'd be so much better off if I went away. But why should I leave her? Why should I go? She'd be unhappy without me, I know. I got a woman that's crazy for me. She's funny that way. When I hurt her feelings once in a while, her only answer is one little smile. I got a woman so crazy for me. She's funny that way.
Thank you, Frank. That was excellent.
Thank you very much, Fred.
You know, it's a small world, Frank. If it wasn't for me, you wouldn't be standing here in the spotlight tonight getting this applause.
Mm-hmm. You mean you were responsible for my success?
In a roundabout way, Frank. You see, you are the Jitterbug's idol, and I started the whole Jitterbug movement. You know, to look at me, you wouldn't believe that I was the first jitterbug.
No, I wouldn't. How did it happen?
Well, I mean, you wouldn't now, but I mean, look back a few years. How did it happen? I'll tell you. Syncopation ran in our family, Frank. When I was 2 days old, I crept out of my crib and crawled down a gopher hole. My father said...
Hey, come up out of that gopher hole, son.
And I said...
Dig me, Daddy, dig me.
You see, when I was 2 days old, they dug me. For the next 17 years, I slept in the attic. I was on the beam. When I was 19, I decided to go to New York. I ordered a suit from a Mr. Zeiss, a little Dutch tailor in town. And the day I called for the suit, when it was finished, Mr. Zeiss said...
Yeah. Everything is ready. Now try it on, huh?
Well, I put the suit on. The thing was a mess. I said, Mr. Zeiss,
Yeah.
look at this suit. The pants are all baggy at the knees, and the cuffs are choking my ankles. The coat comes down to my shins, and the lapels are hanging down on my hips. You call this a suit?
Well, I am too sorry. I am breaking my glasses, and I am making the suit from memory.
But it's too big. I'm baggy all over.
Oh, my eyes is so bad. Ain't you a tall, fat man?
No, I'm short and thin.
Oh, Himmel, I am memorizing the wrong man.
Well, what about this suit?
Well, the suit suits you. Take it. When a suit suits you, it's a zoot suit.
With my zoot suit, I left for New York. I got a job as a waiter in a flophouse cafeteria. One day, the manager caught me lapping the butter off some waffles. The manager said...
We've had enough of your hot licks, Alan. You're through.
Then I got a job as a subway guard. One day I was packing people into the Bronx Express. The vice president of the RIT said...
You're jamming these people in too tight. This is your last jam session, Alan. You're fired.
Then I got a job putting the names up on a movie theater marquee. One morning I put up Mickey Rooney's name and left the M out of Mickey. The theater manager said...
Icky Rooney. I'll icky you, Alan Scrant.
The day after the theater manager called me a Nicky, I got my draft notice, Frank. After I'd had my physical, the head of the draft board says...
Alan, we tapped your knee. The joint's jumping.
Yes, sir.
We tapped your head. Brother, you're solid.
Solid. That makes me a jitterbug, sir. Am I in?
Yes, Alan. This draft board doesn't know much about jive, but we can certainly send you.
Well, that's my story, Frank Sinatra. I was the first Icky, the first one to hold a jam session, the first one to have somebody dig me. I was solid. I had the first suit. I was the original jitterbug. And today, when the jitterbug craze is finally sweeping the country, Frank, here I am with only an A card. I can't even go to town. Before we close the Texaco Star Theater, ladies and gentlemen, I want to thank Frank Sinatra for dropping in tonight. Next week, our guest will be the new literary light, the author of that new book, So Help Me, Georgie Jessel. And now, Jimmy, if you'd like to sum up for the defense.
For the defense of your car against excessive warm weather wear, give it a Texaco Spring Tonic now. Stir a Marfac chassis lubrication, a crankcase refill with Texaco's famous insulated Haviland motor oil, and a stem-to-stern checkup by your neighborhood Texaco dealer. A Texaco Spring Tonic gives aging cars a new lease on life.
Thank you, Jimmy. This is Fred Allen speaking for Texaco dealers from coast to coast, inviting you to tune in again next Sunday and to drive in at any time. Remember, you're welcome. Good night. Thank you.
This is the Columbia Broadcasting System. It's Texaco time with Fred Allen. Texaco dealers from coast to coast present the Texaco Star Theater, starring Fred Allen, with Fred's guests James Melton, Portland Hoffa, Falstaff Openshaw, the Texaco Workshop Players, Hilo Jack and the Dame, and Al Goodman and his orchestra. This is Jimmy Wallington speaking for Texaco, and here to tell you that car of yours may have more miles of service left than you realize. By a new OPA ruling, a car must be driven 60,000 miles before it's considered unserviceable. Actually, countless cars have gone 100,000 miles or more, with proper care. Keep yours rolling with the care that makes cars last. Regular lubrication and maintenance by your Texaco dealer. Ladies and gentlemen, this week New York suffered a combination cold wave and coal shortage. We bring you now a man who has been rehearsing all day in an unheated studio. He's the first radio comedian to be frozen in his job. And here he is, Fred Allen.
Thank you, and good evening, ladies and gentlemen. And, Jimmy, you're not kidding about this cold wave. I bought an Esquire at a newsstand yesterday, and it was all lumpy.
Your Esquire was lumpy?
The Vaga girl had goose pimples, Jimmy. But it sure has been cold. Coming down Broadway the other night, I saw a man lying on the sidewalk, and beside the man, there was a large cake of something that looked like fog.
Now, do you mean that the cold...
The cold. The man had exhaled, Jimmy. His breath had frozen and dropped down on the sidewalk in a lump, you see? Well, this big lump was there. He couldn't inhale it, so he had collapsed. Well, we thawed out his breath, rolled the man over, pushed the breath back up in his nose, and he got up and walked away, Jimmy. You could smell gravel on his breath from the sidewalk, but he was all right.
Well, which day last week do you think was the coldest, Fred?
Well, I would say offhand Wednesday. Jimmy. I went into Lindy's restaurant and ordered a herring. When the waiter set the plate down in front of me, the herring looked up and said, "Don't take the onion off me till you have to, brother. I'm freezing." And that's the way it went all week. Well, Portland, gee whiz. You're just in time to augment the frigid drivel, Portland. Jimmy, that's the trouble with radio. Thursday it's cold, you write a lot of cold jokes. Sunday it's nice and warm, the jokes don't make sense. Jimmy and I have been talking about the cold wave.
Well, it was cold, all right.
You had some humorous experiences, I hope.
Yes. One day, Mama went to the butcher's for some meat.
Uh-huh.
When Mama took out her ration book, it was so cold, the red coupons turned blue.
The red coupons turned blue, huh? Well, when you've got a blue point, what have you got?
An oyster?
That would be the answer on the Phil Baker show, yes. But when you've got a blue point on our program, you've got the place where the elbow sticks out in a sailor's sleeve. That's the blue point, Portland. Did the cold cause any other havoc among your relatives?
My Uncle Phil's head has corners on it.
Oh, how come?
Uncle Phil had water on the brain, and it cubed up on him.
Cubed up on him. Well, that takes care of the cold wave, Portland. We'd better get along down to Allen's Alley.
Have you a question for tonight?
Oh, yes, I have a question. This past week, you know, the government started a drive to collect 2 million tons of waste paper urgently needed as a vital war material. And so our question tonight is, what are you doing about the waste paper drive?
Shall we leave for the alley?
Well, why not? We can't stay here. Well, Portland, at long last, here we are back in Allen's Alley.
I wonder if the same people still live here.
Gosh, I don't know. Since last summer, in this first house, there's a new name, Mr. Hollister. Let's... I can see through the door. There's something's going to happen here. Let's see who Mr. Hollister is.
Yes, what is it?
Mr. Hollister, how do you feel about this waste paper drive?
Paper drive. My wife cleaned out the house. She gave away my whole library, 200 racing forms. Yeah, I'm a waiter. She gave away all my dickies. Now I got to enamel my chest.
Gosh.
On account of the waste paper drive, I'm being deported.
Deported? Why?
My wife gave away my first papers.
Gave away your first papers?
Yeah, now I am an immigrant again. I'll be saying.
Well, Mr. Hollister won't be with us long, I don't imagine. Well, let's see what Mrs. Nussbaum has to say.
No.
Well, where is Mrs. Nussbaum?
Mrs. Nussbaum is in Pennsylvania. Could be Philadelphia.
Well, what takes it to Philadelphia? Relatives?
No, Sinatra.
Well, the alley is sure full of new faces. Sure full of new faces. I use the word faces loosely in this. faces if you can find them in that muff or something. The name on this door says Sampson South.
Hello. Can I come in?
No, wait a minute. I'm coming in. You live here.
Oh, well, stand still. Quit going around. You're making me dizzy.
Oh, boy, are you stiff.
With the load I've got, I should have a trailer.
Are you doing anything about this paper drive?
Oh, a Boy Scout troop came around asking for paper, and I says, come in, boys, help yourselves.
Yes. And the Boy Scouts took all of your paper?
Everything. They even tore the labels off all my bottles.
Your bottle labels?
Yeah, I can't see what I'm drinking no more.
Really?
For 2 weeks every day, I've been drinking a quart of Carbona.
Well, hasn't drinking a quart of Carbona a day affected you?
Frankly, yes.
How?
Well, before, when I got tight, I always saw leopards.
And since you've been drinking Carbona?
I still see leopards.
Yes?
But the leopards don't have any spots on them.
Well, that brings us to the last house in the alley.
Bonsoir all, come see, come ça. Falstaff's here with la-di-da.
Don't tell me you're back tonight toting more porn.
Oh, yes. Have you heard, as I turned to look at Conrad Nagel, she scraped the cream cheese off my bagel?
No, I don't think so.
Or, said the buttonhole to the little button, if it wasn't for me, you couldn't do nothing?
No.
Or perhaps, since she polished the floor with Johnson's wax, Mother goes round with a pillow in her slacks.
Falstaff, tonight we have been mulling over the waste paper drive.
Precisely why I am here. I have garnished a rondo.
Garnished a rondo, eh? What is your paper poem called?
Gather your waste paper.
How does it go?
Gather your waste paper. Turn it in today. You can help to shorten the war, to end the fray. Your wrapping paper, newspaper, your cardboard, and your tissue, the contents of your wastebasket will help decide the issue. Napkins, towels, magazines, Esquire, Look and Life, confetti, bundle, writing paper can terminate the strife. For tons of our waste paper, a service we will render. In exchange, we'll get one note that reads, unconditional surrender.
Thank you, Falstaff. Thank you. And as Falstaff donates his script to the waste paper drive, we turn to High-Low Jack and the Dame. Maestro Al Goodman, because he has the music handy, has asked High-Low Jack, etc., to sing Shoo Shoo Baby. The kids oblige.
Shoo, 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 baby. Shoo, 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 baby. Bye, 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 baby. Your papa's off to the 7 seas. Don't cry, baby. Don't sigh, baby. Bye, 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 baby. When I come back, we'll live a life of ease. Seems kinda tough now to say goodbye this way. But Papa's gotta be rough now so that he can be sweet to you another day. Bye, 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 baby. Don't cry, baby. Shoo, 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 baby. Your Papa's off to the 7 seas. You better be off to sleep. You better be counting sheep. Just close your eyes, don't you worry, please. When Papa's sailing on the 7 seas. Shoo, baby. Shoo, shoo, baby. Bye, bye, baby. Your Papa's off to the 7 seas. So don't cry, baby. Don't cry, baby. Bye, 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 baby. Your Papa's sailing off to make us all free. So shoo, baby, don't cry, baby. Shoo, shoo, baby, bye, bye.
Thank you, Milo, Jack, and the Dame. And here's Jimmy Wallington, who says he has the answer to a question millions are asking. What is the question, oh, wise one?
It's what every motorist is wondering. How long will my car run before it's worn out? Well, the answer is in a recent ruling of the OPA that a car must be driven 60,000 miles before it can be considered unserviceable. And for most of us, that means there's lots of life in that old car yet, if we give it the Texaco care that makes cars last. So go to Texaco for regular changes of insulated Haviland motor oil to protect your car's motor against excessive wear, systematic Texaco Marfax chassis lubrication to protect the 40 danger points of your car's chassis, and a thorough Texaco checkup, stem to stern, on every vital part. Yes, make your car last by seeing your Texaco dealer regularly. It's his job to keep him running.
That was Pistol Packin' Mama. Mr. Goodman only had time for one shot. Didn't hardly get the pistol up before she put it down again. Well, all right, Portland, move those chairs out of the way now. Our guest is going to be here any minute.
Who's coming tonight?
Well, Orson Welles was supposed to be here, but Orson is sick tonight. He's indisposed. A little cold germ had the audacity to go into Orson Welles' chamber unannounced. This germ did.
What happened?
Why, they have 4 doctors up there trying to save the germ. Orson had it in a corner, so there'll be no Orson around tonight. Our guest is James Melton, Portland. Jimmy is singing at a concert at the Metropolitan tonight, but he's kind enough to rush up here between numbers to help us out.
Wasn't Mr. Melton on your program all summer?
Oh, yes. He'll probably fall all over me when he gets here. You know, I gave James Melton his start in radio. Now, he may be a big Metropolitan star today, but he'll never forget his old friend. You wait and see the reception he'll give me. Ladies and gentlemen, meet James Melton. Here we are, back together.
I don't seem to place you.
Remember me, the man who gave you...
Right, I didn't recognize you there.
Major, now look. The Major has one big bag under his vest. Difference, I'm Fred Allen.
I associate that name with hunger.
You know. Like me, today you're a big star on radio.
Don't be downhearted for a man with no talent.
Well, girls, Lily Pons, with whom can I go out on radio?
Well, you've got Ma Perkins and Merton Marge.
Yeah. Hello, Jimmy. Hanging around. Now you're back at the Metropolitan.
I really think opera has more drama.
Name any opera. I think but Duffy's Tavern with hot...
I don't know, but opera has
De la Lammermoor. Backwards. What is...
I wouldn't know. I just got here. I was a man who falls in love with Venus, and he can't make up his mind to go back.
Don't leave it. $54 question. I tell you, Jimmy, radio everything. Radio even has sponsors of this program. The Texas Company sponsor the opera all season.
That's right.
And that'd be a great favor.
I'd be glad.
Now, if you could fix it for it, maybe we could sing at the Met with the commercials. Well, why not? I'll show you. Maestro. Yes, this is Mr. Melton. Mr. Melton, I see. Mr. Goodman, please.
Mexico, fill up your tanks to fill up today with Mexico. And when you've got Mexico.
Jimmy, how did you like my little...
Oh, Fred, that wasn't Rigoletto. That was Rigor.
Well, I guess you may be right, Jimmy. I think perhaps we...
Well, I don't know about that, but how'd you like to hear Vestila Juba from Pagliacci?
All right, Mr. Goodman, please.
Non so più quel che dico, quel che faccio, e pure dopo forse tu sei Pagliaccio. Vesti la giubba e la faccia in plaga e sin la corona ripaleacia e applaudirò tramuta in l'asilo
That was wonderful, Jimmy.
Thank you, Fred.
You
Glad you liked it.
I did. I liked it very much, Jimmy. You know, as you stood there singing, I couldn't help but think how close I came to having a voice like yours.
Why, really?
Jimmy.
How
Yes.
is that, Fred?
Jimmy, years ago, I had hopes. I, too, studied for the opera.
And what happened?
This is my story, Jimmy. It all started back home in Boston. I was about 18 years old. I had gone to a Halloween party. Well, along about 10 o'clock, I heard a little fellow say...
Hey, let's quit talking for apples, kids. Let's have some singing.
Yeah,
a song. Let's see. Whom can we get to sing?
Well, how about Freddie Allen?
Yeah, Alan, we
What
want
do you say? What do you say, Freddie?
Oh, shucks, I can't sing, fellas. Oh, shucks.
Oh, come on, Freddie.
Yeah, just one song.
Well, all right, fellas. Something told me this was going to happen. Lucky I brought my music stand, my pitch pipe, and my teacher along with me tonight.
Yeah, lucky I brought the piano. I'll play it for you, Freddie.
Quiet, please.
Put on the skillet, put on the lead. Mammy's gonna make a little toast of bread. That ain't all he's gonna do. Mammy's gonna make a little coffee, too. And little baby loves chocolate. Mammy, little baby loves chocolate bread. Mammy, little baby loves chocolate. Mammy's little baby loves chocolate bread.
That song started all of my trouble, Jimmy. When I finished singing, a strange-looking woman with a lorgnette, 2 pigeons in her hair, and open-toed button shoes sent me her card. Well, the next afternoon I called. As I came in the door, she said...
I heard you sing at the party last night.
Yes, miss.
I am Madame Del Sarte.
Madame Del Sarte?
Yes, I teach music and voice.
Oh, yes, madam.
Oh, you have a wonderful voice, Fred Allen. What was that song you sang last night?
Mammy's little baby loves chocolate.
Oh, yes, divine. You have tone, resonance, and timbre. There's only one thing.
Yes, Madame Del Sarte.
Your voice is up in your nose.
Oh.
If I can get your voice down in your mouth, you will be another Phil Harris.
You mean I can actually sing like Phil Harris?
Yes, it means work, child, work. You'll have to study and study hard.
Well, Jimmy, I studied for 2 years. And then one day, Madame Del Sarte said...
Success! At last, Fred Allen, your voice is out of your nose and down in your mouth. Let me hear you sing.
Mammy's little baby loves shortening. Mammy's little baby loves shortening bread.
Ah, magnifique. There is nothing more I can teach you. I am sending you to Professor Locatelli in New York. Good luck, Fred Allen.
Well, I gave up my job, Jimmy, and went to New York City. Professor Locatelli was the janitor at Carnegie Hall. His studio was in the cellar. I lit a match and found the door.
So what, City? So what can I do for you?
Well, I'm Fred Allen. Madame Del Sarte wrote you, I think, about me.
Oh, see. You are the poor man's Nelson Eddy.
Thank you, Professor Locatelli.
Quiet. The first time I'm going to try your voice. You sing us something for Professor Locatelli.
Mammy's little baby loves shortening. Mammy's little baby loves shortening bread.
Santo de patata cagito. What a voice. There's only one thing.
Yes, Professor?
Your voice, she's down in your mouth. We're going to push him up to the nose. Now, please, you take off your glasses. Professor Locatelli's going to go to work.
Well, for 8 years I studied, Jimmy, and then one night Professor Locatelli said...
Santo de patata cagito. At last we are finished. The voice, she's a back up in the nose. Sing, Fred Allen.
Mammy's little baby loves shortening. Mammy's little baby loves...
Well, at last I was ready for my debut, Jimmy. Professor Locatelli sent me to a booking agent. As I opened the door of his office in the Strand building, the agent said...
You're going places, Ellen. Professor Locatelli told me all about you. You're going to be bigger than John, Charles, or Thomas.
You think so?
I got a big radio job for you, Ellen.
Radio?
Yeah, you sing a big solo. There's a chorus behind you. Grab your hat. Let's go.
Mammy's little baby loves shortening.
Well, you can imagine how I felt, Jimmy. After 10 years of work, my big opportunity had come. I was going to sing a solo with a big chorus behind me. As we came in the door of the radio studio, the musical director rushed up to us.
Oh, you brought Mr. Allen, Barney.
Yeah, this is Lynn. Hurry, Alan.
Here's your music, Mr. Allen. The chorus is ready. We're going right on the air.
Do I sing now?
No, not now, Mr. Allen. The background voices start the number.
Oh, yes.
And then they stop, and you sing the big solo part.
The big solo part?
Yes. Now, stand by, everybody. We're going on the air.
Do I sing now?
No, not now. Quiet.
The name of this soap is Life Boy. The name of this soap is Life Boy. The name of this soap is Life Boy. It stops now, Alan.
Star Theater, I want to thank James Melton for saving our show tonight. Now, next week, our guest will be Orson Welles, I hope. And now, ladies and gentlemen, I have some pleasant Christmas news for the more than 5,000 Texaco employees who are now in the armed forces throughout the world, many of whom hear this show by shortwave. First, I would like to wish every one of you a Merry Christmas and a victorious New Year. And with this wish, Texaco is sending a $50 war bond to every employee of the Texas Company and its subsidiaries who is in the armed forces as of this Christmas. And now, just another message from Jimmy Wallace.
America is in the midst of a total fuel shortage. Oil, coal, and gas are all short. In coal especially, reserves are at a dangerous low. Every bit of fuel you can save will help. So check your furnace to make sure it's working correctly. Keep your house at no more than 65 degrees during the day and lower at night. When possible, don't heat rooms you don't use. Pull down the shades every evening to conserve heat. And if you can, install storm windows and insulation. Less heat means less fuel. And all the coal, oil, and gas you save will make America stronger.
Right you are, Jimmy. This is Fred Allen speaking for Texaco dealers from coast to coast, inviting you to tune in again next Sunday night and to drive in at any time. Remember, you're welcome. Thank you.
This is the Columbia Broadcasting System.
Coming in on a wing and a prayer. What a show, what a fight, what a fight. Yes, we really hit our target for tonight. How we sing as we limp through the air. Look below, there's our field over there. With our full crew aboard and our trust in the Lord, we're coming in on a wing and a prayer. Look below, we're coming in on a wing and a
And here's Jimmy Wallington to tell you how an ordinary lead pencil can become one of the most powerful weapons we on the home front can wield against the Axis. Jimmy?
Take a pencil and jot down your income, the money that comes into your home each month. Below it, write your outlay, the money it costs you to live. Figuring that out is easier now, for the new pay-as-you-go income tax enables us all to budget our monthly expenditures much more exactly than before. Figure out what extra money you'll have left over from each payday, and then put that extra money into war bonds through a regular savings plan at your bank or savings and loan association. Figure it out for yourself. Work it out to the penny, and then put every extra penny to work in war bonds.
This is James Melton. Thanks for joining us, folks, in Music for America. And I'm hoping you'll all be in the Texaco Star Theater with us again next Sunday night, along with Joan Roberts, Al Goodman's orchestra, the Texaco Star Singers, Jimmy Wallington, and me. See you Sunday.
Texaco Texaco dealers from coast to coast invite you to tune in the Texaco Star Theater with James Melton next Sunday and to drive in at any time. Remember, you're welcome. This is the Columbia Broadcasting System.
Replacing the Red Skelton Show, usually heard at this hour, here's a special rebroadcast for the American Armed Forces and their allies, featuring another of America's favorite comedians, Fred Allen. And with him tonight is Portland Hoffa, High-Low Jack and a Dame, Al Goodman and the orchestra, and as guest star, Jimmy Durante. And here he is, Fred Allen.
Thank you, and good evening, ladies and gentlemen. And Jimmy, that extra coffee people are going to get this year will sure be a boon to radio.
How do you mean, Fred?
Why, with more coffee, people will be able to stay awake during those Jack Benny programs now.
Do people really doze off listening to Jack?
Doze off? Why, Maisie doze and Dozy doze, everybody. Doze off, Jimmy. They say that sheep with insomnia count little bennies, Jimmy. Barnyard connoisseurs have told me off the record that. But with this extra coffee, I hear they're inventing a new radio just to listen to the Benny program. It's a combination radio and percolator, Jimmy. It perks except when the program is on. Now, if you really want to get
Mr. Allen!
Well, Portland, Jesus. Well, Portland, what's new tonight?
Nothing, except what's in the papers.
Well, I've been reading the papers, too. I read mostly from right to left.
The paper said that peroxide is scarce and blondes are disappearing.
Oh, yes, a blonde can establish a bleach head, but without peroxide, she can't hold it. You have to Well, Portland, we'd better, before we find out just how much they will stand for, we had better... Right here, laughing at something we hope to have next week, are you? Portland, we had better run for Allen's Alley.
Have you a question for tonight?
Oh, our question tonight is, how did the fish shortage bother you?
Shall we go?
As the piece of string said to the finger, why not? I should have brought my chair with me. Portland, here we are back in Allen's Alley. I'll see if Senator Bloat is in.
Yes.
Senator Bloat, what about the fish problem?
If my bill, the Bloat bill, goes through,
Yes?
this country will never have another fish shortage.
Well, what does your bill advocate?
Every person who's doing nothing to help the war effort will be given a fishing line and some bait.
Yes?
The fishing lines will be thrown into the water.
When every person who is doing nothing to help the war effort has his line in the water...
With all these jerks, we'll soon have enough fish to feed America. I think so.
Well, I think the Senate was hardly worth the trouble, was it, Senator? From telling those kind of jokes, the Senator's starting to get whiskers on himself there. Well, I think the Senator has something there, and I hope he returns to clean it up. Now, let's see how Mrs. Prawn is doing.
Well, what is it?
Mrs. Prawn, is anyone alive on this program? I would like to...
Well?
We might be the annex to the Smithsonian Institute for our come to life here. Mrs. Prawn, did the fish shortage bother you?
No. Every day I sent my husband over to the aquarium.
I see.
In no time he was back with a mess of fish.
Say, that was a good idea.
Yes. Anytime you want fish, send a worm.
Well, we take leave of Mrs. Prawn and see who's in next door here.
No.
Ah, Mr. Nussbaum, how do you feel about this fish business?
Oh, fish I am eating morning, noon, and night. White fish, blue fish, red fish.
What red fish?
Salmon is purple, maybe. Also, I'm eating flambers, keepers, sardines.
In other words, you were crazy about fish.
Oh, fish.
Ship, oh-ho, I should take that.
Besides eating, also I'm keeping in a goldfish bowl a sturgeon. Irving by name.
Irving was your pet sturgeon?
My little finny pal.
You liked Irving, huh?
Oh, when I'm coming home, Irving is leaping in the goldfish bowl for joy.
Really?
With the fins he's waving on me.
Gosh.
The caviar Irving is spelling out, hello, my boy.
You were inseparable.
Until is coming the fish shortage.
Well, what happened?
Suddenly there's no fish. For 2 weeks I'm not eating fish. I'm going shark raving mad.
You were fish famished, eh?
Every night I'm coming home, I'm looking on Irving.
Your sturgeon was still glad to see you?
With caviar, Irving is still spelling out, hello, my boy.
And then?
One night Irving was gone. The goldfish bowl was empty.
Mr. Nussbaum, you mean?
With cream cheese, Irving was delicious, didn't you?
Well, that brings us to the little weed-covered cottage at the end of the alley.
Bonsoir all, s'il vous plaît. Falstaff's here with Rondelet.
You haven't more poems tonight.
Indubitably. Have you heard he was just a little pigeon, and yet he had religion?
No.
Or when his antlers caught in the chandelier, the big buck deer said Veyesmere?
No.
The stork had come, the doctor used penicillin. 2 minutes later, the baby was whistling.
Falstaff, you have upset everything. Tonight we have been mulling over the fish shortage.
Precisely why I am here. I have spawned a scansium.
You have... What is your poem called?
The Whale Called a Meeting.
Well, how does it go?
The big bull whale said a meeting I decree, and he blew a spout that shook the sea. The fish came in schools, the porpoise and seals, the flying fish flew, crabs hitchhiked on eels. The minnows scurried, the haddock and sturgeon joined the tuna and cod who needed no urging. When all were assembled, from jellyfish to trout, the whale said, here's what this meeting's about. Fish can't fight Hitler with guns or with powder, but we can give our lives for fish dinners and chowder. Fish are like soldiers, for news we all pine. So to keep us both happy, please, drop us a line.
Well, thank you, Falstaff. And as Falstaff leaves for the Fulton Fish Market to get another inspiration, Maestro Al Goodman rises to welcome Hilo, Jack, and the Dame. The kids sing Mares y Dotes.
I know a ditty, nutty as a fruitcake, goofy as a goon, and silly as a loon. Some call it pretty, others call it crazy, but they all sing this tune. Maresy dotes and dozy dotes and little lambsy divey, a kiddly divey too, wouldn't you? Yes, Maresy dotes and dozy dotes and little lambsy divey, a kiddly divey too, wouldn't you? If the words sound queer and funny to your ear, a little bit jumbled and jivey, sing mares eat oats and does eat oats and little lambs eat ivy. Oh, mares eat oats and does eat oats and little lambs eat ivy, A kiddly-dabby too, wouldn't you? A kiddly-dabby too, wouldn't you? It's a kind of a game with words like nothing you ever heard. If you run them together, it won't matter whether they rhyme. If you keep in time, Ramsey Pie and Lamsey Pie and little Toppy Tappy, a puppily tappy too, wouldn't you? Then snailsy deals and whalesy deals and little sharksy doyster, a sprattly oyster too, but not if it's in a stew. A puppily tappy, a yappily dather, a piggly family too, wouldn't you? Me too.
That was just a dash of Take It Easy, played by Al Goodman and 25 men whose salaries can't be frozen. They work for salt. And now, ladies and gentlemen...
La-da-da-dee, la-da-da-dee.
Portland, wait. What is that la-da-da-deeing? You sound like an ill wind blowing through Lower Basin Street.
It's the Skater's Waltz.
Oh.
Mama and I saw Sonia Honey yesterday.
Oh, does your mother like skating?
I'll say. Mama can do a figure eight.
Your mother doesn't have to do a figure eight. She has one. Your mother looks like a duffel bag that came to life. Your mother on ice...
Mama said you should be very good on ice, too.
Why?
Mama says there are so many cheapskates in your family.
Now, look, Portland, I'm tired tonight. I have had a lot of trouble this past week.
Trouble?
Yes, there's a housing shortage, you know. The other night, I was sitting home, a strange man knocked at my door, said he'd been walking all over New York trying to find a room. He couldn't find a place to sleep. It was a cold night, so I gave him a drink and let him sleep on my sofa. The next morning, when I got up, the stranger was gone, and he'd left $3 on the table for room rent.
You didn't know the man?
Didn't know the man at all. I felt terrible accepting money for a favor. I looked for the fellow all day to give him his $3 back, and that night I was depressed. Well, I decided to call on the only man who can cheer me up when I'm depressed, so I went over to that nightclub, the Copacabana. I knocked on this gentleman's dressing room door.
Well, if it ain't my old pal,
Jimmy Durante. Well... Say, this is a pretty dressing room you have here, Jimmy.
Yeah, I had an inferior decorator do the job. The same guy who did Lindy's.
Oh, really?
Yeah. Instead of having roses on the wallpaper, he's got meatballs.
It's a pretty shade.
Yeah, it's a gravy pastel.
Gravy.
I was just taking a gander at my fan mail, Fred.
Oh, your fan mail? What is that postcard?
It's a vitamin ad. I'm through with vitamins.
Well, why?
I seen an ad. A certain vitamin capsule will grow hair. That's what it said. Uh-huh. I tried them for 2 months. I am as bald as any part of a grapefruit.
You took these capsules every day?
I was putting them on top of my head.
Well, you're supposed to take them, Jimmy.
Now he tells me.
Say, Jimmy, I saw your picture on the cover of Time this week.
Yeah, they wanted to put my picture on the Reader's Digest. I turned them down.
Why?
People would think Durante was a midget.
Say, what is that stack of paper you have there, Jimmy?
These are some jokes my writers left me. Get this one. My girl never wears liquid stockings because she can't get her leg in the bottle. It's no good, Fred.
Well, why not, Jimmy?
My girl can. You know, my girl's got legs like a pipe cleaner.
That thin?
That's pussy.
Hey, what is that other slip? Another joke you have there?
Yeah, this one is a Lulu. Wait till you hear it.
Uh-huh.
They're making a new picture of the life of Abraham Lincoln. It's called Massey Come Home.
Massey, come home, eh?
What's the matter, Fred? You ain't laughing. You're letting Durante down.
Well, I'm worried, Jimmy.
Listen, if you're worried about the future, Fred, I know a gypsy who's open all night.
No, Jimmy, I'm not. I just have a little problem. You see, the other night I let a stranger sleep in my place. It was cold. I gave him a drink. The next morning I get up, the fellow was gone. He left $3 on the table, and I sort of feel guilty keeping the $3. I've looked around. I can't find the guy.
Stop worrying, will you, Fred? There's only one thing to do with that $3.
What?
Buy war bonds with it. There's a friend of mine down at the Federal Building, Mr. Umbriago. Umbriago sells war bonds.
Well, maybe that's what I'll do.
The show start, Mr. Durante. You're on.
I gotta do my number, Fred. I'll leave the door open so you can hear it in here.
Okay, Jimmy.
Thank you, and thank you, ladies and gentlemen. I'd like to dedicate this number to that whack who blew me a kiss in the lobby of the Martha Washington Hotel last night. Let's go, Professor. Now, once upon a time, they sang the Vodeo-Do, but that was long ago. Then everybody started in to boop-boop-a-doo. They got tired of that, you know. I'll give you $50. You show me bloop-bloop in the music. Show me bloop-bloop in the music. Too bad I can't read. But the tune for you and me. Very unnecessary. Is that swinging symphony they call it? A-dink-a-dink, a-dink-a-dink. Let me hear that band. What up there? A-dink-a-dink, let me hear it again. You know, I was walking down Fifth Avenue, and I happened to stop into a fruiterer. I bought 2 apples. And you know that Troy thought he knew a hick when he saw one. He said those apples will cost you $2 apiece. So I gave him a $5 bill. As he was about to give me my dollar change, I said, keep it, we're even. I stepped in the drape, coming in. Let me hear that band. Come on. What a band that Goodman has got. Let me hear it. Let me hear it. You know, last night I walked into the automat, and I put a lead nickel in the slot. And what do you think came out? The manager. Let me hear it, boys.
Well, Portland, when Jimmy finished his song at the Copacabana, we made an appointment to meet the next day and buy war stamps with my $3. Well, I got to the Federal Building first. I was waiting in the lobby when Jimmy rushed in.
Sorry I'm late, Fred. There was a pickpocket with no arms in the subway. He got his head caught in my pocket.
Put the bite on you, huh? Well, all right, Jimmy. All right, Jimmy. Let's get my stamps. This window here says War Savings Stamp.
I'll see if Umbriago is behind the window. Hello, in there?
Anything I can do for you, gentlemen?
Yes, I'd like to buy $3 worth of...
Wait a minute. This guy ain't Umbriago.
Well, what's the difference,
I
Jimmy?
promised Umbriago, Fred. He's got to make his quota. Besides, if you're a friend of mine, Umbriago will lick the stamps for you.
Well, my delicatessen licks war stamps for me, Jimmy. They keep a wet tongue on the counter.
Gentlemen, will you hurry and buy your stamps? I've got to get back to my book.
Oh, I'm sorry.
I'm halfway up. A tree grows in Brooklyn.
Oh.
Make it stop.
Just a minute, copperhead. Do you realize the gesture my friend is making?
Now, Jimmy, don't bother.
This man rented a room to a stranger for $3. Did he take this money and squander it on wine, women, and jukeboxes? No, he's here to put it where every penny should go, into war bonds and stamps.
Now, please, Jimmy, quiet. Just get my stamps. $3 worth, mister.
Before I tear them off, one thing.
Yes?
Did this gentleman say you rented a room?
Well, I didn't exactly rent the room.
No, the guy knocked on Mr. Allen's door.
Yeah.
I see. Will you both step into this next office, please? Mr. Brownlee.
Yes. What is it, Hesselwhite?
2 suspects.
Suspects? What is this?
Mr. Brownlee is in charge of the OPA office on rent ceilings.
Rent ceiling?
Quiet, you. What's the charge, Hesselwhite?
The big one rented a room for $3. He was going to buy war stamps with the money. Then the little one with a cucumber nose started shooting off his bazoo.
That's a lie. I deny the allegation and I defy the alligator. If Umbriago was here, I'd serve the 2 of yous with reprievance.
Now, Jimmy.
I know what I'm talking about, Fred.
Don't lose your head.
I could lose my head and still have more brains than both of these 2 guys.
Quiet, you. Now, you, the big one. How long have you been operating your rooming house?
What rooming house, Jimmy? Tell this bird.
Mr. Allen ain't got no rooming house. He ain't posing as no Boniface.
No.
No Boniface? There's a housing shortage. Mr. Allen gave this poor homeless wafer a bed for the night. The wafer left him $3.
Mr. Allen, how much were you renting that room for on April 15th, 1943, when Wentz proposing?
Well, nothing.
Today you rent it for $3. $3 over the ceiling price. A flagrant violation of the OPA laws.
A flagrant violation, Jimmy. Call my lawyer, Solinger and Solinger.
Who needs Solinger and Solinger, Fred? When Umbriago gets here, he'll heave this bum out on the street. A flagrant violation, he says. I'm laughing heartily.
Now, look, Mr. Brownlee.
Don't talk to me, you dirty wartime profiteer. You made $3 profit on that room.
How could he make $3, swollen belly? It was a cold night. Allen gave the guy a drink of liquor. With the price of liquor what it is today, Allen must have lost money.
Liquor, huh? You have a license to sell liquor?
Well, no.
This isn't the case for the OPA. This is the case for the alcohol squad.
The alcohol squad?
You heard me. Follow me.
Oh, Jimmy, if you hadn't mentioned that drink.
Quit worrying, will you, Fred? Umbriago will have these guys on the street with their portfolios dragging.
Through this door, you 2. Mr. Ippolito.
Yes, Mr. Brownlee.
A speakeasy case. I suggest you grill these characters.
Now, you, where is the speakeasy located?
I don't run a speakeasy. It was a cold night. I gave this stranger a drink.
Oh, well, if you didn't charge him for the drink.
Well, no.
No, the guy left $3.
Jimmy.
Oh, so you did take money for the liquor, huh? Did you enter this money as income?
Well, no.
Listen, Bud, listen. I can explain the whole thing.
You keep your nose out of this.
All of it?
Yes, all of it. And stop inhaling over my desk. You're sucking up my memos.
Now, listen, I didn't sell the liquor.
Look, Pinhead, this stranger knocked on Allen's door.
Yeah. Stranger? You rented a room to a total stranger? You didn't get his name, his address? You didn't ask to see his draft card?
Well, no.
I've heard enough. Follow me.
This is all your fault, Jimmy Durante. I came in here to buy a war stamp. Now I'm getting pasted around.
When Umbriago gets here and sees what's going on, he'll have this jerk down on his knees begging for mercy.
Right in this door.
Now, Jimmy, the letters on that door. Do you see what I see?
FBI. Who do we know with those initials?
Inside, please. Inspector Toogan?
Yes, Ippolito.
I think these 2 mugs, Allen and Durante, are mixed up in case 64.
Oh, Inspector, there's been a mistake.
Allen, the FBI isn't interested in you small-time crooks. We're after bigger game. Now describe this stranger who spent the night in your place.
Well, he was around about medium height.
Did he wear a green turtleneck sweater and carry a black patent leather briefcase?
Yes, sir. He wore yellow bicycle clips and carried a neon cane.
Allen, that man is wanted.
What man?
Sabotage Sam.
Sabotage Sam?
The FBI has been trailing this criminal for weeks. You let this nefarious gangster hide out on your premises.
Inspector, believe me.
Fred, let me handle this.
Jimmy, call my lawyer Solinger and Solinger.
This is a case for Umbriago, Fred. Why, when Umbriago hears about this, J. Edgar will personally beat this guy's brains out.
The FBI never forgets a face, Allen. Get under that light.
Now, the FBI doesn't know me.
Oh, no? You won't talk your way out of this rap, Fingers McGonagall.
Fingers McGonagall.
I knew there was something familiar about you. Those long thumbs, those sweeping hangnails.
Now, this is ridiculous. Jimmy, explain who I am. Tell him.
Tell him what, Fingers?
Fingers, Jimmy, you have known me for 20 years, and you take this guy's word?
Fred, he's got a on his face.
Inspector, believe me, I am not Fingers McGonagall. I'm Fred Allen. I just came in here to buy some war stamps.
Inspector, you gotta give Allen the benefit of the doubt.
There is no doubt.
Then there is no benefit.
Come clean, Fingers. Where's Sabotage Sam? Where's your gun moll, Jersey Jenny? Where's your brother, Flat Top?
Now, wait a minute. I don't know these people. A strange guy came to my apartment.
Now, look, turn state's evidence, Fingers, and I'll get you off with 40 years. If you don't, it's Alcatraz.
Wait a minute, Inspector. You can't do that on my friend.
Yes, I can.
Okay, you talked me out of it.
Now, Jimmy, explain to him. He won't believe me. Tell him a stranger just knocked on my door.
I gotta laugh. This is funny. When I think what Umbriago is going to do to this joint, I shudder. Umbriago is your only hope, friend.
Now, Fingers, perhaps if you see a picture of Sabotage Sam, if you're brought face to face with this low, despicable saboteur, maybe your tongue will loosen. Look, over on that wall, that picture under Wanted. Do you recognize your buddy?
Now, believe me, Inspector, I never saw this man before in my life. I'm innocent.
Well, I'll be seeing you when you get out, Fred.
Jimmy, where are you going?
I gotta beat it, Fred.
Why?
That picture on the wall, that guy's who's wanted.
You recognize him?
It's Umbriago. So long, Fred.
Oh, Jimmy.
You've just heard a rebroadcast of The Fred Allen Show. And now, as an after-show treat, we invite you to listen to the distinctive rhythms of Raymond Scott and his orchestra. rebroadcast is a presentation of the Armed Forces Radio Service.
The Fred Allen Show, specially rebroadcast for the American Armed Forces and their allies. Here are Fred Allen, Portland Hoffa, the mighty Allen Art Players, High-Low Jack and the Dame, and Al Goodman, his chorus and orchestra.
Keep your sunny side up. Hide the side that gets blue. Laugh, sing, joke the whole day long. Keep your sunny side up. Just keep it up. Hide the side that gets blue. If you have 9 suns in a row, baseball teams make money, you know. Keep your funny side up. Up. Let your laughter come through. Do stand upon your legs. Be like 2 fried eggs. Keep your sunny side up. Keep your sunny side up, Papa. Hide the side that gets blue, blue, blue. If you have 9 suns in a row, baseball teams make money, you know. Keep your funny side up, Papa. Let your laughter come through. Do stand upon your legs. Be like 2 fried eggs. Keep your funny side up.
Tonight we pay tribute to the Boy Scouts and bring you an old boy who is still a pretty good scout. He's Fred Allen.
Thank you, and good evening, ladies and gentlemen. And Jimmy, you're not kidding about my scout background. I started in as a Cub Scout, worked my way up to be a tenderfoot, and then on account, a little later on in my adolescence, on account of my buck teeth, they put me in the Beaver Patrol. As a boy, I look like...
Why, Fred, did you have buck teeth as a boy?
Buck teeth, Jimmy. I could eat an ear of corn through a knothole when I was... When I left the... Now I could if I could get the ear of corn. I can still get the knothole. When I left the Beaver Patrol, I became an Eagle Scout. For 2 years, I lived in a nest, Jimmy. Those were molting, and part-time work. Those were I didn't lay eggs until just tonight. As long as I was an eagle, I never thought of it. But those were the happy days, James. Tying knots, doing good deeds.
Fred, what was your outstanding good deed, would you say?
Well, as I think back hurriedly, Jimmy, I would say my outstanding good deed was consummated during the last war. I was over at the Grand Central Depot. A lot of soldiers were leaving for camp. They were kissing their girls goodbye, and at the edge of the crowd was a little midget.
A midget soldier?
He was in the infantry, Jimmy. This midget soldier had a girlfriend 6 feet tall. He couldn't kiss her.
Oh, you helped the midget kiss his tall girl?
I put him up to it, Jimmy. And that was my good deed for...
Mr. Allen!
Well, Portland, Portland, you're just in time. Jimmy and I have been discussing Boy Scout Week. Have you ever met any scouts?
Papa was a Boy Scout.
Really?
That's how we met Mama.
Oh, how?
Papa followed some bear tracks in the woods. When Papa overtook the bear...
Yeah?
It was Mama.
Well, that's silly. How could your mother make tracks like a bear?
Mama was walking in her bare feet.
Bare feet.
That's one on you.
That's one on me, huh? Brother, this program is starting to sound like it pays to be ignorant. Tell me, where is your mother tonight?
Well, Mama and I were going to see the new Frank Sinatra picture, but Mama had to stay home.
Well, why?
Mama has laryngitis. She can't scream.
Oh, well. There's no fun seeing Frank Sinatra if you're... No fun, huh? An old R I had left over from last year's oyster season. There's no fun seeing Frank Sinatra if you're just going to sit there. I mean, after all...
That's what Mama says.
Well, Frank has a swell radio show of his own now, and it won't be long before he's another street singer. And street reminds me we'd better start for Allen's Alley.
What's your question tonight?
Well, last week, the War Production Board said that this coming year, there's going to be a shortage of alarm clocks. People are going to have to make their old alarm clocks do. And so our question tonight, appropriately enough, is, now, how is this alarm clock shortage going to affect you?
Shall we go?
Well, if Mr. Goodman, who has been in Florida, with Tampa with the music, we'll away. Well, Portland, here we are back in Allen's Alley. I wonder if Senator Bloat is in.
Yes?
Senator Bloat, what is your reaction to the shortage of alarm clocks?
If my bill, the Bloat bill, goes through, a signal will be given in Washington. Every person in America will be awakened mornings automatically.
You awaken people automatically? Well, how are you going to get 130 million people out of bed at the same time, Senator?
Short wave.
And if the short wave doesn't work?
I'll get a tall whack.
Well, there are no flies on the Senator. There are some things even flies won't stoop to. Let's see what's cooking next door.
Well, what is it?
Mrs. Prawn, has the alarm clock problem bothered you?
Yeah, my alarm clock broke last week. I had to get something new.
Well, what did you finally work out?
I took the cuckoo out of my cuckoo clock and put in a live rooster.
A live rooster, huh?
Yes. Across from the cuckoo clock, I put a sun lamp.
A sun lamp.
When the rooster comes out at 6 o'clock,
Yes.
he sees the lamp shining.
Yes.
The rooster thinks the sun's rising.
Uh-huh.
The rooster crows. I wake up.
Now, wait a minute. How do you get the sun lamp to shine at exactly 6 o'clock?
At 5:30, I get up and turn the sun lamp on.
Well, when the rooster wakes Mrs. Prawn, there are 2 crows in the room. Let's try next door.
No.
Mr. Nussbaum, how are you making out with this alarm clock business?
My alarm clock, a Big Benjamin, is for 6 months not working.
Well, how do you get up morning?
Where I am living is next door, Mrs. Mankiewicz, a delicatessen.
What delicatessen?
Mrs. Mankiewicz, who is confidentially an early riser, is waking me.
Mrs. Mankiewicz sleeps in the back of the delicatessen?
And the coleslaw.
On the coleslaw?
Yeah.
Well, what happens when Mrs. Mankiewicz gets up?
She is putting her kitty, a little pussycat, out in the hall.
And?
From upstairs, from downstairs is coming dogs, all sizes, to chasing the kitty.
Uh-huh.
The kitty is yowling, the dogs is barking, Mrs. Mankiewicz is yelling, the neighbors is screaming.
And this terrible racket?
That is scaring my canary, who is eating his breakfast. From the canary's beak is dropping on the floor 1 bird seed.
And this 1 bird seed dropping?
It is waking me up. I'm a light sleeper.
Well, again, we find ourselves at the end of Allen's Alley. What lurks behind this last door?
Good evening, all. Up's a daisy. Falstaff's here to make like crazy.
Please, Falstaff, tell us that you have no poems tonight.
Au contraire, old boy. Have you heard who put the kipper in Mrs. Murphy's slipper? You haven't heard that?
No. There's an egg to go with it now. No?
Or,
should have put a sturgeon in there. It could have laid its own egg as long as it was in. No, I haven't heard that, Falstaff.
How about this? She blushed and said you couldn't be ruder as I tweaked the fin on her barracuda.
No.
The party broke up. Guests reached for their coats when Mother started singing Mersey Dote.
Now, wait a minute. For your information tonight, we are talking about the shortage of alarm clocks.
Precisely why I am here. I have written a poem.
What is your alarm clock poem called?
Man's Best Friend.
Well, how does it go?
The poet says woman is man's best friend. The cynic says a dog, any breed. The sportsman says his best friend is a horse, any species of steed. But my best friend is an alarm clock, and I am a man among men. You can have dames, dogs, and horses. A true friend is my little Ben. In the morning, a woman will call you. A dog will start licking your hands. A horse will neigh neath your window. But my little Ben understands. I've overslept every morning this week, and my little Ben never has spoken. I say a man's best friend's his alarm clock, but only if the darn thing is broken.
Thank you, Falstaff. And as Minnesinger Openshaw struts into the night, Maestro Al Goodman rises baton akimbo to welcome High-Low Jack and the Dame, the song San Fernando Valley.
I'm packing my grip, and I'm leaving today, 'cause I'm taking a trip California way. I'm gonna settle down and never more roam, and make the San Fernando Valley my home. I'll forget my sin, I'll be making new friends where the west begins and the sunset ends, 'cause I've decided where yours truly should be, and it's the San Fernando Valley for me. I think that I'm safe and stating she will be waiting when my lonely journey is done. And kindly old Reverend Thomas made us a promise he will make the two of us one. So I'm hitting a trail to the cow country. You can forward my mail, care of RFD. settle down and never more roam, and make the San Fernando Valley my home. San Fernando Valley, that's right up my alley. I'm gonna settle down in California, and just keep busy doing nothing all day. I'll be so happy to settle down and never roam, and make the San Fernando Valley my home.
Thank you. Hello, Jack and the Dame. That was Mersey Dose in synopsis form, played by Al Goodman and his Swing and Sway for $2 a day orchestra. I have had a hard week.
Oh, did something go wrong?
Oh, everything has gone wrong. Last Thursday, I bought that new book by Luella Parsons, you know, The Gay Illiterate. When I got the book home, I found 4 pages were missing. Well, I went back to the bookshop. They sent me to the publisher.
Did he tell you where to go?
In no uncertain terms. By now, I was pretty mad. I read that Luella Parsons was here in New York, so I took my book and went over to her hotel to see her. As I entered the door of Miss Parsons' suite, a voice said,
Why, Fred Allen.
Luella Parsons. Well, Luella, I came to ask you.
Oh, I see you have a copy of my new book, The Gay Illiterate.
Yes, Luella, that's why I'm,
We have something in common, Fred. That title should fit you, too.
Gay Illiterate? Well, I'm not gay, Luella.
Oh, I know. But you see, I heard you on Information Please last week.
You heard me on Information Please, huh? You mean I sounded illiterate?
Well, you reminded me of Dr. IQ when he was just an intern.
Well, it's very hard to make good on Information Please, Luella. John Kieran carries birds' eggs in his pockets, and the birds' eggs keep hatching, and Kieran's pockets keep peeping, you see. FPA wears cheap union suits. When he starts to perspire a little, his sleeves shrink and his arms keep flying up. Fadiman's nose is too smooth. His glasses keep slipping down on his nose. So between the peeping in Kieran's pockets, FPA's arms flying up, and Fadiman's glasses sliding up and down, it's very hard to keep your mind on the questions. That's what my alibi
You didn't come here tonight to complain about Information Please.
Well, no, Luella. It's about your book.
Oh, well, that's really very nice of you, Fred. The Gay Illiterate is on the bestsellers list.
Well, I know that. I know you've been auctioning off copies of your book autographed by the leading Hollywood stars at war bond rallies around the country. I saw all of that in your column.
Oh, I didn't know you read my column, Fred.
Oh, I read your column every morning as soon as I finish Dick Tracy.
I'm glad to know you're one of my fans.
Oh, yes, Luella. My 2 favorites are you and Flat Top.
You read The Gay Illiterate,
Well,
Fred?
not yet, no. Is it anything like that sequel to Undercover, In Bed We Cry?
There's nothing undercover about my book. It's the story of my life.
The story of your life in how many volumes?
1 volume. How old do you think I am?
Shall I be brutally frank, Luella?
No, for heaven's sake, no.
The real reason I'm here, I bought a copy of your book, and 4 pages are missing. Now, with 4 pages gone, it's like getting a copy of Esquire with just the stories.
I have my book here. I can read you the missing pages.
You can read me the missing pages? Well, that'll be swell. Let me see. The missing pages are 187, 88, 189, and 190.
Now, wait till I find those pages.
Shall I wet your finger?
No, thanks. I have damp hands.
Oh, lucky you. Good.
Here we are.
Page 187. What does it say there?
The chapter's title is A Star is Born.
A Star is Born. How does it start?
On Valentine's Day, 50 years ago, in a tiny town north of Chicago, one of the screen's greatest stars was born. The tiny town was Waukegan.
Now, wait a minute. Oh, no, wait, please. Luella, you mean on page 187?
The Life of Jack Benny stars.
And it goes on for 4 pages?
Yes, it's all about Jack.
Well, I will keep my copy, thank you, Luella. If your book sells for $2, my copy of Gay Illiterate with those 4 pages missing is worth $100. If you tear those 4 pages out of every book, you'll make a fortune.
Now, look here, Fred. I have my own private feuds. You're not getting me mixed up with you and Jack.
I see your point. You have to draw the line someplace.
Yeah, I certainly do.
Well, before I go, Luella, I know all your life you've written about movie stars. Haven't you yourself ever wanted to be a glamour girl?
Fred, to glamorize me would be a retread job.
Wouldn't you like to be a star in pictures?
I confess, I've always wished to be the heroine in one of those rip-roaring Western pictures.
In a Western. Well, tonight you're going to get your wish, Luella. I have written a Western picture, and you are going to star in it.
But, Fred...
It's too late, Luella. As your picture starts, a fanfare is heard.
Luella Parsons presents... Luella Parsons in...
Luella's Last Stand.
Starring...
Luella Parsons.
Produced by...
Luella Parsons.
Directed by...
Luella Parsons.
Dialogue by...
Luella Parsons.
Additional dialogue by...
Luella Parsons.
The story by Luella Parsons was based on an original idea by... Who else?
Well, Luella, how was that?
I can't complain about the billing, Fred. What part do I play?
Part, Luella, you play 4 different parts. 4 different parts in the picture. You're the star. You see, you play 4 different parts.
4 parts?
I thought you were quitting on the picture already before you...
Well, say, I don't want to hog the whole picture.
Well, you're the star, Luella. As the picture opens, you are Alkali Annie, a hostess at a desert oasis. Ladies and gentlemen, Luella's Last Stand.
This is a story of the West. Sheriff Allen and his posse have been trailing Killer McGonigal for 2 years. We find the sheriff and his men in the desert, their horses plodding on toward the Purple Hills and Killer McGonigal. The sheriff is having a tune.
Oh, give me a home where the buffalo roam.
Hey, Sheriff.
Whoa. What is it, Big Belly?
Hey, look over yonder, Sheriff. A campfire. The embers are still a-glowing.
Killer McGonigal just broke camp, Sheriff. You're right, Bullethead. The killer ate a gopher for dinner. The gopher weighed exactly 1 pound.
How do you know it weighed just 1 pound?
Well, look, the killer left 8 red points in the gopher hole.
Hey, look, Sheriff. There's something moving behind that cactus.
It's Killer McGonigal. Men, surround the cactus.
Hey, it ain't the killer.
It's a woman laying there. Well, it's Alkali Annie. She looks like she's a-dying.
She must have seen which way the killer went.
She's trying to speak. Annie, was the killer.
He went that away.
Let's go, men. Killer McGonigal is going.
Now, wait a minute. Hold it.
Just a minute. I'm not going to stand
Hold it, Mr. Goodman. Yes, Luella. Is something wrong?
Fred, you said I was going to star in this picture.
Well, yes. Why?
Well, in that whole first scene, I spoke exactly 1 line.
But, Luella, you stole that entire scene.
All I said was he went that away, then I died.
Well, I know. But as you say he went that way, you point, you see. The camera comes in, and we show a big close-up of your finger. We fade out on your finger, and you're through as Alkali Annie.
With a part like this, I'll be through as Luella Parsons.
Well, you'll be another Slim Somerville. In this next scene, you're Cold Deck Dora, the female card shop. The camera fades in on the Big Nugget Saloon at Devil's Didy, Arizona.
Hey, look, man. Sheriff Allen and his men are coming. They must be on the trail of Killer McGonigal.
Well, howdy. Bartender, drinks for the house. It's on me.
Name your poison, man.
Well, we're all drinking the same, bartender. Make it 3 mountain martinis.
What's a mountain martini?
A tall glass of buffalo drool with a puma's eyeball floating in it.
A puma's eyeball?
Here, when I say here's looking at you, I like to have something looking back at you. Now let's get
right down to business. Barkeep, have you seen Killer McGonagall?
Yeah, just left. The killer was playing Red Dog with Cold Deck Dora. Here comes Dora now.
Careful, Sheriff. She's a slickin'.
I know she's a slickin', but I can handle a bullet head. Come clean, Cold Deck Dora. Was Killer McGonagall?
He went that away.
Let's go, men!
Hold it. Stop that music this minute.
Yes,
Stop
Mr.
it.
Yes, Llewellyn. Hold it, Mr. Goodman. Yes, Llewellyn.
Is that all I do is Cold Deck Dora?
All you do. Llewellyn, you were magnificent. The way you played that female card shark. Why, Ida Lupino could pull up an option and learn something. Well, you'll get an Academy Award.
You think so?
Why, you motivate the entire story.
That's all I said.
All you said. You told us which way McGonagall went. You'll get credit for direction.
Oh, I was gone before I began.
Oh, now, look, Llewellyn, all these parts so far are just little teasers for your next character, Two Gun Lou. Do you know the Lou type?
No, but I bet I know what she's going to say.
No, you're wrong. This is the climax. Sheriff Allen and his men have finally cornered Killer McGonagall in a moose nest. The scene opens with a big gun battle. We hear shots.
Oh, you better come out of that moose nest, Killer. We got you. Boom. Well, that cures my sinus. My nose is gone. Well, here's some lead back at you, Killer.
Hey, you got him, Sheriff. There's a white shirt tail waving in the moose nest.
Yeah, the killer's giving himself up.
The jig's up, Killer. Come out of that moose nest, McGonagall.
You got me, Sheriff. I surrender.
Hey, Sheriff. Look who's in the moose next with that killer.
Two Gun Lou.
Yeah, Lou made me surrender.
Why?
Two Gun Lou wants to marry the toughest man in the West. You and me has got to shoot it out.
You reach for your gun, Killer.
I'm a reacher. Oh, you got me, Sheriff.
Two Gun Lou, I claim you as my bride.
Start staking your claim, Sheriff.
I'm telling the world you and me is getting hitched. I gotta find me a telephone.
There's a Forest Patrol phone right over on that tree.
Lucky, a Forest Patrol phone, a pay station, too. I'm phoning. Operator, give me Bryant 90000.
No, you don't, Sheriff Allen.
Put them two guns down, Two Gun Lou.
I'm not Two Gun Lou now. I'm Luella Parsons.
Oh, Luella, you're a widow before you're a bride. Why did you plug me?
You were going to phone in the scoop about our marriage. Now, weren't you?
Yeah?
Nobody scoops Luella Parsons.
You mean Bryant 90000?
That's Walter Winchell's number. Take that, you dog.
Oh!
broadcast is a presentation of the Armed Forces Radio Service.
It's Texaco time with Fred Allen. Texaco dealers from coast to coast present the Texaco Star Theater, starring Fred Allen, with Fred's guest, George Rapp, Man About Hollywood, Portland Hoffa, Falstaff Openshaw, the Texaco Workshop Players, Hilo Jack and the Dame, and Al Goodman and his orchestra. Yours truly, Jimmy Wallington, is here to tell you, for Texaco dealers, that there's lots of life in your old car yet, if it's of average age and you give it regular Texaco lubrication and maintenance. Don't think just because your car has done 30 or 40,000 miles, it won't last the war out. Stop wear out with regular Texaco care, and you'll find that life begins at 40,000. Last Sunday, ladies and gentlemen, a certain comedian dreamed he was on Truth or Consequences. Well, when he woke up, he was a mess. The comedian is back again tonight. Here he is. He's still awake and still a mess. Fred Allen.
Thank you very much, and good evening, ladies and gentlemen. And, Jimmy, you're not kidding about that Truth or Consequences program. Ralph Edwards broke 4 eggs in my hair, put molasses in my shoes, ducked my head in whipped cream, and squirted seltzer water all over me.
Yes, I know. You look like a fugitive from the Mystery Chef.
When he got through, huh? I have never... services for that line will be held tomorrow morning. I look like a fugitive from the Mystery Chef, eh?
Yes.
Well, I tell you frankly, Jimmy, I was so covered with food, when I started to walk home, 2 mice followed me up Broadway.
Well, did the whipped cream, the eggs, and the molasses bother you?
Well, I went to sleep, Jimmy. The room was warm, and when I woke up, I couldn't move. I was a big cake with arms in it.
You were baked inside of a cake?
Now I know how a raisin feels, Jimmy. You know, when Truth or Consequences is over, the studio looks as though a mixmaster exploded in there. If I ever have another...
Alice.
Well, Portland, please, yes. You never can tell when you're going to meet a person with some straight lines, can you? Well, Portland, what's new... What's new tonight?
Did you read about that 12-year-old boy who's going to Yale?
12 years old? I hope he doesn't go out for football. You know, it would be terrible to see a Yale man running down the field carrying the ball in one hand and a lollipop in the other.
Can a little boy like that win his letters?
Oh, he's too short for Yale. The end of his Y would be dragging. He'd do better at Michigan or Ohio, where he could turn the O around and get in it, you know. But tell me, were you smart when you were 12 years old?
At high school, the class voted me most
likely to.
Oh, really? Most likely to what?
Well, they didn't say.
Well, you certainly haven't let them down. I will say that. Would you say that you are smart now?
Mama doesn't think so.
Well, why not?
Mama says I'll never be Miss Rheingold of 1944.
Well, why can't you be Miss Rheingold?
Mama says I haven't got enough head.
Well, you don't, That's the same man who wrote that line for Wallington. He's got another line in here when I wasn't looking. Well, you don't need much head to cover your brain, Portland. I think Joel Kupperman's tooth would about do it. And speaking of heads, I'm about to head for Allen's Alley.
Oh, have you picked out a question?
I certainly have. You know, next Wednesday is March 15th, Income Tax Day. And this year, the taxpayer is confronted with the most complicated tax form yet devised by the Bureau of Internal Revenue. And so our question tonight is, how are you doing with your income tax?
Shall we start?
As one Begin said to the other Begin, let's begin. There's a... Man just fell off the Fitch bandwagon. Portland, at long last, a stranger just passed in the alley here. At long last, here we are back in Allen's Alley. Now, let's see if Senator Bloat is in.
Yes?
Senator Bloat, what is your reaction to the new income tax return?
It's too complicated.
Complicated, eh? Can you simplify it, Senator?
If my bill, the bloat bill, goes through,
Yes.
the next income tax blank will ask the taxpayer only 3 questions.
And those 3 questions are?
How much money did you make last year?
Yes.
How much have you got left?
Yes.
How fast can you get it out of your pocket? Thank you.
I don't think the senator will get in the next election, something tells me. Now, let's try next door here.
Well, what is it?
Mrs. Prawn, did you have any trouble with the new income tax return?
My husband's nearsighted.
His eyes are bad?
He mistook the laundry list for his income tax blank.
Really?
He sent the laundry list to the income tax office.
Yes.
He sent his income tax blank out with the laundry.
Gosh, what a mix-up.
Laundry, income tax, what's the difference?
You mean?
Either way, he loses his shirt.
Well, March 15th, Mrs. Prawn won't know her husband from Adam. Well, something may turn up next door here. Let's see. No. Mr. Nussbaum, did you make out your income tax?
I am Einstein, maybe.
What did you do with your blank?
Well, I am going first to Moskowitz.
Oh, Moskowitz, the delicatessen man, hey?
Read the delicatessen. Moskowitz is also on the side a notorious public.
A notary public, eh?
Moskowitz is adding up my tax. He is getting $42. This, to me, is seeming a little high.
So?
I'm going to Goldberg.
Well, who is Goldberg?
Goldberg is running a cigar store. As a hobby, he is taking numbers.
Only as a hobby,
Yes.
huh? Good.
If Goldberg is taking numbers is in Texas, he can total.
Oh, he can total.
Uh-huh.
Well, what was his estimate?
Goldberg is getting $800.
800, and Moskowitz got $42?
This is mixing me up all together. I am going to a fortune teller, a gypsy.
Uh-huh.
The gypsy is feeling my tea bag, also asking a few questions.
And?
The gypsy is getting $18.
Well, that's 3 different totals.
That is making me disgusted. and saying to myself, I will make out my own income tax.
You went to work?
I am up all night with 2 pencils and a bottle of celery tonic.
You can get a return with the celery tonic on the bottle. How did you... Tell me, you figured out your own tax. How did you come out with your figure?
Well, Moskowitz is getting 42.
Yes.
Goldberg is getting 800.
Yes.
The Gypsy is getting 18.
And when you figured out your own income tax, what did you get?
30 days.
That brings us to the little break-front shack at the end of the alley. Now, what can possibly happen here?
Let the trumpets blow. Don't be aloof. Falstaff's here to raise the roof.
Bard Openshaw, are those more poems peeping out of your cement bag, Inverness?
What else? Have you heard, my girl has a glass eye, I'm nearly nutty? When my girl cries, her tears are putty?
No.
Or, said the lighted cigarette to the tray on the shelf, I'm afraid I'm making an ash of myself.
No, I haven't heard that.
Or, don't worry, Judge, if Mother looks pale. She's been drinking buttermilk through her veil.
Now, wait a minute. Falstaff, you will be the death of me if natural causes don't beat you to it. Tonight we are examining the new income tax blank.
Precisely why I am not elsewhere.
You have written a tax poem. What is it called?
A fig for the collector of internal revenue.
Well, how does it go?
A fig for the collector of internal revenue. I'll tell you, sir, what you can do. Your new tax return, sir, you can take with your clauses and instructions and jump in the lake. I refuse to be concerned about Schedule B, losses from fire or other casualty, fiduciary income, charity donations, medical expenses, dependents, if relations, victory tax, surtax, withholding tax too, unpaid balance, notes, and monies due. Item 10, totals. Turn to page 3. None of this Hassenpfeffer means anything to me. So a fig for the collector of internal revenue. I've intimated, sir, what you can do. You can examine me, grill me, and sue me, chum. I didn't earn a cent last year. I'm just a happy bum.
Thank you, Falstaff. And as Falstaff gathers up his tatters and flaps into oblivion, Maestro Al Goodman sets aside his police gazette and nods to Hilo, Jack, and the Dame. Their song, No Love, No Nothing.
No love, no nothing, until my baby comes home. No, sir, no nothing, as long as baby must roam. I promised him I'd wait for him till even Hades goes. I'm lonesome, heaven knows, but what I said still goes. No love, no nothing, and that's a promise I'll keep. No fun with no one, I'm getting plenty of sleep. My heart's on strike, and though it's like an empty honeycomb, no love, no sir, no nothing till my baby comes home. No love, no nothing, not until my baby comes home. No playing around, no doing the town now. No love, no nothing, that's the promise I'll keep. No fun with no one, I'm getting plenty of sleep. My heart's on strike, and though it's like an empty honeycomb, no love, no sir, no nothing till my baby comes home. No love, no nothing, until my baby comes home.
Thank you, Hilo, Jack, and the Dame. That was swell. And now as we...
Old MacDonald had a car, T-E-X-A-Co. Thought it wouldn't go very far. T-E-X-A-Co.
Jimmy, play. What is this singing?
Oh, it's the aria from last Sunday.
Well, I know, but you're one of the best tunes of all I would care to... Your Marfac aria isn't one of the best tunes of all I would care to read last Sunday. It's worn out now.
Worn out? That's the point of my song.
Well, how do you mean?
Well, old MacDonald had a car he thought was about. Old MacDonald had a car he thought was about. He found it was good for many, many more. He found it was good for many, many more. Texaco care. The song goes, Old MacDonald had a...
Jim, please, don't sing, please.
Oh, get the message.
What message?
With regular Texaco Marfac lubrication, regular changes of Texaco, regular changes of Texaco, and regular attention by your Texacos, that life begins at 40,000. My song tells the whole story.
All right, Jimmy, go ahead and sing. Mr. Goodman. That was I Love You, Bronx Bobcat. And now, it was the boys could do if the instruments were paid. But when you're looking over your shoulder that much, concentrate. And now, Portland, is that a program?
Other night, went to hear the new New York City Symphony.
Oh, say, I read that New York City now has its own orchestra. I hear Brooklyn is terribly jealous about it. You know, Brooklyn is organizing an orchestra, the Flatbush Philharmonic. They'll probably be called them Beethoven bums before they get through.
Why did Mayor LaGuardia start the new symphony orchestra?
Well, the mayor wants to have one city project where he can be sure there'll be a little harmony, Portland. I guess I'll start working on my...
Do you have another crime show?
Admit this show is a crime. It's a gang story about this gang story of mine on the air.
Gangbusters fired?
Well, I saw the man and they're Colonel Schwarzenegger. So I'm going to...
Can you find any gangsters?
Always plays those gangster parts in Pickle. I knocked on the door.
Yes?
George Raft. Mr. Raft,
If you're the reporter from the Times, my latest Universal picture, produced by Charles K. Feldman, directed by Eddie Sutherland, and soon to be seen at your neighborhood theater, is Follow the Boy.
Now, wait, please, Mr. Raft. I'm not a reporter. I'm Fred Allen.
Allen? Oh, I've seen your face someplace. Was it on a bottle of iodine?
No, it wasn't.
Or was it under a table at the Stork Club?
No.
Well, were you that singing waiter at the Mayflower Donut Shop?
No, wait a minute. I'm Fred Allen. Don't you ever listen to the radio?
Oh, I only listen to one guy on the radio.
One guy who?
The Smiling Irishman. Oh, that guy's a riot.
Yes, I know. Well, look, Mr. Raft, I have a radio script for you. It's a gangster story.
Oh, I'm sorry, Fred, but I'm through with gangster parts. Gangsters are passé.
You mean that Humphrey Bogart?
Bogart used to have a Tommy gun in his lap 24 hours a day, but no more.
Well, what does Bogart have in his lap today?
Ingrid Bergman.
Is that bad? Well, how about Edward G. Robinson?
Well, Robinson's clothes used to be lumpy from carrying gas.
And today?
Robinson's clothes are still lumpy.
Well, from what?
Carrying yo-yos.
Oh, I see. The whole... Well, what about Cagney? In every picture, he used to kill squealers.
Oh, today there aren't any squealers left in the underworld.
Well, where are they?
Well, the squealers are all at the Sinatra broadcast.
But, George, you know, you still look like a gangster. Your hair.
Well, what's wrong with my hair? The girls think it's romantic.
Romantic, George? It's the fat shortage. When a girl runs her fingers through your hair today, she's just trying to pick up a little grease.
This isn't grease on my hair, Fred. It's a special preparation.
Something special? No kidding. What is the preparation?
You promise you won't tell? Hope to die?
Hope the cat will spit in my eye, George. What is it you put on your hair?
Perfume and chicken fat.
Fine. You know, you look like Flat Top's brother, Grease Top. But, George, you are not the romantic type. You'll be a sensation in my radio play. Why, you and I will make gangbusters sound like life can be beautiful.
Look, Fred, why don't you get an old door with rusty hinges and call yourself in a sanctum?
Oh, fine. Please. That guy got another line in here. All through the thing, this Hope writer got in here and wrote things. Please, George, before, you know, I have to stay in one place week after week. Benny and Hope move around. I have to have better jokes. I will be here next Sunday. But please, George, before you give me a definite maybe, let me tell you my story.
Okay. It looks though I'm stuck. How does it go?
Well, first, my program starts with a fanfare.
Ladies and gentlemen, presenting Mob Busters. Mob Busters is brought to you each week at this time by the makers of Pepto-Burp. The effervescent tablet with a new built-in feature. Other tablets, when dropped in water, fizz, bubble, and sizzle, but not Pepto-Burp. Drop a Pepto-Burp in water and wash it. There's no fizzle, no sizzle. It just lays there. Absolutely no other effervescent tablet can make this statement. Try a Pepto-Burp today. You'll be sorry! And now for tonight's thrilling Mob-Buster story. And here is your host, that eminent criminologist, Colonel J.J. Schmilling. Good evening, friends of Pepto-Burp and murder lovers. Tonight we bring you one of the most ghastly episodes in the annals of crime, the Black Market Murders. And here is the man who broke the case, Police Inspector Timothy McAllen.
Hi-yes, folks, and hello to the boys in Precinct 2.
Inspector, how did you solve the Black Market Murder?
Well, Colonel Schmillick, my story starts on the morning of December 3rd. Me boys and me were sitting around the station house. One of the boys had just got his induction notice. We was watching him puncture his eardrum. He was using a salad fork.
A salad fork?
He had a cauliflower ear. Well, he starts working on his third ear when suddenly a police call comes in.
Attention, Inspector McAllen. A farmer has just been murdered in a barn in Westchester. Inspector McAllen, report at once. Inspector McAllen.
McAllen, what are the initials?
LS, MFT.
That's me, it's me, man. Let's go.
Gad, Inspector. What happened? What happened when you got to that barn in Westchester?
Well, there, laying on the floor of the barn was a farmer, Colonel. He was deader than the first 10 minutes of a Jack Benny program. Not only he was dead, his cow was gone.
Yes?
In 4 days, 236 farmers was found dead. Their cows was gone.
Who did you suspect, Inspector?
Well, a big suspector. A big butter-legging ring was cow-napping the cows to make butter. And the mastermind of the black market gang was...
Who, Inspector?
Pepe LaRaft.
Pepe LaRaft?
Pepe LaRaft.
What did you do, Inspector?
Well, I knew the gang would start strong-arming delicatessens with their black market butter. So one morning I hides myself in the icebox at Hershkowitz's Delicatessen on the east side. A big black limousine pulls up. Pepe LaRaft and two of his gorillas come into the delicatessen. Pepe says,
Hershkowitz, you and me got a little difference of opinion.
No, Pepe, please.
Shut up. Take that.
Oh!
Lay off, boys. This is my pigeon.
Okay, Pepe.
Hershkowitz, my boys tell me you suddenly don't want to buy no butter.
Pepe, I can't buy black market butter. It's against the law.
You know what happened to Garfinkel when he didn't want any butter?
No, you wouldn't do that to me.
Yes, we untied the ends of his balonies.
Boss.
Yes?
Should I start untying his baloney now?
I'll give him one more chance. Hershkowitz, how many pounds of butter do you sell a day?
5 pounds.
Starting tomorrow, you're buying 200 pounds a day.
200 pounds?
That's $2 a pound.
I'm ruined, pal. Police.
Quiet, punk. Take that.
Oh!
Hey, boss, look, the icebox door, it's opening.
Reach for your rods, men.
It's too late, you rats.
It's Inspector McAllen.
Drop them guns. I got you covered, LaRaft. Take that and that and that. Oh, shucks.
What's wrong, Inspector?
I've been in the icebox too long. Look, me trigger finger is frozen. I can't shoot. Look,
we got him, men. Now, let him have it.
Yeah, Inspector.
With all those guns blazing point blank at you, you must have been riddled.
No, the shots just bounced off me, Colonel. I was in the icebox so long, I was bird's-eyed. I was as hard as the $64 question.
Did Laraft and his gang flood the city with black market butter?
Well, no, Colonel Schmillick. The gang never showed up with no butter. I knew Peppy had the cows. I knew something was wrong.
And what was your next move?
Well, a stool pigeon tipped me off. There was a lot of mooing coming from a deserted warehouse over on Avenue B.
Aha. So you went down there and quietly keeping under cover.
Bud.
Yeah.
Was you there?
No.
Then let me tell the story. Do you mind?
Go right ahead, Inspector.
Well, I went down to the warehouse. It was packed with cows. Looking in a window, I seen Peppy Laraft. He's got the mob on the carpet. Laraft is saying...
Now, listen, you mugs. We got 200 hot cows. How come we ain't getting no butter?
Butter comes from milk, Peppy. I heard it on the quiz program.
So what?
Well, nobody in the gang knows how to get the milk out of the cows, Peppy.
Yeah, I had them cows sitting on bottles. Nothing comes out.
I threatened to take one cow for a ride. She wouldn't come across.
Maybe the cows are organized. Maybe they want a cut of the butter tape. Who's the head of this cow mob?
A cow named Elsie.
Well, get Elsie in here. Maybe I can make a deal.
Okay, boss. Come in, Elsie.
Come over here, Elsie.
Hey, watch yourself, boss. She might be packing a rod.
Cow packing a rod?
Well, look under there. She's packing something.
Quiet. Now, listen, Elsie. Come on, come clean, sister. We know you got the milk on you. Where is it? How do we get it? Point to the gimmick. Come on, play ball, baby. Peppy can put you on Easy Street. And Norman Stall, I'll put caviar in your cud. What do you say? Why, you dirty double-crossing Jersey? How would the milker out, Jigger?
Hey, look, boss, she's getting frightened.
Sister, come cleaner. I'll cut you up and tear you into little pieces and sell you to lynch.
She's shaking all over, boss.
She's starting to sling something around. It's butter.
Oh, look out. It's flying this way.
Oh, right in me, kiss her. Hey, it's delicious.
We're all set, boys. We don't need the milk. All we got to do is start stirring in the cows. We got to get butter. Well, what was that?
The jig is up, Laraft.
Inspector McAllen.
Reach for the spatus there, you rats.
Okay, McAllen, you got it.
Cat. Oh, cat. I'm covered with butter. Look at me. You're under arrest, Laraft.
Okay, cop, if you want me, we're going to shoot it out.
You asked for it, Peppy. Take that and that. Oh, jeepers, with this butter. Me fingers keep slipping off the trigger. Look at me.
I mean my blackjack.
Here, boss.
Hold that blackjack, Laraft. Oh.
Ha, copper. That's the last time you'll try to double-cross Peppy Laraft. Let's go, boys.
Hey, let's go. Gosh, Inspector, what happened then?
Well, Laraft and the 200 cows made a clean getaway, Colonel. He started selling his black market butter all over the state. He made millions. From butter, he went into nylon stockings, liquor. He was the king of the black market.
But how did you finally break it?
Before I could break Laraft, somebody beat me to it.
What happened?
Well, yesterday I'm walking along the Bowery. I'm trailing a kleptomaniac from the Navy Yard. He sneaked out with 300 anchors. He's got him under a raincoat. Suddenly, I feel a tap on my bag. I turn around. It's a tramp. The tramp is Peppy Laraft.
Peppy Laraft?
Peppy Laraft.
The king of the black market was a bum. What happened?
I brought Peppy with me tonight to the studio, Colonel, to tell his story. Step up to the microphone, Peppy.
Yes, Inspector.
How much money did you make in the black market?
I made $18 million in butter.
Yeah?
I made $10 million in nylon.
Yeah?
I made $22 million in black market liquor.
$50 million.
Yes, sir. Up to yesterday, I had $50 million, all in silver. I had it on me. I couldn't walk. I had 4 guys carrying me.
Yesterday you had $50 million, and today you're a bum. What happened?
Tell him where your money went, Peppy.
I was a victim of the biggest hijack in history.
You mean?
They got me for my income tax.
Well, there's your story, Colonel Schmillick.
And Inspector McAllen, the moral is?
Crime still pays, but not like it used to. Before we close the Texaco Star Theater, I want to thank George Raft for dropping by tonight. Next week, our guest will be the star attraction at Broadway's famous Hurricane nightclub. Is everybody happy? Ted Lewis. And now, Jimmy Wallington with a message from Uncle Sam for every woman. Jimmy?
More and more women are needed in war jobs and in the women's branches of our armed forces. America at war needs women at work, and it's a patriotic duty to get into the war with your hands as well as your heart. Our fighting men need every piece of equipment you can help produce. You'll earn good money and help speed the return of our American soldiers by getting a war-useful job at once. Training and experience are not necessary.
Inquire at your local office of the United States Employment Service and let your hands help win the war.
This is Fred Allen speaking for Texaco dealers from coast to coast, inviting you to tune in again next Sunday night and reminding you that the most we can give is the least we can do for our Red Cross this year. Thank you and good night.
This is CBS, the Columbia Broadcasting System.
Sleuths Incorporated meet Ghosts Incorporated when Nick and Nora Charles haunt a haunted house